next and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
See you in the men's stage.
Welcome to the Six Invitational playoffs, live from the Adidas Arena in Paris, where one of our 6 remaining teams will make history by lifting that hammer on Sunday. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in this beautiful studio, we have the wonderful duo of Alexing and Foxy. And guys, this stage, I mean, our viewers haven't seen it yet, but it is one of the best we've ever had.
It's so gorgeous. I mean, this is a stage I wish we could have played on. It's one of the most beautiful experiences, especially in the place of Paris. No better to show off all of the fashion.
Absolutely. I mean, words can't honestly describe the way that I'm feeling right now. I mean, again, this stage is absolutely beautiful. I think we're dressed for the occasion. We're making everything come in sync. And honestly, to be able to share this desk with you guys is a moment in itself.
It is truly an honor to be here with already so many people in the arena as well, joining us for the first day here. But our playoffs have already started. We can have a look at our bracket to see where we find ourselves in the competition. We started those playoffs with 16 teams. And on the second day, we did a lot of housekeeping, a big day. We sent 8 of those teams home. We have 6 of them remaining right now, and some are in a very good shot to lock in the grand final.
They sure are. I mean, we always talk about every event being the most competitive, but this one really has outdone itself. So many new teams, new faces that have surprised us and shown us what the SI is all about. And that being said, the last 6 remaining is some of the best that we could have expected. We have some fan favorites, we have some underdogs, and I'm just excited to see which one of them makes it to the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, it already looks like we got a grand final in the upper bracket side, but even for the lower, I mean, it's going to be a fight for tooth and nail just to make it in that semis and make that gauntlet run to get to that grand final.
All right, of course, we talked about the stage a little bit. It has some real flowers on there, and real flowers need some caretaking as well. We had Maria check in with our gardener.
Bonjour, Paris! Who is going to win the SI? We don't know that yet, but something that we can definitely talk about is how pretty this stage looks and also this map veto. Well, I'm here to share some cool facts about it. And by the way, these are all real flowers. Someone comes in and waters them every day, so they look fresh and healthy for you. Oh, so cute. And I'm here with one of the gardeners, David.
Hello.
And I want to talk to you about how pretty this looks, and something that I want to know, how many flowers do we have? What types of flowers? Tell me everything.
So basically we use around 850 flowers here on this whole setup around the stage. 8 different types, so we have roses, we have tulips, we have, let's say like in German, it's a German company, so we have like Traumhyazinth, we have Azalea in different colors to basically represent the French flag. So we have blue, white, red here all around the stage. Yeah.
That's so cool. You did a great job. We also have a pile of dirt underneath.
Yeah, so basically we use the bases like a soil mixed with different types of minerals just to ensure that the flowers like live along for the whole show. And yeah, it's 12 centimeters thick, and then just, yeah, this beautiful setup on top of it.
Thank you for that. The stage looks amazing. It's one of the most beautiful, I think, that we ever had in the Six Invitational. Well, now it's time to enjoy the show. Amusez-vous. Did I say that right? Amusez-vous. Have fun.
Absolutely gorgeous, these beautifuls all around the stage, looking incredible. But if you've been here before, you know what we're gonna do now. We're gonna jump in that panorama. We're gonna review the whole tournament for 3 different categories and everything we have seen so far. Starting off with the monster, the player that you need to keep your eyes open for, and we have to talk about the hometown hero, Shaiko.
Yeah, I think the eyes have been wide open in terms of watching this entire event unfold. Shaiko has been so phenomenal, so fundamentally sound throughout his play. He's currently the 2nd highest rated player here at the event. He leads also in 3Ks. I mean, he is the gunner. We've talked about this time and time again with Shaiko. This is the performance we need from early on throughout the event, and to maintain this sort of level and stature going into this event is going to win him that hammer.
And he definitely seems to be having the support of the arena already, which we did expect, of course, for sure. And then going into the moment, the craziest thing that's happened so far inside of our tournament, it could have been a 1v5 to send Space Station home, but this, you know, the clutch that we saw there in the final round, they just managed to make it back in with us.
It could have been the moment that would have lived on in history forever. Volps in a 1v5 situation against SSG on map 2 to potentially, essentially get 1v1v1 after the other. It's just 20 seconds on the clock. He gets one after the other.
Insane.
SSG feeding him one after the other, and consistently Volps is able to take them down up until the last one. And it almost could have rewritten history for Volps. But that being said, plays like this is what carried Fluxo W7M into beating SSG to make it to the main stage. So that being said, even though it was very close, not there yet, they still were able to claim the win.
Now we talk about our must-see. We have 3 games on the schedule for today, but for one of these, you definitely want to keep your eyes peeled to the screen. We're talking about our upper bracket final. Falcons going up against FaZe, which was the rematch of SI's final last year before it ticketed the grand final this time.
And when we talk about Falcons versus FaZe, a game that everyone wants to see, we talk about Shaiko being the monster.
Yes.
What a perfect moment for him to be able to display his talents against FaZe, the reigning world champions, to be able to beat them, go into their own finals to potentially lift a hammer. It's all the momentum that you could possibly need if you're a Falcons fan.
And I think that's the important thing to note. The FaZe clan are the defending world champions. If they can push themselves one step closer into that grand final and be the 2nd team in history to go back-to-back, that will be quite the story.
We will start with the matches that have really high stakes here, our elimination games. And our first match that is up is Fluxo W7M going up against Furia. Now, for Fluxo W7M, there is a really tough task ahead for themselves, because when we look at the history between these 2 teams, ever since Palu has joined that roster, they've been unable to defeat Furia.
I mean, it's a one-sided winning streak from Furia. They have been dominating Fluxo when it comes to any which major tournament, invitational, interregional game. But that being said, if you look at the rounds, it's still very close. Fluxo is putting up a fight every single time. And when you're racing to be able to lift that hammer, to rewrite history, it's a moment where you're Fluxo. Anything could happen. It doesn't really matter at this moment whether Furia has been beating them or not.
When we look at W7M Fluxo, they've made a pretty deep run inside this lower bracket so far. Some of these games, though, they've been really, really close.
They have been really close. And coming into this entire event, there were a lot of question marks around this roster. How far were they going to make it? Were they going to be able to make a main stage appearance? And they have answered.
They absolutely have. I mean, you could say for Fluxo, they're almost lucky to be in this position. But that being said, they are one of the most explosive teams when it comes to the Six Invitational. They have the most amount of multi-kills, the most amount of 1vx's. They're a team that is primarily comprised of gunners, being able to act on those big plays, just like that potential 1v5 from Volps. It's what's carried them all throughout the lesser teams getting to this moment. But that being said, you have to be worried when you go up against a team that can also combat that level of individual gunplay. But that is the biggest takeaway from Fluxo, is their individual ability. And Dots, he's always getting the plan down. So fundamentally, they're very sound.
They are the challengers in this matchup for sure. We talk about it often inside the SAL. We call Fluxo W7 the little brother of Furia, given their playstyles are somewhat similar in this situation. But talking about Furia as well, they had a really good run in that upper bracket. It looked like they were easy, smooth sailing until they literally got smacked down to the lower bracket by Falcons.
But that's what happens when you're Furia. Teams are going to be gunning for you. You have your own SI trophy. You're on the SI stage. Everyone wants to be able to beat you. We've seen Furia be human before. It's not a situation that we're unfamiliar with.
Yeah, and it's routine at this point for Furia to be able to make a main stage appearance. I mean, you also have to just look at their history. Back in 2024, they would win that SI. That 2023 year, they would win every single event, and then they would go on to Boston, making third, and now to be determined here. Now their campaign starts a little different than what we saw in Boston. They are in the quarter lower finals, so they need one more game to get back to where they originally got sent down to. But from what we've seen time and time again, this is the amount that they need to be able to lift themselves up, and especially in a match versus Fluxo where they have the head-to-head, that's the fire that they need to set themselves into a right direction.
And outside of the Reload finals, ever since their SI win, they haven't actually made it to a grand final yet, so the pressure certainly is on for that roster here. Now, speaking of that roster with the star quality they have in regards to their players, there are two players in particular that you want to highlight.
Absolutely, we have to talk about the heist. I mean, the individual prowess of JV92 and KZ, the third and sixth highest rated player here at the event. I mean, let's focus on JV92. He's so fundamentally sound. He's so strategic with the way that he plays his positions. He's so keen to understand the angle that he can hold. And with that little bit of flair from the Brazilian playstyle, he gets aggressive in those moments and takes rounds. And now we have to move to KZ. I mean, he is so strong. He is so confident in his play. He shatters kill records time and time again. And again, when you're comparing them going against Fluxo, this is exactly what you need to get over that hurdle, to get that step, to propel you into bigger heights of just having that tactical advantage, that stylistic matchup going into this game versus Fluxo.
And for two players that do it on such difficult roles, JV92 to be consistent as a flex player, consistently being able to put up numbers on any which operator, any position, and KZ, he's been able to revolutionize maps and being able to use that Azami, play lockdown positions, stay alive, continuously get kills. He's a rat that no one can deal with, and that is the strength of JV92 and KZ.
Now, elimination is on the line, so my main question is, what do Fluxo W7M have to do to finally get over this mental hurdle?
Well, the biggest thing is their edge in the multi-frag department. This is more explosive than any team that has been able to approach SI. They're able to consistently get kills individually and win games just off of that. So that being said, they're going up against a team like Furia that's going to give them that opportunity to go for gunfights. Right. All they have to do is not underestimate Furia, because that's where Furia changes the tempo, whole different team.
Yeah, I think back of an interview we did with Furia back in stage 2, where it was Philippe Ox you see on your screen right now, saying that even his dad agrees that they play more serious, so maybe there's less opportunities for gaps inside of the matchup here, though. Making sure everything is set before we go in this match. One thing I want to talk about as well is our maps. They might be super important for this matchup depending on where this battleground will eventually take us to.
Now, Ann, I'm going to be completely honest. This is the one time I'm not going to be analytical and dive into these maps. I'm going to speak from being a former player. And the fact of the matter is these guys have played against each other numerous times. The maps are completely irrelevant. It is about mental. It's about who's going to adapt, who's going to understand their opponent, who's going to bring a different operator, a plethora of operators rather, to throw off that prep and take advantage in the series, because that's what you're going to be looking at, and that's where Fluxo has to heavily focus on in terms of what Fox was saying of getting those frags going in their favor.
That being said, the maps don't matter to the two teams because it's going to be a bloodbath. But for the viewer, these are the best 3 maps that you could possibly get. Border, Chalet, and Cafe, all brawl fight maps against 2 teams that we weren't expecting to go here. Furia obviously going for the confidence pick, wanting to ego chow Fluxo, being able to go for those gunfights, showing them we're the better shooters in this outcome.
Yeah, this is a really good map for you, I feel like, for the playstyle between these 2 teams, and especially with Border, we know how aggressive players can be on that map. It's all about taking ground, I feel like, as well on the attack. How do you make sure you really set the tone inside of Border as the first map?
Well, if you're Fluxo, you have to be able to manage that aggression. KZ, we talked about it on the Azami. We'll have to see if they can ban out that Azami, deal with him inside of CC. Those are pinpoint positions that Fluxo need to be able to spearhead and get rid of a player like KZ. Because if they don't, then the rest of Fury is just going to be able to run circles around them. That'll be the biggest entry point that we'll have to focus on if you're Fluxo.
Yeah, especially on those defenses. I think it's going to be even more imperative for both these teams to be able to trade off one another, because you know it's going to be aggressive. You know it's going to be nitty-gritty in a lot of these entries points, whether it's top east, whether it's in the break, whether it's in the dome. Both teams are going to have to be prepared to be able to play that trade game and keep that man advantage going into their favor, especially into that latter half when executes are going to go down.
Now, I want to talk about one more thing before we really send it to the stage and we start watching this game. One thing I noticed over on the side of W7 and Fluxo, we talked about it, right? The addition of Palu in this roster. He is one of the players at this tournament that has played 8 SIs together with Cyber. The remaining players that have played the most at this point. Now, Cyber's listed a hammer last year. Palu hasn't. We know he's becoming a dead again, of course, has changed his name in-game for that as well. He must be feeling an immense pressure here to make sure they continue in this lower bracket run.
You can imagine, I mean, we've seen it time and time again when players get older, they talk about their life, and they know it's a limited time to be able to lift the trophy in general, lift the hammer. And it's a situation that you don't want to go out playing so long without being able to accomplish it.
But when it comes to Paulo, he's a veteran. He knows what it's like to be in these moments. He knows when the pressure's on, he has to win those gunfights. And that's the important thing for him, is if he can get in those early gunfights, he can get that tempo going, he can start to feel good. That's the Paulo that we all know and love and that we can get behind, but it's going to be even more instrumental that everyone on the roster from Fluxo is playing off of that and playing together.
And it looks like it'll happen, because Paulo not only has the most amount of multi-kills from his team, but also the most amount of 1vx's, and everybody on the roster is fragging immensely. And this is a matchup that you're going to need to have all 5 players be able to compete. If you have Dots getting the plants down, that's necessary, but everybody else needs to be able to pull their weight, especially on border, because it's so 1v1 centric on every which way of the map.
Now, maybe you two can speak from experience. Sometimes the pressure will get to you on a live stage like this. I think luckily, though, with these two teams, they have a lot of experience when it comes to that.
I mean, that's the biggest thing, is experience. When you get on a stage, how you feel, the nerves, the energy, especially with the crowd around you, it's something that makes or breaks you essentially as a player. And experience is only so much. Sometimes you're just born with it. It's a situation where you can handle all of this pressure. You can handle the expectations, your family watching, your friends watching, to be able to see you excel, lift a hammer. So that's the biggest takeaway. But at the end of the day, these teams have been here before. Fury has won before. So it's not an unfamiliar situation for them to be able to win.
Now, I know that when you win this matchup, right, your next opponent will be either Secret or Wildcard in that lower bracket run. And then even the teams that drop down from the upper bracket final as well. Out of these two teams that we have here on the stage, who might have the biggest potential for a deep lower bracket run?
I mean, it has to be Furia by far. I mean, you got to just look at their history, everything that they've accomplished, the fact that they're here today, and you know what we've seen time and time again with lower bracket finishes. I mean, this is a side from Fury that you don't want to see, especially if they have a dominant performance versus this Fluxo roster.
I'm betting on the underdogs. Team
Okay.
Secret or Wildcard. That's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, so who's winning it? Just real quick before we go.
Oh, now you're really throwing me under the bus. I'm gonna say Furia.
Fluxo.
Furia and Fluxo. Okay, so we're going against each other in this one then.
You have to.
All right, okay, well, I feel like we're putting the pressure on our players here. We've teased the stage a little bit as well. It is finally time to reveal it all.
Bonjour Paris. Comment ça va tout le monde? Wow, a huge thank you to our orchestra for giving us all goosebumps as they do every single time. It's hard to believe that we've had 10 years of this, a decade of history-making moments that bring this incredible community together again and again and again. And this weekend, we're on the edge of something truly special. Not only do we spend a weekend looking back on 10 years of the game that we all love, but we are looking ahead at the future of this beautiful game. My name's Ian Chambers. I will be your host here on the stage, and this is Milos. Welcome to the Six Invitational 2026, live from the Adidas Arena in the City of Love, Paris. Now, Milos, I know that you speak like a million different languages, but I think we're lucky to say that French is one of them.
To be honest, we all speak the same language. It's the language of siege, the language of love. Bonjour Paris! Bonjour tout le monde! On est tellement contents qu'on soit avec vous, pas juste aujourd'hui et tout ce week-end, mais pour les 10 années passées au Six Invitational. C'est un honneur de passer ce week-end entre vous et de faire partie de cette communauté avec vous aussi. Les 10 ans passés de cet événement, on a eu tellement de gagnants, d'histoires magnifiques, fantastiques chaque fois. Et bien sûr, chaque fois qu'on arrive sur scène, c'est pas juste l'événement même, c'est pas juste le passé, mais c'est aussi le futur. Et cet événement, il y a beaucoup qui va se passer, ça, je vous le garantis. Mais bon, on a cette scène fantastique. Ian, why don't we take a little tour?
I think we should. Now, of course, whenever you celebrate 10 years of anything in life, you have to go big. And we've gone huge here. As you can see, this has got to be one of our most magnificent stages we've ever had. And FYI, these flowers, if you're thinking they're fake, you are wrong. I had to take a hay fever tablet this morning because these are indeed real flowers planted in real deep soil. We're having to water them and take care of them as this event rolls on. Milos, it's incredible.
C'est incroyable, vraiment. Comme vous voyez, c'est la SAI, c'est le 10e anniversaire et bien sûr, on doit avoir tout au maximum. Les fleurs que vous voyez tout autour de notre ring ici, c'est des fleurs réelles. Chaque jour, on vient pour que ça soit correct, pour que ça soit frais pour chaque jour de compétition. Mais ces fleurs, c'est vraiment comme nos joueurs ici au Six. Ils commencent des petites pousses et petit à petit, après des années, 10 ans ici au SAI, on arrive à un moment où ils arrivent. C'est une grosse fleur, une belle fleur qui fleurit finalement. Et bien sûr, ça doit être au 10e ici à Paris.
Well, Milos, Paris, we've set the table perfectly. We've let you know what's coming. We've highlighted this magnificent stage, but really when you strip it all back, it all comes down to one thing, and that is which of our 6 remaining teams will raise this hammer and become world champions on Sunday night.
Et bien sûr, SAI, c'est la communauté, c'est les recommandations, c'est le futur. Mais en même temps, on est là pour une grande chose. C'est bien sûr notre e-sport, nos matchs, les 6 équipes qui restent en compétition au Six à Paris. Ils sont là pour une chose, c'est pour lever ce marteau. C'est bien sûr notre trophée légendaire ici à Paris.
Oui, oui. Paris, let's welcome our first team onto the stage.
W7M! Notre première équipe brésilienne, c'est bien sûr pas la seule. Ils ont fait tellement dans leur trajet depuis Montréal, depuis 2024 et jusqu'ici. Ils arrivent à Paris, plein d'énergie pour vous, pour ce marteau, pour ce trophée. Et ils sont là pour beaucoup plus que juste de gagner. And their opponents.
Let's get ready for their opponents. This team has done everything there is to do in Siege. Let's never forget what they accomplished in Sao Paulo in 2024 at the Six Invitational there. Now they are back on the grandest stage, looking to conquer the world once again. Philippox, Lobin, come and join us up here just for a brief conversation before you get into this crucial matchup here in Paris. Philippox, welcome once again to the main stage. You know it oh so well. Milos, I'll let you go first.
Let's kick it off. Qu'on commence. Lobin, these guys at Furia, they beat you 10-0. That's the streak so far. You find them here in Paris. Do you have any last words for Philippox?
Out of all the matches that we face each other, this is the most important one, so this is the one that we beat them.
Que tous les matchs qu'on a joués contre eux, ils sont 10-0 contre nous. C'est l'événement, c'est le match le plus important et c'est ici qu'on va gagner contre eux.
Philippox, do you have their number and are you afraid of them at all?
We won against them the last 10 times, so this time isn't going to be different. We're going to win them.
On a gagné 10 fois contre eux et cette fois, ça sera pas différent. On le gagne encore.
Guys, shake hands. This is it. Go and take your seats. Best of luck to both of you. Let's get into this first matchup right now in Paris with our casters.
Thank you very much to everyone on the stage. What a match that we have before us today.
Yeah.
Pengu, once world champions, Furia are looking for redemption. They're looking to prove that they've still got it. And this may be their last dance, their last chance.
That's the rumor.
And it is another chance for a man on the other side, on Fluxo W7M, Palu. The player who has done it all before, who's seen it, but never laid his fingers on that hammer.
And is it time? Is this truly gonna be that one moment where magic will happen? It seems like an impossible task, like for Fluxo, overcoming this insane obstacle, but a team once kicked out a fan favorite at a previous event. Atlanta 2023, Lowe's, the core of this Fluxo roster once upon a time, took down FaZe 2-0 to make themselves go into the grand finals. And while yes, this match does not take you all the way there, it is the first step in that process.
And of course, who did Lowe's face in that grand final? Oh, it was this Furia roster.
And how did that go, James?
Back when they were W7M. Well, look, they did take a map off of them, but in the end, in that W7M Furia era, that was the best team in the world. They won 2 majors. They won the Six Invitational in Sao Paulo. They even won Reload earlier this year, last year, I guess. 2026 already. Is it time, though, for Fluxo to finally get one over Furia? Because the last 10 times that these teams have went head-to-head, it's been no question. It's been no context. Furia has had Fluxo's number.
It has been the case, but I feel like there's something about the domestic matchup when it comes to Brazil. Because they know each other so well inside and outside the server, you can't do the usual stuff and expect to get a victory. Your opponent knows you as good as you know yourself. So we need to see who's going to be the better team at adapting, bringing out the pocket strat, surprising their opponents, of course, being the better team on the given day. Every stat, every metric is going to back Furia as being that team, but that does not mean that Fluxo cannot get the win over the line.
And the story of this Six Invitational so far here in Paris for both teams has had plenty of highs. For example, Furia started things off taking down the fan favorites of Falcons, but also plenty of lows. Let's not forget, Furia got 0-2'd by Wildcard in the group stage. They got 0-2'd by Falcons in the upper bracket. On the flip side of that, Fluxo, they've been phenomenal. So many great games, but they've lost to both Secret and FaZe. Who's coming in hotter into this matchup? Because Fluxo, they've been running that lower bracket, and you can see that they have the energy.
And they are smiling, they are laughing. I feel like they're going into this thinking very much that, guys, we have made it this far. Because I think for every player out there, of course you're going to win and lift the hammer, but what's the second best? The second best is to make it to main stage. Even if you only get one game here, that is more than most teams and most players will ever accomplish in their life. And they're on that stage. They're opening up the show for us today. They can see the crowd, they can see the fans. They're ready.
Well, you want to talk about doing something that you've never done before. You look at this Fluxo W7M roster in their last year at Six Invitational in Boston a year ago. They had such an early exit, only making it to the top 16. at EWC and the Munich Major, only top 12. It's time for this team to prove now that they're here on the main stage, they can actually make a splash. They can actually take down one of the greats.
So much history. Such a beautiful intro segment we just saw. 10 years of SI, 10 years of Siege. And James, it's no spoiler here that we're going to see what's in the future of the game in only a couple of days. Of course, Saturday and Sunday. I had a very small glimpse into that future a couple of days ago.
Did you now?
I am excited. I am thrilled. I'm looking forward to the future of the game. Who would have thought we'd have been here 10 years ago? This far into the future, still present,
and
still rocking up.
Even prior to the very first Six Invitational, when we had that first season of Pro League, I mean, you were there, Pengu.
I was there.
You know how long that this game has been the beating heart of this community. You know how many times we've seen dynasties. I know we love to hate saying that word, but we've seen them rise and fall. Your own with G2 Penta, Furia have looked to overtake that era as the best team in history. And if they are to win here in Paris, nobody can deny it.
That's it. Right now, it's kind of up in the air. There's going to be people from back in the day saying, the Penta G2 era. But matter is, if Furia go the distance, if they make the finals, if they win the final, they will have the most dominant dynasty Siege has ever seen. And with that also, like we said, Igor, the coaching staff saying, the last dance. That would be a beautiful way for them to send that roster somewhere else.
I mean, Igor himself said that they almost broke apart after not qualifying for Montreal over a year ago, but they stayed together. They managed top 3 at last Six Invitational before they were eliminated by FaZe, who they had bested in Sao Paulo in that grand final. And now the story is set in such a similar way. And we go to Border as our first map. And my God, Pengu, we don't get far more chaotic than Brazilians playing Border, and with Fluxo W7M, these guys are aggressive as it gets.
We cast them in the group stage in phase 1, phase 2, and we're thinking they're crazy, but they're also creative. And I feel like Fluxo, they have been scaling this event, looking better and better, because early on, I had my doubts, I had my questions, but now it's main stage time. They've proven that they deserve to be here, but Border against Furia, map 1. Scary one.
It is a scary one, and the community has spoken. Furia, 70% favored. Are there any final words for Fluxo W7M?
Hey, we're all looking good. It's gonna be the funeral. We're just the occasion. If not, we'll celebrate them as they win.
Well, Furia look to continue their run, but Fluxo, they've been going through the lower bracket. Who takes it? Furia and Fluxo begins now. In the City of Love, we begin the Six Invitational main stage with the greatest team to ever touch the game, and Fluxo W7M, who are eager, bursting, burning for revenge.
They want to prove that Furia cannot go undefeated, that they cannot make every single grand finals, that they in fact can be taken down by a quote-unquote lesser team. But like we said, these two rosters know each other all too well. If you're Furia, you can probably just do your usual and maybe come out ahead because you have better players, more experience, more trophies behind you. For Fluxo, you gotta bring in that wow factor, something, a bit of a curveball to shake Furia and make that prep work not matter and not relevant.
And Fluxo W7M, well, they've got plenty of wow factors. This is such a star-studded roster. Palu and Dodez have the most clutches in the entire Six Invitational this year. 8 clutches each in the 22 maps that they have played. Dodez, 17 3Ks. He's an unbelievable beast. And let's not forget Palu, right? His 8th Six Invitational. He played his first one 7 years ago when he was 18 years of age.
Wow.
And now he is soon to be a father. He's played a Six Invitational in Paris here before. In fact, he's played the grand final. But that tragic day, that tragic weekend for him, where not only did he lose his own father, who passed away back home in Brazil, but he also then lost the grand final. He couldn't do what he was hoping to try and prove to his father. And now, well, he stands here at the Six Invitational looking to take down the greatest to ever do it for a spot in the lower bracket.
There's been a lot of debate this event about the meta and the operators and how do we define this current era of Siege. And I went to Reddit because they had a good post discussion going about what names would they spend, or what names would they use. And most people seem to agree that power-ups has been the most notable word so far. We're in the power-ups meta, where banning and playing very specific, very strong operators are by far the very best. So here, power-ups, the Clash, the Ying, both banned away. You can argue the same thing for Asami. There's a play rate, Grim and Blackbeard being brought out, very much again, those power-up raiders. For Furia, it's good, comfortable guns. A little bit of trap, a little bit of protection, a little bit of drone denial, the Mossy, the Omai deletion. In the very first round, you're on this stage, so much audio, so much noise. It's about settling into a long series and a long match.
That's exactly right. And so we see Fluxo W7M, a stereotypically very aggressive team, starting quite slowly. They're droning out the map. This is a great drone spot here from Palu, as he can spot most of what's happening in office. Fluxo W7M continue to look around, poke and prod, and figure out where they're going to start making a move. But there are a lot of traps on the defensive side. I'm thinking about those goo mines from the Legion. I'm seeing some barbed wire from the Aruni, and of course doors that will be locked up. Info denial from Nade's Mozzie. And if we see a rush attempted here from Fluxo, JV is... well, he should be in position not too far away with a Nitro cell.
C-Dot screen peeking right now for the intel game. Could be a lion scan on window, Blackbeard planting in the door. There's C4 plant denial, but that's really it. If they're in the right position, it could work out. Nade is ready in archives in case they go for it.
Of course, you can't see through the Sens walls with the Warden. Furia, do they have information on what's going down? Because, well, there's no bulletproof camera. But in goes Dots. He's about to meet Philippox. It's a Blackbeard versus the Wamai. As Philippox tries to drop, Dots will shut him down.
Off his control. It's not Archives going to cotton off that bomb site in half. So Nathan Archives is very isolated. No one can really help him, but KZ's at a fountain. But they're stuck in these corner positions.
KZ does on the long angle, spray down one, but Loban has snuck into the objective and cleaned house. Furia now need to fight back as JV will eventually trade the last man standing. That Nitro Cell could easily deny the plant, but he's being covered off from the hallway. He gets able to cross for a brief moment, but Dodez will shut him down, and Fluxo W7M starts strong in the first round.
Very strong indeed. I mean, the saving grace there is actually Loban on the Sens, kind of throws out the roly-polies and cuts off Armory from Archives' line of sight. And it's very important that he doesn't do anything for a very long time. It's going to be that Blackbeard line push inside of office. They apply pressure saying, hey, look over here, we're dangerous. But then Loban, much later in the round, jumps in Archives' window finally and goes for a backstab, taking down KC and Fountain. And that's what opens up everything, allowing Blackbeard to walk inside and establish down that case, that diffuser. So we see it right now. Floxel already off the rip here in the very first round, playing a very sound attack, applying pressure from many different directions, and at the same timing. 3, 2, 1, let's push. And if you're ever a bit unsure about your communication, getting Lion on the board helps you. That's a natural 3, 2, 1 counter when that Lion can start stopping those defenders from moving.
Furia are a team that sometimes start slow, sometimes start strong. Fluxo W7M, I've been really impressed by them so far. A lot of their matches, they've lost the first map and then went on to win the series. We saw that happen against Oxygen, we saw that happen against SSG. They've really faced a lot of grueling 3-map series, and they've looked just fine through it. So even if Border ends up going the way of Furia, of course Furia are the ones who picked this map, then I wouldn't be too scared for Fluxo W7M. I think no matter what happens, we're going to get a really banging 3-map series here, and I should sure hope so.
Now, if you think of Furia, I'm going to say back in their prime, back when they're WCM and winning every single tournament known to man, back to back, the majors, the SI, etc. They were known as a defensive-sided team that would lash out and go for early openings every single round. What we just saw there in the opening where Fluxo just won is they're actually not lashing out at all. They were holding back, waiting for things. Look at this, aggression punished by Volps! A beautiful read! The Solis sees that there's something happening outside, but the DMR, of course, much stronger in the long-range engagement, shutting down the aggression hurts immediately. And when you do this to Furia, this early in a big game, that can affect the mental. Oh, I shouldn't be doing what my natural instincts are telling me? I'm gonna start doubting yourself a bit more.
Yeah. And it's classic from Herds. He's such an aggressive player.
He's the lion.
He is. And he tends to get shut down. When he does, it's hard for him to get his head back in the game. KZ inside of CCTV now feels tempted to also go for a bit of a run out, a bit of aggression. Felipox is the one to lash out for Furia first. Nate is also trapped in a bit of an awkward spot in Office with the triple wall already opened up by Fluxo W7M and a Blackbeard on the other side. He's going to get stabbed in the back by Palu. A second kill for the old guard with the DMR. And the pressure begins to mount for Furia.
Cases to fall back and try and find a teammate upstairs in the Armory Archives. Bombs that is beneath him, but they gotta fight it out. Injured to the wall again. JB leaving just KC left alive on top middle.
It's a dream for Fluxo. These first 2 rounds have been impeccable, untouchable. KZ, a little bit of damage through the wall, but 2 can play at that game. And Loban shuts him down without breaking a sweat.
So we spoke about how the best team today have to play for the adaptations, that flexible play style. Furia right now in the first 2 rounds are playing very spread out around the map, very isolated. Maybe play a bit closer together and get more crossfires established. They're losing the 50-50s, and because they want to play a little bit greedy. They want every single area of the map control. They want the East stairs, they want Office, they want CCTV, they want Break Room. Sometimes you have to cut your loss and say, we cannot play everywhere on the map and have the crossfires. And right now, it's Fluxo WSM winning the individual gunfights and again being the better team.
Yeah, they're 2v1ing them as well.
They
Look
are.
What happened on Office. The Blackbeard is creating a great distraction. Palu can take out one player on the long angle and then use the alleviated crossfire to move in, find a backstab onto the second player. Looks like W7M already looking like they're right on the money here. They've come into Border very well prepared. I know that the guys in the pregame were speculating, Laxing and Foxe were saying, we don't know if it'll really come down to the maps. These teams have played each other so many times in the past. What it really will come down to is the mid-game adaptations, right?
Yeah.
And that's not something we've had a chance to see yet because we're only 2 rounds deep. But Furia, once they start to get a read on the Fluxo playstyle, we'll see them bite back, I guarantee it.
So while the map might not matter, it's about how you play that map, and Furia starting slow could of course be a small concern. We're actually seeing Fluxo engage the crowd right now, clapping for the crowd, saying, let's cheer us on together. While Furia will sit there, looking at each other, thinking, guys, we're down 0-2, what do we need to change to bring it back? Because again, if this is the last dance, there is a lot more on the line as your goodbye.
If it is the last dance, then what does it mean for these players? Because while this is the greatest team we've ever seen in history, a lot of these players don't necessarily take the cake as the greatest player in history.
No, it's very much a team effort, and I think play style especially, how they play together, how in sync they've been throughout the times, the finals. It's also why seeing them lose the rounds they have so far here on Border, it has been a surprising factor, because it has been them being caught off guard, not having that synchronization, Fluxo being a step ahead. So just for the people watching right now, apologies with a technical pause for a short moment.
Wow.
I can't tell you why because I don't know, but we're figuring it out.
We'll be back into it before too long. Such a beautiful stage. Ian and Milosh on the intro before were talking about how we've got all of these beautiful flowers skirting around the stage, adorning it. It's gorgeous. One of my favorite stages we've ever had in Rainbow Six Esports, and we've had quite a few at this point. 10 years into the competition at our 10th Six Invitational. So many events, so many champions have come and gone, so many prodigies came and went. And the era of Siege in 2026 is so different to what we saw in 2016. Completely different game.
I sat down.
And now, with Fluxo W7M taking a 2-round lead, oh man, it's not a great day to be Furia. You see Igor taking a seat behind the players, just having to relax, keep his squad ready, keep his squad chilled out. Furia have been in this position 100, 1,000 times before. Fluxo W7M, they still have plenty of main stage experience, even though it has been a hot minute. Of course, let's not forget that 1.5 years ago, Dodes, Loban, Dots, and Volps were major champions in Montreal.
History, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look.
You were saying how different the game was, you know, from now to 2016. I sat down with Stumpin for the content piece called Generations, where you have an old man, that was me, with a very young, not rookie, but first or second year player. You know, we had Ashton on with Canadian, with myself, we had Stumpin, and we're going through clips of my time as a pro player in 2016, and Stumpin was like, trying to hold back laughter, be like, yo, you all suck. Like, what are you doing, right? He was barely born. He was like 8 years old back then. He was barely born.
That's unreal.
Now we saw Dots locked in the strats, by the way, the strat book open, going through the pages.
As he should be.
I love how there's so many different approaches to a technical and tactical timeout, just how you spend your time. For some players, it's about emotions, either maintaining composure or building confidence.
You see some players meditate.
We see meditation, players like SSG are very known for that. We have some people, one tap King right there, apparently. We have some players like the IGLs very often, the in-game leaders, very much be strat-oriented. Or maybe it's even taking notes like, okay, we noticed this in round 1, how can we abuse that later on? Because Siege's all about keeping a 3-minute like kind of backlog of what happened in the previous round, and then only take out the most important details. And when you see that bomb site the second time around, then you gotta go back and be like, what happened again? Or there was these small things.
You've got to just remove everything. Wow, we've got so many. We got Dockerby, we had Nook, we even had the hostage. Wow, the outfits of everyone here in the venue are insane. I'm loving it. Looks like we might be getting back into it very shortly. What are you looking at?
What are we looking at there?
What do you got there, Logan? Don't know what
I think it's a monitor wipe, maybe, even. It looked like for like dedusting or...
Yeah, if he gets a little bit too excited and spits all over the monitor during
Oh, that,
some
yeah.
call-outs. Oh, we've got a blitz shield.
That's it. That's my...
Oh!
Oh, that's my kind of guy right there.
Phenomenal. Oh, the cosplayers are so
IQ
good
next
here.
door, yeah.
It's like Palu's having a chat with one of the admins. Now, we were talking about how this Fluxo roster, when they were W7M a year and a half ago, raised the major trophy in Montreal. It does make Palu the only player in this game to never raise a trophy. He's not played in a Pro League Finals Grand Final.
No, you're right.
He never raised a major trophy. He's never raised an EWC trophy. And of course, never a Six Invitational, despite being in 3 Grand Finals. Copenhagen, Jönköping, both majors. And let's not forget, the last time the Six Invitational was in Paris in 2021.
That's true.
He's the best player to never win anything.
For the longest time, that was a duo statement with Nesk and Palu in Liquid.
Well, yes.
And then when Nesk retired and Palu went here, well, technically Palu went here first, then Nesk retired, but either way, when they split.
It makes me question, can Palu do what Nesk could not? Nesk regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. That beast of a legendary player from Brazil who in his very first season in Pro League made it to the Grand Finals with, at the time, Black Dragons back in 2017. Brazil had only had a Pro League for a few months, and already this team out of Brazil is beating some of the best European and North American teams, and they gave you guys a run for your money as well in that Grand Final. You had to sub in your 6th player just to take down Black Dragons.
Little Falco and KS switcheroo back in the day. They then changed the rule book right after, making that pretty much impossible. And you had to share the same keybinds and setup and mouse and keyboard and all that kind of stuff. And
talk about how the game has changed. Like, oh, here we go. Sam Fisher's in the house. Talk about how the game has changed. You brought in a 5th player, or 6th player rather, just because he knew a certain strat with mute jammers that nobody else could do.
That's it. On Bank, Falco was like, I can play open area and I can play. And we go, what do you need? He goes, nothing. No reinforcements? No. Should we roam with you? No. I roam alone. And he would just 1v5 basically.
And he did the same on Consulate as well with these mute jammers in the basement that would work through the floor to protect lobby. I used those mute jammers for years in ranked.
Everyone
afterwards.
did. Man. They were default mute jammers after the fact because they were so efficient. They were so good.
Good old back in the day, of course, Inesk has just recently retired because then actually, ironically, the current Black Dragons roster knocked him out of contention for the Six Invitational.
Irony, huh?
The irony.
How things start and how things they end.
Yeah.
But no matter what you think about Inesk, the player, whether he was like, I don't know, not a real GOAT or he was the GOAT or whatever, he was one of the biggest reasons why Brazil and LATAM got put on the map back when they did. Nesk has done probably more for the region than any other singular player has.
Without a doubt.
Of course, Raza with his co-streams, of course, covering the events and whatnot. Now,
in terms of being an active player.
Yeah, and before Brazil was even, as you said, officially in Tier 1 Pro League, it was Nesk who got the 1v5 in Oregon against Pain Gaming. It was Nesk who go to international tournaments as like the star player. It was his story for such a long time. And he was the best player in the world for many of those years.
For a player that has played so long and was, you know, older for an esports player. And we don't have any 30-year-olds here at the Six Invitational in the playing.
You're right.
For example, you know, the oldest player at the SI is Canadian, who's just a few months away from turning 30. But Nesk was in his late 20s when he retired, and he was still on the front line, entry fragging.
Yeah.
He was still good at it. It was just his time to move on and focus on his family. And now, of course, his OG duo that we always talked about, Palu, he's moved on to a new team. Here he is with Fluxo W7M, also never having raised a hammer, never even having a major trophy, never in a Pro League trophy like Nesk himself did achieve back in 2017. Was it 2018? I forget.
I think it was...
It was Atlantic City.
Yeah, that must have
Back
been
in the day.
2017. Must have been. So, yeah, actually, it's true. The,
I can confirm, guys, we're getting back into the game.
Are you confirming that?
The fist pumps are coming through.
That's the signal, yeah? Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, fist pumps. Man, Igor's got a very stressful job.
I was going to say, he looks a bit stressed today. But I believe he wants to speak to the boys, maybe? Yeah, there it is.
Time for a tactical timeout for Furia.
Tá, bom que vocês já sabem. Ó, quem vai fazer pixel, eu quero que pegue o Castle. Quem não vai fazer pixel, eu quero trap ela e torne com arame. Esquece Biri.
Ah, ela eu já tô de arame, guys.
Qualquer coisa, tu faz esse Varden, mas faz de 12 aí pra gente tá de boa. E qualquer coisa, pô, você pega a Denari, você põe só a da banana lá pra gente e o resto você fica segurando
pra
ali
mim,
pra tu na leste pra tu ficar grandão. Ó, eu quero o Castle na janela do cimento, na rádio, na porta do fundos e eu acho que na janela banana. Pra eles quebrar isso tudo, eles vão estar bem fodidos. Holdem a posição de vocês e tá de boa. Se tiver mais pro fim do round, vocês podem fazer o cruzado ali pra fonte, um pouco mais, que vai um pouquinho.
Eu acho que a gente muda o ban nome de terceiro e ban Twitch. Fecha a ban.
E aí a gente joga com esses três, nos três bombas funciona.
It's obviously a very early tag timeout from Igor, but I think getting ahead of the problem is very, very wise. Border can flip very quickly, can get ugly very quickly, and if this is the pace that Fluxo have set this early, you have to counter it. I heard some Ella, some castle, some concrete words being thrown around.
Maybe a cap can?
Oh, the EDDs.
I heard very much traps, you know, a lot of traps. And I think that's the right call. We're very much in a meta at the moment because it's so much about gap finding on the attacking side. The defense loves to lean
Gotta
into
close
traps.
it, man. That's what he's doing. Concrete. We gotta pour some concrete, close some gaps.
Fluxo W7M, we've casted a lot of them this event so far, and you know how they get around those traps? They play a lot of Brava and Twitch. And even Flores. All of the special drone squad makes their appearance, they send those in, they clear everything out, and then they just do what they were going to do anyway.
That's literally it. And there's just something about how efficient they are at finding those gaps time and time again. Now, Fury, we can talk operators, we can talk about the setup, the traps, etc. I want to see some more established crossfires. Like I said, choose which area of the map you truly want to fight for, hard hold those positions, and either fall back or fight together. Not the whole let's play every single area isolated in the 1v2s or 1v1s, because like we said, when one player falls on border, you lose a lot of map control, you can't refrag, and it makes the rest of the round even more challenging with every single death. So you want to try and trade equally across the board. When a defender dies, you kill an attacker, now you're 4v4, so on and so forth. That's going to be a big win condition. So look out for the trading game here from the side of Furia.
So I have a translation of the tactical timeout from our lovely Maria. Pick Castle, Ella, Thorn, and Barbed Wire. Felipox, pick Denari, and put in Banana and hold East. I want Castle in Radio, Cement, and Banana Door, so they will be very effed. Felipox, let's change Nomad ban and ban Twitch instead.
So they got the read.
Next round, they can actually ban out the Twitch potentially.
Interesting. So Nomad, of course, the runouts, but instead, if they're gonna play the Tributor, like you said, those pesky drone operators can be denied instead. Grim Beast going out, and now we see Hertz falling back. You see, not playing for his life solo in CC 1v5, falling back towards a teammate that's closer by instead.
Entry from the Sen supported by the Zafir, who takes a little bit of damage. Dots in a slightly off-plan position to try and avoid the bangs through the smoke. Amidst the chaos, though, Furia look for an opening, but Dodes is shut down by KZ. The Ella comes to life inside a CC, and Fluxo W7M have to pick the pieces back up again. Volps caught between two players, can't find his target, and now Dots unable to get that diffuser down. Finally has a sigh of relief after that one kill, but he's caught on camera, and he's so separated from his teammate of Palu on the other side of the map. And now the soon-to-be father is the last man standing. The Lion of Furia steps up and holds the fort.
such a good rotation, giving up CCTV, not dying in that 1v5 to make Armory weaker, but fall back and then retake it later on. You saw there at the end in the 2v3, Paolo was so desperate to get inside of Armory, cut the bomb set in half, and enable his teammate to go for a plant attempt. But he was fighting CC the entire time because they never gave up control fully. Furia, Igor, great read, great adaptation. Of course, they hit their shots, and now they got a game plan on their hands because they said before, next round, don't ban the Nomad, ban the Twitch to enable this style more and more and more.
It tells you a lot about what Fury originally intended to do. When they were going to ban that Nomad, it was lots of runouts, lots of aggression. Remember round 2, Herds went for a spawn pick after he saw a player droning. Didn't work out. Fury have thought, okay, we're not going to go for aggressive runouts. We don't need to ban that Nomad. It's a waste. Get rid of the Twitch, keep leading into the traps.
Very important to note here, Sense got changed. I think it's like a year ago now, maybe more, maybe less.
Can't see through it.
You can't see through it as a smoke grenade, so I'm sure some people go, oh, they had a BP camera and archives, they could see the plant go down, etc.
Can't see through.
Nobody can see through it. Glass can't either. Oh, we actually have a hostage here.
Look, does not want to give him back.
So when Sense dies, it changed how that attack was structured because now you will get red ping without the wall, and that's where the fear of the wall bangs are coming through. They had to go deep.
But we did see a real clue of how Fluxo want to attack in that round. It's a little bit everywhere all at once. Even if they do want to go for an Archives rush, they're going to have pressure CC. They're going to try and distract the remaining Furia players. As we see, the bans have rolled on through. The Twitch, as Igor suggested for Furia. On the flip side, the Castle. So Fluxo doesn't want to give Furia the ability to lock up and change the architecture of the map.
It's funny because if I had to pick out one area that was a big weakness last round, it was the CCTV window was castle barricaded and they never opened it. So in that late round, when Casey's in the middle of CC, not possible had the castle barricade been opened, giving Paolo a way to help his teammate. So I think the castle ban is very wise. But now we're going to see the Bravo Flores in substitution of the Twitch ban.
And he's checking for traps. He's looking out. Is there a Kapkan? No. Is there? What is he looking for on the ceiling? I don't know if it's a Valkyrie.
Fenrir.
Perhaps a Fenrir Dreadmine. And so with the Twitch being banned out, of course, Fluxo can still lean into the Brava for drones and arms.
He's so sure there's something here. Oh, there it is.
There it is. He found the Dreadmine eventually. Talking about other operators left unbanned, the Nomad, which originally Furia was going to ban, that has made an appearance. So Furia's going to have a little bit of restricted mobility.
Does mean that the pace will change as well, right? Fluxo a bit slow in the first minute, 30 seconds. They got to spin the Flores and the Brava first and then work together. What we see often, let's say Ryan, for example, is you start playing these drone operators, your team doesn't keep that in mind, and the game very quickly becomes like a, 2v5 or 3v4 because you're still spawn droning. So Dots and Blackbeard downstairs makes an appearance. They know East is clear. There's no danger, there's no threat. It's free map control here from inside of Fluxo, slowly tightening the net around the entire building. Casey under a lot of fire will survive and fall back towards the bomb site, letting his teammate with more health upstairs play his spot instead.
We still have a whole 4 players upstairs for Fury, a very solid hold. Volk's now making an entrance, able for his Blackbeard, but Loban has taken down Philippos. Managed to sneak up the metal stairs somehow, and here comes the execute. Upstairs, Fluxo flush them out one by one. Still JV and Herds try to hold on for as long as they can up the top. But there are lurkers down on the ground floor, and Volps has finally finished off KZ.
Furia playing the clock, they're falling back, then retaking top floor again, playing the entirety of the positioning game right now on the lot of fire. Dodge with the case in CCTV. There's the Blackbeard, mind you. He has the roam clear. He also has to be the planter later on, has to stay alive and go for a different location.
30 seconds, time is ticking away. Nade on the side is trying to hide for as long as he can, but with Herd still upstairs, Fluxo not able to go for a plant down below. This is going to be really desperate. You're right.
Creeping in.
Going to have to go through Workshop, and Dots is looking to plant in the smoke. If Nade gets on his gadget, he will be able to see through. Surely there's a spray that could come through from JV, but he's too late. The plant goes down, and now JV is surrounded, and Fluxo W7M collapse.
Fluxo once again. They have a strong plan A. Fight for top floor control, get kills if they want to surrender those to us. If they fall back, we will flip it. They took top floor. We saw Dots on the BB go deep in CCTV, get shot to less than half health, and then go, I can't fight anymore. Guys, the roam clears off. Yes, we want to get that final kill in Armory, but it's not worth it. Let's just go for a plant attempt. And they just do it. They sprint from CCTV into East Stairs and walk into the bomb side. and the only person with the smokes was ready, waiting for the Blackbeard. It was orchestrated ahead of time. Communication is super clean and very much foresight in these strategies.
A lot of individual moments that just worked out for Fluxo there.
Definitely.
The collapse on the top floor was impeccable. Herds, we can see in that clip, was completely distracted. When the execute was coming through, he wanted to deny the plan vertically. I want to know what happened for JV on the Tachenka. He had a red ping. He knew exactly where that plant was going down. But instead, he tried to fight the player on the workshop door. If he just swung as wide as he could and sprayed through the smoke, maybe the plant would have been denied.
The funny thing about operators like the Tachenka is that there might actually be a very easy lineup that denies that plant spot without exposing himself to the guy on the blue door. It's very possible, but we wouldn't know it. And I don't think JV knew it either, because he swung the door instead, right? And that's the thing about Tachenka. He hasn't fully been figured out, has a lot of potential left up their sleeves. That's why we see Smoke being banned actually a fair bit at this event, because Smoke has been figured out. You know all the lineups.
A little surprised we didn't see a Smoke instead of the Tachenka last round. It might have led it to it being a little bit of a different story. Timing could be perfect here for Loben. He's been so on fire already. 8 kills to his name in just 5 rounds as JV is quickly shut down.
Again, the communication, the droning customs, forcing him back, red ping for fake pressure. And you know, as you say, Prime Furia, they don't fall back because of red ping. They will fight their ground. Look at this, 2v1. The timing is perfect. If that's a bait, that's genius. He sprinted into CCTV with the sound cue while Nate held the middle stairs, knowing, look at be called too late.
If Nate wasn't there, then KZ's a dead man. Loben, though, early on the lurk, but quickly shut down. I think Furia will happily take the 1-for-1 trade. Of course, they still have his stairs control. Philippox is holding on for as long as he can. He's the tuber out.
Yeah. Mind you, though this is on the Thatcher, which hard counters Kaid. Kaid dying for Deimos? Oh, this is worth it if you're on the defensive side. And also Timer, half the round burned away. Fluxo again, a little bit slower pace right now. Loben is that spearhead. When he does die, we need to replace him with a different injured player. But who's going to do that? Paolo is Grim. 5 Grim Bees in pocket, so important. Volps just spent the last Togepi, now they can aggress up. But as I say that, Paolo goes down to Felipox. This injury, it has no teeth.
If Fluxo W7M cannot find a way to clear out that deadly player on East Stairs. And so instead, they try and focus up on KZ. But he is so good at holding these hard-to-kill positions. Sneaking through from East Stairs into 90. Dots will find one, but KZ, quick on the trade. Volps has finally shut down Herds, who I think was in offices, and that's going to force a rotation from Felipox. He goes back towards the bomb site. Tellers. KZ has that diffuser. It's locked down on 90. Volps is going to get access to all the defenders' cameras now.
That's smart. Get a bit more information. No time to drone. No drones left really either. They still think there's a room upstairs, surprisingly enough. We know that KZ's waiting right around this corner.
KZ needs his kill, and he does find it. Donis did not have time to drone. And Volps now needs to refrag, pushing for the play onto the Warden. He goes for the run out. And the Nitro Cell will take him down, but he knows exactly where Felipox is because that cameras have been hacked and Felipox just walked straight past the default.
7 seconds.
Now Volps has all the information he needs.
3 seconds.
But time is not on his side. He needs to go
1
deep
second.
for the kill, but Felipox with the DMR holds the line for Furia.
No rotate between the sites. Only one way in, that's the door. Felipox, he's the IGL, the mastermind, the backbone of this roster. He will lock down the round for his team. Furia, again, slowly figuring things out, how to approach it up top floor, where to fight, when to fight. And while Loben got a beautiful injury kill off the drone working customs, he went even further and then got punished. And that's the thing about Border. Border is maybe one of the only maps where Loben going for another aggressive play after already finding the opening is not a bad idea. Had we played Bank, had we played Consulate, had we played Clubhouse, you'd probably go, Loben, you're kind of trolling because that's too risky. But this is Border. You have to keep up that aggression, that confidence. And Loben, he loves the middle stairs. Every game we've cast, he will find a way into that staircase. He will get a kill or two.
He's looking for a gap constantly. And that's why we keep seeing these traps being brought. Igor said in his tactical timeout, a lot of barbed wire, a lot of Ella. We're even seeing the Thorn now, which was also mentioned. Herds and KZ are hard sticking this operators. That's 2 sets of barbed wire. And then 4 Thorn traps, 3 Grishmot mines. Now we have the extra layer, information from the Echo.
A lot of people are gonna go, but James, Barbwire is useless.
Oh, not anymore, it's not.
That's the thing, right? With the Thorn, really strong. You can guarantee a lot of damage or a kill. But even without the Thorn, Barbwire on the middle staircase will make no attacker go there. The presence of a Barbwire changes the outcome of the round. Not having a Barbwire means they will go there now. When there's Barbwire, they won't go there, so you think, oh, it's useless because they never punched it.
Perceived pressure.
Exactly.
It's about being able to alleviate your anxiety on one side.
Okay.
KZ, give it a rest. Dodes, what did he do to deserve that? A spray drive by the barricade, and it doesn't get much better here for Fluxo.
Yeah, they're using the Philly box aggression, right? The Yokai drone scouting for intel, it counters the Monty, counters the injuries, enables the spawn peek, and Dots is dead as well. This round is falling apart. That's that Fury aggression that we know and love, and it's why they wanted the Nomad ban originally.
And now Fluxo W7M, well, nice little love tap from Palus. Philippox will go down 2v4. He needs to reclaim that diffuser. Now, Pox still has a few Yokai drones that he can just look at, but he can't actually move them and use them to get more aggressive for Furia. I think 4 players up. This is pretty much locked in. How does Furia fumble this? I don't really see a way.
Has to be a bit of a throw here. You gotta give them their ones. But Loben is alive. He's the master of finding those gunfights. He's fishing downstairs, up the bathroom, heads towards office. Here comes the track, exposing both his and Sentry's location, which is not going to be right above him.
Sentry's ages away. It does give info.
Fountain.
Yeah, he's on solid floor, so there's no ability to go for a shot through that ceiling. Palu's just baiting for a kill. They don't know that CCTV is actually clear at the moment because KZ is holding onto his position with the shield. That's the advantage as well. I believe they brought that on the Echo. Perhaps the Sentry and KZ can use it to continue fighting. Yeah. Another kill for him. And Furia have pretty much guaranteed this round. It was a 3-1 start for Fluxo W7M. And now Loben has to clutch a 1v4. Otherwise, Furia will tie the score for seconds. He actually, like you said, has a grenade. He could take out the shield at that 90 position. KZ's going to fall back. 1v2, this is starting to look a little sketchy.
It is. If only that grenade went out before your teammate died first, right? Thornchip has to push through, but one step backwards, the Thorn catches you. Barbwire on the ground as well, and it's why the Barbwire Thorn can be so lethal.
Fury have brought it back to an even score at the end of the half after a 3-1 deficit. They did use their tactical timeout very early, but it was clearly worth it. And now Igor has another chance to talk to the squad while they're doing the second set of operator bans.
Yeah, you're gonna go, guys, ban A, ban B, now let's talk strategy. Because you only get these, 30 plus seconds or so. So Thatcher and Clash get traded out. The fact that Thatcher gets banned away could very well be some trickeronis here.
Thatcher ban is a bit suspicious.
Could be a Kaida 2-brow response.
No. I was wondering.
Oh, is it C4s?
You ban the Thatcher, you ban the Glaz. That is like the new meta, the cheese meta for these attacks, right? These rushes. You have the Glaz, you smoke things up, you plant ideally behind a shield, and the Thatcher EMPs those C4s. That's not in play for the rest of this
That's
half.
a good shot, actually. We've seen that a fair bit of times. The same thing with the Goyo ban and Clash ban, right? What does that stop? It stops the rush, it stops the push. So very much goes both ways.
Fury are trying to enable the rush by banning out Clash and Goyo.
Exactly.
Also trying to deny
stop the rush. Playing the same game on different sides.
Fluxo using those bans on 2 less banned operators does open the floodgates for all of the other power-ups.
It does. It very much does. I mean, we gotta talk about all the shields are in,
3 big shields.
Yeah, Blitz, Blackbeard, and Monty, the Grim, the Deimos.
Ying, Deimos, Dokkaebi.
Literally everything. It's almost a matter of, like, guys, which really strong attacker should we bring this round? Because everything is wide open.
Well, they're not really leaning into the cheese, are they?
No, they're not.
Oh, the Monty's gonna stick, but no Ying, which is available. I guess with the Warden still up, it's a bit more dangerous to go for anything too flash or smoke centric.
And they're gonna play the Warden probably every single round, if not close to, because they gotta respect the possibility of it.
You'd probably expect this to be a Warden or Mirror ban come through in the next 3 rounds.
Definitely could be.
But of course, we've got a whole lot of Siege to play before we even get there.
But before, Laxing, I think, has a call-in for us, James.
Let's see what Lax has to say.
Loading new mag.
Or do we not?
Perhaps not.
That's all right. Laxing, look, when you're ready, mate, get in here. Otherwise, we'll just keep on chilling. Keep on watching as Furia start to mount up a little bit of pressure.
Entirely certain. Now, Furia not known as the biggest shield team known to man. Both teams are playing against it, also playing with it.
Hollow goes back.
But it has to be brought here by Mr. Nate.
My question is, how's Furia going to deal with the mirror windows?
I'm changing max!
Loban's still holding his position in the hallway at 90. Volps as well with that DMR. It's so good for the long angles. Plus the mirror window makes East control much less impactful here, even once Furia get it. Finally, a nice big shot from Palu as he hunts down KZ below out of nowhere. Furia have found an opening, and Fluxo have very quickly shut it back down again.
Yeah, issue with the Monty, right? You can get in the battle, but the teammates behind you can't just walk in that same door into those exact same crossfires. So you gotta problem solve. Step by step, C4! Nicely tossed by Palu. Leaving his 2 attackers left, Felibox and Monty, the 2 supportive operators of Brava and the Monty. Felibox, the only real gun in the server on the attacking side, has to do all the hunting and all the roam clearing.
Oh, the barbell is surely gonna kill him somehow. Felibox survives, only takes a bit of damage, but he has the debuff from the Thorn now. And Loban is hanging out down below with this Nitro Cell primed and ready. He's gonna keep it for now. Oh, beautiful wallbang from Nade with the pistol. Has a perfect read onto Volps. Now it's just going to be a plant attempt. Surely this isn't possible. Loban down below. Boom. And a nuclear C4 shuts down the push from Furia.
Yeah.
Leapox has everything to do.
One step ahead now.
One
the very beginning
with the DMR. Needs to isolate these one by one as he knows exactly where Dots is on the Warden. Info from a yellow ping, but Dots will swing to win. And Fluxo W7M retake the lead.
It has just been like a matter of being one step ahead. I don't know what else to say. Fluxo were ready for the Monty, ready with the verticality, and understanding as long as you establish very strong crossfire and play around the mirror window, they can't do much about it. Fury are being forced into picking things apart strategically, which I'm not saying it's a weakness of theirs, but it's not their biggest strength. So very much a good game of adaptation.
And you talk about strategy.
We're deep in there.
At the moment, deep into the strat book, getting ready to set up for the next round. And I believe it is now time to hear from our lovely analyst, Laxing.
All right, are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes,
all right,
sir.
I want to talk about that last round, Pengu. I love that you talked about, you know, they played slow, they delayed that time, they played off into those layers, and that's what we need to see. That's where they failed on their attacks. That's why Fury was so ready for it, because they were just repeating the exact same attacks. And we talk about those stylistic matchups. This is going to be so important for the side of Fluxo to make these work, but not only make them work, when they readdress them for the next time they go back to that site, they have to do something different, or Fury is going to have a response. But just like we saw there, they played off those layers. They waited to make Furia force their own hand. They have to be ready to switch that tempo at a given's notice.
Thank you so much, Laxing. And I'm right there with you. I think both of us having that former player experience have seen Border one too many times to figure out what the weaknesses really are. Now, in terms of adaptations, Furia struggled with the mirror window in particular. It's being brought out again.
They're not bringing Ash, they're not bringing Kali,
and they're doubling down with Kaid as well. So I feel like Fluxo very much recognized they struggled with this. Meanwhile, Furia is showing us maybe we didn't as much as you think that we did. It's that, or of course, plan B, circumvent the mirror window. If it's somewhere facing, let's say, Armory portion, you go Archives. But there are 2 mirror windows on the mirror, which means if they spread those out evenly, you can cover vast majority of the important areas of the map.
Yeah, I think it's a bit scary here for Fury.
90.
They also don't have any clear counters for the Aruni gates. You're not bringing the Brava. The Thorn has proven to be a real struggle, and against this Blackbeard, that smoke is going to be really powerful as well. So Furia need to make sure that they find a way to crack through this defense, whether it's by subverting some of this control where a lot of the util is stacked and looking for a gap elsewhere, or just addressing it head on. That's going to be hard because they don't have clear-cut util to address a lot of it.
That's why I think it's taking a bit longer to get started, because they really have to, as you say, James, measure 2 or 3 times before cutting once. These pushes, when they come, have to be very clean, and they're constantly rotating. Soft mirror in the downstairs, so the call has been made, guys. Soft mirror, Force can clear it out, perhaps, but the way in, not possible. Instead, the soft wall is reinforced as well, so you can't get in there. The Kite Claw looking for it. The issue is that Kite Claw, if it's not right here, it could be the floor above. I don't see it in this room.
I think it's in the room above.
I think so too.
Have a look for that. Nade is now trying to nade it
Oh,
out.
they don't know where it is at
Fury
all.
are just getting completely counter-stratted.
Guys, it's not here, right? It's not here, boys.
Where is that mirror? Where is that Kayuklo? It's gonna have to be the floor above.
They're being locked out by a single iconic.
JV thinks it's right there in the corner, so he's gonna use a Selma on it. He might be right, but meanwhile, if in doubt, frag it out. Herds has snuck in from the back line and found a big double kill. Somehow Nate is looking for a plant as well as Herds has found a third one. Finally shut down. Loban is gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here for Fluxo W7M, but at the drop of a hat, Furia have found the plant into the post plants, and they bite back hard. Fluxo in a 1v4, and even Loban with 12 kills cannot find the round. The hero of the day is Herds for Furia.
That's ridiculous. Strategically, completely locked out by Kayuklo. They're grenading, they're floor shooting, thinking it's gotta be some here, right? It's not. It's the trickery of some of these operators. And this is honestly, you see big smiles from Igor. We stole the round. We messed up, we got stuck, and yet we just do what we do best. 3-2-1 push.
Strategically, that round was so GG.
It was.
Furia were absolutely cooked. They had nothing going for them. They were using Selmas without
on soft floor.
On soft floor, because they assumed that the Electroclaw must be in that corner. Like, that's how desperate they were. And then Herds is like, you know what, maybe I'll just go and kill everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what he did. He walks in, takes a smoke out first, watches his own flank, a second pre-fire, gets Dotus on the Thorn, on the flanker, and then a vertical hipfire. Like, it's ridiculous.
Hipfire through the floorboards, by the way.
The second they take down the smoke, who can then toss in a smoke grenade into default plant spot, BB rushes that bomb site and starts planting. They know there's a gap now.
Oh my god. Cosplay this event is
so many as well.
And a lot of niche skins being cosplayed.
Now, Fluxo W7M, when we cast them in phase 1, phase 2 this tournament, they were kind of like the budget Fury. Like they're lashing out, the spawn peeking, they're running their enemies. They're heavily playing into strategy for this one. That's the curveball that we wanted to see.
Quite a 180.
Yeah, this is not like their current. I mean, that's Fluxo, right? That's what they do usually. A little cheeky peek. And like Laxing said, changing the pace. Fury had to figure out that pace, but if Fluxo keep changing it, it's very hard to feel that in the server, what kind of tempo they're going for. And we're gonna see Nate on a second round of Monty, which the first time around wasn't necessarily the solution they were needing.
And of course, with Loban popping off, you give him a license to make aggressive plays. However, it won't always work. Filippo's gonna go deep.
He's just gonna plant.
He saw that he killed the Solar, so he knows they won't have info into the planter. An aggressive C4 from DOS, but Filippox hears the rip and goes around to find the kill. Oh, it's genius from Filippox. He's taking matters into his own hands, and he still stays on the side. Now he's slowed everything down. He knows Filippox has pretty much read the round to perfection. Fluxo have to get aggressive, and one by one they fall. Filippox is the IGL, and he leads the charge from the front for Furia.
They took down the Solar's main door and thought, that's the win con. If we're playing that strat, that's how we figure out when and where the planet is going down. So if we rush right now, they won't know a damn thing. And then Filippox plays it beautifully, dukes the C4, wide swings, wins the individual fight up against the Bandit. And it's funny because that's 2 rounds of Monty, where the Monty has been the least valuable operator in the round for the attackers. Yet, one time they won, one time they lost. Whoa. You'll see it here if you have sharp eyes. They banned the Monty.
Wow.
They banned the Monty. Mirror ban, not surprised at all.
Fluxo take their tactical. What do you got to say, Norris?
Oh, too late maybe?
I think that it was, I can see from the monitors right now that the round has actually started, so it looks like we didn't have the tactical timeout called in time, so it's now been cancelled. Igor should have his mic up, but he's not talking to the team. Oh, no. Maybe we are.
I think we're playing on.
Are we going to pause the game?
Might be a rehost.
So we're going to rehost into the tactical timeout. So we're going to have, I believe, a technical pause first, and then we'll do the tactical timeout.
Okay. That is, just to speak to the operator bans there. The mirror ban, very expected. That was going to be like my #1 priority by far, if I'm on the attacking side of Furia. The Monty ban, from the outside looking in, looked completely useless as a non-factor. I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't think Furia were playing around it. Like they're playing the operator, but they're not structuring the attack around the operator, which normally you would do with a Monty. So I feel like banning it away, one, will make Furia stronger, because now Nate gets a real operator, but also two, did you really feel any pressure from the Monty if you're on the defending side?
And you've always got Blackbeard and Blitz as well if you want another shield.
And they can do, I mean, obviously, Blitz and Blackbeard can't do what Monty does. But if Monty doesn't do anything, then you're better off banning the Blackbeard or the Blitz because they do something else.
Yeah, it's just interesting to me that Fluxo have essentially gone for all 3 operator bans targeting the Execute with Glaz, the Thatcher, and now the Monty. They haven't gone for anything like the Dokkaebi. Wow, proximity alarm. The Smoke Elite as well.
You know, I thought IQ was gonna put out like a Valk cam and be like, "Ha, I got you, I found you," but it was a phone. I was like, "Oh no, no."
All right, looks like we're almost ready to get into this tactical timeout. Norris has a chance to talk to the Fluxo W7M roster.
He's probably like, "Oh guys," he's like having a speech, right?
Yeah.
Gotta get into the right groove.
I feel like if you're a coach, you would have a little notepad, right? Like it would. If I was a coach, I would want a little notepad and just constantly jotting down notes between rounds so that you know what you're going to say in your tactical timeout, so you know what you can say at the end of the map.
Well, very much so.
All right, guys.
There it is.
We're about to get back into the game. The tactical timeout has officially been called. It will start as soon as the game has actually launched. The map's actually begun, which will be in just a moment. Mics are about to be unlocked now. Norris really needs to chime in. And here he goes for W7M.
Sinal default. Única diferença, eu quero trocar o lobo para Azami, para você ficar jogando dando prioridade para banana. Tá? Bobão, você vai ser Smoke para fazer na leste. Quando você gastar seus 3 Smoke, pede pro lobo, ou for o DZK, o lobo tampa a janela passarela, você volta, vai jogar do Zig, pune um drone, desce e depois vai para metal e sobe, tipo, você não quer morrer no Zig, tá? Que a gente não tem reforço lá. Oficina, a gente vai fazer a mesma coisa.
Tá falando Zig ou Matrix? Zig mesmo, Zig é Zig.
Exato, Zig.
Tá bom, beleza.
Mas você começa no Matrix, é isso?
Sim, eu vou começar lá e... você sabe que ele vai fazer
oficina default, a gente vai pegar, só que aí dessa vez o roupão vai de Azami, vai pegar, fazer step last, e aí...
Well, of course, we won't know what they said, but we are awaiting Maria's translation for us. Norris is what we call a vibes coach.
Oh, he
and that's
really
not a negative thing at all. He always seems to have the correct words for his boys.
Well, you remember when Igor took his tactical timeout, it was
very strategic.
So strategic. Yeah. It was bring the Ella, bring the Thorn, bring the Castle, do this. We're going to kill them here, right? We're going to do this. It's all about the game stuff. Norris, I mean, he has some of the best aura. At Reload, when we had a chance to see teams pick their opponents, he had some of the most vicious aura. He was so relaxed.
Yeah, it seems to be more general for him. They can be plays like guys, they're playing this style, play faster, play slower.
That said, this game so far, as you identified, Fluxo have been playing unusually strategic.
They have. So I am curious if this is a sign to go back to basics, because the only problem I have with it is the way they lost that previous round was they went back to the very old aggressive in-your-face style for Fluxo W7M, running out main dot twice, both people dying, and then they lost the bomb site control. I feel like the strategy has been working so well for them, but now we're gonna dig into the layers, okay? They bring the mirror and the heavy strategy the first 3 rounds. They force the mirror back. Now they're gonna play the more, we're gonna hold areas with good guns, traps like they usually do, which is more comfortable for them, and they've cheesed a round or 2. So I could see this being the turning point for Fluxo's playstyle to change.
Of course, if you're not aware, a lot of these teams don't just have a coach, they've got a slew of support staff. Fluxo W7M have Thug, who's been their analyst for quite some time now. Yep.
I like that name.
And Furia have quite a few. They just brought on Lenda and Abridex just recently to support them.
One from NIP, is that correct? Was it NIP? Ooh, I believe from, I think from Twitter, Ego was like, they picked up one of the freelancers from NIP.
Yeah, I think they were formerly of NIP. Both of them, I believe.
Oh, both of them?
I'm not 100% sure on that. But Furia have a whole army of analysts because they've also got Abreu, who's been their assistant coach for quite some time, and Vitz, who I believe is still doing analyst work for them. You can analyze all you like. If Dodes is swinging, you better be careful. Dodes has been really hot throughout the tournament, but has had a quiet start to today. About to get spotted by the Twitch drone, but Herds doesn't have a lot of ways to try and flush him out, and Nade might do the trick with KZ down below.
Just use a Thorn Trap. If there is one by this when you jump in, you are cooked. So I think the Twitch drone going in first, just looking for it, but it could also be in the shelf, hard to see.
Dotas has the read. He knows that KZ is down below.
And Buck should know exactly where he is. But he's Buck in the wrong area, maybe also looking for a trap first, to enable the Black to jump in.
Trap is genius, and Philippox downstairs hunts down Volts. Now Dotas on the burn, finally finished off by KZ, and Furia have bitten back with a 2-player advantage now. Loban, though, he's been the deadliest player in the server in this map so far, and he looks for a swing. A lot of damage onto JV, but receives a lot from the window behind him, and on his retreat, KZ from down below. Furia are locking in together to find these kills.
This C4 has to land. You gotta take down the Blackbeard right here, right now. Gets tossed on now, hits the shield, but then the injure follow-up on the guard break animation. Paolo makes this winnable for his team. It's him and Dots playing inside of Fountain, inside of Armory, not playing together, trying to hold map control for a bit more time. 25 seconds, mind you, no Goyo, no smoke. The timer is real. It comes down to the execute in the 3v2.
Beautiful shot from Palu with the slug shotty. As JV falls, KZ and Philippox have to clutch up for Furia. Dots is holding a long angle, and Palu up close with a slug shotgun. Philippox, will he look for a plant?
No.
Amidst the smoke, it's KZ to go deep, but Philippox, he has no choice but to get off the plant. And there's nothing to be done for Furia, because Foxo W7M continue battling on border.
Beautiful fighting back, recognizing when you have to go on the offense and when you have to play it back and make them make that first move. Aggression in a 2v4 and in a 2v3. The second they tied it up into a 2v2, they say they want to go for a plant, that's how they're gonna win. If we don't give them any kills, they can't go for a plant because they can't cover two separate angles with a single gun, and they don't have enough time to problem solve. So Floxo, W7M off the tag timeout, very much successful. But I gotta praise KC on the Buck. Finding 3 kills, vertically both clearing out a CCTV player, cutting off the run back, and 90 shortly after right here. It's beautiful. It is very old school style Siege, customs clear to CCTV. Sadly, it all falls apart. Furia maybe rushing a bit too much with 18 seconds left.
And yet they won the start of that round. It really just came down to the mid-round and their failure to clear out Palu from inside of Armory. Now, we do finally have a translation of the tactical timeout from 2 rounds ago. You want me to rattle off that one for you?
Please do.
All right. So what Norris was saying to the team is prioritize banana. Now, quick question. Do you know what they're talking about when they say banana? Because I don't have a call out for banana on border.
Okay, so logically, I'm thinking it's either 90 or it's going to be the break room catwalk.
Okay.
But
well,
I don't know.
Prioritize banana. Volts, you're going to be smoked on east stairs. Once you've burned your 3 smokes, ask Loban to help you get past the window and survive. Just get out of there. Workshop, let's do the exact same thing. Defaults, Volps is going to play Azami, and they'll do step-by-step on east stairs.
Okay.
So that was the plan. We do have Volps on the Azami. We don't have a smoke pick, though.
Not for this one, no. Of course.
He's going to be playing east again, but Dodes is caught off guard. This is so uncharacteristic of one of the top fraggers of the tournament so far.
But Loban fights back, looking for another one. Bit of an ego challenge, but look at this, the pressure. Blitz coming into action, another swing, another shutdown by Nade.
Nade with the DMR, reaction times of a god today. Loban has been so prolific, but he will not survive and escape back to side. It's Palu in a 1v3, the Nitro Cell
1v2.
gets the injure onto the Blitz, and a 1v2 looks very winnable after Palu played it so well last round. He finds himself in another big clutch position. Can Philippox be picked up by KZ?
He's crawling outside, past the wall, should be safe. The issue is this Blitz, 20 health, but so strong in the 1v2.
SMG-12 for the soon-to-be father who's been at SIs time and time again and never raised the hammer. Palu looks to reposition, keep them guessing. KZ with that DMR though, continues rattling it out through the wall and puts Palu down.
Did they have information? He was striking him all the way from Beaver door into 90. Big smile from Philippox. I was like, oh, we won the round. Now mind you, Palu, he had a bit more health on his bar. He can't get blinded, can't get smoked off, had a really good fighting chance. But with 20 health against DMR and Blitz, it's almost impossible. Look at these swings. ego challenge after ego challenge. Now they're trying to save Volps and say, okay, you're stuck in these stairs, let's fight together, instead of sacrificing him for free. And when we go back and look at how Fury were defending themselves many rounds ago, Yellow Ping, they did have information. They were losing a person East stairs, then they're playing 4v5, lost a person Office, playing 3v5. Floxo are refusing to sacrifice any players in those exterior positions. So they will send the help into a worse spot, but to increase the gunfire in that spot, where most people will fall back and play together in a stronger position. It's very risky. Can also be very heavy on the reward. But for that one, it's Nate's Devour finding 2 easy kills in the round with that, almost being guaranteed to Furia.
And that leads us to map point. Pangu, Fluxo, W7M started 2 rounds up over Furia ever since Igor took that tactical timeout at 2-0.
Yeah.
Furia have been in control.
We're not seeing that heavy strat setup either. No more Kaid, no more Mira. Of course, that was banned away, but there doesn't seem to be like a second set of layers. You still have options like, you know, your pulse playing below vertically, your Valkyrie, your Echo, sort of operators. But that's not Fluxo's typical playstyle. And with how aggressive and Hertz and Casey they are getting inside the building for map control, I do think it's smart not to play too isolated. Flores drone, 4 Thorn Trap, a Razor Bloom. I'm gonna say worth it, but it does seem funny that we're in an age where Flawless droning out Razor Blooms from Thorn is actually a good thing. Of course, with the Thorn rework recently, it's a very strong operator nowadays. Being brought out a ton here at SI. Echo got a 3rd Yoga drone, but is still kind of below Thorn, I would say, right now. You know, looking great. Popularity.
Yeah, I just think Thorn is a little bit more versatile.
For sure.
You can play it whenever. You don't have to escort your traps around the map like you do with a Yokai drone. Especially on a map like Border, where you can't really sit back safely anywhere on site. Furia, if they see you droning, they will pounce. As Hertz, who's had a couple of quiet rounds, on the Nomad now, looks to try and flush out Dodes from inside CCTV, but KZ, Ego challenges it himself with the AK-12. A first kill for Furia, as Fluxo W7M are reeling, looking for some form of a reply.
Nobody even helping Dodes either. No one's playing a 90, stopping the walk-ins. There is a stop. Paolo on Archive Store, but he's on 1 single point of health himself. The danger point here, Fluxo. All the util pieces are up alive at Furia. The fire, the smoke, Capital, the air jabs, ton of flashbang utility. If they get to that bomb site, I think that's heavily Furia favored, and I think Fluxo know that. They need a kill.
They're being forced back. Nobody remains on the top floor for Fluxo, W7M, and Furia have 50 seconds to work with.
Almost no veto, right? Mind you, they all brought flashbangs. No secondary soft breaches, but only 1 Flourish drone. First fire going out. Last Flourish drone going out. But Lobin wallbanging the stock wall means that they know he's stuck in customs. He has no way back to help his teammates. They can open up the walls in blue and just pressure the bomb site. Volps has to go big, it feels like, for this one.
Palu is in the hot seat. On the bomb site, 1 HP. Volps, though, will lash out and finish off the Flores of JV. Numbers advantage for Fluxo W7M. 15 seconds to play. Furia have to go big as Nate drops down. You're right. There are smoke babes for Low,
oh, no.
But Hertz has found his head. And so Furia continue battling, but from up above. Volps has traded back.
Seconds.
It needs to be a replan attempt here for Hertz. KZ with pistol in hand is met by Palu, who pounces on them both. Overtime. As Fluxo W7M rocket this map deep.
The retake top floor. Volps sprinting around the building, retake in blue, retake in bathroom, fighting everywhere on the map. That gave them just that 5 seconds of freedom because Furia were just about to strike. Then, 5 seconds fire, a kill happens from Volps. They gotta recomposure, figure out what angle are we missing, then they gotta go again. But then, they lost the smoke. Lobin died right when the plant started going down. That's where most teams would panic. Not Fluxo. Instead, it's coordinated aggression. Retaking top floor, taking the fight to Furia when they're stuck in the corner. And Paolo, despite having only 1 point of health in this round, found so much value.
And Volks against a lot of his former teammates to have a round-winning play and a map-saving play to go upstairs. Furia know exactly how close they were. There were so many things that went wrong in the mid-round for that, so many ways that could have gone better. You said it, there was no vertical operator brought to the table. You could have used the Flores.
There was a singular flourish on left at that point, so it's technically enough to make the right angle, but I honestly think for Furia, their executes and strategically picking apart a round has been their problem. That's why they banned the mirror. When mirror and Chalet were brought out, Furia were forced to frag it out. They couldn't figure out how to breach the walls. Now, in a late round 4v4 plant situation, they also don't get a safe plant figured out either. They knew where 3 of the 4 defenders were. Smokers in stock customs, they had a player Paolo below the hatch, they had Volks right inside of blue, they knew where almost everyone was, yet the plant was a 50-50. So Furia, oh, he got it, okay.
Finally,
nice!
But Loben somehow knows exactly where Philippox is. There's no Solus on the board, and yet he had the read regardless. Philippox might have taken down the bulletproof camera, but it cost him his life.
Not worth it anymore. Trading Twitch drone for BP, that's fine. Dying for the BP, not. But now we're seeing Loben being overzealous. Why are we swinging this door? This is kind of where the weakness comes into play in my mind. They get early pick again. Asami, the power operator with the keeper barriers to help their teammates fall back towards the bomb site in a 5v4 will swing, and die. Now Paolo looking maybe with Volps to go aggressive again. But guys, you've won the early battle.
Oh, the swing could not have been worsely timed. Herds was about to deploy an air jab to prevent that exact swing. And instead, his teammate will fall. JV needs to retake that position, get aggressive, trying to fight the CCTV position from East Stairs, worried about the flank from Office as well. A lot of things to worry about here for Furia, and still those dread mines are a headache.
Yeah, so worried about the swings, despite the air jab actually being pre-placed this time around. And now Fluxo, they're playing what I want to do. They're playing very passive sheltered roles, crossfire, Volps in the box and CCTV, Dotus 90 right behind him, Paolo, Armory Door. They have a triple man crossfire with dots covering the flank. Just don't give them individual 1v1s.
It's a good track though, but Herds will fall. KZ has to have a big impact here, but he's caught off guard by Volps. At the drop of a hat into overtime we go, and Fluxo now on map point here on border.
Perhaps this is the point of frustration for Furia, not closing out in regulation, having to into OT, having a very weak start. And again, I feel like Furia not really on the same page. I mean, go back to that Easters push, right? Nomad has the air jab out in his hands. Capitao Nate just walks in looking the wrong direction. They almost both die immediately. Just take those 2 extra seconds, right? Air jab first. Okay, that's activated. Now we can walk in together. It feels like Fury are just cutting corners, but not really in the usual way where, you know, you're missing something big. They're cutting corners in like the very small details. But it's those small details that are losing them and winning them these very big rounds. A little bit slower, a little bit more accurate. Perhaps they can get a different result. We saw a cheeky punch roll down and roll there from Paolo getting a kill. Speaking of OG angles. Now things flip. Furia goes back on defense. It's a long time ago, but they're playing heavy in the trap operators. 1 deployable shield almost every single round. 4 pieces of barbed wire. The big difference is Furia were playing very spread out around the map, fighting for everything. Where Floxo picked 1 or 2 spots and put a lot of people in those positions. So Furia have to be careful now on those individual players not getting caught off guard.
And that's the thing, Fluxo, they just keep playing aggressive. They know how to play a nice lockdown strategy, but they also just know how to go at a drop of a hat, at a moment's notice. Now the Monty appears, and Furia, well, it's been a long time since we saw them on their defensive side. Are they locked in enough to prevent this gap finding that Fluxo W7M have been so good at?
Do you think Loben might walk in, main door up, middle stairs? Oh, he missed from the corner.
Look, he might be top fragging the game, but he's also died 10 times in this map so far. So he does have to be careful. He is getting caught off guard. He is taking big risks, and it's not always paying off for him.
Of course, the Monty brings you a ton of stability. But here's where Denari becomes very frustrating. Monty can see the laser on the door, but can't risk going for 8 years to clear it.
He has EMPs.
Yeah, that's true. Could toss it on in and walk through. But the issue is, after 12 seconds, it's going to reactivate behind you, and he cannot EMP again. And his teammate does also have EMPs on the Grim. The question is, do they not want to spend them? Do they want to spend them elsewhere?
I think they're waiting for the lineup here. Palu is on the other side. He also has EMPs, but more importantly, he has the Capitao.
Oh.
Felipox has 2 more Denari traps in pocket that he could toss out to potentially stun that Monty. And from down below, Volps is also looking to support. The Thorn trap, though, just catches Dots and licks him for a bit of damage.
So we gotta get the ones in here.
Come through, and now Felipox is being fully targeted. Where will the fire come through from Palu? He's rotated over, and Volp still has his cutoff from down below.
It's so long, though. They're worried about losing this by Monty dying. Felipox moves away. Fire went out. Palu gets a frag. 60 seconds left, though. That's the problem. You got the Ela mines, the Thorn trap, speeding up too much. He might just die to a trap operator.
Oh, Herds. Down below, he's being hunted by Lobin.
He's so stuck. No rotate.
The Deimos targets him. Hostile. But he's worried about a flank. He knows about it. But now he's caught between 2 players, and Furia continue to harass him until he will fall. A response once again as Volps looks for him, and KZ from up above swoops down for Furia, and he finds all of the kills remaining. A 15th round is required here on the first map, as this Brazilian battle will continue.
The Furia, they push that button. Teamwork activated. Push together. It is such a phenomenal play from Lobin to get in the middle of that building and roam clear alone while his 4 teammates, they take Easter's control. And he goes for a track, and this is where the round can be won or lost. If you track the Thorn and get that free kill as Floxo, you're playing 5v3. It is so over. However, Furia have one correct play to do. That is, you all push for the kill. You 2v1 the Deimos with no fear. Meanwhile that happened, KC is fighting up on East Catwalk, also making a similar play, trying to help the Thorn stuck in bathroom. Everyone worked together. There's so much clear communication. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it has to happen for that play to work.
Ironically, we're talking about 2 of the most aggressive and loose and fighting teams in Rainbow Six, and yet this game has been so much about the strategy.
It has been.
It's been about all the layers of the Denari and the Ela and being within touching distance of your teammates.
It really has been. And it's funny how we can talk about the minor details, right? What was the biggest issue for the attack there? Probably the fact that it took 2 minutes to Capital fire Easters and get the kill. Had Capital spawned with the Monty, and you have a guy in passport cut in the rotate, you walk in, open door, Grimby, fire, kill. Takes 30, 40 seconds maybe. It took them 120 seconds. Small things.
One thing that Fluxo W7M has dominated in on Borders so far has been the opening engagements. They've won 10 out of 14 of the opening kills on this map. Fury need to be careful because at the start of the round, players like hers are getting caught off guard.
Yeah.
Players like Lobin are always going for swings.
Feels like we're watching a bit of a mirror between these 2 teams. They're mirroring each other so well in so many different ways. Individually, stylistically. Let's come back to the same Twitch drone with the same BP camera from 2 rounds ago.
Leapox actually survives this time. He's hiding
behind the barrier.
The next layer of the barrier to make sure he can't get run out on as quickly.
Again, those small things you keep in mind. What happened last time? Okay, I can fix that, optimize it, stand a little bit further back, spend more time droning, play it safer. Baiting the jump out, still thinking that somebody's looking for him, but we know there is not. You have to respect the Solus in case it's brought out. If you haven't seen all 5 defenders, you won't know Solus is looking for you. KC, 17 kills. Playing the same role of Lobin and the Deimos, who's sitting on 15 kills. So again, going 1-to-1 in terms of punching above their weight, or maybe at their weight, actually. A wall bang from Jake to start things off. The Dots goes down early. Those F-That mines from Fenrir cannot be changed around now, meaning Foxo are much more vulnerable than before.
Fluxo W7M have a choice to make. Do they sit back and wait and bleed time? Or do they lash out like they have for this whole game so far?
7-7, James. Lashing it now is madness, right? It's about risk assessment. How big is the risk? How big is the reward? It's the first map in a long BO3 most likely, but Hurst takes down Dotus. Perhaps it's time to lash out on this map. this round might just be over for Floxo.
Oh, and for the team that's staved off 2 map points so far, it must be a 2v5. And none other than Loban, who gets aggressive.
Oh, no.
He's trying to bait out the swing. Volps is being targeted by the Deimos and he will fall. Furia will push to their limits, but the Panthers remain as furious as ever. 15 rounds it takes, but they get the job done. 1 map in the bag for Furia.
Now that is gonna feel good, because with the slow start, with Foxo having their number, strategically, operator band-wise, pacing, controlling so many things in the server, I mean, see the hugs there from the side of Furia. So much relief, oh my god, we actually got the map victory. So hard fought, and if anything, this just goes to show just how evenly matched they are at the end of the day. That's just the first map.
Furia might have won the last 10 times in a row that these teams have met, but Fluxo W7M have shown that they are here to play. Next map coming up after this.
Welcome back, everybody. I wanted to give you guys a peek into Fluxo's strategy on why the game was so close. Now, they're the most aggressive team in the tournament. They're playing Border, the most aggressive map in the pool, against an equally opponent that is just as aggressive that they've seen before. But what do they do different? They play slow, they play methodical, they force Furia to make over-aggressive mistakes to lose themselves around. And we see it in their preparation on the way they approach the site. They take their time to be able to approach. In case Furia has a little bit of an over-aggressive push, Volps is able to notice that Herds has the window prepped for a jump out. And off of the sound cue, he's going to know that a free kill is coming out. Herds jumps out, sound cue is given, Volps gets the kill, and it works flawlessly. Now this stuns Furia. It gives them a moment of calmness for Fluxo to be able to move into the map. But as you can see, everybody's spread out around the map. Now why is that? Because they're playing containment. They're waiting for Furia to make the over-aggressive mistakes. And as you can see, it works perfectly. Loban is holding CC control for over-aggression. Dots is putting pressure onto Armory Balk. Dotas is holding break control. Volps is going to put pressure inside of Dome. And Paula, the most important player to watch, has East control. He can either watch 90 or watch the balcony. Now what does Furia do? Felipox is going to go for an aggressive 1v1 on Dotas. He gets the pick. But here's the mistake, the over-aggression. He pushes onto the balcony, and I really want you to pay attention to what Paula does. He understands that off of this pick, now they lost break control. Some flank could happen. So instead of pushing down 90, he rotates to deal with the pick. Boom. Essentially, Furia is bleeding positioning, and they have nowhere else to go. What does Fluxo do? They put the pressure in now. That's where we see Dots push up. He holds CC control. He's able to lock down KZ, so he can't help Nade. Volps is able to put pressure onto Nade, taking his attention. And now the push from Paula, because it is completely covered and unsuspecting, he's able to push in and get the pick onto Nade. They're able to push in a nice little 2-on-1. Paula gets the kill, Volps pushes in and is able to then take fountain control. But I really want you to pay attention to Paulu. Where is he going? he's going to East Balcony. Because if we understand where Furia is positioned, one's locked inside Armory, one is inside CC. Loban has a beautiful angle to be able to watch anybody coming in from top metal. Dots is going to rotate all the way to Paula, and Paula is watching the remaining member so that once everyone's together, they can push into the site, take it, execute, and use that man advantage. Now, the reason why it's so impressive is because we already know Fluxo is the most aggressive team in the tournament, but something that is very dangerous is when a team that is aggressive can switch the tempo and play very slowly. Now, despite them losing Border in a close matchup, it makes me confident to say that going onto a map like Chalet that better suits Fluxo's diversity in play means that it won't be a 2-0. But first, we have to go back to the studio to break it down a little more.
That sounds very promising.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful, and it sounded very promising as well for Fluxo W7M. I do feel like it was nice to have a bit of a breather after this first map, because with how close it was, it genuinely felt like we were already watching the SI Grand Final.
I was just about to say, it definitely felt like a grand final matchup. I mean, I was holding my breath through every single round, and I think Fox really depicted it, how this map really played out. It was a transition of who was going to control that tempo, who was going to get aggressive, who was going to play slow, who was going to play back on those layers, who was going to get that entry pick then to fall back onto those layers. And unfortunately for the side of Fluxo, they do lose it out in the end, but not for a huge fighting tooth and nail for each piece of control of the map. I mean, this really was a great display for both of these teams, showcasing how much they want to win and push themselves one step closer to getting to a grand final.
I was really believing at the beginning with this lead for Fluxo W7M that maybe this was the map that they were going to take them down. It was Furia's map pick, and we're seeing that here again as well. With the highlights of the last map, it seems like once again they turn out to be the big brother of Fluxo.
Yeah, and you know, you just gotta accept it for what it is, but that's the beauty of a best of three, is you can shake it off. You can learn from everything and all the mistakes that happened from the previous map and then in transition into the next. But we have to highlight Loban, we have to highlight KZ. I mean, KZ, 19-8. I mean, what a phenomenal performance from him. But the Loban that we're seeing now is the exact one we saw back in Montreal when they won that event, where he's able to pick and prod around the site, being able to find those entries, find those gaps. That's the exact Loban that we need. And on the side of Dotas, we just need to see him start to perform, because the rest of the team was performing. Now we get into map 2, and then that's where everyone can come into fruition.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. We do also have the Xbox fan cam as well, showcasing some of our fans in the audience. It generally felt like Furia had the upper hand in the matchup, but also with the audience.
I mean, Furia are fan favorites. They've been here before. They've been able to lift trophies, so everybody is going to believe in the team that has succeeded before. But that being said, I'm a big believer in the underdog story. The way Fluxo W7M was playing so slow, adapting to the meta, it is very impressive that of all the teams they've gone through, they've kept it so close on map 1, which is an aggressive map, against Furia that arguably should be winning their map pick.
And I think that's an important thing to note, is obviously losing the series 8-7, there's a lot you can take from that just in your own mental of knowing we did fight tooth and nail for everything. We did lose to ourselves. So going into that second map, you don't have that mental block of saying they just outmatched us. They were better than us. They are clearly the deciding winner of this match. They have everything and all the tools to push it to a map 3, to get this second map underneath their belt, as long as we keep that same diversity in their style and play and that tempo.
And I was walking, I actually saw the W7M Fluxo players come our way as I was walking back here to the studio, and they didn't look defeated either. I think we're seeing that on the videos here as well. It was definitely different, for example, in Munich, when they were almost getting upset with each other, getting frustrated in between these two maps. That definitely doesn't seem to be the case here. Now, you said it during your telestrator, Fox. This might be a map that suits Fluxo W7M better going on to Chalet.
I'd also like to add that Fluxo W7M usually loses their first map against OXG, against SSG, and then they come back to win it. Now, a map like Chalet, it's not just very one-sided aggression. There, you have to be able to play slow. You have to be able to have that adaptation. Right. Furia has it. We know that. They've lifted hammers before. But that being said, Fluxo really has a good game plan. I hope this loss doesn't affect their mentality and be able to change the way that they play, because they had a great understanding, a great read of what they needed to do. Couple rounds just didn't go in their favor because of the nature of Border. Chalet's a lot more consistent. That's where I'd expect Fluxo will be able to get the edge on them.
All right, well, Maria had a quick chat with some of the coaches before map 1. Let's hear what she has to say.
Fluxo let Border open against Furia, and they went to an overtime. They might know something about that we don't know about Furia. How aware of Furia gameplay and especially weakness they seem to be right now?
So basically, we practice a lot each other, so they know the things we do. But we played against them, I don't know, 5, 6 times, and we won all the time. If we played against them 100 times, we will won 100 times because it's border, you know. The guy who picked this map, aside from Fluxo, need to be in jail.
Fluxo was so close to finally beat Furia, but we could see that your faces were kind of upset when you left the stage. What was the conversation in the backstage to change that mood and come back stronger for this next map?
I think we are not upset. We are just calm. I think we are just calm and talk about the errors in the map, and have 2 maps are very comfortable for us. It's no problem, but it's not upset. It's just relax.
No problem, it seems. That sounded pretty convincing, and on the other side, we heard that they need to go back to jail.
I mean, to what Igor said, I mean, it's those idiosyncrasies. You know what each individual does, and the fact that Lobo was even able to move around the map the way that he was and be so fluid was instrumental to be able to keep them so close. But it is going to be a little harder on the side going into Chalet. But it's not to say, for Furia, they got to keep the pressure. They got to control the narrative, especially getting that win to get that momentum going into this map. They can't allow Fluxo any breathing room because they need to constrict all of their movement, stop Low from being able to find those gaps, and that will be the winning success rate for the side for Furia of getting into this Chalet.
I mean, it sure will. The Rome will be Fluxo's successor, but we have to take into consideration the stakes. Fluxo usually loses the first map. They've lost the last 10 times that they played against Furia. It's a situation where the fact that they even got that close on border means that something is working, especially with the shots that Palu and Loban were hitting, with how Loban was playing and him being the successor going into Chalet, with the way the stylistic matchups were working out for them on border. If they play the exact same, I'd imagine we're going to go to a map 3.
Now, one more thing before we do go into the second map. I feel like we're playing according to the script, right? We talked about it. You mentioned already the 10-win game streak that Furia have. The maps and the rounds, or sorry, the rounds instead, were quite close, and they are again here.
Yeah, it was the only statistic that was close for Fluxo W7M. Everything else was 0. That being said, they put up a fight every single time, but the closer they get, the better. And the map like Border is only going to feed into players like KZ, JV92. When you go on a map like Chalet, yes, there are positions like that, but again, I really do believe that Fluxo has a good read on how Furia is playing.
Sounds very promising. Well, the only thing that we have to do now is we're putting in a lot of faith on the shoulders of the Fluxo W7M players. The question is, can they live up to that? Map 2 is about to start.
Yes, it is, and it's about to begin, and Furia, after a troublesome first map, they finally got it across the line, but it took 15 rounds.
And that's maybe the slight concern if you're a fan of Furia, but it sets the story up beautifully for Fluxo W7M to show what they're made of and show how far they can take this start on roster of Furia.
You saw confidence exuded by Igor in that interview. The coach of Furia, he said, oh, we know Border, we win that 100 times out of 100 times. But on the flip side, Norris, in his interview, he said, look, we're not stressed, no, we're not worried at all. We are completely relaxed. And as they said on the analyst segment, we have seen time and time again, Fluxo W7M bounce back after losing the first map.
Yeah, they have 42% to 58, so the fan vote as well, believing more in Fluxo. As Igor saying, whoever picked Border should go to jail. That's how criminal he thought that pick was, but they showed that they can take them the distance.
Oh, we're finished with Border now. We're on to Chalet. It's a bit of a different map, and it's time to see who takes it. Fluxo W7M have a chance to bite back against the once world champions of Furia, who are a shadow of their former selves.
All right. So the scene has been set. Expectations, of course, very high. Chalet, I think the desk did a great job at breaking things down. How, yes, aggression, much like on Border, will still matter, but it plays in more, you can argue, in Fluxo, W7M's playstyle of adapting, changing tempo, the fast and the slow. But cast your mind back to Border. What happened after Mirror was banned away? Fluxo kept the same tempo, I would argue, every single round after. So I want to see them now have more depth than just one operator to build around, that being the Mirror on Border. Have 2, 3 different operators that in case that one gets banned away, you have something else in the reserve.
And for Fluxo W7M, everyone's looking at them. All eyes are on Palu. All eyes are on Loban. Can he tame his aggression to a way where it keeps Furia running, but it doesn't give them free kills? For Palu, he's played at 8 Six Invitationals. He's played here in Paris before in the grand final and lost it to NIP. He has seen championships slip through his fingers time and time again, and we're a long way from that grand final. Both of these teams will have to run this gauntlet in the lower bracket for a chance to vie for the hammer.
Albert Benz, might have seen it just there for a second. It's funny because I can't see them anymore. There we go.
We'll see them in a brief moment.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'm getting a little bit jumping the gun here.
Yeah, you are. You excited about these?
I'm excited because a little bit more than usual.
Oh, is there something a bit saucy?
It's just I feel like it shows us how Border played out and how the teams are adapting into Chalet. And we're just getting a little bit teased here. Okay, the players, they're looking nice here from Volps.
They're
he's locked in.
Volps, he's talked a lot of smack in the group stage and in the early parts of the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's been very lippy in the all chat. A few players throughout the tournament have been getting in the ears of their opponent in the all chat. Volps has been the king of it, but finally we see the operator bans, and I'm seeing something pretty saucy from Furia.
The Thorn and Ella ban on Chalet? I mean, Furia are not known to be a shield team. I want to see at least 2 or 3 rounds of either Blitz or Black Hit right now because you are setting up yourself a prime real estate playing those fast entry-style operators.
And it's the exact 2 operators that Igor called Furia to be leaning into when they were 2-0 down on Border in that tactical timeout.
For Fluxo's side, of course, being on defense, depending on the Grim and the Glass, again, that power-up kind of meta. Removing 2 from action, allowing the other ones to go through. So no surprise to us, the Casey will play the demos here to start things off. He's doing so well earlier. Open window for your teammate. Teammate holds the cutoff, maybe get a freebie. This is trying to cut off the map earlier than usual and catch somebody by surprise. But Dots, is he gonna risk it? Does he even know the window's opened up? That's the question.
Oh, Furia,
Palu,
beautiful
actually.
patience there. Palu baited into a little bit too much movement, and Hertz is holding his angle from the piano window, finds a free kill. And then immediately after that, Heartbreeze starts to be enabled on the office wall. Here's a bit of aggression from Dots. He doesn't find what he's looking for. And Fluxo W7M are starting to struggle. The impacts continue to roll on through to destroy these ace Selmas that are looking to breach the main wall onto side.
They have gone through now. So they're pressuring the bomb site before messing. You mean that pressure on Dotis? Yeah, that might be a problem. Falling back, also a problem. Volps, again, feels like the hero. So many rounds on Border, has to be that middle link. Either helping his teammate or finding a pick for himself. This is where Fury keep applying pressure everywhere across the map, right? The outside piano window, they breach the bomb site wall. They're waiting for something, but Dots with a great lash out. Stuck by the bomb site. He wasn't.
Dots is looking to lash out again onto the balcony. Everyone seemingly harassing JV outside on that balcony, but Dodez and Dots have both lose health for it, and Nade has stuck up from the main stairs. What are Fluxo going to do about that? They've lost their anchor of a player at the top of mezzanine, and now Volps is feeling a hell of a lot of pressure. Takes off Casey's head, finds a second as well. Where is the response from Furia into the 2v3? They have not achieved nearly enough in this round, and Loban lashes back for Fluxo. JV being hunted down, they know exactly where he is, as he has 1 HP and a DMR to hold on to. Sees Loban for a brief moment. He's got some info as well, but he doesn't have the diffuser. In the close angle, there's no way the DMR wins that fight. Loban should have him dead to rights with the SMG-12. If not, Volps surely should with the Scorpion. So out comes a shotgun, out comes a C4. Shot out of midair, but Volps a swing. And Norris is firing up his boys for the first round of Chalet.
Beautiful. You say it, and it happens. Who had to be the hero, James? Who was it that was in that middle link position?
Had to be Volps.
It was your boy Volps. Just like on Border so many times before. But a big praise to Loban because he enabled the play. You might see it in the replays here in a moment. Loban walked up into the piano hallway behind Volps. So Volps looking down the blue stairs. He was not worried about his left here on piano because Loban was right behind him holding the crossfire. So if Nate pushed up that main stair, you see it right here. He's holding the soft wall into piano deeply. So absolute worst case. You know, you get a 1-for-1 trade. This small thing, Loban giving space to Volps, means Volps can fully focus on his gunfight and not worry about flicking around looking for multiple angles.
And for Furia, they needed some kind of utility to clear out that Denari player at the top of the stairs. A flashbang, a grenade, a Capitao, somebody on the window of display to try and have some kind of crossfire or even threaten to jump in at the same time.
But you know, display window got shut down by Dots like 10 seconds prior, right?
He was the player that needed to be alive earlier in the round. Fluxo actually, while that did look like a chaotic aggressive round, it was actually very structured and tactical aggression that got them those situations.
And again, taking the fights in the right areas, that is going to be how you win Chalet very often. You play around, you know, either inside library in the corner, on the mezzanine that we saw last round, or on top of blue stairs. You only have a very few angles on this map where you're not exposed from an exterior position, from a window or pal or a far line of sight, and you got to make use of those angles.
But if you want to talk about clearing positions with Util, how about this? We've got Ying, we've got Monty, we've got Sense, we've got IQ to spot out any catch or any gadgetry, which can then be hunted down by the Brava.
So operator-wise, I think Furia have a slight advantage, but it comes down to execution at the end of the day.
That's going to be hard for Herds. He's not going to be able to take down that Dreadmine, I don't think.
No. I mean, maybe with a ridiculously well-positioned nade.
There's no way. I mean, without cooking, you're going to have to land it in the rafter.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Very well-positioned.
Not happening. There's absolutely no way.
But you have no faith in my boy Hertz. Okay.
I mean, I feel like he might be able to prone and get an angle. I know he tried for a second there.
Yeah. The issue is, without jumping in that window, this might be tricky for Philippox, right? He has very limited supportive angles to work with.
Philippox almost fell down. Oh, big Nitro. That's going to knock his shield back for a brief moment. Hertz actually jumps straight into the Dreadmine. He looks to take it desperately, but KZ from behind with the Ying shotgun has had a big impact. Volps, though, he makes the top of library stairs his own. 2 big kills, and he's hunting for more. Bit of damage onto the feet of Philippox, and the Monty is about to fall. Nade finally shuts down Volps. And Furia have the advantage again. A minute to play. Dots and Palu forced back.
Philippox 1 point of health on the Monty. Nade about half HP. Super winnable for Fox. So sadly for them, there is no C4s left, no impact grenades either. They need that one more kill. Look at this. He's right around the corner. But the flank is open. He's not watching it. The drone will see him. Do you fight or do you fall back? He's going to push up the staircase.
Monty's going to see him. Oh, the timing! Onto Nade! A beautiful shot for Dots, and that brings us back into the realm of possibility for Fluxo W7M. JV in a 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where he is. 2 smoke grenades in pocket as he clears out the Banshee and makes his way towards the side. There's info on his position, and a fire up above, but JV threads the needle. A 1v1 against Palu. Palu holds his ground on the stairs. He knows he has the diffuser upstairs, but JV has to close the gap, has to close the distance, and Palu weathers the storm for Fluxo W7M, wins it in the 1v1, and finds a second round for his team.
The shots that were hitting that round from both sides, the fadeaway jump or missing flick on the pixel on the keeper to get into that 2v2 that they desperately needed. JV flick, wallbang, 1-tap. Just reacting off getting shot, essentially. And Paolo in another very important position, this time finds the clutch.
I want to translate what I just saw in the
Casey just asked Volp something.
Yeah, I think it's talking about the Kiba barriers from the Azami. I don't know if the teams, obviously KZ and Volp's former players together on the old W7M roster back in Montreal, SI 2023. W7M made the grand final only to fall to G2. And that roster, of course, was KZ, JV, Herds, Volps, and Julio, who now coaches for Falcons in that upper bracket final later today. Fluxo W7M, though, I mean, they're hitting some gnarly shots of their own. You talked about what JV managed to land. How about the shot from Dots with the TCSG?
Absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, Volps on top blue stairs in 2 rounds, gotten 5 kills. It's him both rounds, putting his team on his back saying, I will give you a way back into this one, trust me. And he played off that keeper barrier and, again, isolated positions. Used the keeper to block off the office jump in, fight blue stairs, then flick around, fight the guy jump in office window. It's beautiful. Using a bit of map design, blocking off the angles, being very present about what's happening around you. First with a quick entry library, though. Can't go too fast because a red ping came out. Enemies in piano hallway. peeling back the layers, but look at Fluxo's setup. We spoke about the playing strategy. They got the Mira, the Kaid, the Two-Brow. They want to lock down the office walls upstairs, and the bomb site is in kitchen and dining. As long as they have upstairs control, they can see the entirety of the bomb site. But now we're going to talk about Fury, right? They banned 2 traps, Ela Thorn, now they're playing the Blitz. Phillypox combined with the Lion Scan, they gotta find an entry somewhere in this map. It's either clearing top floor and going for kills, or finding a gap bottom floor and getting site control.
And Flag is going to be really challenging here for Fluxo W7M. Herds has expended 2 sets of track stingers on both the lobby stairs and the blue stairs, locking up any flank potential. Now KZ making absolute Swiss cheese out of the site. But Phillypox elsewhere is actually going to be taken down. I didn't see where that angle from Dots came from down below somehow. And somehow Palu is allowed to survive as he tried to retreat near the main master window. Fluxo W7M are finding a few too many kills here. Furia, what's going wrong? And Herds isn't even given his chance as Loban looks to retreat back further. Dodaz is still alive as I say that. He falls. KZ finally finds a kill through the Swiss cheese on the main wall. If Herds isn't careful, he's not going to see that Loban is actually prone down next to him.
Keep in the fall off, playing the numbers game.
Oh, the drone will see him for sure.
They try to set it really well. He can still fall back, to be fair. The Keybone is a very small gap, or he can advance forward. Look for that kill. There it goes. The wallbang comes through.
KZ does a lot of damage to him, but KZ's low HP himself. Loban needs to take the fight, and he takes Herds with him before he goes down. Big Nitro Cell, and then will fall. KZ, the 1v3.
He's hiding. He's in Solarium.
I think Volts is going to win this.
They have no idea.
He's just prone there.
What?
Dashing up at the last moment. And KZ says, yeah, try and get that one over me, I dare you. 1v2 now for the Lion of Furia. And he finds a second kill.
Palu's 1 HP. They're both 1 HP.
Palu was on the verge of death. And KZ,
he's gonna floor bang him.
The player who's done what Palu could not and raised the hammer must now win in the 1v1. Palu looks to retreat back. KZ has a diffuser and he drops down. Master Sounds. The player is actually outside. He might be able to look for the plant here, but he's gonna have to stick it for 6 seconds. Palu should surely win this. He's got the red ping, and KZ cannot stick the plants. Palu makes it 3 rounds straight for Fluxo W7M.
And 2 rounds in a row where he gets into the 1v1 battle. I mean, again, such a good effort bringing it back. Furia always have some fight left in them, but think about how that round started. It's a 3v5. The Blitz died. Someone else somewhere else died. It's been a struggle in the early game for Furia for half of these rounds on Border and on Chalet. And in the other half, they get a good early start, but a struggle of a late round. Furia missing some serious consistency across the board. And Igor is going to call it tag time and talk to his boys.
Coisas vocês já estão falando, vamos plantar aqui, vamos fazer isso, vamos fazer aquilo. A gente domina uma área, a gente agora trava e fala, tá, qual que é a rotate pra botar os caras mortos jogando. Esse round aqui, se a gente tá mais atento no drone do Sagon, a gente tinha visto antes, o Casey tinha feito clutch pra gente. Então continue jogando o jogo, morto ou vivo, e vamos fazer as coisas ao mesmo tempo. A gente não pode demorar tanto tempo pra fazer um 3-2, tá ligado? Fox, quando a gente puxar o semi-biblioteca, vamos botar o cara embaixo, pra gente começar a pegar kill nesses caras ali, que eu acho que vai funcionar. A gente pode continuar fazendo a Lobo, talvez com o Erdina entrando embaixo, só que se eles estão batendo, eles estão lá, guys, travaram no animal, no coisa, a gente pega a brecha banheira, a gente pega as brechas do que a gente ganhou
eu quero puxar o Ezek lá, Igão.
Tá,
o Ezek aqui.
Tá, então bora, na tua confiança.
Bora, fechou.
Bora, diminui, bora, porra.
Bora que tá de boa.
Back-to-back 1v1s for Palu. Fluxo W7M are laughing. These rounds have been close, but they've been getting across the line. What does Igor say to the boys in a moment like that?
This one's hard because, to me, in my very limited understanding of Portuguese, it sounded still strat heavy. But at the very end, that was the energy, like, bora, you know, come on, let's go. Bringing up the hype again. Because I do think that this will come down to a bit of a mental game. You know, Furia, back when they were the team to watch out for, going to every grand final and winning every single grand final, they were mentally still a little bit weak at moments. But they were so dominant that they were rarely tested on the mental, because they would just keep winning. The biggest challenge for teams that find a lot of success, in my mind, is what happens when they start to lose. Well, that's been the last calendar year for Furia. Sure, they won Reload, but most people were like, well, quote-unquote, Mickey Mouse event. It doesn't count as a full event, right? And I think Furia themselves, they take that trophy, they felt good about it, of course, as you should, but they want more.
Reload was just the proof that this team that almost disbanded after failing to qualify for Montreal
still had it.
Could actually still vie for another trophy.
That's it.
And with all the rumors about this maybe being the last dance for Furia, there's no better time than the present, but it won't be this round for Nate, at least. Loban to continue lashing out. He's playing this smoke, for goodness sake.
Yeah, the allegations of Furia not really hanging with the shield meta, you'll never beat those allegations, but Hurts, thankfully, quick into Trench Door, finds Volps and Solids, an equally very important operator on both sides of movement action.
Good player to take down.
Yeah.
On Volps as well. 6 kills in just 3 rounds.
5 of those in the first 2.
Yeah.
But the clash. This is Floxo changing tempo, saying, you want to play a bit slow on the attack inside? Well, we got the deployable shield, we got a clash, we got a smoke from Loban. And while they're playing very aggressive roaming early on, they can fall back and play the late round. My worry now is Loban's stuck on blue stairs, kind of, because the enemies are in library. Hurts is waiting for him. He was thrown downstairs as well.
You think he's stuck on blue stairs with Furia? No. Furia is stuck on blue stairs with him.
We'll see about that.
If he can perform half as well as Volps did, then I think Furia will have a real hard time of clearing out this smoke player, especially with the clash of support.
Mind you, Furia actually not really happy to take these gunfights. They're double, triple joining blue stairs, avoiding Loban at all costs, taking it very slowly here because their mid-round has been very lackluster. Loban is now going to maybe go for a re-attempt flank as smoke in the late round. If he dies, they lose 30 seconds of plant denial and they go down a player because right now it's 4-4.
Oh, great. From KZ, he sneaks in from behind and the striker strikes first for Furia. 2 players on the ground now from Fluxo.
I don't like this. The last call went out though, but JB looking for a flank. Solera and Chem is still up, so the flank should be seen by the defenders, but the clash...
Dangerous, very dangerous game, but KZ wins the fight and doubles down. 3 kills for the Lion as Palu. He's won back-to-back 1v1s, must now make it a 1v4. KZ's fired up, Philippe Box finds the final kill, and Furia are finally here on Chalet.
And perhaps slow and steady is how it's gonna be. They lock down library without losing a body, despite Nate dying to Loban downstairs inside a bar. And then they find the flanker, they find the clash, they literally find every single player in front of them. But Floxo, if they choose to go back to a different pace, that can affect how Furia's going to attack. Because Volps actually swing and hurts on Trench Door, okay. I thought he ran in.
That pre-fire from KZ was so good. And the second as well, the wherewithal to go for the pre-fire, knowing that the aggression's about to come out from Fluxo.
That's a good read.
Finally, a first round on the board here on Chalet for Furia. Something that we talked about briefly off camera between maps was, look, Heat 7 on border.
Yeah.
Staving off 2 match points.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty damn good from Fluxo.
Very much so.
Furia's map pick after all. There's a very good chance that Fluxo could take Chalet in a much more convincing fashion than what we saw from Furia on border.
5 seconds to go.
Norris said himself, we're not upset, we're calm, just relaxing, just relaxed. And it has been like, when I saw them arrive this morning in the arena, right before the game started, Paolo was smiling and they're laughing, and I think there is something about the mental game obviously there about how you're feeling going into a game. Are you tense? Are you nervous? Are you excited to play here? And I think when you're excited and you're being able to be creative and play your game, take your risks, that's peak Siege. If you're worried about the outcome and worried about the expectations, you're going to be limiting yourself a bit more in the server. And I think Fluxo so far, they have very much been a team showing us that they are here to play their style and believe that what they're doing is good enough.
And as the analysts have said time and time again, Fluxo W7M don't just have one style anymore. They can pivot, they can play really aggressive, then they can bunker up. They've got the mirror this round, they've got a shield from Volps as well. So they've got a lot of power positions that they can utilize, and that calls upon Furia's problem solving to deal with.
Amaro is always a scary thing. Either you play 5v4 or 4v5 very quickly. The issue right now with Furia is this is very telegraphed. There's very little pressure around the building, but the good news of Furia, there are 3 people roaming towards libraries. This Amaro should have a clear way in. Deadass smokes us in, plant by the window, play postman outside the building.
It's going to have to be a plant directly
They have to
under
go
the window.
for it.
There's a nitro cell on Loban. He can also
Wait to
see
see
through the
for
smoke
first.
and the flashes because he is the warden. What do they do about it?
Now they're all
will
falling
lash
back.
out, take down KZ.
Too late now.
And you're right, it is far too late. Nate has missed his opportunity to go in. If he had, he likely would have died to Loban on the Warden.
Yeah, very important though. Dodis actually did not over-rotate. So right there, either you see the C4, you go in, you try and go for a plant, or you see all the Romans fall back towards the bomb site, now library is free. Dodis never fell back. He's playing the mirror window, which means map control isn't free. Defender's got a 5v4, and the main ammo strat is completely dead. So now Fury gotta go for broke.
Oh, Nate has fallen as well, trying to make his way up the stairs. Philippox will trade with the Reaper, no less. But it's not enough for Furia to get their boots in the building, to sink their claws into this map. Philippox is low HP, desperately tosses out his second last Candela. VP, take down that bulletproof... Oh, hello. Finally take down that bulletproof camera, recollecting the diffuser, but it is too late. Furia do not have many options here.
Gonna vault through a softball. You guys use that last Candela, and it gotta make a miracle happen in the server.
Good angle, though, from Herds. And now Dots is under a lot of pressure. Loban has to come in to support. He's the one with the Nitro cell available, and he's found a kill with the SMG at 12. You're right, Volts is on for a big flank here, but they won't do anything. Amongst the fire and the smoke and the flashes, Loban finds them all. The Warden is not to be deceived. And Fluxo W7M make it a 4-1 scoreline.
No, I want to praise Furia for having the balls to go for that attack, but it is very much we win or lose in 20 seconds kind of meta. Because you go in, you plant, you win the post-plant every single time.
Look,
genuinely.
You win or lose based on whether they pick the Warden, to be honest.
Also that.
The Azami ban came out, right?
Yeah.
It didn't get rid of the Warden. And then they're relying on smokes and flashes.
Well, I'm pretty sure what happened here is that they didn't start with this strat in mind when the round, drone phase started. They saw the heavy library setup, the mirror window in office, mirror window in library, 3 people, 1 bar, 2 library. They thought the bombs is gonna be weak. But the one guy by the goddamn bomb site, James, was a Warden with a C4.
Yeah.
And that counters everything, like you said. They needed the Warden to throw a C4 out, then maybe they can make a play. But then they were like, no, we lost a player, it's a Warden, now we know that, it's not gonna work.
It makes me wonder if we need a little bit more drone work from Fury in the prep phase
early on.
to figure out what operators are being brought to the table. Because if you know there's a heavy mirror setup, you can go for an Ash pick, right? If you know there's no Kite or Bandit, or catch. I mean, there was no catch last round either. There's actually nothing to stop the Ash. Or the
reloading. Same issue on border. We saw Flox always pick up the mirror, and then there was no real counterplay.
And you can't go for a Ying heavy execute if they just have a Warden on site where you want a Ying.
So, small cause of concern.
What is this? There's a rat in Gang's room.
He's probably...
Hello, surprise, says Dots. Still get a lick of damage onto Herds, but then fall back.
Now, mind you, Floxo did ban the ace. Of course, that enables the mirror. It takes away a great gun. And a lot of people don't tend to play the Hibana when you ban the ace either, so you just change the attacker's playstyle. Casey's in the building and dining. Wow. It's 1 big kill.
Very deep lurk. He's now being flanked by 2 players. He gets a lot of damage onto Palu somehow. He's about to be flanked, though. I don't think he knows that Volps is here as well. Might have heard him, gets a bit of damage onto him. That's how sharp KZ is. Volps will win the fight regardless.
That's
One
the
of the
bomb
bomb
side.
drones is down, and Nate is looking to go deep with the blitz on side. Can he take the 1v1? He's not close enough to get the blind effect. He gets the knockback. Volps is there to save the day. A second kill for Volps. As Herds is left with nothing. 3 players to find. Herds has a tumultuous task ahead of him, a mountain to climb, and Fluxo W7M will not give him anything. He might have put down Volps after that miraculous 2K, but I don't think there's any way he wins. He's got to walk into a dead crossfire. Fluxo W7M have looked so solid on Chalet.
Beautiful.
And they cap off the half nicely, 5 rounds to 1.
I count 5 shield rounds across border and Chalet. I count a singular round victory where the shield was alive and somewhat impactful. That was on border, not on this map. We're seeing Nate play the Blackbeard and get spawn peek practically by the smoke of Loban and bar window. Now we're seeing the Blitz, again, having no impact in the server whatsoever. The blind came out at way too far of a distance. The blind doesn't even work that far away. And again, when you have a shield player, you can play the shields to a very high level. Not having a shield player, you get rounds like that where things are left to be desired, you know?
If I'm Furia's coaching staff, I'm saying, all right, guys, we're going to go, and instead of scrimming, we're just going to play shield 1v1s over and over and over
Might
again.
be valuable
until
here.
you guys get good at playing these shields. I want all 5 players capable of working these shields, working the blitz, working the tech, the ADS tech with the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Knowing how to use a Monty and not die, the flicking the roof, knowing when you can correctly blind someone with the blitz, because you're right, it's not their strong suit.
I mean, Volps has been such a pillar in so many rounds. Whether it's him starting off the round at 2K or 3K, or just saving them by getting a 3K in the middle of it, he finds himself in the battle every single round. The most important spot at the perfect moment. 5-1 up. The desk was like, oh, this map will play a bit better into Fluxo's style because they got depth and whatnot. Guys, they're 5-1 up. It's not a little bit better.
Once upon a time, Chalet was regarded as a very attacker-sided map. At SI, it's been 52% for the defense. So 4% differential between the two sides. So yes, Fluxo W7 would probably expect to have a little bit more luck in that first half. However, I mean, Furia decided to start on the attacking side. And a 5-1, I mean, that's almost inexcusable.
I know Cafe is very different, but when we're looking at the strategical levels to Fluxo W7M, the further we get into this game, the more I tend to favor them in the entire series. But that tells a very dangerous story for Fury in their future.
Scary prospects. Is it the last dance? Well, certainly think it could be if Furia are to go out in the top 6 without making it to the top 3 like they did in Boston last year. But there's no question what the priority is, what the target is for Fury. It's championship. Dots has made his way forward. He's about to get shot in the side. The Leapox knows exactly where he is. The nade comes out. And he 1v1 the Blackbeard. Dots gets a little bit too aggressive and loses his head. But meanwhile, KZ has fallen.
Smart play.
Furia are left pretty lonely, and Leapox is traded back by Dodes.
It's an important kill. Fluxo keeping that pressure, but this gunfight right here between Nate and Paolo could change everything.
Shotgun in hand. Great work with the UMP from Nate. It packs a punch. Dodes will fall, and Herds has taken down the
Shoddy
Lobe, and Shoddy v Shoddy, and Palu looks the wrong direction. Volps, who has been the savior for Fluxo W7M, 10 kills to his name, marches into the bomb site alone. 1 versus 3, as Furia hold on to that diffuser. Lit it on the other side of the bomb. Lit it on the other side of the map. Volps can't go for a plant. He needs to go and collect it back from Games Room.
Has to go for kills. I mean, this round is completely over. But
know exactly
they have
where he
ego.
is.
If they overswing these teams and give him just 1v1s, just once or twice, that will be enough.
It's time to hold
swing it.
crossfires.
Hold up.
Herds, it's not time to be swinging like that. 1 player in library box and 1 on the library stairs. Volps needs to thread the needle. He needs to make this count. He has a chance here to find map points and embarrass Furia.
He has time, work the flourish throw and get the intel.
JV has an escape route.
Get that adrenaline out of your body. Don't overthink it. Play off your instincts. Believe in the plan.
AR-33 in hand, and Volps makes his way forward. Nade is right on top of the diffuser, but JV steals the kill from him. And it's not to be for Volps today. Furia have found a second round on the board, but they are still trailing behind by a mile.
And it comes down to a few gunfights once more. I mean, if Paolo gets the shotgun kill onto Nate on blue stairs, again, the numbers shift back and forth. If Nate doesn't find the kill in the fallback, same story once again. So I do think the entries in general is so important, right? We've seen the Blackbeard jump in, lose the 1v1, but get traded back. Paolo with the shotgun is good for 1, but can't take that many flexible gunfights due to the nature of having a close-range weapon, of course. I think losing Lopen right there, bottom fireplace, that's the one that hurts the most. Volps, honestly, a nice try. Finally some respect given by Furia. Herds overswung it, and after that, they played it correctly, they played smart together.
Now look, if anyone from Furia is going to overswing a little bit too much, it's definitely going to be Herds. He's the guy
it's true.
Who will ego peek everything.
I cannot disagree there. It has to be him.
5 seconds to go.
He's on the Solus now, a very important operator. We saw plenty of it on border. It's extra special on that map because of the ability to deny those rushes. Is he going to go for a peek? He's got a lot of mobility with those impact grenades as well. He can always open up this hatch and retreat back if he starts to feel a lot of pressure, which I think he is likely to. Where's Dots going? Inside of mud, perhaps?
Hey, he hears all of this. He's gonna be like, Philippox, if you're downstairs, get ready to run. There's a shield outside, probably a blitz. The scanner, if he were to activate it, can see the blitz's location at all times.
While he's got the shield up.
While he's got the shield up, of course.
There's a player on the balcony out here for Herds. Ooh, he's going to reveal his position, open up the hatch and look for a retreat, but he's actually not going to retreat. It's a fake. He peels back for now, but spotted from the rooftops. Volps continues to farm his old team.
Yep. In perfect place once again. A huge pick. Especially up against the Clash, because now he opened up the possibility of a flank elsewhere, but Philippox Blue Stairs finds Lobin. Back to even numbers. There's a flank watcher off Gridlock in the grave. There's the bomb side though. The Clash is upstairs.
No barbed wire here either. Palu could sneak onto side. Instead, he looks to Tata open that soft wall. Philippox versus Volps.
They know he's down here. Volps cut him off by Trench Thor, sending the blitz, find him first.
3 players are hunting him down, and he doesn't really have
here.
any util. Philippox spots out Dots, the impact to try and do a little bit of damage. He doesn't get flashed, but Dots wins the gunfight regardless. And Volps onto the bomb site. No, JV went to go and support his teammate.
Yeah.
Now KZ is looking for a refrag, but Fluxo have just evaporated.
So well played. Chasing the Soul player, enabling the Lion and the Blitz to play that perfect roam game. But now the question is, do you take top floor? Because verticality speaking, you don't have much vertically. So horizontally, ignore the Clash top, just hit the bomb side.
Oh, he's lost his shield now.
Yes, that means chase the Clash, because now he has no win condition. Here comes the Blitz once more. Dots has been so efficient so far.
Dots is in such a scary position if you're Nade.
So low.
Falling back, both of these players low on HP. Volps has found the first one. Ooh. He gets traded, but Dots is quick, hot on his heels. He's bullied into the corner, and Palu takes it with the pistol. Fluxo W7M are a different beast on Chalet. 5 map points stand before them. The lead is almost irreparable, and Furia look like a shadow of their greater selves.
Speaking of shield value, right? We saw Furia struggling to do that roam clearing, isolating the 1v1s. That right there is a beautiful display of how to play a blitz with the Lion and cutting off rotations. And the thing is, despite not having almost any drones in the building, Fluxo knew exactly where the defenders were by the process of elimination. By Volps being Trench Thor very early in the round and said, I never saw the Goyo running back. He has to be Wine Cellar, Blue, or Snowmobile Garage. He couldn't be anywhere else. And then you send down the blitz, just face check in every corner. It's the fastest and safest way to get that kill and get that information to your team. And it gets them 3 kills from Dots playing the blitz. 3 kills.
And we're going to look back on this series, at least the first 2 maps, and think, my God, 15 rounds on border, and Fluxo staved off 2 match points. And then Furia were completely bottled on Chalet. It's not at all what we expected. Furia now fighting. They need to stave off 4 match points just to push us into overtime. And that just doesn't seem likely.
It doesn't seem likely.
Fluxo W7M have undoubtedly been the better team today.
They've been the better team while also being the most clutch. And going into this series, that was the same stat line you spoke of in the very beginning. The 3Ks, the 4Ks, Palos 1vx clutches, like they literally have all the clutch factors at this event so far. So when the teammate doesn't do it, some of the individuals will. Volps is sitting on 14 kills right now. C4 this time works out. Herds was fishing in Solarium for the longest time. That takes the ace out of this round. And to be honest, not the biggest loss to suffer.
Good info from the drone though. Herd spots out the blitz and another one of the players behind him as well. So Furia know exactly where this push is coming from.
Changing maps.
They set up the air jabs for the flank. Perhaps later here downstairs or dining in kitchen. Looking for dining hall with the blitz. This is very unusual.
Very risky.
Are they gonna full send it?
They're straight into the bomb site.
They are.
Dots has the diffuser as well. JV92 is the first one to fall for Furia, and Dots is looking to get very aggressive. The smoke keeps him at bay for a brief moment. KZ's doing his best to battle the blitz, but Nade comes in to save the day for Furia. Fluxo W7M threw everything at the wall, but nothing is sticking.
Evo stuck outside. He was cutting rotations by the double door and fireplace, hoping for a kill, but nobody went into that location. He's been completely able to help his team this time around, and Paolo goes down as well. Oh, to Vobes, but Hurts is there. Casey, all of Furia, they fight back together.
It started with a massive C4 from Herds, and it finished when he shot both of those players on the windows, hunting him down. Herds, the man of the hour for Furia, and if it wasn't for him, that rush may well have worked out.
As Nora said himself, the coach behind Fluxo, we're calm, we're relaxed. It shows in the server that, okay, the Ace died. Oh, we can't roam to the top floor because there's 2 people, it's risky. Let's just hit the bomb site. And when you up in round count like this, 6-2 scoreline, you can 100% afford to make this play and not feel any remorse if it doesn't play out.
The Fury are one of those teams that thrive in the chaos. A player like Herds creates it, and KZ on the bomb site with the Legion, him supported by Nade, they were the players that prevented that blitz from successfully getting that plant down, getting that map control, and ripping the anchor from Furia's defense. But as you said, no reason to fret, no reason to be stressed for Fluxo W7M.
No.
The scoreline is 6-3, and there are 3 more map point opportunities to send us to Cafe.
They literally just need one thing to work out, one mistake from Furia. The only thing right now is that the more like specific operators that they're showing are pocket strats that could bleed into Cafe, like specific operators, specific playstyles. That can of course hurt their chance in a best of 3 on the final map. But right now, they don't have to get too desperate. Dodds brought out the blitz time and time again, but Furia will actually affect it a little bit now, banning out the Lion. When you're taking out an operator that wants to push into somebody on defense, but you stop them from moving away from you, you will get the blitz in their face eventually, or they'll expose their position to everybody else. So this will mean Dodds to be a little more cautious now, because you can't Lion scan and then just get people stuck moving.
Yeah.
So support can arrive this time.
We won't have to worry about the Denari though. Still, we've got Thorn Ella, just like Igor talked about on the first map. I like the castle as well, an operator that was banned out on the first map.
Yeah, not super common on Chalet these days.
No.
But it does mean that you gotta play into more self-destruction, which means less roam clear, right? The Dokkaebi and stuff like that. So they bring out the sledge, probably mostly as a castle counter. You get the grenades, get some self-destruction, good gun. And with Deimos being banned away, Lobin doesn't want to play him anyway, you know?
Lobin was pretty happy to play the sledge on the first map as well. We saw Herds doing it too. Wow, nice quick steal from JV. Oh, he's actually baited in and found a kill as well. While the wall has been breached, it doesn't matter because JV gets away with a frag.
Has 2 spare Grismos in pocket, so if JV had gone down there, a lot of util goes with him. That high-risk, high-reward playstyle. Beep-boop exposing Lobin. This could be an office rush.
In goes the sledge, and behind him the blitz as well. The castle somehow, while blinded, still manages to kill the blitz. A refrag from Lobin is not going to be enough. Palu holds down the fort inside of Piano and finds 2 big kills. Now him and Lobin are inside of the bomb site. Herds and KZ need to look for a retake, but Lobin's got info, and Palu's distracting him on the bomb site. Where is Herds? They know he's behind the bomb, and he still finds the kill. The C75 comes out for KZ, and Herds and KZ together clutch up for Furia. Fluxo W7M throw everything they can, but there's nothing to be done when the clutch players from Furia hold down the site.
It's such a good read as well. So Paolo will flashbang for his teammate, fully blinding the player by the bedroom chassis. The pre-fire makes the work happen. Tag timeout here, I think.
Sagon fechado, tá ligado? Os caras tá tendo uns confortos que não é pra ter. Então, vocês estão sabendo escolher bem as kills. Você tá, por exemplo, você somou bem aquela punida do cara do solar do portal. Quando a gente caçou o cara na adega, você somou bem a batida do portal para impedir o win. Vocês estão fazendo isso bem, só que prepara tudo, escolhe aquilo que vocês querem jogar e aí a gente consegue progredir, tá ligado? Só que eu preciso que vocês tenham todos os acessos possíveis. Então vai de Twitch, tira trap, vai de Ribana, tira todos os castos, prepara tudo que vocês precisam, decidam e aí joga. Com tudo que vocês puderem, tá ligado?
Ok. Fechou.
E 100 euros,
Bora. Acho que vai ser cozinha recuadinha agora, né?
Bora.
And as the timeout has finished, we have a few words from our analyst Laxing on the line. Laxing, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, that last round in particular, I mean, it's so important for the side of Fluxo to be able to slow down, to be able to come together, to close out these rounds. The last thing you want to do is blow this lead. Losing rounds like this, where they should be going in your favor, does slowly chip away at the mental, especially if going into this next round, it doesn't go in their favor. And then on the opposite side for Furia, if you are allowing them to get any little bit of hope, that is slowly going to manifest and turn into something that is going to be unstoppable for the side of Fluxo. So they need to dig deep and close out this map and push it to a map 3.
I couldn't agree more, Laxing. Thank you so much for your insight. The time for toying with your opponent is over. For Fluxo, like Laxing said, log it in right now. Give it 110%, get it 7-4 or whatever, and go into Cafe knowing that you played a phenomenal game of Chalet. Speaking to the mental game as well, Fluxo were feeling mighty good a couple rounds ago. You're gonna start being, okay, we could taste the victory. Oh no, it's slipping away. Oh no, guys, we're throwing. Oh, it's overtime. Oh no. That sets you up for failure. Were you to go into Cafe, that third and final deciding map. Whereas for Furia, we know they're a mental team. And we saw how JV swung Library last round, just like taking those Eagle challenges, those Eagle battles. This right here, waiting for it to pay off, but Volbs doesn't find the kill this time from outside the building. He's been the cutoff player on the attack, but he was almost an injury player on defense. He hasn't been in the first early battles much for Volbs. And they're also off the blitz. Now dots onto the Monty, maybe like Dyken said, slowing things down a bit, breathing more and going for more execute style attacks.
The danger with slowing things down too much is if Fury read into that, you see things like the Echo come into play.
Exactly.
And there's no better example of an operator that punishes slow play than that Echo. If it comes down to the late round, you're going for a plant, Felipox is still alive, that plant ain't going down.
So we gotta get some early aggression somewhere, either a kill or a good bit of map control, and just slowly progress the map, right? Every second matters right now. The first projectile wall goes out. They're waiting for a C4 response. Nothing happens, so the fish unsuccessful. But now it's in pre-placed. They can pop that wall up and down whenever they want to jump in that trophy window. But with 2 people on rappel, everyone outside the building still, getting in that first window, it's gonna be a challenge.
Furia can also use that Echo to get aggressive if they want, but I think at the moment the play is just not to overthink things too much. Furia can just sit back. They still have 2 C4s on the site. As I say that, Herds has actually gotten really aggressive on the other side of the map, which means that now there's going to be a crossfire onto Dots as he makes his way into the lobby.
He's going to go up the lobby stairs into Fireplace.
They want to kill this guy.
Yeah, they want to isolate him.
They know where KZ is, and Dots is now in the perfect position to flush him out. But KZ, he can take the fights! He staved off the Monty with the Thorn Trap so he can isolate Volts! And while Dotas has traded him back, it was a worthy play from someone who should have been doomed to die.
Idea.
It hurts! Sneaking behind enemy lines, has stolen another kill onto Dotas. No more hard breach available for Fluxo W7M.
No. Playing it safe and playing it slow, and yet that one mistake might cost him the entire round with that delete. Being reduced. Furia making the comeback happen right here, right now.
It well and truly has begun, Pengu. It's 3 rounds straight for Furia, each one looking better than the last. 1 more on the board, and we will have a second overtime in this series.
It's bound to happen. The way these rounds are playing out, the struggles for both teams, and the things they're doing well, it's turning that momentum into Furia's side. The small mini-games are working so much more in their favor. I was thinking with Casey stuck in the library corner, if you're by the double window and just hold him with a gun, he's bound to move eventually. Instead, you jump in the single window, he pre-fires you, you lose. Miscoordination. Had they waited for Volbs to get onto that big window first, all of a sudden it should be a guaranteed kill. And then if you miss the guy in the small box and he gets 1, it's not the end of the world, but you lose 1 player to KC, lose a guy to the box, there's too many bodies. And I mean, we saw them, they wanted to go for a Solarium trophy attack. They set up everything for it, and then they sprinted to library thinking, guys, we have a free kill, and it wasn't free.
It's like Furia knew what Fluxo W7 were doing before they did it. I noticed there were 2 C4s on the bomb site to prevent that eventual jump in if the Monty did go for it, to harass the Monty. And then Herds suddenly disappeared. He was on the other side of the map. And within a few moments, he was ready to support KZ.
Yeah.
And KZ as well. What a play with the Thorn. An operator that's been out of the meta for such a long time finally makes its way back in. He sees a Monty, throws a Thorn Trap, Monty has to fall back, he suddenly can take a 1v1 with the player.
Exactly. It's so good use of utility. So the final round of regulation, either we go into OT, Floxo take the map, and Palu is stuck once again on a shotgun, this time on the Ying, and they're doubling down with the glass. They got Raw, they got the sense to cut off crossfires and ways for Fury to help each other. This feels like that Amara push that Fury attempted. All or nothing. When they go, it's everything in the round.
Yeah, but they've got a Warden which counters the glass.
I know.
And the Ying, they've got a mirror.
I know.
The hard holding positions, they've got the smoke and the clash to keep the attack at bay.
It's a perfect counter to the operators, but it will always come down to execution. Who can find the entry? That's the big question. When you get that 5v4 lead, you can reset the round and play the utility. But the issue for Floxo has been, without that shield operator, who's gonna get into the building? It's been Dots on the Blitz, and then last round Monty is the only person doing the entry job, and he's no longer doing it. Is it Palu on the Ying? Is it Logan on the glass? Someone has to go in first.
Who makes the first move? Will Furia just play safely? Indeed, it looks to be the case. As Dodes looks to send out the first of the Rayoras. EMP, but it does get disabled. The EMPs come up, and Volps from down below finds the opening kill. No more Warden to worry about if you're a Ying or a Glaz, but the Nitro Cell from hers will claim the Glaz's life. And those smokes far less effective than previous.
It's worth it though. They get library control, top messing, and 1-for-1 trade is okay. They lose the glass, yes, but a great mini-execute. EMP'd off the Warden's glasses. The Ying was successful, but the issue once again, Palu stuck in a shotgun or a Reaper secondary, going for a huge backstab much later in the round, sneaking past the default camera perhaps.
JV wasn't on that camera.
Basement.
JV should have been on that camera.
Oh no, this angle with a shotgun doesn't work.
KZ should win it, and indeed he does. He locks down the basement.
Deploying panel.
It's up to Dodes to try and have a big impact here on the Rayora. He blocks off one door.
Missed the
That's
smoke,
the
though.
primary plant denial. You're right, the smoke did not cover off the line of sight. We have Dots on the Thatcher.
They can't jump in, it's too risky, and they got smoke and a clash. This shouldn't work. They need to go for some kills here.
Plant denial is going to be challenging here. It'll come down to the smoke as Felipox tosses out his second last. KZ still has control down. Oh, and a bit of
everything.
Gets red. Volps finds one. He's found 17 kills in this map, and if he finds 3 more, the map will be over. It's time to execute. No time left on the clock, and they find every single one of them. Nade forced into a 1v3. They just have to go deep. Volps looking for his 19th kill, but he's on the floor. The Panthers started the fights, but they didn't realize they were battling in the bullpen. Fluxo W7M have sent us to a 3rd map.
It took way too many rounds to get there, but they had pocket strat after pocket strat showing depth in the operator pool as well and how to get apart the fast attacks, the slow attacks. Honestly, that was one of the few rounds where I thought there is no way that's the one that's gonna work. But the Thatcher came out, EMP in the ward, and we have so much more seats to cover. One more map, Cappy's up next after a short break.
elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
dismantle everything that Fluxo had prepared for this Chalet. What do you think it was the gap from you that almost enabled them to do that?
Actually, we were playing really well, but we were confusing ourselves in communication between the mid-rounds. Like, we were kind of lost sometimes, and we started just like, guys, let's calm down, let's play our bases, let's say, and that was it, basically.
Furia was not paying enough attention. That's what Igor said in the timeout. What do you think was making this mistakes, such minor mistakes, going so unnoticed?
Yeah, I think we had a few good rounds in the beginning that we couldn't take to our side. So I think mentally we kind of get frustrated with that. And then we started making more mistakes, and we can't let that happen. So for map 3 now, we're going to reset our mental and come better.
We're glad to see Fluxo W7M come back in this matchup, and sometimes it's just so good to be right when you said that this map really suits the playstyle of Fluxo W7M, but it did get really close.
It did get close, but I love that they didn't switch too much up on their defenses. Them just playing slow, letting Furia make the mistakes, being able to get those picks, specifically Volps, a lot of those positions on his defenses, on his attacks. He's locking down an area, and you can see it clear as day. You can't get this man out of hard corners, positions that he's able to hold down. And that was Fluxo W7M's whole game plan, essentially, and I'm glad that they stuck to it, because that is what got them out of their attacking half, of their defending half. It did get a little too close for comfort, but that's what you said in your call-ins. They need to be able to stump that momentum early on.
Yeah, and that was a very scary thing, especially once we started to see that comeback start to happen, and especially what we heard from Paulo there. We need to reset the mental, we need to slow down, we need to play our game. That's exactly what we saw, especially going into this last round. This last round in particular, Volps stopping the player coming up from base and being able to get the kill on the bar, getting the kill onto Blue. If he doesn't win any of those gunfights, loses that control, they lose that. They go into overtime, and then that's another question. Then are we going to see them them here? Are we talking about them? The fact of the matter is, Volp's got the job done, 18-9, and it is important to note, he is no longer the IGL. We haven't talked about it too much. Dots has stepped into that role, but again, Volps has been let off a leash, and he is tearing into this roster.
And that's the important factor for Fluxo W7M, is being able to have a player that has amazing input, being able to shut down the aggressive players from Furia, and we talked about it. Everybody on the roster is going to have their series, going to have their map to be able to perform, but it's the strength of the whole team that is able to execute on those picks, be able to play together. So I'm glad that you commended Dots, because the IGLing off of those picks is one of the hardest things, because at that point you have to be able to adapt and go with the flow, and that's something that Furia can switch up very quickly, is where they're coming and how fast they're coming.
Yeah, I'm glad he joined us earlier in this event for a little chat and to talk about him no longer being the IGL there, but really seeing what it does with his stats at this event so far. That's a fabulous thing to see for himself, and I'm glad they also managed to stop that almost comeback, because, you know, maybe some Fluxo W7M fans were sweating a little bit there.
I mean, I was sweating.
I was worried.
I mean, hey, we're seeing it.
No, but I mean, it is important, the fact that they did get that win. Now they can battle back here in map 3, because it's going to be so important for them to focus on those key mistakes that were being made here to make sure that doesn't happen again. Like Paulo was saying, to just the late round, mid to late round, the miscommunication was there. They can't allow this to happen going into a map 3.
They need to continue to be able to shut down big players, because we highlighted JB92, KZ. On a map like Cafe, it's arguably one of the ones that I would say KZ revolutionized, being able to lock down all of Piano alone on the Azami. That's one of the most difficult aspects of dealing with a player like KZ, and why Fluxo W7M, the fact that they're able to shut down these explosive players, look like they're in good fashion to be able to handle it. That being said, Fury is not going to just roll over and let it happen. They're going to be fighting guns on, and that's why that'll be the biggest factor. Is Azami taken off the board? Will W7M Fluxo be able to deal with the aggressive overtake from KZ inside of Christmas, inside of the map? That'll be the biggest thing to look for me.
This final map is also important for these teams. Furia with a big win streak. What can W7M and Fluxo do? Maria spoke to the coaches.
We can see how Fluxo doesn't mind doing risky plays, even in a elimination match. And I think that is so cool, but how comfortable are you doing that in a map that is going to decide everything?
Cara, pra ser sincero, é fácil porque é literalmente a gente só aplicar o nosso estilo de jogo. Então, o que vocês acabaram de ver, independente se a partida é eliminatória ou não, se é inv ou não, é apenas nós. Isso somos nós.
It's so easy to do that because it's just us. We're just playing like ourselves. So even if it's not an elimination match or is an elimination match, it doesn't matter. It's just us being us. Fluxo have a lot of play styles. They can play aggressive. They cannot. How do you read a team like that to go for the third map?
Focusing ourselves basically, because if we do a good job, we are better than them. So basically, we need to focus on our game, and if we do, we can win this match, of course.
Focus on our game is what Igor is saying. They will have to do that on the attack though. Fluxo W7M get to start on defense. Feel like he might have a slight edge with that starting on Cafe.
I think a big thing for Furia too is, do we see the confidence on Igor's face after map 1? They're going to Chalet, they should go to jail. Going to map 2, oh, we got to worry about us. Respect is given, absolutely, but that begs the question, is the confidence going to be an aspect for Furia? Because that's been the biggest indicator of why they're able to win and be so strong, is having very big egos going into matches.
I mean, I think both these teams have showcased strengths and weaknesses, and that's the beauty of a best of 3, is when you're winning your map, you're winning their opponent's map, whatever that may be, is when you get to this map 3, everything should be refined. Everything should be as perfect as it possibly can. There shouldn't be room for error, and if there is room for error, it needs to be identified, it needs to be addressed, and there needs to be a response. So both of these teams, as we heard from both coaches, they just need to focus on themselves. It's no longer looking at the opponent that's in front of them, it's looking what's in front of that mirror.
Okay, taking in consideration what the coaches just said, the starting sites as well for the teams. Who takes it?
I mean, that is a big factor. This is a great map for Furia when it comes to just their map pool in general. But that being said, starting on defense, we saw in Chalet and on the first map of Border how slow Fluxo W7M was able to play on their defenses. When they were able to ramp up, they can shut down the players from Furia, and then once the side swap, it doesn't matter. So if Fluxo was able to mount a big lead on their defensive half, it might be wraps before a side swap.
I completely agree.
All right, well, elimination is on the line. Only one team gets to say in the tournament. Map 3 is upon us.
That's right, and one team goes home today. We had an 8-7 first map. We almost had a comeback to overtime in the second, but we must settle it on the third, Pengu. Who takes it? What do you think? Is it Furia, or have they been overtaken by Fluxo W7M?
You know, I told you this in private before the game started, before that first match. So, you know what? This has to be a 2-0 for Fluxo, because in Cafe, ain't no way. But I have changed my opinion. Fluxo showed us more depth in this BO3 than the entire tournament beforehand. In Furia, they're struggling. Now, my only real concern here for Fluxo W7M, they had Vobes dropping 18 kills, Palu with 2 separate 1v1 clutches to barely win the map at the end of the day. If those big moments don't happen so frequently, that should have been maybe a Furia win or at the very least overtime.
Fluxo are so good at coming back after losing the first map. They did it against Oxygen when they lost Border 7-8. Sound familiar?
Classic.
They did it against SSG when they lost to Border as well. I see no reason why they can't do it against Furia, except for the fact that the last 10 times this team has met, Furia always seems to get the better of Fluxo.
Yeah, so I really think it comes down to the depth and of course the adaptations, the thing that the desk has spoken about this entire time. The question is, will it be Fluxo, will it be Furia? Who has the most to give?
Fluxo W7M raised a major trophy a year and a half ago. Furia, they raised a trophy in Reload. They've raised 2 major trophies and a hammer. But does the greatest team in Rainbow Six history have it in them to raise a hammer again? Or have they been overtaken by better prospects in Fluxo? Fluxo W7M are poised to take Furia out of the Six Invitational. One of the tournament favorites. They raised the hammer 2 years ago in Brazil, and they've raised countless trophies outside that. Could it be the first time in years that Fluxo W7M hold a candle to the greatest in Brazil? It'll come down to what happens on Cafe.
Or is it gonna be another domestic upset? Atlanta Major 2023, Lowe's take down FaZe Clan 2-0, and Lowe's advance to Grand Finals, where they fall short to this very same roster. Could it be that revenge 2.5 years in fact later, looking to take Furia away from the possibility of going further, and they themselves look for another game? Clutches, big moments, very big individual performances. We've seen so many things in this BO3 so far. Cafe, it's a map where you're often stuck on window repels, having a hard time in the building. We've seen how good Fluxo's shields can be when they're on the attacking side. We've seen how good Fury can be when they're allowed to lash out and get some space in the server. Before we find out how it's gonna start off, we gotta go to a quick technical pause, teams, and just gotta really get intensified here with the nerves, with the pressure.
That's right, in your technical pauses, you can't talk to your coach. It's not like a tactical timeout.
It's you and your thoughts.
You have to sit there, you can't communicate about the game, you can't talk strategy. You just gotta sit there. Now, back in your day, there were a lot of rehosts. The game was in a...
Oh! You think that we had more rehosts back? We did.
We absolutely did. You played through the Yabana bug.
Oh my God,
you
dude.
played pre-operation health.
If you survived as a player, you have the mental fortitude of a god. Like, it was every round at certain points where we had to risk it.
Yeah.
It got so bad that the rule was, if you play this specific operator and do this specific thing, you are just accepting that it breaks.
Yeah.
No rehost
It's like,
for you.
yeah, basically guaranteed to be a rehost.
Yeah.
Do you remember any specific moments in tournaments, Six Invitational, Pro League Finals, Majors, where you were sitting there and you're like, not necessarily because of a bug, but just for some reason, you have to sit there through a technical rehost for a few minutes, just dead silent?
Not exactly that, but I do have one story, and it goes back to year 2, season 1 in Katowice, Poland, where we're playing our first Pro League Final for me in over a year. Right? It's a big moment. We have a small crowd of about 30 people, maybe 50, and it's just people's best friends that were flown out essentially, paying for their own tickets, of course. And we found that when we arrived, we can't actually play the finals on LAN, because the LAN build, unfortunately, just didn't work on low ping. So we actually flew to Poland and played 60 ping Pro League Finals online on regular servers.
Oh my God.
And if you go back to the VOD of year 2 season 1 Grand Finals on YouTube right now and find the video, just go to any point where they show the scoreboard, you'll see 60 ping, 70 ping, 40 ping. We're playing LAN online just like we did from home. That has been the most mind-blowing experience. And we also got a bit of a laugh because we're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But looking back now, that could never happen again, you know? We got much further with the technology.
And of course, the land build these days is we can do so much with it, especially from a production standpoint.
Yeah.
The ability to make the stage as beautiful as it is all thanks to this beautiful land builds. And now we're cooking into this one, and keen eyes amongst you will notice that the operator bands have rolled out Capitao Ying Azami Mira.
So really nothing too crazy. I think the Capitao is a really wise choice in both teams, bring it out to great effect on border, most notably.
Many bombs as they can.
As I said before, right now it's going to be Floxel on defense and Fury on the attack. When that side swap comes through, I'm very curious how much shield play we're going to see from Dots. He was putting in some overtime hours on Chalet with mostly really good results. Whereas Furia, it felt like every time they brought a shield operator for nade, it was him dying early or not finding a kill and not really getting much done for his team either. I was going to say, we're down to 4 now, 3 players, so we might need to go again.
We run it back.
Run it back.
We run it back. Why don't we just go again?
Let's go again.
Let's do it again. No. Philippox has been around the block a few times. He's actually the most experienced player on this Furia roster. I looked back at when his career started. It was over 5 years ago. I'm gonna see if I can find the first team that.
I was gonna ask you that exact question. What was his first team? Because
do you remember off the top of your head?
No, I don't. But you have teams like Red Devils who sucked. But that's longer than 5 years ago.
So I remember when Philippox played with the old Furia roster, the one that wasn't quite as good as this
Dynasties Furia roster?
Dynasties Furia roster. So if I go all the way back to 2018, apparently Philippox played for a team called GS. And then after that, he actually coached Black Dragons.
Wait, so player to coach the player?
Looks like it. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know that. He coached a very old version of Black Dragons with Live, GDN, Hogzord.
Oh!
Yeah.
He coached Hogzord before Hogzord coached Liquid.
Yes. Yeah, the irony of that,
Okay.
right? Then, of course, he went to Team 1 as a substitute, and then Team 1 as a player for a long time before MIBR, and then eventually W7M. But the moment when Philippox and Nade joined, that is regarded as
that's the turning point.
Sleeper change at the time. I think people said, well, you got rid of Julio, who's a world champion. You got rid of Volps, who was a great fragger. Obviously, Volps got an offer to go to Liquid. And you pick up there we go, Philippox fans in the arena. You pick up 2 players, Nade, who hadn't really had a lot known about him at the time. And you pick up Philippox, it's like, oh yeah, we've seen this guy play on some mid-tier teams for a while. The most understated roster change, and they go from 2nd place in Montreal to G2 to winning every major and a Six Invitational.
It's crazy because there is a world where they won SI against T2, win their own SI, beat Fate. They could have gone 3 times in a row technically because they made all those grand finals. Couple rounds go, the other way. History would have been changed forever. It's funny because they came into the scene as villains right after because of Hertz, right? He really drew that villain arc.
You remember way back at was it the Mexico major? It was a Charlotte major way back in the day. The W7M roster at the time they were called. This is, KZ, Hertz, JV, etc. They qualified for the Charlotte major, but they couldn't actually get to Charlotte due to visa complications. They had
3 of them made it in the end.
Yeah.
They had 2 people play from Mexico.
Yeah.
And they made it to top 8, I want to say, quarterfinals and bombed out.
And it was quite controversial at the time.
Yeah.
Because it never happened before that we'd had some players in a team play remotely.
But not just that, but the funny thing is we saw them being very upset, rightfully so, playing in a quote-unquote unfair condition, but due to visas, of course, not our fault. But everyone with the ass, the NA, the EU team said, WCM, they're the best team here.
That's crazy.
They only have 3 people, but they're the best team here. We go, why would you say that, right? Fast forward a year, turns out they were indeed the best team to ever do it.
Of course.
They were so good. Before they were good, they were still good.
I remember talking to them at the Berlin Major in 2022.
Yeah.
When they made it to the top 4, they actually knocked out my homeboys Elevate, the Thai team at the time from APAC. And eventually fell, I'm going to say to FaZe or Rogue. It was in the semifinals. It was either to FaZe or Rogue.
Okay.
And at the time, everyone was still saying, these guys from Brazil, they're out of nowhere.
I think it was FaZe
young
down.
talent. May have been FaZe.
Yeah.
Young talent are really showing that they can compete at the top level. By the time Six Invitational rolled around, no one expected them to be the second best team, but much less did anyone expect G2 to be the #1 team. They really jumped over teams like FaZe, and at the time BDS, out of nowhere, to take the best spot in the world. And yet they were unable to sustain that after their fantastic, unbeatable year, 2023 into 2024.
Yeah.
Immediately they dropped off. Manchester was a disappointment. Montreal, they didn't even qualify for. And that's why they almost disbanded.
You know the big shift that happened? The meta changed. The shield meta came around the block, and that's kind of why it's funny. We look at Chalet and Border, how unsuccessful the shields were for Nate and for Furia. They have never fully adjusted to neither playing the shields themselves or countering the enemy shields. So that's been their big struggle.
Yeah.
Furia, they had this 1 year where the meta was relatively similar, and they were the best team by far.
Good old split theory, if you want to call it that.
Brazil invented that, apparently. And then the meta shifted slightly with the shield change, and all of a sudden, Furia would, as you said, not qualify or do very poorly when they would qualify.
They're loose gunners, they play around each other, their fundamentals are impeccable.
But their shields stop all of
Their
that.
shields, leave a lot to be desired.
Hold up. Nate is on Twitch, right? JV is on Blitz. JV is on Blitz. Now, I could see this happening. I could see this working.
You can see the Fury are continuing to figure out which of their players should be the shield player.
Yeah.
Maybe it depends on the operator in question. JV, he likes to play aggressively.
He'll be in there.
But we also see him play with some restraints, which we don't see as much from Herds. I'd say JV is a natural balance between Herds and Nade in terms of how aggressive he plays.
If they can Twitch drone the Goyo Fires on Bakery door, Raora off the single door by Bakery window, and then jump in with a Blitz, that could be a fast way in. They got the glass as well. The issue is the magnets, the Goyo Fire, you gotta deal with those first. Gonna slow down the pace quite a lot, but Volbs, dude, 18 kills with Chalet, opening pick onto Nate on Twitch to stop people from clearing out that utility. So much value. Blitz goes in fast.
A smoke bang, though, by Loban on the Warden. And this is, again, a round where Furia haven't dealt with that Warden. We saw it happen on Chalet. Try to bring Glaz, they try to bring Smokes, they try to bring Ying, and it doesn't work. Not when you have a Warden on the board. The Rayora from KZ was not enough. It was easily dispatched with, and Palu's got an active Volbs. A flawless beginning to Cafe. And Fluxo W7M continue their Chalet form.
And Furia, again, with small mishaps on the execute. They didn't Aura off the door, so Blitz almost died to the C4 tossed out. They smoked off the Warden without closing the door first, so Warden can see through the smoke and kill them. Very small errors that have a massive consequence in the server. The order of the utility was outright just wrong for Furia. Plus, they lost Nate early on the Twitch. So Goyo Fire not popped, Warden not countered, Blitz not successful. It's 6 rounds of shields in this BO3 and 1 round victory only. Volbs might just be the series MVP. He might just be.
It's not even close at the moment.
Well, Paolo had 2 clutches. He had 2 1v1s on Chalet.
You're right. He had a lot of clutches, but when it comes down to just consistent
value
out, we can't deny Volbs has been that guy. Looking back at the first map, he had a pretty quiet 9 kills to 11 deaths, but Chalet, you said, 18 and 9, a 2.0 KD, already starting strong here.
Like, mind you, the final round of Chalet, it was Volbs at main door, grenading off the player 5 by stairs, holding blue and getting a kill. He opened up the round in the most dire position.
Volbs got 4 3Ks on Chalet. 4 3Ks.
Yeah, 4 3Ks.
That's 12 of his 18 kills already.
Yeah, okay.
And he's looking to continue with the fire on Cafe. Nade, the second round in a row, is the first to fall for Furia.
It's Nomad as well. Like, you have so much active util in pocket. We got the Razor Blooms prepped on the rooftops here. Shout out to Schwartzy, actually. German player who also played in the Xbox One now qualifier for SI. Almost made it and qualified here. He showed these Razor Blooms lineups on Twitter, or X, right when this tournament started. And I think a lot of people might have seen it because ever since that tweet blew up, we've seen it from OXG, and we've seen it now as well from Fluxo.
Spotted now. Oh, JV. It's just there in the Christmas tree next to you. He hasn't seen it for now.
The way they work, by the way, if you rappel up next to it, you will die because you're stuck in repel animation. So it's a guaranteed kill if you wrap up on the wrong side.
Surely at any moment.
Oh, Casey. Imagine when he droned there.
If he gets into the range and then gets on his drone, that would be it. Palu's somehow taking out so he got a little bit aggressive. The Razor Bloom detonates to no effect. Hertz has to go deep after the second one detonates in Cigar Shop. And looks to try and reply. His team is 2 players in deficit, and Volbs is just around the corner from him. KZ's looking the wrong way. Rifle in hand, and Volbs will quickly shut him down. The Leapbox is under pressure and actually dies to a Razor Bloom, no less. JV92 in a 1v4, and Volbs is toying with him.
Valcam. Yep.
Oh, nice shot. 2 kills on the round, but a Nitro cell from way downtown for a man who's just fragged the hell out. Volbs is looking a little bit too stressed.
That is a tough one. Very, very mentally difficult start here from the side of Furia. Igor, when speaking to Maria on stage between the games, or between the maps rather, he was saying how we need to reset mentally. I think Philippox said the same thing. Right now, going to this map, we have to just reset. And I'm sure they have, but how the first 2 rounds have played out, you can reset as much as you want. You're straight back to tilting. If you're Nate, you haven't played the game yet, James. You died first in the first 30 seconds of both rounds as Twitch and as Nomad.
Yeah.
You've not fired your gun yet.
First map on border. Floxo W7M won up 2-0, and then Igor immediately took the tactical timeout and restabilized to even out the end of the half.
Yeah.
I feel like we need that tactical timeout, and we need it soon from Igor, because this has been far too dominant. They only found 2 kills in the second round, 0 kills in the first round. Leapbox's family is here, flown all the way to Paris in the hopes that they can see their son raise a second hammer like they did back in Sao Paulo.
Attackers are moving out.
2 years ago. A long, long way away.
So they've had a bit of time to settle in from that previous round, and we need to see a big switch up. I would love to see Furia, much like I said on border, go back to basics. Play a bit slower, a bit safer, and get to execute and get to the end stage of a round. So many of these rounds and all the maps have been decided in the first minute and 30 seconds. We don't see executes, we don't see plans, we don't see post plans either. So Furia, this attacking lineup, I really like it on paper, right? You get a Twitch to clear out stuff and get information, excellent. You get IQ, for same reason, counter the pulse, counter the IQ, stabilize the rounds, soft destruction with grenades, verticality on the grip on the ramp. They have all the right tools, but they need to have the right pace and timing. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down.
The Twitch IQ combo is perfect, as you said, but both Twitch drones have now been shot. Only managed to get 1 of the Valkyrie cameras and only 1 of the Vulcan canisters.
That's not enough.
Not good enough value from the Twitch drones, thanks to Fluxo W7M being so good at shutting them down. KZ, usually a player unafraid of challenging any angle, is cautious because he's taking a lot of damage from Cocktail.
Just stay alive, right? Right now the focus very much is stay alive. They're missing pressure on the window repels of Cocktail though, so they're giving Fluxo a lot of space to work beneath the C4 and top white Cocktail, but KC still just looking. A C4 prime ready, gets tossed on up, doesn't find anything.
JV continues dancing around. He's already taken a lot of damage. And there's info on his position from DOS down below with the pulse. He can continue trying to take the fight through the floor with the shotgun as well. It makes JV have to continue dancing around these angles. Good nade though, that's gonna destroy, no, it actually won't destroy the bar. KZ is vulnerable! Donas will take them both down. 5v3 goes to a 5v2, and JV's low HP. Donas is hungry for more. Hertz needs to conjure up some magic here with the IQ. Straight into the crossfire. A second flawless round for Fluxo W7M.
Furia are in trouble. Nobody on counter repel at any point in that round. Nobody on the window repel to cut off the rotations to enable that push. It is a person jumping Scarlet, a person pushing Longbar, and 2 people in Freezer with a pulse scanning you below, and they know this. There's a Valcam behind them. They're not getting anything done strategically in the server. They're missing the most basic of areas in their control. And Fluxo, we just saw it there for a second, they banned the Monty saying, you want to play off that? You can't. Igor, tech timeout.
dispensa Coca, Fanta, tá todo mundo spotado. Esse é o boneco mais roubado do jogo, a gente sabe disso. Então, Pox, a gente pode fazer full piano se a gente tiver esse green pra gente splitar. Prepara as coisas, marca, combina a comida e a gente come todo mundo junto, botando as miras no lugar. Senão a gente pode fazer um pouco dos split também, que esse boneco é muito forte pra gente fazer isso. E lembra que eu falei, embalo 4 tá muito forte por conta do jeito que eles jogam. Eles estão jogando peitando aqui um pouco mais. Cada um mira uma janela, tipo, se nasceu lá na docas, um mira 3, outro mira 1, mira 2. A gente sai saindo, chega no spawn pra gente ter tempo pra gente jogar. Só que a gente não pode ter medo, guys. Só vamos fazer o que a gente quer e a gente jogar
vamos manter esse green full aqui então.
Exato.
Bora, guys.
Bora, guys.
So, right before that tag timeout, Monty Bank came into a quick play there. Floxo is saying whatever desperate operator they want to play after to stabilize these rounds will be removed. Monty is the #1 stability operator in the game, especially on Cafe. It's a perfect target ban, even though they haven't played it so far, and even though they're not the best shield team. It removes the easy crutch for them to get back into the game. They are completely locked out.
Fury have so many questions to answer. 2 kills in 3 rounds, and both of them were just exit frags for JV. Not a single one of these players, not Herds, not KZ,
no,
not Philippox or Nade, have found a frag so far.
You know, you can root against Fury all you want, but this is not the way anybody should want them to go out. Kill-less, out-strategized, not adapting correctly, and falling apart in the server. And it probably is at this very moment where that doubt is settling in. The last dance? Let's raise that last hammer together, guys. We can do it. It might not feel all that possible right now. They need this round more than ever to bounce back.
If they are to go down to a team they've beaten 10 times in a row, to a regional rival in Brazil, not to a team like FaZe Clan, not to a team like Falcons or Amati or G2, but to one that they should be beating 100 times over. That's when it truly will be the last dance for Furia, and a second kill has been found by Loben. KZ and Herds remain with no kills. Nitro Cell shuts JV out of the game. Philippox and Nade stare down the barrel of another flawless round. And Nade is on the floor.
Heartbreak.
Philippox, their captain, must stand tall.
One by one they fall.
One by one they march towards him. It is a flawless round for the 3rd time for Fluxo W7M.
They're dying to C4s, to spawn peaks, they're whiffing their shots in the 50-50s, they're not playing close together, there's no drone work for any of these engagements. It feels like mental boom. The first, perhaps, mental boom of this caliber we've ever seen for Furia in the history of this roster. It feels like they don't have a fighting chance. And you know what? It's all due to how well Floxo, W7 have played this series so far. Ever since the very first round on Border, they looked strategically ahead. But I was thinking, how long can they keep them up for? Fury, they got something prepared. Surely they have an answer on these following maps, right? Not really. Not at all by the looks of it.
Where is the Furia that beat 3 out of these 5 Fluxo players in the Atlanta Major Grand Final? Where is the Furia that was 6-1 down on the final map in Sao Paulo with 10,000 Brazilian fans cheering for FaZe? And yet they came back 7 rounds in a row to raise the hammer. Where is the Furia that raised the Reload Trophy in Rio less than a year ago? Where is the Furia that we saw in the group stage and the upper bracket that took down Falcons in their opening playday here in Paris? There have been 4 rounds and they only have 2 frags to show for it.
Nigar already called the tag timeout. It's only down to the players in the server right now. And from the outside looking in, we're looking at Philippox, right? The captain, the RGL. But one thing is to have the right strategy, another one is to have the right words, because again, Fury have not been faced with this position before. Being down against a team that they shouldn't be losing to, being made fun of on the biggest stage we've had here in Europe. They need a kill, they need the injury, they need a bit of motivation in the server. The nade is good. Here's the mute jammer. Makes it more difficult Dust to play in this position of Cigar. He has a castle barricade to his left. And he's watching the hatch drop straight in front of him. Furia have to make the first move. A little bit under pressure if the window repels, but again, this is all pressure from outside the building. They've yet to enter.
And there is a way back into it for Furia. It's a defense-sided map. If they win 2 rounds of attack, there is still hope that may lie in the second half.
There's the window repel they needed last round. They've made the right adaptation. Claymores to support the jump out as well. So they're in the right spots. Can they execute together? Can they get the nades, the Grim Beast, and the gun fired up at the right time in the right place?
Good util clear.
No one watching the cross.
No one is able to
No
cut
one's
off
watching
Palu.
it.
How do they get a kill here? How do they actually get in the building? Every single player is still on rappel or on the roof.
Had they been caught to rappel with that grenade, they get the freebie, they open things in for a rappel in, but they weren't. Now they have no nades left. They are completely locked out. It feels like a Furia round where they gotta go absolutely crazy in the server with the gun skill. But when you're stuck on these rappels, how are you going to get in?
2 flashes for JV is the only thing that Furia has to try and make an opening here. It's that, or the guns have to come to life. And we haven't seen that happen even once here for Furia on Cafe as of yet. Herds, where is the fire that you brought?
Flash drop
on Border and Chalet. Both flashes go down, but Dones is waiting to go for a double. They fall into the meat grinder, and Furia find absolutely nothing. JV looks for a consolation frag, but he's left alone! A 4th round! Flawless for Fluxo! I have never seen a team of this caliber go down so quietly on the world stage.
When your best bet is to double drop the skylight into every crossfire known to man, without any of the heavy util operators, like the Ying, like the Capital, that's been banned away, then you are desperate. You have no other options, or you're simply not seeing them and making those options work together. The grenades, they had 4 in pocket when the round started. Not a single grenade was used to move a player forcibly and then watch the angle and go for the kill. Palu was living rent-free top white despite having all the grenades. Wolves was living rent-free in bathroom despite the grenades. No pressure anywhere on the map. Fox and WTM, to their credit, they didn't move a muscle because they didn't ever need to. They're not making any mistakes. They're not giving Furia any easy way back into this. That's perfect.
How do you beat your bogeymen? How do you take down the team that always has your number? Furia have never broken a sweat against Fluxo. Some games go somewhat deep, but at the end of the day, we always know who wins in this head-to-head, and it's Furia every day of the week. They need to lock in right now, otherwise their tournament is finished, and they will not have another chance to vie for the hammer.
With it being the last dance, don't know what's gonna happen for certain with the roster afterwards. So that if this is gonna be the end of the course, we know it. This would be the absolute worst way to go down. After all, she says JB's in. There's finally some firepower in the bomb side with the case as well. They get 2 kills.
Hold the phone for Furia, because they found the opening. They brute forced their way into it, and Dots has made mincemeat out of it. She might go to Cell Centurion, but Philippox will find him. Plant denied. JV is on the floor. The Furia have finally got their mojo back. 4v2, and Volps is shut out of it. Dones yet to fall. He's the last one standing, and he is being tracked by the Deimos. It's been a long time between drinks, but Furia finally get back on the horse.
If we were in the player comms and we understood Portuguese, it feels like that was someone saying, guys, we have nothing to lose. We're down 0-5, let's just play the game that we know. Let's play together. They were immediately in the building, in the bomb site, no fear, no hesitation, and guess what? They won a round. They got some intra kills. But it took them 5 embarrassing round losses to get there. Now, thankfully, they're gonna have side swap, they're gonna go on defense. But this is gonna have to be a repeat of their game against FaZe, where it's everything against them, and they gotta go perfect so many rounds in a row. 5 to go into OT, assuming Fluxo don't get a single round, obviously.
Stressful day to be cheering for Philippox and for Furia. Into the second half we go. And it's time for Furia to show that they can hold it down on defense. It's a more comfortable place to be.
Sure.
But it means that Fluxo W7M get to dictate the pace.
Yeah, and they've been so good at that. And they're gonna have insane amounts of confidence. Now in Chalet, there was a brief moment where Fluxo could not close out the rounds. If that happens again, that could of course turn the tide. Fluxo W7M, funny enough, they've banned the Valkyrie and the Kaid, focusing on information and locking down those walls, the strategical depth, if anything. Furia banned away the Grim and the Ying, again speaking to those execution-enabling operators. They left in all the shields, they left in Capital and Deimos. That's the most notable operators they can toy with. Yet Fluxo don't pick any of them in the opening round. The Lion, the Twitch, all great. And Ash in case of Mira. Phillypox was hiding the Clash the entire time inside the freeze of top floor. So the Clash will be a surprise come round start.
Spec you active. Look.
You know, the funny thing about Cafe is that the round doesn't really start until 2:30 because you gotta get to the building without getting spawn peeked first.
And that's fair enough because everyone likes to spawn peek. Nade was spawn peeked twice on the defensive half.
Yeah.
He went for it in the second and he falls to vaults. Already Furia fighting 4v5.
It's one of those things where you gotta get back the confidence and the pressure, so spawn peeking makes a lot of sense. But again, the high risk, high reward playstyle. Now you're down a player. Thankfully though, it's the best operator on paper. It's the passive util of Goyo who died, who's put down all the Vulcan canisters already. So it's not a huge loss at all.
KZ needs to get active. The Solus, he's the perfect operator to cause a disruption. Get information, look for players droning. Look for players planting. Look for gaps. Stay alive until the late rounds and cause chaos. But Fluxo have the numbers advantage. They've cleared out the deployable shielded pixel. And they've gained plenty of info on what's happening behind this clash. Finally, Herds will get rid of that drone, but he's not found a kill yet.
Yeah. It's very important that if you're Furia right now, you're just discussing if they go for this attack, what's gonna be our counter? If they make this play, what's our response? But the problem is what happens when Hertz falls as well, and so does JV. What happens when it's a 2v5?
There's only one answer here for Furia, and it's for KZ to show us the kind of form that made us regard him as one of the best in the world. But a fifth flawless round for Fluxo. No longer do they fly under the radar. They are not just competing with the best. They are sending Furia home to Brazil. 5 series points. And the greatest team of all time has been brought to its knees.
Look at Lobin's face in the player cams. He's literally dying, laughing every single round. His cheeks are all red. He can't contain himself. Norris, the coach behind the boys of Fluxo, I'm sure very proud right now. He's been saying the entire time, we're not upset, we're not stressed, we're very relaxed. Because it's Furia's game to lose. They should just outright win this. Every prediction, most fans would think maybe Fox will take a map. Maybe they have a good couple rounds. But no chance. They have 5 flawless victories on Cathay.
And Phillypox now finds himself where he's very familiar with, a place where he's been before. 6-1 down, on the verge of being eliminated from a Six Invitational. We've seen this team do it before, but for a player like Phillypox, who's had such a long career, he's played on so many teams he's coached. He's played on mid-pack teams in Brazil before finally joining this Furia roster back when they were W7M after they got so close to raising the hammer in Montreal. And as soon as he joined, we saw a new brand out of this team. We saw a level of maturity that they never possessed before. And we saw greatness that nobody in Siege history has ever matched. And there's still a debate going on about the legacy of G2 Penta and Furia W7M, this passing of the torch, this new generation. But there's still a little bit of debate there about whether G2, Penta winning 2 SIs, whether Furia, because they've only won 1, can they truly be the greatest team of all time? This was the event to disprove that.
It was. It was going to be the deciding factor between the old guard and the new.
And it's the last chance to do it with all the rumors that have been out there about what's happening with Furia after this event. Now, we don't know. Remember last Six Invitational?
You hear things.
Philippox said we almost broke up after Montreal, after failing to qualify, and yet we stuck together. We saw a top 3 in Boston, and we thought we still have what it takes.
Yeah.
We got the trophy in Reload, and we thought we still got what it takes to push for a hammer. But to go out in the first match on the main stage, not a top 3 finish, not a top 2 finish, top 6. After beating Falcons in their opening matchup, this was a promising tournament for Furia, has been all the way through. Up until this game right now, I have never seen a World Championship competing team lose 5 flawless rounds on a map.
No, it's been incredibly one-sided all the way through. We go to side swap thinking, you know, defense might save Furia, make the comeback a reality, make it possible. Flawless round again. You know, they lose a player early, Nate while spawn peeking, Hertz dies shortly after that, everyone dies together. Quick success. The players are fist bumping, they're getting ready to lock back into the server. But if you're the side of Floxel, W7M, you've been laughing, you've been smiling, thinking, oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this right now. If you're a player from Furia, there are 2 sides to the mental game. You might sit there in that 2-3 minute tech pause and go, that's it. Take a look around, really take it on and say, you know what, we had an incredible run. Our careers with this roster, what we achieved, dynasty level, right? Or you can sit there and go, this isn't it. We can bounce back. I'm thinking of this upgrade about what bumps do we play on? What strat do we bring out? Who do I need to motivate? Say, you know what, Hertz, don't worry about it. This is your round. I'm gonna play Echo, I'm gonna join in for you. There's 2 sides to it. But looking at those player cams from Furia, it seemed like it looked like the end of it.
There's no accepting defeat. A team that has reached greatness like this cannot say, well, we did it when no one else did. We were the first team to win 2 majors.
You're right.
We were the first team to win everything for a year. You can't accept that.
You can't. But when you have that last dance potential on the back of your shoulders, you also have to take a moment on that stage to say, wow, what an incredible path we had together. Because you don't take that moment right now when you're sitting on that stage, you can take it from the crowds looking at a different team being in your spot instead. You have to embrace what you've accomplished regardless of this current result.
I say you do it after the match is over. Lock in, because on the other side, this is such a huge moment for a player like Volts, who left this Furia roster back when they had W7M after they failed to raise the hammer in Montreal. He left, and he saw Philippox and Nade join and go on to create the greatest team of all time. While he sat on lesser teams, he bounced to Team Liquid and finally found his home on Fluxo W7M. Palu finally departed from Liquid and now playing at his 8th Six Invitational. He's become the kill leader for all time, Rainbow Six Esports.
Yeah. Leading in clutches this event.
Certainly leading clutches in this series as well.
Announced he's becoming a father soon as well in his personal life. He's catching W's.
And he saw his old teammate, his former duo Nesk, retire with no championship, no world championship, no hammer under his belt. Palu does not want to have the same fate. He is down on the floor as Furia look to lash out. Philippox got the down.
Beamed on the window. They know there's claymores outside, so can't go for a jump out. Maybe impact grenade or just looking to waste a bit of time. The issue is Philippox doesn't have impacts himself, only Hertz who spent them earlier, so they're gonna reset it, allow Paolo back up. But when you go for that kind of injured play, you're wasting a good 20 seconds of the attacker's time. And now they are the ones stuck on the repels. They have to do the util, flash in first, average Astro, pop that first mirror window. The second one waiting for them, and no more Astro breaches in pocket.
So Furia look to create a fortress on the bomb site and upstairs above it.
This angle's nasty.
He might be able to contest it. Look at the ego from Loban. A little jiggle peek, it forces Furia off the angle. KZ's in off position. The Lion locks him in place. And it's go time for Fluxo W7M.
Almost. The issue is out of flashbangs, out of grenades.
Doing
Hertz first, he's crossing, he's 0-7 now. You got Mars down the wide hallway. Ideally 2 people together. Get the timing, wait for the line scan. 3, 2, 1, this could be your moment.
Dox has moved forward. Vulnerable to C4s below. 2 in the hands of Fury, the first will miss. But Nade still holds that DMR, that potent weapon. Upstairs, Fluxo W7M continue looking for picks. They see that it's fully reinforced into reading. How do they find their way forward? Palu shuts JV down. Numbers in favor of Fluxo. As one by one, they look to hunt Furia. Fluxo have flown under the radar. And for Furia, it is their last dance. They will begin to stumble. They knocked them out in Munich. They knocked them out in Riyadh. They knocked them out in Rio. But today, Fluxo force Furia back to Brazil.
And it's not just about the result, a map won or a map lost. It's how they got there. The 5 flawless rounds, out-strategizing Furia, out-aggressing Furia, and showing more depth and more levels to this game for this roster of Fluxo W7M than they have the entire tournament so far. We thought they were a one-trick pony. They go for spawn peaks. They go for gunfights. They're a mini Furia. But there is so much more to this roster, so much more untapped potential for this event.
There's no such thing as a mini Furia. All there is Fluxo W7M, the little brother squad, that they have just taken down the greatest team of all time and knocked them from the Six Invitational. And for Palu, it is a generational moment. For a player like Hertz, it is heartbreak. He exits Cafe with no kills, and Furia have soul searching to do after SI. Fluxo W7M have got an unbelievable journey ahead of them throughout the rest of this Six Invitational, but they have done what everybody said was impossible, and now nothing is off limits.
We've seen a ton of different upsets throughout this entire SI, and it hasn't stopped just yet, James. Lower bracket run, running that gauntlet. So many victors of the past, they made that exact same journey. There is something about coming in as the underdog that just gives that slight buff. Even the crowd favors Fluxo W7M.
And for Dodes, Norris, Dots, and Loban, it is sweet revenge for the grand final major trophy that was robbed from them at Atlanta. And for today, it's Palu's chance to speak his mind on the stage.
Wow, we have kicked things off in a magnificent way here at the Adidas Arena in Paris. Fluxo W7M sending home arguably one of the greatest rosters to ever play the game in Furia. I'm standing by here with the now Hailu, who's here for a conversation. Now, let's roll it back for a moment here. Your first ever Six Invitational, you were 18 years old. Fast forward to now, your life has changed a little bit since then. First things first, you are an expecting father. You're about to become a dad. So please make some noise for this man right here. Congratulations.
Palu n'a pas juste gagné, il devient papa!
You're going to be a magnifique papa, by the way. What does that mean to you in regards to how you are playing up here? Has it inspired you even more to want to win?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think since I joined the competitive, there were so many things in my life that changed. Like, I grow so many responsibilities right now, and being a father is another one. And everyone tells me that it's a feeling different from every single one of the others. So I'm just happy and excited.
And look, there's a big difference between when you were playing at the Invitational here in Paris, almost 5 years ago, and today. The biggest one being that you have a crowd all around. They cheered for you the moment you got the victory. What does that mean to you as Palu? How does that impact you?
Yeah, like last time it was tough. We got to the final, unfortunately lost, but it was amazing. Like having a live audience is just amazing. The feeling, everyone cheering is just like other things. It's just amazing.
Bah, la dernière fois quand j'étais là, c'était bien différent. Il n'y avait pas une audience autour de nous. Et là, bah, il y a tout le monde, il y a tout Paris qui est là pour nous, pour notre équipe, et qui sont là pour nous donner de l'énergie. Et bien sûr, maintenant, il devient père. C'est quelque chose qui lui donne beaucoup plus d'énergie qui était dans le passé. C'est une motivation bien différente qu'on le pensait. Congratulations, Palu.
Congratulations indeed. I think you've won over and you've got lots of fans here in Paris. They're excited to see you continue. Congratulations once again, continuing your run here at the Six Invitational and for becoming a father very soon.
Mesdames et messieurs, Palu!
Wow, for it's only the first day here at the live playoffs, we're already making history because since the addition of Palu in this roster, this is the first time Fluxo W7M take down Furia in a banger best-of-3 series. That was a feast for our eyes.
No, absolutely. And if you were to ask Palu, would he want to lose 10 times to be able to get the win here today? I guarantee you he'd say yes every single time. And we saw it in his performance too. Not just him, but the whole team from Fluxo. They just had such a good read on how to be able to slow Furia down. And you could see it. One of their biggest proprietors to why they were winning, Herds, didn't get a single kill throughout all of Cafe, and that's got to be so devastating for Furia, for Herds. But at the end of the day, that just means that Fluxo's game plan coming into it was so good. That's why map 1 was so close. That's why map 2 and map 3 were absolute smoke shows. It was their game to win.
No, I mean, the casters said it best, that this side from Fluxo, we haven't seen throughout this entire series. They came today with a preparation of understanding how they were going to get past this Furia roster. And going into that second map, I think, is when we really started to see that come alive. Sure, it did get a little dicey towards the end, but they did end up closing out. And then that last map, I mean, we talked about teamwork, Fox. That was going to be the key to their success. Everyone in that map specifically was over 80% cost, close to 90. The one player that we highlighted at the very end of Chalet was Dots. He was at 100% cost for that map. That really goes to show the IGL leading his team despite all odds, despite coming into this IGL role, coming into the Six Invitational. The sky is the limit. They got over the big hurdle that they could never manage to get it done. They did it here at the Six Invitational. Who knows what's next?
I mean, this has to feed them some kind of incredible energy to take down anyone who comes in the lower bracket after this.
Of course, even though Volps was the MVP of the game, and him having 18 kills on map 2 made it that much harder. They just look so well together as a team, and we talked about it throughout their group's performances. It was a struggle. It was big play after big play to be able to save them to this point. But in that last SSG game, we saw them come together and understand what the game plan is. Those big plays aren't just for nothing. We have to use them when we need it. And then we saw him play against Furia, and wow, did they look like the most dominant team of the tournament so far.
They did, and then even the interview afterwards as well. Hey, just trying to fight back some tears there, listening to Palu. With so many SIs, this is a big thing for him too.
Of course, and when the conversation of potentially retiring, Nest retiring, and him seeing that happen, and him becoming a potential father soon, you don't want to be able to leave anything out on the table. You want to put your best foot forward to potentially live to hammer before you have to retire.
I mean, especially when you just look at his career, I mean, have to go through highs, lows, and now back to highs. I mean, beautiful.
That is our first game of the day done. We'll send it to the stage for a big announcement.
180 seconds. That's all it takes for a round of Siege to end. For a team to become legendary. For a player to ascend to greatness.
Way like this, and so many of these.
For a name to make history. Are you ready for the next region?
Hello everyone, I'm François-Xavier Doniel, VP of Marketing and Esports for Rainbow Six. As we celebrate 10 years of Siege and 10 years of Rainbow Six Esports, it's a moment to look back at how far this game and this community have come. From the earliest competitive days to global arena like this, we've built something truly special together. And the best part is, the story keeps growing. Every year, new talent rise, new challengers are born, and new regions push the competitive level even higher. Today, we are ready to welcome a new challenger to the world stage. A new region is joining the Rainbow Six Esports ecosystem, and it's a milestone we are proud to share with you. To tell you more, please welcome a special guest to the stage, producer of Rainbow Six Siege in China, Cha Shang Leon.
Thank you, FX, and bonjour, Paris. My name is Xia Liang. I'm the producer of Rainbow Six Siege China. I will continue with Chinese for our fans watching at home. 大家好，我是彩虹6号公式的发行制作人梁家生，再次感谢 FX 精彩的分享。今天，彩虹6号全球电竞的最后一块拼图 CN 赛区正式归位。回望2025年，中国彩6的电竞生态有了跨越式的发展。我们有8家中国顶级的 FPS 俱乐部在 GVC 先锋系列赛中完成了集结，而在刚刚落幕的 LCQ 全球选拔赛中，我们也看到 AG 战队和 4AM 战队完成了 CN 赛区和世界的首次正面交锋。他们凭借顽强拼搏的精神和战术韧性，向全世界表明 CN 赛区已经蓄势待发。而无数中国玩家的热情和呐喊，也必将会让彩虹6号全球电竞的舞台，因为中国的加入而更加精彩。为了回应这份热爱，今天我很荣幸在 SI 的舞台上正式向大家宣布，2026年 CN 赛区 CNL 的核心规划。首先是赛区的规模。CN 赛区将组建10家顶级俱乐部组成的职业赛事联盟，通过多阶段的职业联赛，决出2026年 Major 和2027年 SI 的晋级名额。CN 赛区的晋级名额将和全球4大赛区保持一致，完全接轨。同时，CN 赛区将在2026年启动加入 R6 Share 全球电竞商业生态。我们同时也欢迎全球顶级强队来到中国，共筑中国主场。作为彩6全球的新兴赛区，我们清楚自己还是追赶者，还有差距要补。但我相信，彩6电竞人的血液里只有对胜利的渴望。为此，我们不仅要参与，更要赢。Our chapter awaits， 志在留名。我们期待在彩虹6号全球电竞的舞台上，刻下属于中国战队的名字。为了承载这份愿景，我们精心设计了属于 CN 赛区的 logo， 请看大屏幕。这是 CN 赛区的全新 logo， 它以数字6为内核，融入了中国传统文化中的龙凤图腾，象征攻防博弈的动态平衡。而水墨笔触则勾勒出变幻莫测的战术风格，东方锋芒一望即知。现在正好是中国春节的前夕，我们希望借由今天发布的赛区成立、赛区规划，还有赛区的 logo， 作为献给所有彩虹6号玩家的春节贺礼。祝彩虹6号全球的玩家春节快乐，马到功成，我们赛场见。And now, let us invite François on the stage again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are really excited to welcome China into the global Rainbow Six Esports ecosystem. And we can't wait to see the players, teams, and stories that will emerge from the CNL. To everyone watching, thank you for being with us on this journey. And to our fans in China, Xing Chun Kwa Le, Ma Nian Da Ji.
A huge announcement for Rainbow Six Siege and our esports as well. The new region being added, CNL. We saw a bit of a preview already as well. Some teams that we've seen during the SILCQ and some familiar faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to talk about that transition into the CNL.
Yes.
I mean, that was absolutely beautiful. But there's one thing that Siege does so well. It's always diversifying their game, their community. And the fact we're bringing in CNL, a brand new region, just sparks so much interest, not only for me as a former player, but just to see what the region is going to bring as a whole. We have players like Reaps. If we can see a lot of that coming out of the CNL, they are going to be a very intimidating region to have to play against.
That's why it's so exciting, because you need innovation. You need to have new to be able to get rid of the old and be able to experience new strategy, new ways of play, new metas. And that's what gets me so excited for the CNL to be a part of Siege ecosystem, because we've seen some great things be able to come out of different regions as they've been added in. And now CNL is just the next step forward. And I'm excited to see it. Also, by far the coolest, transition I've ever seen.
Everyone's going to have to step it up across regions.
A few goosebumps there watching that, of course. But I feel like this being a big announcement, of course, with the new region being added, a lot of unknowns as well, right? I mean, we're talking about players we may have not seen before. We talked about a few teams that we've already seen inside the LCQ. The big chances for these players.
Of course. I mean, it's an opportunity to be able to pretty much live out your dream of being an esport player. And for more people to be able to touch that dream is something that it's a dream in itself. And it's amazing to be able to have the opportunity to experience something like that for everybody across the world.
I think that's the best thing, is just being able to have that experience, to be able to have this opportunity, and especially to be able to showcase what your region is all about. And again, the level of depth that we're going to see from the CNL and seeing what that looks like, how it's going to match up against other regions. I cannot wait for 2026 to continue forward.
It's very exciting stuff for sure. We do have 2 more games coming up in here, and I know Falcons are only the last game of the day, but I want to ask our lovely audience, do we happen to have any Shaiko fans in the arena right now?
Well, I thought it was going to be louder than that.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, we heard them this morning for sure. But hey, if you're here with us, you caught us at a very good timing. We teased a big moment earlier. Pengu and Shaiko sat them down together in a cinema to talk some very big topics. We're all going to watch it together for the first time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit back then. The first one, obviously, is the most iconic, if you will, for many reasons. Do you remember much about this game?
Yes.
Yeah?
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, I played Pro League for a few years at this point. Is this first season, right?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. I remember very specifically that when we started this game, you know, normally being, you know, Pro League finalists and winners, we're not really nervous. And I remember playing up against you, the biggest thing that weren't saying like, oh, Hibana yellow stairs, saying Shaiko's yellow stairs, Shaiko's yellow stairs, you know?
And they cannot kill it, however, there goes the C4 toss. Shaco's gonna grab KS as well as Goga. Last man alive is Fabian, and it looks as though the attackers are gonna win after Fabian removes T-Pex. Moss will finish off the round there. Wonderful kill there with 5-5-2.
Because you were literally, this was a 5v1 kind of team. You were literally the best player in the server, covering every single player from your team side. You played so free, and like, honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. Back then, I'm not sure if I win this, actually. I don't. Never mind.
Pengu goes down, and round number 4 will go to the hands of B Genius, or round number 8 will go to B Genius to make it 4-4. We're headed to overtime.
You see 13 kills. Yeah. Top of the scoreboard every game. So, it's a long time ago, obviously. I'm happy to share my side first, and then you can share what you want to share after, if that works. So what got in the ban was that we were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And then we asked the other Pro League teams back then, like, what do you guys think? Because like, we've never seen a play like this before. And like 6 out of the 8 teams, I think, back then were like, yeah, we're also unsure. And then we tried to gather evidence, like all of us together, and make a document. And we said, hey, Ubisoft, DSL, And then we never got told anything else, right? And then they did their own investigation. And the next thing we saw was that you got banned by Ubisoft/ESL.
My old manager Katu helped me with that. So she was talking with ESL and stuff. So she helped me with that. So I got banned. I got banned earlier.
And you're grinding Apex Legends when you're banned. I saw you're like one of the top raves in the game.
Yeah, I was top one at the kills.
That was one of the things that happened where like you got banned for cheating, and then you go and destroy people in Apex, and people go, "Hold up, wait a minute, something's wrong here."
Yeah, I was on Apex, but I saw my ban. How can I say that? But the thing was moving a bit.
Yeah.
So I go back. I go back on Rainbow Six, and I full play, full ranked, full stream, so people can see how I can play. I put my cam behind me and stuff. So yeah, I like the game. For me, it's the best game.
Yeah.
So that's why I was staying on it. But my first match was against you, I think, on stage.
I think so too.
Yeah, it was terrible, I think. I was like, oh my god, no, I can't do that. I can't be bad.
I felt the same way, you know? I felt we have to beat this guy right now.
Yeah, but I was bad. I said to myself, okay, it's fine, it's just one game.
Yeah.
And after I was playing gold, and after for the top 3 or 4, I think, we beat you.
You guys knocked us out for qualifying for SI.
Yeah. So I was kind of happy, so yeah.
Yeah. See, this is your map. Whenever I think of you, I always think of Cafe, actually.
Hackers in Europe, Citizen, Joystick coming up huge, and operators like the Smoke manages to do quite a lot of work, but Shaiko does Shaiko things. 2 heads are clipped. Can he find the next couple to go through as well? It's down to the final 2 seconds here. It's all or nothing to go for a plant, and Brede is sticking it. A challenge comes through, but like I say, Shaiko, he just hits those shots every single time.
Like, I remember there was a game, this is a few years ago, you dropped the red hatch, just like a 3v5, I think you're playing Finger, you just get an ace. You drop red hatch, kill the scout player, kill the piano player.
I was playing 1.5, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this one.
This is your map. this is a G2 strat though. Uno made this. He's like, what if we play Jaeger, and then we play Cheshanga, deep in cocktail, and they can't walk in and plant because it's all open. We did this against Virtus Pro as well.
They have this top floor control, but bearing in mind it's taken them 2 minutes to get to this stage, they've now got to start thinking about the site itself. There we go. Shaiko completes that 3 kill per round mark, and he's not yet done. Mada, as he might say. Charges his way to go look downstairs. Citizen's holding up on the half stairs. Rafal brings down Pengu. There's a lot to do for himself here. Nothing else to be found for Shaiko at the least, but BDS clean up house.
I got you at the end.
Yeah, you actually did.
Left on the card. Shaiko will get the first kill onto Virtue. Is this the beginning of the end for G2? That is the question. Out come another couple of kills. 1 versus 5 now. The hopes of G2 rested.
I mean, that's the thing. We always used to say back in the day that if Shaiko's getting injury kills, it's over, because they're just going to run over us. This is the 1v3. This was an iconic one for us, because we played this bomb site as one of the first teams, I think, in the world. In scrims at least. And I would end up clutching like 1v3, 1v4 in scrims, and then this happened.
Pengu all alone. They have someone jumping in from one side. Another sees him in the corridor. Pengu gets one down to Shaiko. Another one goes into a frostmat. He's got to kill Brede. He's planted, brother. Just go for him. If you can see him, you can see his head over the top of the table. Just shoot him. Finally, Pengu gets the shot. A triple kill comes out, and that will be G2 taking the round.
And I felt really good about it, even though I choked the last one. So I feel like maybe for like most of our matchups, you were always the one like top fragging for your team, and I was like probably near the bottom. But then for this is the grand finals that I retired after. I was fragging out of my mind because I was playing, like you said, like carelessly. I knew that after this, my career is over. I have nothing to lose. You see how like we're playing so passive? Like we're just double droning, triple droning. We're gonna just jump in window and plant default. And, like there's no way to stop it.
Mistake.
Yeah. I remember, I think Kento was like, guys, we win. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. Like, we haven't won yet.
To be able to contest him, he finds one. Can he get the next? He's already got at this point, I think. In fact, Pengu's outside. He's got the plan down. He wins the gunshot onto Brede. Rafal's got it all to do in the space of about 25 seconds because Rafal is completely blind. He has no idea. There's one on the Rafal. Sprayed out down to about a third of his HP. He's going to try and stick the defuse. Kanto comes up, hits him into the dirt. G2 are now the undisputed best team in Europe.
And that's my last kill ever. And you're still going.
On Brede.
On Brede, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there was one player that I would have my last kill beyond. It might be Brede because he's one of the greatest support players of all time.
He's so good.
Yeah, he really is.
Kinda is like strategy-wise, you know. Like, you know what you do. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna do that maybe or do that. No,
Yeah.
I think you were thinking a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I had to, right? Because it's like, if my aim is bad, then how am I gonna win the game? And often, you know, I played flex before, but then at the end I was hard support. And I feel like in my head it's always been, if you play hard support, you have to think even more.
Yeah.
And it's why I'm so impressed also with your teammate League Effect, because he plays like lurk, entry, flank, he plays everything. And he's so vocal and smart about the game. And I'm like, I could never do that, because I need more space in the server to think.
Yeah.
And then when you put you and League Effect together, where he's a mastermind and you're a fragger, like it's beautiful. Like, yeah, I think you guys have like the best. I think you guys literally have the best roster on paper, like player for player in your roles. Like from my side, it was never personal. I was worried about the competitive integrity, because I thought there was something bad going on, and I was like, we need to see if there is, and then obviously Ubisoft will decide what they. In my mind, you're fine now. But you had a fan base, and I had a fan base, and they still fight today.
Yeah.
It still goes like that. Obviously, you were streaming a lot during the ban and after. I was also a streamer, and I feel like if anything, if neither of us were streamers, I don't think this would have been as big as it was.
Yeah, I think,
And I can't go back and change it. And if you truly are legit, I'm sorry that I was a part of the reason why you got banned. On the other side, I'm happy that I did it because I stood on what I thought was right. I have a lot of respect for what you're doing right now. And it's nothing personal.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah.
It is time for our second elimination game of the day. We already sent Furia home, and either Secret or Wildcard will be the next team to go home from the Six Invitational 2026. Now, both these teams having had quite some appearances at international events. Despite that though, Foxy, they've never played a best of 3 against each other?
Well, isn't it lucky for us that we get to watch it? And I'm really excited because it's a battle of the two IGLs, Spiker and Savage. Two up-and-coming IGLs. Yes, they have been around for a little bit, but from the scene's perspective, it's fairly newer, trying to make a claim, a statement that they deserve to be on the main stage. And it's something that's exciting to see two young minds go up against each other.
Absolutely. I think it's important to note a best of 1 and best 3, very different style of play. It doesn't really test the endurance. It doesn't test the mental fortitude of these teams. The fact that we're seeing it now on the main stage here at the Six Invitational is going to be one to watch.
It will be, and for Wildcard though, they are the sole remaining hope inside of NA with this tournament here. We'll talk about them as a roster because they had a good run in the upper bracket until they finally faced FaZe, and that sent them down here.
But it was a very close match against FaZe, and they arguably, we could say that they should have won that match, and Wildcard have already upset plenty of teams, specifically Falcons being one of those teams, coming into the main stage. So they're a team that has the ability to be able to lift a hammer. They have the players all statistically playing and performing well, and they have an amazing IGL to be able to back them, and Spiker that's still developing and being able to manage the pressure that he's under. So the team is really comprised of all underdog stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this roster, this NA roster, they need the respect. They are no longer underdogs. They have proven time and time again it wasn't by coincidence. They are doing it yet again here, making a main stage appearance to see if they can get one step closer to an invitational win.
It is quite silly if you think about it, right? I mean, main stage at Reload, main stage at Munich as well, main stage here, and still some people don't give them the respect that they deserve. And in fact, we have two unsung heroes that maybe need that respect so much.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to talk about Bay and Kansan. They've been so instrumental for wildcard success, both being the 5th and 7th highest rated player here at the event. Now, I want to commiserate Kansan specifically because he goes unnoticed many times throughout many different series. But the fact is, he's a legend in this game. He had one of the most historic clutches back at SI 2022 on Bank versus Damwon Kia. I believe it was a 4v1 clutch that he managed to pull out. But what he does for this team is he sits on that backline. He plays that support role, and he does it so well. And then on the side of Bay, being young, new, vibrant, when you look at the way that he plays, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't really sure what we were going to see from this kid. But time and time again, he has delivered, whether it's been regionally, whether it's been internationally, here even now, the amount of entry kills he's had. I mean, I believe he's 21 and 13, and being so young, facing these top competitors. I mean, the upper echelon of the Siege world. I mean, this kid is doing it all, but it's the reason why we need to give them the respect that they deserve, because they have been doing everything together, and it's their fundamentals and core values is what constantly gets them over every single obstacle that's been in front of them.
I'm so glad we're giving flowers to the backline players because they don't always get this. When we look at the opponents for them for today, Secret, they've played significantly more games than Wildcard have. I mean, they've knocked down G2, they've knocked out Weibo. I think it's fair to say that they do have got their reps in.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think, you know, when you look at this Secret roster, and it's almost a similar case to the wildcard one, I think they were very slept on early on in the EML, and then they started to transition. They started to find that synergy. They started to find that synchronization, and then they go on and winning EWC, and then everyone puts them at the forefront as a top contender, and then they compete very aggressively in the EML, and then we even see them here as one of the best teams out of EML, having an obstacle of NA in front of them. But the bigger question is, are these two IGLs going to be battling head-to-head to see who's going to get the upper hand above the other?
Well, we don't want to have this game be raining down on their parade as we saw them coming into the venue earlier today. Foxy is down at the telestrated to highlight how good Secret is with their adaptability.
Now, the secret to see Team Secret's success throughout the year comes from their mid-round adaptation. And in this game versus G2, you see everything that you need to know to believe that Savage is a great up-and-coming IGL. Now let's paint the picture. Essentially, the three remaining G2 members, the three remaining G2 members are all spotted inside of Cache, and they have a smoke available, C4 available, and obviously, Secret is trying to push into server, and everybody knows playing at home, this is a terrible situation to be in. So what does Savage do to be able to adapt? He calls for Joom to make a rotate, walking on the roof, not running, not to alert his position, to go into Master, to jump in and get a pick, a down, to be able to put pressure onto the site. And we see on the other side of things, while Joom is doing that, Adrian and Savage are going to jump into the site, but G2 has information. They have a bulletproof and a Fenrir to be able to give information, and off of one of those triggers, they're going to throw a smoke or a C4 to be able to deal with it. But we can see Savage EMPs the PP, jumps in, EMPs the Fenrir, but it gives this position away still. Moving Alum out to top red, but look at this, a beautiful place flash to be able to full blind Alamau. He's prone on the stairs, he's crying. What's going on, Alamau? Now he's tasked with a decision. Does he go downstairs to be able to shotgun the plant through the floor, or does he push up to help his teammate? And Alamau unfortunately makes the wrong decision. He pushes down to stop plant, but the plant is not there. The push goes into the site with Joom off of that down pick. They're able to get the down kill. They get the second kill. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Alamau tries his best, but at this point, they already have the crossfire completely locked down from the Monty, and once the plant's down, and Alamau is taken out. And this is the kind of adaptation that we see from Secret that proves that Savage is an amazing up-and-coming IGL, and we're going to see it all throughout this game in this beautiful chess match between Secret and Wildcard.
Beautiful explanation there on this round from Secret. And there's one more thing we have to talk about, specifically for our French viewers here in the arena, the French fans as well at home. We do have Baby Shark going up against Mowgli, trying to back off from that support they have from their hometown heroes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of French-to-French rivalry here for both these teams, especially when you look at the comparison of both these players' careers. I mean, these are all the S-tier events that Mowgli has participated in, EWC being the biggest one, obviously winning that. And then you have to look at the side of Baby Shark. I mean, he's so brand new to the scene. It's not even fair when you compare these two because the level of comparison from both of these isn't a lot, but it's still nothing to look at from a negative sense. He came into the league, he already made an S-tier event, placing 3rd, 4th, then he continues that to make a 4th at the Munich Major, and now he's here at the biggest event of the year, the most prestigious event of the year. Players that have been playing for 6, 7 years haven't even got to this point, and he's done it all in 1 year, and he's on this main stage playing in front of this amazing French crowd.
I mean, both of them have similar stories, both up-and-coming rookies in their, respective years.
Absolutely.
Being able to dominate the scene. Nobody expected them to have such an explosive impact on the scene, and that being said, they find themselves here to the road towards the hammer.
It is. I want to see our maps as well for this series. As we talked about it, never a best of 3 between these two teams. I want to see how in-depth this match is going to go. The chess game, that you call it. The first pick is a wildcard, and they're taking us to Chalet. Yeah,
this is a great map for wildcard. We already saw them during their regular group play-ins. It was 7-2. They were absolutely dominant enough. So it's no surprise to me that Team Secret is going to allow this to go through. They want to try to exploit the success rate that wildcard was finding versus Daystar. But again, there's been a lot of time since that. And if I'm wildcard, if I'm Spiker, I'm doing the prep that I need to so I can pull something out in 1 or 2 of those rounds to put myself and give myself that edge in those rounds.
I mean, I love seeing 2 small maps right out the gate because they're very adaptive heavy, very aggressive focus. You have to be able to find your entries into that map. And that being said, when we go onto Border, the last time we saw it, I believe it was wildcard that beat Weibo on Border. And so that being said, they have the ability to be aggressive on it. They understand their areas, the entrances to be able to go. The adaptation style, again, I feel like it's the same story as the previous game. The maps don't necessarily matter, but the minds do. Can they compact under the pressure? Will they be able to lead their team throughout this victory of between Spiker and Savage?
Now, I don't want to ask yet who's winning, but I want to hear really quickly, do we think we're going to a 3rd map, or is it going to be a 2-0?
I think we're good. I think this deserves a best of 3.
Yeah, I would love to see a best of 3. I'd love to see a full 3 maps.
Absolutely.
All right, I do hope we get it because, of course, a best of 3 always shows which of these 2 teams has the most depth and the strongest team inside of the competition. But we've given you all the information on the teams. Let's welcome them to the stage.
We're back live at the Adidas Arena here on the stage. Bonjour Paris! We are 1 matchup down here on day 1, which means we are 1 step closer to finding out who will be this year's champions. We've just seen Fluxo W7M send home the Giants in Furia to continue their lower bracket run. Who knows what we'll see here next?
Quel match de surprise qu'on a eu au début. Furia, W7M, Fluxo. Furia qui, malheureusement pour eux, les ex-champions du monde OSI, éliminés du tournoi. C'est là, ici au OSI, que ce soit à Paris ou n'importe où dans le monde. Les marges sont extrêmement petites entre nos équipes. Mais bon, c'est parfait de commencer de cette façon parce que là, Fluxo vont continuer dans le lower bracket. But, Ian, we're just getting started.
We are indeed, Paris. Let's not wait a second longer. Let's welcome onto our stage our next team. When Team Secret step onto the stage these days, they back themselves as favorites to do the business, and you can see that this crowd is absolutely well and truly behind this roster. As you might have noticed, there's a Frenchman in the mist. And their opponents.
It's wildcard! Pensez ce que vous voulez de cette équipe. En 2025, c'était une des équipes les plus surprenantes sur n'importe quel stage qu'on a eu partout dans le monde. Wildcard était toujours là. À Munich, ils nous ont montré des matchs de ouf. Et ils sont de retour maintenant ici à Paris, avec bien sûr Baby Shark pour jouer tous devant vous. Les Nord-Américains avec un petit twist franco-brésilien. Let's bring out our gentlemen, please. Baby Shark, Mowgli. We got some Frenchmen in here, Ian.
This is quite a unique experience here because it's very rare that we get two players up on the stage that are backed in unison by the crowd. Baby Shark, because you are, of course, in your home country, I'm going to let you, and I say allow you to. This is your experience here in front of your crowd. Please give your final words to your opponents in le français.
Bonne chance.
Mowgli, that's pretty nice.
Que le meilleur gagne, parce que cette scène elle est incroyable. On joue devant tous les Français, c'est une expérience de fou. Et on va vous offrir le meilleur match qu'on peut.
Sachez quelque chose, c'est qu'on vit des émotions incroyables, donc quoi qu'il arrive, peu importe l'issue du résultat, on sera tous les deux très heureux de jouer devant vous, donc merci infiniment.
Gentlemen, it's crazy. Good luck. May the best team in man win.
Wait. For our English-speaking audience, what did they say?
Look, Ian, I know you speak French, but I'm going to say it anyways for the viewers out there because Baby Shark is just being very nice about it. It's like, you know what? May the best man win. On the other side, for Mowgli, it's very much the same way, but he's saying, you know, we're playing in front of our home crowd. We're going to give you the best match possible here for our entire audience here in Paris. This game is all for you.
All right, let's get this matchup started, shall we? Paris, c'est parti!
C'est parti!
Well, Demo, we get to take it away here with, I mean, I guess you've got a team, NA's got a team, and we've got a lot of potential for them to be able to make their way through on towards this. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, this is it right now. You've got two Frenchmen on the stage up against each other. One from Europe, one from NA. I mean, that doesn't happen all too often. It's definitely a first for me that I've seen inside a Siege, but my word, what a game this is going to be.
I mean, at this point, with how far these two teams have come, with only a little bit left to go, Demo, things are going to be very exciting between this. But obviously, we had a massive series as the opener of our day. This is our other lower bracket game for the rest of the day. It is do or die.
This is where we start to see who is the real deal or not, isn't it? You know, we've seen plenty of teams come into a lower bracket already, obviously for Furia and Fluxo W7M. I mean, we've lost one team already, one team remains, and it's going to be the same for this matchup. We will be losing a team after this series to go on to play said Fluxo W7M. And who it's going to be, I mean, it's a coin toss. I've been really impressed with both of these teams coming into the competition. I think for Secret bouncing back from, I think for the team, a personal disappointment. I think they said that they wanted to play a lot better than what they did at Munich. Whereas for Wildcard, I mean, look at where these guys were 12 months ago. You wouldn't even been thinking SI at this stage.
Well, that was the sort of conversation we had the other day, right? When you and I were casting Wildcard, they were playing their way through the upper bracket and they were dispatched by FaZe, but it was a long-run series. It was sort of anybody could take it, anyone could make the distance, and that's that big problem. That's that big question of, oh, well, no one was thinking that they could go the distance, and if you get sort of underrepresented, if people aren't expecting it, that is where you can start to make something brilliant happen. But you got to be better and better as the tournament goes on, and obviously that was the game that knocked them down towards the lower bracket. They haven't played one down here yet, whereas Secret, they've been taking team after team down here, Demo.
Yeah, they've had a good run. I mean, look, they lost the Falcons. Are we surprised? That seems to always happen. So yeah, I think for Secret, it's it's all about the international competition for Secret. You know, Secret, I think, have been a team that we've seen, you know, Falcons has kind of been that arch rival, and obviously I think G2 as well always gives them difficult games, whereas Secret, I think against teams that aren't in their own region, look a lot better. Like, really notable, it's only been M8 who's been able to take them down throughout the year. Everything else, I think Secret have really taken their opponents in stride at every opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's always the sort of split of it, right? You're looking at a team that is fighting. You're looking at a team that is also fighting kind of happy. They're taking every single moment, every single team by team, round by round. We've heard it from the coaches themselves. Twister sort of breaking the boys down and saying, look, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. One of his quotes from very early on in the tournament. And then from this point onwards, well, now they just got to keep going, round by round, bit by bit, brick by brick, as has often been the mantra of a lot of teams throughout this. To get that, the thing that, to be fair, is pretty good at smashing through other people's bricks.
If you say so. I'll take your word for it. Wouldn't say I'm the biggest sledgehammer user in my day-to-day life, but you never know. Look, I've came out and said before, I think Wildcard have been my team of the year. From where they were, from the humble beginnings, obviously going to Reload, you think, okay, they're a partner team, it's a new team, what are they really going to be able to do? And you think, oh, well, they've done okay. And then you really start to see them sink their teeth into the competition at Munich. That is where this team really surprised everyone. They started getting to a consistent basis in Siege. I think they've been able to secure that kind of fourth team that we look at from NA. And then also, you look at the event here at SI. They've been incredible to watch. A massive win against Fury. I think that was the real turning point for that side, was to show that they can go toe-to-toe with the big dogs.
Well, talk of big dogs, and there's the two French ones, Mowgli and Baby Shark, and you could not think of a place they would rather win than right here. Surrounded at the heart of their country, folks, surrounded with the chants, at hearing the chants in the language that they grew with, the language that brought them all towards this, and now how they can end it. Game after game, round after round. DU versus NA. Could you think of a more classic storyline of region versus regions? Especially as we're celebrating the 10 years of the game, the history of all of the SIs, the many places, many performances we've had. How it goes.
Also, don't forget, I mean, there's still Brazilian influence in all these matchups that we've had. We've talked about in depth how everyone has added a Brazilian in some shape or form, may that be in the playing team or behind the scenes in the coaching staff. Obviously, Twister, you know, you touched on it as well. We've heard the timeouts from him. He's really just tried to keep them calm. I think he has so much trust in Savage to lead that team, to be that IGL. And you hear the timeouts. Really, for Twister, it's one, either a mental game, where we've seen him a few times pull a sneaky timeout trying to get into the heads of the opponent, or it's a case of just letting them, guys, we're playing good Siege. There's no need to panic. We're playing well. Just keep it up. You know, just that reassurance for them. So, yeah, I think Twister is obviously going to play a big part in this and see how well he uses those timeouts. But I'm just ready to go. The tension's now really starting to build.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've had a little bit of a slow in the start towards this, but we'll be in as soon as we can, just obviously making sure all the players are set up, situated, and ready to find themselves. And what a beautiful stage. This is a demo, the flowers, real flowers, don't you know?
I heard.
Yeah?
I heard the stories.
It's, I mean, the first esports event that I know that's ever had a gardener.
Yeah, a gardener interview, by the way, as well. An interview of a gardener.
First esports event that's ever had a gardener interviewed as well. I mean, it just sort of keeps going. There they are. Beautiful. I'll steal some later, don't tell anybody. But for all the beauty that we have, there has to be this end of violence, right? Somebody, this is their last show. This is their last dance, their last moment throughout this tournament. Sorted over those maps. I mean, where's your sort of head at with those maps?
Well, Cafe first. I think for Secret, yeah, I can see why they've let it through, because I think they needed to target the other maps that they went for. Like Fortress has been the kind of permaban. Secret haven't really adopted the Fortress into their veto as what maybe other teams have. So I think that was always kind of going to be pretty obvious in terms of what Secret were going to go for. And look, for Wildcard, same can be said. You knew they were going to ban Bank. That was never going to be allowed to happen. I'd be surprised if we see Secret on Bank, even if they win this and go into the next matchup. They're just so darn good at it. But certainly for Cafe, yeah, I think Wildcard, for Wildcard, it's all about hitting the ground running and playing with that aggressive playstyle, getting their players into the game. Bay, big fan of Bay. I think if he can really start the game off strong, can cause Secret a lot of problems.
It's always the element though, because you and I, when we cast Wildcard against FaZe the other day, they sort of had their moments. They'd had these two players that were stepping up massively, obviously with Kans and with Bay, and they faded a little bit in the FaZe game. They weren't there. But at the start of that series, Wildcard, in terms of the top, say, 10, were the first team to have two players. I think they were 6th and 7th overall at the start of that series, slightly different now since they've taken the loss. But it sort of shows how important they were and how they were able to get to that position in the upper bracket, up to this point, undefeated. They've suffered one proper loss, and it's moved them down to the lower bracket. And sometimes, Demo, that can affect a team.
It can, but is it the case for Wildcard we're thinking, you know, yes, we took the loss, but we had done the job in the early. You know, you can have a loss. Like, don't forget, Secret have had losses. Everyone who's down here have had losses. So I don't think that should come into it massively.
Well, a cheer goes out in the room, so I'm hoping that means we're getting ourselves a bit closer, but it could just be the wonderful French talent that is alongside us, goading and playing into all of the audience. Obviously, the audio inside the arena is in French. How's your French? Good?
Yeah.
You're supposed to say oui.
Okay. Actually, I went before. I'm fine.
Great. We love starting like that. At this point, obviously, we've already had one series earlier on today. Bit of an upset, I think, from some people, it's fair to say.
I think whenever it's a 10-win streak for one team and then we see the first dub come from the other team, then yeah, I would say it's an upset.
I think there's the element here of obviously this showdown, in terms of how Secret has sort of played against international opponents, they've generally had a pretty solid record, Demo.
Yeah. It was really just M80 at the Munich Major. That was an issue for them, but other than that, yeah, they've been clean sailing.
You can see last conversations, last moments, last bits of advice between the players from a coach who's obviously done wonders.
Lagonis, I mean, in terms of what he's been able to achieve and the experiences that he's had, played for some of the top teams inside of Brazil, obviously taking the coaching position in North America. Big change for him, but you can see this team, they've really made things happen this year, and that is just why I've been so impressed with them. But same can be said for Secret. Again, you look at where this team was a couple of years ago, a team who were struggling last year to get wins. Twister and Savage. Before this competition, they had played at 2 invites and never had a win.
Can you hear me if I press this button?
So for those two guys, this is quite the step up from where they've been previously, but it's because they've brought in the right players. I said during, before stage 1 kicked off, they got their business done really early. They went for Noah, they went for Mowgli. They had the quickest transfers done as soon as that window was open. And you can see getting the players in at the correct time has really helped them along this journey that they've had this year.
Well, it's only going to build intensity for you and me, for the audience. But imagine what it's like for all of those players on that stage. Imagine how it feels being stuck waiting on the brink. It's like standing at the top of a massive ski slope. Winter Olympics, shout out Jesse. And then wanting to throw yourself down, to just start that, I guess, descent in towards the hammer. From this point onwards, obviously, this game, then playing the winner of the series earlier on, and then you're eyeing up the final little stint, the final little run through. It's so close. A year of siege builds to this. And then it can all be over in just 2 hours or 3 for one of these teams. If we hit all 3 maps, it might be. Do you think we'll get all 3?
Oh, that's the question, isn't it? I think for Wildcard, they have to get Cafe. They have to.
We're getting closer and closer. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody, as we find our way through. It's obviously worth sort of looking. I highlighted the fact that, you know, what we've got from Wildcard has been 1 loss. They were that undefeated team. They were able to dispatch Daystar, Falcons, Elevate, Furia throughout groups itself. then onto SSG, a team that they know oh so well. And then they hit, well, it's fair to say one of the biggest dogs, but they'd beaten a few before. And at this point, well, they got to see if they can try and bounce back, get back on the horse. 65% of you believe that it's going to be a secret win on this first map, but thank you for staying with us for all the waffle. But for now, let's take our first big bite of this series as we begin on Dostoyevsky. Well, Demo, as we have done many times, as the dances that we have found ourselves sort of serenaded by and surrounded by, we get into this perspective. The bands will come through here on towards Cafe. Now, as you've sort of got it on the numbers and how you think, and that sort of brief bit, I thought about this. Doesn't matter where you go, what language everything's in, you get the whoa. Monty and Rooney. Monty, a very familiar band. Rooney, obviously, there's great limitations and the sort of swing on cigar if you're trying to clear the top.
Will it be a double shield or maybe a Ying, a Grim? Again, the util dump operators we know. Fantastic for a map like Cafe. Yeah, there goes the Grim, there goes the Mira. Makes Piano a little bit more difficult to hold. You still got operators like Azami. Clash is also a big one. I mean, I think Clash this event has been a nightmare for a lot of teams.
Oh, continually, right? I mean, there's always the argument about shields when they're at their strongest, when they're not. It sort of goes both ways, but the freedom that she gets, how we've had a lot of people who would obviously, you know, play sort of the gun operators and get themselves in, swing either side, it's the pressure on. Oh my God, it's the captain. Oh, it's either way. I think that's the best thing right now between these teams, because sometimes, I'm not going to say there's a bias, sometimes you get to an EU event and there's still an NA team and there's less vocal supporters, but this is a team, A, that everybody's rooted behind, but B, has French representation.
And Brazilian. They've got the mix. Got the whole lot. Whereas for Secret, I mean, it is just a full amalgamation of Europeans, isn't it? Nobody from the same place, all different. Now, if we look at the last time both of these sides played Cafe respectively, Secret were able to get an even half on their defense, which is where they will start in this matchup. So 3 rounds for them. Whereas look at Wildcard, last time they played against Daystar, they were able to do a pretty impressive stat of 6 defenses in a row. They took a 6-0 half against Daystar. So for Wildcard, we didn't really get to see them attack up much. Just the 1 round is what they needed. So I think for Secret, you need to build a lot of rounds here in the defense because we know Wildcard, they can defend this map.
Starting. Not towards the top as the side has fallen a bit out of favor as time has passed upon, but you still have to hold the top. You have to have the lockdown, the confidence to make sure that they can't just get that verticality. In the response, obviously, you're looking at something that might be a little bit snappy here. Demo on the right, the Glaz, the Blitz, the Ying. They've got that sort of smash and grab energy. Get themselves in and well, the full-fronted spawn there.
Yeah, typically you're looking at the quick aggression in through the top floor. You can utilize Skylight really well. Ying is great at that because you can just flood that top floor and then drop yourself in for that roam clear out upstairs. Or you can also use the Blitz in a pretty aggressive position straight in through the site window. That's another way that we've seen that Blitz be used. So there are a couple of things that Secret need to be aware of.
8 flashes, less flashes. The Ying is the first to go, and Noah opens up with the opening kill of this entire series, and that's no more Candelas.
And what do we always say about Cafe? It's one of the hardest maps to get into the building, and that's why spawn peek's a very common thing. And Noah sets the tempo right from the word go, asserting that dominance over Wildcard. So about that Ying, yeah, it's going to be a little bit trickier to try and get themselves into certain places. So they're going to try and full send the Blitz. I believe just straight into sight. They've got the Ads, they've got the launcher to make that breach. But does anyone want to go for it? No, Kansan is there to cover off. They waited for that Glass to take control of Pillar.
Swung in, could hear the C4 ticking, but that's not going to be one that pops off as Bay pops on towards Savage and gets himself a second tomb. A 4 versus 2. They've taken just enough control, but just enough is proving, well, more than enough. They have that little bit of verticality in the blitz. Has him on the run until he lays him out. Now the swing on towards the top. It's a heavy gun, but on this pillar, this narrow fight, on towards secondaries, and now he's all that's left, but he can't quite find an escape route in towards library, but they have the sight. They could try and recollect the diffuser if they want it, go for the plant itself. He's able to get one isolated. Now it's a 1 versus 2. And if they go for the plant, well, look at the positions that they've been able to get. Adrian, he's had a lot of huge moments for this team. Usually in leagues is when he's at his best, and sometimes online can be a little bit sharper, but here, this tournament, he's found his feet, he's found his sort of position in the team, and the position on the rotate gets, shakes of the engagement. Baby shot goes low again, but they can't plant. Had to pull off, had to push. They need to play this as the 2 versus 1. There's one, can't get the next.
Oh, Adrian almost. But just too many bodies to find for that DMR. Made a good attempt, but still, Wildcard hold on to that lead that they had gained from a really good entry. I mean, Kansan, see the way that they waited until that smoke was in a position where they could then take pillars safely? Obviously, I think the blitz kind of got caught out a little bit because that's where the diffuser was dropped inside a train where you can't plant. And that was the kind of predicament there for Wildcard, was he maybe just didn't have the information and maybe the confidence to go for the plant. So that's why it did take them quite a long time to get into that position, but still, they make it happen just about. I mean, good. I think taking a very minimalistic approach, but did you see the gaps? As soon as somebody got a kill, they just flooded through that position where they were able to remove that defender.
Off to a start. Strong one Wildcard here. There's a couple of conversations, obviously, about a cafe that we saw earlier on today and how you're supposed to approach your attack or how successful you want to look after your attack. And it varies, obviously, team to team, but getting the opener, especially when you sort of lose that first man, I mean, what better synergizing could you sort of want? What early energy of knowing that you were able to sort of suffer a bit. But here, pressure on towards the kitchen, on towards the ground floor itself. You've got the sense, you've got a little bit of a pull away of the shield. Wildcard, they're keeping themselves guessing. They've got a lot of great different attacks that they've been able to play, a lot of width in terms of the operator selection, the pool that they've been able to run against teams. And I think that's one of the strengths that we've had of this team throughout this tournament. It's one of the reasons they're hard to predict.
It's the reason why we praise FaZe so much, because they can play anything and everything. Noah, be careful. You can be seen. That glass, I mean, that could definitely be an option that Secret could look at banning into our next banning phase. Again, Glass at the moment with those smokes, very difficult to play against. But no pick as of yet after the first minute. Obviously, we're dealing with this kitchen site, typically a lot slower pace compared to the other bomb sites that we see inside a cafe. I mean, they need to try and get Kansan and obviously above. That's the main player you can watch out on. He is the self-destruction with that skeleton key, and he will do so. I assume the idea is going to be pretty traditional, trying to take in towards VIP and restaurant next, get through the hatch, use the sensors as a way of cutting off lines of sight in the bomb site and then going for that plant. That should be the plan here from Wildcard.
Charges active. Haven't been able to catch anybody yet. Obviously, almost an early take on towards Noah. Got the opener the last time round, and maybe Fate will swap a beautiful hand and will be taken away by somebody else, but as they go for the removal of the claw with the Thatcher gadget, get this deployed. Don't play the rolling grenades game on the thing because you don't really need to. But Adrian, he can freeze it, slow it down. He can make sure that this hatch becomes a problem, becomes a battle, becomes attrition. And attrition takes time, and time takes everything out of the attackers. There it is, caught out as the claw was able to reactivate. There's another sort of freeze, another sort of slow, and they got to wait. And if they got to keep waiting, they're going to have to go back to the grenades. But if you prepare for plan A, well, sometimes you don't quite have B.
Yeah, and again, it's used in that util that you would like to have for the player instead of VIP. What's happened to Kansan? I think he's been swung by probably Mowgli. He's the only one really in the bomb site who could have went for that. So Mowgli has caused a bit of an issue that Wildcard need to try and address. Look at Mowgli getting aggressive, going for these kind of off positions, seeing if you can catch somebody by surprise, but the timing is a big worry now. 30 seconds, and they still have not cleared VIP or restaurant yet.
They might just have to try and sort of break their way in. There's a drive down. He's able to somehow find the first, but Mowgli gets the drop on Kansan, and Adrian doubles down inside, holding on, but the C4 could not quite rip and pop in time. A 3 versus 3, but with 10 seconds left and a drop shot at the breach and another one for Noah. It's Spiker finding Noah. But a 2 versus 1, no kit, has to try and find the fights. They've spread out here, Secret. They're either side. Does get one, but he's never going to risk the second. We are tied up.
Yeah, timing not great for Wildcard. Cutting it really, really close, and they just had to go pretty reckless. I mean, jumping into positions where they didn't know where the opposition was, and yes, they were able to win their gunfights, but it still didn't matter. You run out of time. So for Wildcard, I mean, you could see what the idea was. I mean, a fairly simplistic attack that we've seen plenty of times before, but yeah, just the pacing-wise for them, that's what let them down. For Secret, didn't have to do much apart from just hold the angles, play a little bit aggressive. Mowgli did a great job of that inside a freezer. So all square, one apiece.
It is funny seeing usually very animated coaches sitting down. Obviously, they've got to sort of sit for the stage. They can pop off between rounds, as we've seen. But it's almost a little bit polite, a little bit coy. You can imagine if they were given free rein and they'd be doing sprints. At this point, as I said before you get the extra bounds, before you get it, you sort of try and play the mind game. What do you think they're going to remove? What do you sort of put forward as a possibility of removal here?
Well, I mean, for Wildcard, it's the glass again. That's 3 in a row. Surely that's got to be something that Secret maybe want to address, because it has caused them issues on both rounds. I think the glass has been able to get a kill on both of them. So yeah, that could be the option for Secret, but we head into, again, another mid-floor. Won't be the train this time. Instead, we head over to our reading bomb site. Again, you're looking at a bit more of a top floor control from Secret, holding in towards Cocktail as long as they can. You see Adrian up here alongside Mowgli. Also brought in the Valkyrie, which should get pretty good value. No IQ in the side of Wildcard, or even a Thatcher to that extent. And as we know, Valkyrie with that information, come with that with a lot of C4s. We've got 2 of them on the side of Secret. That can be, again, that issue for Wildcard. Just need to be careful, but look, for Wildcard, I mean, it is just all gung-ho. You look at this util dump, again, Capitao, Glaz, Ying. You've got the Lion, who we know is also great for a map like Capu. Whenever you're trying to play fast, here comes this Glaz again.
Mowgli gets the C4 off to the first rip, and impacts are impactless as they just sort of fly by and do a bit of damage. But in the meantime, well, there's the damage being done. Get the pinch onto Noah, stepping up in towards this aggressive position. They've got the sort of pings they didn't know about. Adrian pops up, knocks 2 down, 4 versus 1. Oh, whether that was a missed drone or a missed moment, Dash at least gets Mowgli back, but still being shot at, still being pressured, and still has a lot left to do. I mean, at this point, again, think about where the side is, think about the kid is, and think about what he has left. None of those Candelas. Has a couple of smokes, fine, but he needs the lead in, he needs the initiative, and they've lost their utility too, but they have 3 of them.
And you look at this setup, 1 guy bottom white, 1 player inside of dining, the other inside of reading. They can triple swing white stairs if he wants to walk down it, so that should be a big no-no. And he's hungry for that pick, but Secret, they know how to play this 1v3 well. Just patience, you don't need to push the guy. You know he's got a shotgun, a machine pistol. He's gonna have to challenge you with a machine pistol. You should win that 9 times out of 10. Smokes off the rotate, but just hesitant in terms of what he wants to push here, and even gets shot up by Joom straight through the wall. Yeah, an easy cleanup for Secret, never in doubt that they were going to win that.
I mean, I do wonder what sort of happened with Adrian on the top floor, right? We saw them going with the glass, we saw them slow peek the close angle.
He checked every angle but the one Adrian was in. He checked C1, he checked C2, but just didn't get far enough. That C4 as well for Mowgli to hit them whenever they dropped in towards that top floor. Again, that's the power of the Valkyrie.
Well, as you said, the glass is probably likely for the chopping block. And it is. Alongside the Kaid, because to be fair, the Kaid did cause problems. They
slowed them in kitchen,
run it with a Tubarao as well. They make sure that they can sort of double down that Frost, and we have a timeout here from Wildcard.
To bring the DMRs, and you guys can even get opening kill right there. Rappelling a lot of players on piano, 3-1 and kill that player. Can be something, okay? But for our bomb sites, mining, first of all. Mining bomb site, like the 3-1 play is super fast, not being that good. They react well. you know? So cook them a little bit for mining bomb site if they do the same. Jake, play the Ash, open the mining window the same, the mining wall the same, like it looks like the rush blitz. And then we take top. One thing for you, Shark, you can use the Dokaeb, smoke 2 times dining, just to bait something. And we take top 4, mining normal. Take top 4, Dash playing run, and then executing. Okay? What I think for basement, guys, when attack direct bakery, make sure to cook them a little bit, open the walls. If you guys can push flip to VIP, but use a little bit more the time of the round, not only switch one, use a little bit more the time, flip is necessary, and then we switch one.
About it.
Yeah, so obviously calling for specific operators. Heard the Dokkaebi was mentioned in that timeout from Legonis. And he just wants them to work with that time because they're getting in the building really fast. Like, you look at where they're kind of set up after the first minute, they're in ready to go. But then it's that kind of mid-round stall out that they're struggling with. Oh, you know, this is where the action kind of begun, wasn't it? A minute. The C4s, again, use that information that Valkyrie has.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, what could he do? You could even see somebody rotating under, ready to swing bottom white. Secret, after taking that first knock, have been able to pull themselves back and get 2 in a row. Obviously, this is Wild Card's map, so Secret have opted to start on their defense. They want to get themselves that first bit of buffer in here. They're going to try and slow things down as well. They want to limit the Kaid game. Fine, let's bring castles. Let's get his army.
This is, I think, the issue with the top floor. If you let operators like your castle, like your Azami, it makes it really difficult. You then almost need to change up the way that you've been playing if you're Wildcard. Wildcard have obviously been running kind of Capital, Lion, the aggressive operators. Now you look at the lineup. I mean, Flores has to be brought in, Habana has to be brought in to deal with this util. So it forces Wildcard away from the playstyle that they've been wanting to play against Secret, and that will suit Secret a lot better. Secret don't have to worry about operators like a Ying being brought in, or a Lion. You're dealing with Habana and a Flores. In the grand scheme of things, nowhere near as much as an issue.
It is also a sort of side of this that technically, in the 2-7 record that Secret has on this map recently, well, most of that is on their attack side. They're generally stronger. They only have about a 40% win on their defense compared to about a 60% on their attack, and they've always been a great attacking team, but, well, the same way I say that, it's the opposite side for Wildcard. Their defense is 71% success. So the fact that things are going to sort of build in a lot of intensity on the other side of this half sort of shows Wildcard will probably want 2 rounds, want to get themselves a bit comfortable here. And if they can do it on the site that, well, hasn't really been played, and as I said, is sort of pushed to the side a bit on this top floor. It's Mowgli that almost suffers first. Bit of damage, drops his way out, coverage from Doom on towards the hatch, and he can live. But they're just keeping everything pressured, Demo.
Yeah, no picks, though. Oh, Baby Shark has been downed. Going to be revived, though. That's from the rooftop. I think the hatch, I believe, just got himself down. But again, just look at the stall out here. This is mid-round, isn't it? Again, for a Wildcard, just not a lot happening for them. Still working their way through the utility. If you look in the side of Secret, you've still got C4s you have to deal with. You've got the Solus as well, who we know can play downstairs and stop that plant going in, and that's exactly where Doom is. He's down inside a pillar. Oh, the impact from No Time! The castle barricade, and find 2 from it!
Oh, they were baited in. They opened the door. They said, come on in. Welcome. Oh, no, sorry. Pass denied. Get out of here. Get out of the building. And now you've got Dash on the roof. Flores drone left and a single flash, but at this point, Secret, I mean, they're aggressively underneath. They're aggressively in front of you. They're aggressively about to hit a time with just a single player left. A chance at a flawless after your opponent's timeout as well. Doesn't bode well. The C4 does get shot out, but I mean, it's a shotgun on a closed door here, Demi. You're sort of hoping that you get a lucky take on it. You won't, you'll get deeped instead.
I think he one-tapped them, by the way. One-tapped Eagle from Noah. Secret looking as though they're in the flow state. And for Wildcard, not much to say. Certainly struggling to have success in this attacking side. And I think for Secret, they get the game plan very well in matchup. I like the way that they've kind of switched their bomb site. They went top floor, they played different defender operators. It forces Wildcard into a different approach than what they've had previously. I mean, essentially, you heard Legonis talking about, oh, bring the Dokkaebi for this bomb site, this, and then Secret pull it to top floor. And then everything Legonis has said it's null and void.
At this point, Wildcard, as I said, that they're angling for 2. They know they've got a back half of this game, but they also know it's their map. And that's the problem. If you let your opponents get this high energy as they hide a Maestro, well, then it's going to be something that will come back to haunt you. Maestro on this site haunts a lot of people. We've seen a lot of clips of this, and now as things get locked in, they don't really have a lot to take rid of it. Obviously, got the grenades, could impact the MP and hope to get it that way, but that's not really the MO of a lineup like this, Temo.
Yeah, you need to be careful. I think with the Maestro, especially whenever we know that kind of util you mentioned will be used to clear the VIP player. Those nades will be tossed into VIP, and this is where you're going to get value then from those cameras, and the fact that they've hit it. Yeah, Wildcard do not have great answers. I mean, we know everyone has played against the Maestro. If you see that, oh, I'll play Brava, and that's it, Sword. No problems. If you don't have the Brava, then yeah, becomes quite the tricky operator to deal with. Look at this again from Mowgli, the aggression.
Oh, come on, it's got to line up at some point. That's obviously the player with the shield on their back as well. So it's something that can, I mean, they're so aware, but you could look at the surrounding. Look at all of the players. The grenade, they think he's close on the wedding side, and he's actually leaned closer towards it now. The flash comes through, and he might be in a bit of a tight spot. He is, but he somehow survived, and, well, he's got some support of his own coming, but that's a lot of utility for no result. And at this point, Dash does find one. He's desperately trying to claw and fight his way out here, but this wedding isn't a celebration he wants to share.
They've used both of the nades. They're going to have to use the fire now to clear him out.
Oh, but they can't even do it without any pain. He's been able to find an escape route. That is a tragedy here for Wildcard. How that man is allowed to escape with all the intel that they had, with the utility that they dumped, and then they still come out a bit worse for wear now.
It's the stall out again for Wildcard. Not a lot happening, and we're sat again in the midpoint of the round. Now they start their entrance in towards Bakery, but they haven't even cleared prep. Mowgli just swinging for everything he's worth. Spiker is able to get the trade, and Juma, that big old LMG, lets it rip. A double for Jum. And Dash, look around him thinking, guys, what's happened? I'm just got in the building.
Well, now they can play with these Maestro bubbles. And Savage wants to play with the last player left there. That divide, that first round to Wildcard is further and further away now as we find ourselves 4-1. Timeout obviously used. At this point, Wildcard, they're just going to sort of go a little bit on damage control. As I said, if they can get this one, it's more positive.
It feels too predictable, I think, for Wildcard, watching how they're going about these rounds. Secret know how to play against that. That is just a classic Bakery take. They couldn't even clear the guy inside a wedding. Stuff like this needs to be done correctly if you want to beat a team like Secret. We are in the top 6 of Invite. You need to be landing these util dumps successfully. I mean, Jim, look at this with LMG. Just flicks from one, flicks to another. Savage, lovely bit of aggression as well in towards wedding. But Wildcard, they need to rally big time. And as much as what we've praised in the defense, momentum always plays a part in a game like this. And right now, Secret, they have got the win behind them.
Seconds left.
But
5 seconds to insert.
Just takes one. Just takes one round to flip that momentum, to give yourself a bit of energy. If they can pull something off here, Wildcard, as I said, 4-2. It's tough to work with, but the problem, as I've also said, is both of these teams get sharper, faster, more aggressive on the other side. And I think aggression, as you pointed out, is a big boon for Secret today. Mowgli, he's playing like he wants it. He's playing like he wants all of it. Every fight, every avenue, every angle is something that he's trying to press and poke, and sometimes he's a player who can be a bit cautious. Sometimes he's a player who historically has gotten a bit in his own head, but here, sliding all over the map. Now, they're not going to mistake Adrian, I think, this time round. You're not probably going to be able to pop off in the same way, but you can see that, to be fair, Doom, bottom white, Adrian making his presence known on C2. Secret's keeping everything problematic here for Wildcard.
Yeah, it is this train bomb site once more. Last time for Secret. Didn't have a great time. It's the only round that Wildcard have won. It was down to a 1v1, don't forget. But Wildcard in the approach, utilizing that Dokkaebi, trying to take more map control. Look where Baby Shark has got himself into the downstairs. As the staircases now, he can walk up and he chooses red as his destination. Still,
Bit of action upstairs as Bay's been able to establish control inside a cigar shop. But look at Secret, not wanting to give picks away, wanting to make wildcard, force these engagements.
Let's see what I can find.
Oh, are they going to send it? Well, they don't even need to.
Yeah.
Where did Mowgli even get him from?
He jumped out. Mowgli's outside.
Oh, he jumped out. White window. And look, they're about to fly over the double baby shot. Can he get through? He can't quite control it. But to be fair, the success of the collateral is something that would give anybody a bit of a shaky hand for a second. Somehow, that little moment, that little bit of overconfidence has been punished. And Baby Shark, right place, right time, and right idea. Get out of there. Don't give them that even. Don't give them the level up. Oh no, but they didn't know about Noah.
Gotta reload.
And he's somehow been able to slip his way down. He's not entirely handed it over.
Still one Dokkaebi call though. Do not forget, Baby Shark has the information that can be big in these 3v3 scenarios. Whenever you don't have the information, the Dokkaebi with that universal gadget is fantastic to go up against. I mean, they know that Baby Shark's gonna come in through Pillar because he's just shot at that keeper barrier. He's doubled up the Spiker as well, but they need to try and make the plays here. They need to try and get themselves into the building. In goes the Dokkaebi call, and now they're going to flood through Noah. They know exactly where he is. They just sprint right past him. Baby Shark wants into it. No, Noah looks the wrong way. Was not expecting the double up with Spiker. Wildcard, salvage another round.
Well, I said, feels like Mowgli's playing like he wants to win, and you've always got to argue the same here for Baby Shark. All the comparisons, all the conversation about where they come from and where they want to go and where they want to achieve it. This would be the sweetest prize for any French Siege player. But 4-2. 4-2 is the half. 4-2 is our opener, and where things looked a little bit shaky for Wildcard, they level, but obviously Secret still has their timeout. They now still have, I'm not going to call it their preferred half because we don't know what they want, but we know it's the sort of split. In fact, no, we do know it's what they want because they chose it first. What am I saying? This is Wildcard's map. It's the atmosphere. I'm losing myself in it, demo. More bands, more...
Yeah, same again. No surprise. Yeah, limiting the Monty away from Secret, as we know, always a good thing whenever Savage is there, but you still got different option for Secret. You still got other shields that you can utilize. But Wildcard, this is the side that they love. They love their defense. So for Secret, it will be an uphill battle for them. And where do we begin? Into the kitchen is where we head to. It's going to be the attack for Secret, though, because we've seen, again, really for Kitchen, you've got one or two ways. You try and go for the upstairs vertical take into Freezer, but then you have to go for the whole VIP room clear scenario, or you just bring a lot of cheese and go straight in through Bakery, which is what Wildcard attempted to do, and it didn't work too well.
Would you describe that as a very fromage line-up in the bottom left?
A bit of brie.
Just settling in the language.
Well, this is going to be probably VIP take.
Yes.
You've got the Sense, you've got the vertical operator and the Ram, so we will see the backside.
Now, Baby Shark off on the loose. Obviously, Mozzie went a bit out of favor. Has found himself with recent changes back in. And on a map like this, where you've got narrow staircases to potentially control it, oh, that's all. I was going to say potentially rotten timing, but both players escape and just sort of make the statement. Baby Shark, I say he's escaped. He's having to continually escape. But he doesn't get very far. Mowgli, yeah, perfectly watched.
Brilliant from Secret, being able to locate the roamer, push him into a position where he doesn't want to be, have somebody waiting for him. I mean, that's the power that Mowgli, he loves getting in the building. He's just there, ready to go. You tell him there's a guy in a certain place, he is on him like a hound. So, for Secret, a great opening pick. You now sit 4v5 with 2 minutes remaining on the basement. As long as you cover off the flanks, and they should have no problem with that, they have the gridlock for that reason. This should be a fairly clean take, unless something goes horribly wrong, which you never know.
Racks out. Getting traces somewhere.
Now, without that loose player, they've bought a bit of time, but it's probably a lot less than they wanted. As I said, there's been changes to the op to make them a little bit more impactful, but little is sort of underlined in in this case, instead, a minute 30. And for all the things that we said about how Wildcard approached, there's pace here. You get the boogie drones out, you get this vertical pressure done quite quick. They're making sure that they can watch on towards the jobs. As we've sort of said quite a lot, if you want to work out where Secret's push is coming from, you look towards Savage. He'll often be the eyes. He likes to get the read himself and sort of move around and go from there. And at this point, well, it's pretty standard, right? Get control of the staircases, get the boogie drones done, get the hatch open, and maybe try and drop in. But this will be the next bit of pressure on VIP.
Yeah, get rid of the Spiker instead of VIP. The Warden, so if you want to try and smoke him out, ain't gonna work. You want to try and flash him out, again, ain't gonna work. And they don't have great operators to really deal with the util dump that you like to see in towards VIP. Foregoing an operator like a Capital, for example, we see used to great effects, so it could just be a straight up gunfight. But no, maybe going to use the Sensual to cover the drop. Brilliant from Secret. This is exactly what you need.
Slips his way past, pressure on towards Brown, and they've used the smokes. Just buy themselves some time. So, with the player watching the swing round, Mowgli does get dash in the meantime, and they're going for the plant itself. They have him isolated, then they have him executed. Now, hopping his way on towards Coffee and Sink, and he doesn't quite know where the plant is going down. It's on the other side. And as the wall falls, they're able to at least get one. But now they know where Canton is, and they have the verticality. You can see them above watching patiently for anyone that might get close in this. The sole player that can try and stop this divide right now. There's got to be a little bit of a closer rotate towards the hatch maybe. There's pings coming through, and well, he knows he'll be being watched as soon as he goes for it. Somehow survives. They're going to go for the cover here of Bay. Watching and waiting and hoping, and they can't quite get it locked in, Secret. And that's a man who wants it.
It's just a clean round of Siege, isn't it, from Secret? It's what we expect to see. You can see the difference already, I feel, for both sides. You know, the mid-round, Secret just knew what they were doing. It's the perfect round. You get the opening pick, wasted no time with opening up hatches, getting the vertical gameplay done, setting up every little crossfire, every angle they need, never stalling out of time. I mean, you look when that plant went down. Even if that wasn't successful, they had more than enough to go for a replant. You know, they're never putting themselves in a position where they have to panic.
They had the watch on the verticalities. They'd done all their jobs, right? And because they had that man advantage position, just to sort of cement themselves, missing the player who slipped his way through behind the gadgetry. Just a very well executed approach. And that's sort of what we've had from Secret a lot through this. We highlighted it's very much a round-by-round basis. They keep themselves upbeat. They keep themselves sort of jovial. And it is reflected by how calm these plays are. They're pulling off sense drops. Their confidence to sort of trust these solo moments with the coverage of each other as a team. And in some ways, it is seemingly what Wildcard have struggled with a bit. But obviously, this is a team where in Wildcard, for some of these players, first ever sort of SI. They're inside the main stage. They're inside this performance where they have to deliver. And it's such a different environment. You've played on main stage, it's fine. But this is an SI stage. This one kicks a bit different.
Can we not also make the same argument for Secret, apart from Mowgli?
It's true, it's true.
You know, for these guys, like I mentioned before, before the game begun, horrible time for Twister and Savage SIs, it was. Never getting wins, and even for Joom, who was brought onto the team last year, again, didn't get the wins. So even for Secret, in terms of we talk about SI, it's a massive step up for this side.
But that ties in, because it's about being confident, it's about staying cool, and it's about finding ways to mitigate that pressure, and it feels like, currently, Secret have a little bit more of a handle on it. And it's reflected in their play now. Wants to C4 out the window, but might be a little bit too late.
I like this.
However, the quick push got the grenade to force him down on towards the hatch itself, hoping to get another catch. There's a bit of pressure coming across from the front as well on towards C3, and they've already left. And the C4 will also leave, but leaves nobody. And it's Dust. Instead, force the position.
Didn't need to get any picks, just to get them out of top floor, get yourself established into a position where you can start working that vertical. And speaking of, Savage has made a hole, but he's been swung by Bay and been able to take him down. Baby Shark ready for Mowgli. Noah is there with a trade, and Adrian knocking on the door, reading.
Huge bits of pressure, but as Bay starts to ignite, it's only 2 Secret players left. Make that one, and make that a cheeky reload here for Joom. A 1 versus 4. They know where he is. They're sort of making that statement as they swing every which way. Wildcard, keep themselves fighting.
Yeah, good hold. I mean, a lot of pressure coming in towards raiding from Secret. That's where they wanted to get the collapse. And
I mean, Wildcard were just ready for the engagements, ready for that sledge, take him down. Mowgli trying to push in through pillar. Baby Shark had him good, dead to rights. You know, I think for Wildcard, that's what you need. That's a good round to get yourself back into this game, that bit of belief, because really, if you looked at the scoreboard, weren't getting enough kills, you know, for Wildcard on a map like Cafe, where we kind of look at it as more gun-centric rather than you have to open up this wall and then you have to do this and this and this. A little bit more off the cuff is how you can play this map, but you need to get kills. That's the important thing. So yeah, good round to get themselves back into it now.
Intricacy. Weaving your network across Dostoevsky, as known. The little moments where things get taken away, and it's kind of what you want to see from Wildcard, right? I talk about that sort of, that wall, that bastion of pressure. You have to climb, you have to surmount, you have to get over. And it's little plays like that. It's the chance to swing on. It's the chance to sort of grab the round, rather than have the round fall in towards your favor, especially against a team like Secret, who are so procedural, right? They know where they want to go next. They'll talk about it. They'll pull things around. As I said, they're one of those teams where you can kind of get a decent read of what they want to do, because they, to us, with our omnipotence, are quite obvious about some of these aspects. And, well, we get Savage on a shield.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? The classic from Savage. It was only a matter of time. Noah, be careful. Potential jump out, maybe. Noah, has he got the window prepped? Can't tell. No, just looking for the pick. Baby Shark, big old opening onto Jum. The Dokkaebi didn't even get to use the calls. Util gone to the dogs. 4v5. Bad start for Secret, fantastic for Wildcard.
And Baby Shark, we know he's a player that loves to try and find those little peaks, those little unknowns, and well, as Dash might be trying to angle himself up for the next, they're rappelling very close, so too tight of an angle, but the players will just stay safe either way. As you said, no Dokkaebi. And no June. June, a player who has been one of the MVPs throughout this whole tournament, has often been an MVP in the many tournaments he plays, and he just keeps that ability. And if they can shut him out of a round, if they can shut him out of a map, then that's how the teams win cons against a team like Secret. Minute 40, and they're still trying to piece things together, but now without that control of those loose players, things are a little bit touchier, and you can see the fear at this point. Wildcard, because they have the man advantage, they can play risky. They can throw somebody out the building. They can take these chances that I said. They're doubling down, they're tripling, they're finding new avenues. Oh, Savage, the shield almost gets dropped. There's another fight that's about to happen close on the window, potentially. You can always get jumped out onto here as well, and they're just sort of shooting through, and there it is, called, prophesized, and punished.
Oh, big old air jab to fire him back, but he should be fine to get into the building. Maybe we're debating going for the pinch, but Savage thinks we just have to try and find kills and force some fights inside the bomb sites.
Oh, this is about to be a suddenly tight angle, and he knew where he was, and he's able to get the double down, but look, the quick support comes through, and Noah gets bait, and suddenly we're leveled up with the pre-fire, Noah! I talked about prediction, and he's got all the right numbers, Noah! No way he can make things like that happen. And that is Secret. 6-3, that is Secret on their opponent's map.
Wow. Standing ovation for Secret. You will not see a 3v5 played better than that. They have to take risks. Whenever you're at this stage of the competition, you have to go for it. You have to. To dare is to do. That is what it's all about. And for Secret, one guy outside, that's one less guy in the bomb site. You isolate the kills, you find somebody in freezer, you use that beloved shield that Secret hold on to so dearly in their gameplay. And this is the power of Secret. Everyone can do it. Anyone can get the kills. Yes, you mentioned about Jum dying. You've got Noah, you've got Mowgli, you've got so many players ready to fill those positions. Fantastic 3v5, isolating the first kill, bring it back into your advantage. And then the shots, Noah just hits them one after another. This was beautiful. Oh, and then the, wait for it.
Wow. Thank you. I mean, fired up, energetic, was the MVP, the standout in one of Secret Series the other day as well that you and I covered. Make sure that he could sort of be that missing man, that missing moment, and that's what you need, right? From the champion team, you got to beat everybody. That's sort of the one of the requirements and the main requirement. But the other one is you do that by having everybody show up. You can't just build a team on a single or a two or a trio. It's 5 people in there, plus the coach, plus every other bit of support staff you've got. It's a team effort, a team game, and every player can deliver. And 13-6 though. We can say what the other players have achieved, but when you've got Noah and Mowgli popping off like this and you're missing that on the other side, we said it before, Bay and Baby Shark have been very big for this team throughout this tournament. Kansan especially as well, and unable to lock in. Now, this is something Secret like to do sometimes when they're up, is go for something a bit flashy. I don't just mean that as the Candelas roll out, the Blitz will probably start to make an entrance in towards mining underneath. They're driving themselves across, but Noah the first to suffer. Doom gets one, gets caught out. Clipped in the side, clipped in the wing. As Adrian does find Baby Shark, the shield is inside the site. They're gonna go for the cover of the smoke, see if they can get a plant. Mowgli has the cross, has the cut. And if they're unaware, well, this is about to be a secured plant itself. They're still fighting people on the top floor, and Secret, I said it before, they like to do things a little bit flashy, but sometimes you gotta take your hands off your eyes, Wildcard, and see what is really going on. Because now, 30 seconds, that could be all that separates them from the end of this map. There's one more. Mowgli drives into the side of Dash. And with a bit of hope, Bay could try and rebuild 3 keepers, but Kansan is the one for the cover, and he knows someone's close by, but oh, he gets the cement, 16 seconds and a shield. Savage, he drives in, he can't quite cement it, he gets round the back, 10 seconds, but there it is, but can he make it in time? No. I don't think he can! Secret, by what was a fraction of a second, secure their opponent's map, but really that fraction of a second is a long form of force, Demo.
You mention it, this is what Secret can do, the flashy plays. You see the opportunities, the gap spotting from Savage on that shield. That is Secret at their best. That is the core principles of this team. They can do everything.
Well, I mean, what a strong start for this team, what a strong introduction. And we'll let the teams leave, as will we, as we go to a quick break.
the loss. You just played your first SI in front of a French crowd. How important for you is to have that support in such an important moment of your life?
I mean, that's insane for me. I'm like just 20 years old. I'm playing in front of my parents and like literally in front of my crowd. I mean, I'm like so grateful. I'm so happy, like really, really happy. I think we're gonna be able to bounce back for the next map. But yeah, I mean, of course it was like a tough map, but I'm so happy, like so glad to be there, so yeah.
Some people would say that Wildcard's gameplay was predictable. How would you sum up in one word this first map?
Scared. They are scared of us. We can tell that on their gameplay, we can tell they are scared, and we're just gonna do the same thing on the next map. Play super aggressive, and they can't do anything to stop us.
I think Savage hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, even in that interview with Baby Shark, he doesn't really seem like he has the energy. Yes, he's talking about we're going to bounce back map 2, map 3, but the energy certainly does not look there. If anything, they almost look defeated already, which isn't great going into map 2.
I mean, Baby Shark referenced the crowd, and that is a lot of pressure to be playing under, is being in your home crowd. And also, for Wildcard as a whole, this is the third main stage that they've made it to, so at a certain point, the pressure of succeeding on main stage is where Wildcard wants to surpass expectations. So that pressure sometimes can crumble, but I wouldn't expect Wildcard to just roll over and let map 2 go.
No, but scared is what we're seeing. I mean, Secret take the first map here. It wasn't even their own map pick. We talk about hometown heroes. Mowgli was for sure a star of the show.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, we highlighted him at the very end of the segment, but this was such a pivotal spot in Small Bakery here to be able to get this pick, not only get this pick, but to stay alive. This was starting the win condition for the side of Secret to be able to get out, June with the support, and then for Mowgli to still get aggressive on 1 HP to catch Wildcard off guard. Now, he did overextend a little too much here, but they already won the round by this point. The fact that he was already getting in their heads, solidifying this round, making a statement of shutting down Wildcard, those are the rounds that we need to continue to see once we get to map 2 from the side from Mowgli.
And we complimented Secret IGLing being really good, but obviously it's backed by the big plays from individual players. So not only is Mowgli getting kills, but he's stalling time, and it makes it so much easier for Savage to then direct what the execute is going to be when you have a player like Mowgli that can do it all, stall time and get the kills.
Yeah, the crowd seems to be behind you guys as well, agreeing with what we're seeing here from Secret. We got to keep in mind, we talked about it being Baby Shark's first event, or first Six Invitational. It's Noah's first Six Invitational as well, and playing on this stage, he's popping off.
Noah was hitting some disgusting shots. He was even surprised at some of the shots that he was hitting, but this 3v5 for is Secret to be able to come back onto Wildcard off of the great play behind Savage on the shield and Noah behind it, and him in the bathroom bouncing back and forth, tapping heads. I mean, it probably feels electrifying to be at your first SI and to be performing so well.
Absolutely, and especially when we talk about the crowd being on your side, this crowd is 100% in favor of Secret, and when you look at both of their performances, I think, you know, us as players, we fed off that crowd. We fed off the energy of getting that one kill, the crowd hyping us up, and I think both these players really showcase that the crowd is with them, and not only with them, we're seeing it in their results.
The front line and the back line working in unison. Mowgli getting the opening kills, able to stall time or take map control, and then having Noah essentially being able to be there as that flex to be able to secure round wins. It's everything that Savage could want in an arsenal to be able to pinpoint what you need to do to break apart Wildcard.
Now, if I'm listening to this and we're seeing these players pop off, it gets me a little bit concerned for the sake of Wildcard going in a second map, because Border is a map where you can so heavily rely on fragging players and really put up a good fight.
I think we can all agree that Border is a map that looks a little bit more Secret favored than it comes to Wildcard, when you look at players, when you look at strategy, and of course, statistically. But for me, when we're talking about statistics, I think two players that desperately need to be able to wake up for Wildcard going into this next map is the veteran players, not the rookies that are feeling the pressure. Dash and Kansan specifically are two players that were a little quiet throughout Cafe that we need to see take the reins of that leadership position going into Border, because it's so spread out, very gunfight centric. We need them getting gunfights.
Yeah, it's really going to be important, especially for the mental state. When you look at the three players of Spiker, of Bay, of Baby Shark, if things aren't looking good, who are they going to look to? You're going to look to your veterans. You're going to look to the players that have been here in these moments. What did they do to get past that? And that's exactly where Dash and Kansan do need to come alive, do need to lead by example, and then start to get that momentum shift going. And by no means do I think they're out of this tournament by any means, but something has to change, because Cafe certainly was not fluid enough to get them through.
And we highlighted Kansan so highly at the start of this pre, and you mentioned that 1v5 or 1v4 at one of his first SIs. This is a situation where we need to be able to see him show up like that again for his team.
And as we already got to hear from some of the players in between these maps, we also have Maria standing by to talk to their coaches.
Wildcard had some struggles to respond to Secret's defense. What was the conversation to start that up for the second map?
Yeah, so the conversation that we had was to play with more attitude. I think we felt a little bit the pressure this first map, first main stage for everyone right here. So like the ice already, it's breaking. Let's say it's already broke, the ice, the way I like to say. And I'll move on for the next map, another history. So let's be better on border.
You had a few minutes to discuss about anything. What was the conversation with your team?
I think the conversation was more preparing ourselves for the second map, forgetting a little bit about the first one, get the hype, the energy, but more focusing into what they would do, into border, how we wanted to play, more focusing into the game, you know.
I feel like very mature conversations we're hearing here from the coaches, talking about the attitude that they need going into this one, talking about, you know, the mindset for this matchup. Going into it, Wildcard needs to show it.
Of course, and I'm glad Lagonis was able to mention the pressure, you know, being in the main stage. It's something, exactly, you have to be able to acknowledge the pressure to blow past it into map 2. You can't avoid the mistakes or else you're going to find yourself crumbling upon yourself again, and that's not where Wildcard want to find themselves at all.
And that's the beauty of a best of 3. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's about endurance. It's about taking from your lessons and how you lost and then fixing those going into this map too. And I think Wildcard have every tool in the shed to be able to make that happen.
Well, it is, after all, the first best of 3 that we see from these two teams against each other, but it might very well be the last series that Wildcard play here at the Six Invitational. They can't find what they need in the second map.
And the second map will be border, will be a strong NA home, will be a place where they've been able to develop such a sort of historied career, such a historied place of play. And yet, well, it's where Secret want to go.
This is where Secret are going to have a bit of fun with Wildcard, I think. This is a map where we know Secret have so many different ways that they can approach this map. Wildcard, look, I know it's a favorite for NA, but just Secret, we know the plays that they have in that bag.
Well, that's flipped a little. We found ourselves pushed further and further to the brink, to the line, to the edge. Oh, there's another word for that. And I think it's a word Wildcard need to lock in here on border. One map left, maybe. One map left in this before they progress, or before NA's last team, Wildcard, are sent out of the tournament. Now, you've called it, actually, when we cast this team the other day, Wildcard themselves were your sort of, I don't know if you said rookie team of the year or just in general.
Just team of the year.
Team of the year.
Yeah. Don't think you have to put a label on it all the time in terms of
no.
rookie. I just think in terms of what they've been able to achieve in such relatively quick time, you know, I think that's just been so impressive. And you know, for Wildcard, this is where they need to try and dig deep and go for this comeback. But Secret, I mean, look, that 7-3 from Cafe, very comfortable for them. They're going to be feeling great. I mean, Twister mentioned it. It's looking ahead. No point in kind of reminiscing of what you've just done. Look towards map 2, look towards border.
Well, as our bans have come through, 2 shields taken out of Secret's arsenal, no surprise. And then the smoke and the Kiba carrier as army. Limitation of open spaces, limitation of being able to either constrict them with the smoke or offer your own adaptations and arsenal. Positional awareness is maybe the biggest killer on this map. Sometimes you'll get caught from the other side, the other corner, and what feels like the other side of the world. Border, it is thin, it is aggressive, and it can be very sharp. But it will start with Secret still driving on their attack, still putting in the pressure. They ended the previous map with a bit of pace, a bit of something shiny in here. I mean, if they can open in the same way, it could be a bit of a surprise. You can hear the rival chants. But generically, I think it's fair to say that this EU predominantly crowd is proudly waving that Secret flag.
Yeah, expected. I think Secret to be the favorites here inside of Paris. But still, that support that Wildcard has, and oh, Baby Shark! Sit down, Adrian says not today. And look at this from Secret, straight into the building, looking for more fights.
Free fire in the angles, but Bay, a very important kill to get, and Spiker gets Mowgli. As I said, sometimes this Secret can go a little bit fast and make that a very loud Secret, but instead, they've been silenced, they've been hushed, they've been slowed. They've had a little bit of a pause put on the progression. They didn't really get any control from the end of that, but that wasn't the point. They wanted the players, and well, they got one of the players who offered himself up, but in the meantime, look what they've lost. No air jabs, no control of the space, and those Bs as well for the direct on the push. You've got June, who's going to do massive work with obviously the Deimos. But outside of that, it slows things down quite a lot, and well, Wildcard haven't really lost any of their map. They haven't lost any of their presence or their stretch around.
Setting up the sequential breach. Adrian will try and make a dent into the reinforcements that have been placed upstairs, but will be frozen out by the tub. So it is just going to delay the inevitable, but right now for Secret, they would like to try and get that wall open sooner rather than later. Now they have to try and work the 3v4. I mean, Bay, great operator to try and combat against this. Deimos to the big boss G. Oh no, misses both the shots. Pulls out into the SMG, but look at the positioning of Secret. They will get him in the end. A good pinch to now square it up into a 3-on-3 heading into the final minute or so.
They're holding on, waiting, patiently above, ready to hit the hatch if the pressure comes through, and you can see in the meantime, Kansan and Spike are doubling up, give each other support, but in the meantime, Secret, they're taking their time, get the drones around, get the clarity over and above the site itself, and think about where the site is. It's not always your first go-to, right? It's not always your first MO, and well, now they can pull out the verticality. Got droned up here, so they still have to check it, and they still have to recheck it, drop the drone, but instead pull off. Don't give them the fight, don't give them that opportunity to face check. You can play this level game with time. And here, saw it in a dream and made it someone else's nightmare. 3 versus 2. They've got themselves that opener. They've got themselves the split on the site, but this swing could level things up. There's oh no, connection. That should have been a free, but in the meantime, Dash, he gets Adrian. And that's probably more important of a kill. The kit's cold, and there's a fight, but Dash keeps winning him out. Savage has the trade, but Spiker, it's a bit of revenge for the missed shots earlier.
Oh, a nice attempt from Secret in that 3v4, but very similar to how the first round of Cafe went. Wildcard getting there in the end. It comes down to a 1v1, which they were able to win. For Secret, obviously tried to get into the building instantly, down to Baby Shark, dying off that spawn peak. But Wildcard fronting up to the kills. I mean, that was a main worry that we had looking at Cafe, was they weren't getting the kills.
Yeah.
And I think Border can also be said the same. This isn't a map where you're focused on the hard breach. It does come down to making big plays to open up the map, and you need to get kills to be able to do that. I mean, the desk, they mentioned some of the veterans on this Wildcard team, the players who have been around for a while, being Kansan and Dash, they need to step up to the mark, and well, Dash, 2 kills in that round for him.
There's your reaction GIF. Remember, the more you react in the audience, the more likely you are to get gifts for socials, and it's always the thing, you'll always see a fun reaction, and as soon as it gets used twice, it's probably going to be in the after movie. You're probably going to have made the cut. Wildcard, good start. But remember what Secret tried and how it fell apart, and then, well, they could change things from that point onwards. Still not opting to go above, still not opting to take Armory as a site, and yeah, it's fair enough. As we've said many times, sometimes the first pick site becomes a little bit of a guess, but it's also fair to say Wildcard, they love extending around stranger sites. They've had brilliant runs of Border throughout this tournament where they've, I think, played and won every single site on this map. They're happy to stretch their legs down.
Yeah, one of the few who've played that threaded customs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Almost there for Bay. Playing very aggro on the CC door. If that DMR, of course, has the ACOG, can take these longer engagements. But again, for Secret, it's that probing, isn't it? Looking for that opening pick. But no, Baby Shark finds 2 inside of customs. Looked as though Savage and Jum tried to pressure onto him, but he stood his ground, held his nerve. and bites back against Secret.
Well, sprayed round either side, the 5 versus 3. And now they're not even letting them really in towards Passport, sort of checking them at the door. And proper paperwork, please try again. At this point, the spread is Bay getting the head of Noah. They're in, but they're almost knocked out immediately. They're unsure. Every which way seems to be watched by another wildcard gun. And it leaves Adrian alone. But the fact he can't even exist on the walkways, they know seemingly everything about his position, and a flawless is positioned perfectly for wildcard second round.
Yeah, Secret not even really getting into the building, let's be honest. Struggled massively in that round to formulate any means of an attack, and this is where I think with the bans that Wildcard have went for, the Monty and the Blackbeard, you know, 2 of Savage's shields that Secret loves so much to utilize. And look, Savage, I think he realizes that compared to the Monty and the Blackbeard, where you're going to have much more of a slower place kind of control, Blitz, if you bring a Blitz, you have to go fast, you have to go aggressive, and if that's not the playstyle that Secret want to have going into Border, then you can't really use that shield, and that's maybe where they're faltering. So the bans, definitely, I can see a difference in it. Secret need to try and respond. And don't forget, Twister did not use his timeout in the last game at all. So he has that confidence in the side, but if they lose this round and they go 3-0 down, then I think it may force his hand to get in there. But at the moment, 2-0 is the scoreline.
It's worth sort of painting the idea and going a bit deeper in towards wildcard on this map. I've said how good NA can be on it. Well, they 7-0 Falcons not too long ago on Border. A flawless defensive half, which was when they even sort of stretched on towards all 4 sites. Maybe it's just the way that EML, EU teams like to play it, that's something that Wildcard sort of put together, and why they're happy to come here regardless of Secret's record is, well, what about our record? What about what we can do? And what about who we've beat? We know Falcons still yet to play today. They're still up in the upper bracket.
Stay clear of the blast!
Here, Secret. Opening the angles. I'm wondering how cautious they're going to be about the external of the building, right? Baby Shark's obviously been punished once, but it doesn't slow this team down. They're more than happy to keep leaning in towards these peaks and the pressure that they can apply here. Pings on towards the Fenrir, on towards these controls of open spaces, which I've talked about before. As soon as you try and hit a swing in towards break or in towards these players, well, you're going to get caught, and then the crossfire will appear. Oh, and that should have been a lock-in.
Whiffage.
Whiffage.
Big old whiffage from Bay. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Adrian just slips into the site, picks up a kill, and flees. What's going on?
Especially with a pulse not too far away as well. Spiker maybe didn't have the read on that. Could obviously play that underneath, but at the same time, what would be the point? Both C4s already used. Everything's already been thrown at this, and there's still a minute 30. Sure, you can try and play the Zotos and get that bit of control, but otherwise, it's just down to the gadgetry, and, well, now it's in the gunfights as well, and they still have pockets full of theirs, Capital Bolts, Grimbees, Flashes. They could lean themselves into these engagements pretty strongly here, Secret. Especially now they have the 5-3 body advantage.
Loading new mag.
They need to try and go big. He's in the most aggressive position out of the 3 players. Left on wildcard, and Savage gets caught with the bees in his hand, but the trade is there, but it still goes back and forth. A 3v2, Mowgli. He knows that one player is trapped in towards the catwalk. A flashbang, gonna miss, but it doesn't matter, no! Oh, Mowgli, how have you let that slip? A missed flashbang, how?
A 2 versus 2. But think about the control of the maps that they've got. Sure, Spiker's gone underneath. As I said, he's used the C4. They've got the kit. If they get the awareness on where Kansan is, they can try and double down. Spiker's going to do his best. He's just pinging these positions, but look where they're planting Demo. He's on the concrete, and instead, oh, Tube! Baited and waited, and he's looking for the second, but now a post plant, a 1 versus 1, and Noah is out of there. Still has gadgetry, still has the crossbow. And he's going to go down and probably get it, make sure it's reloaded, and swap to the right, think, and watch this from range. They might have awareness. Kansan knows he has to take the fight outside. He has to put the pressure on, because where this kit is, as soon as he tries to put any hands on it, he's going to get caught out. There's the reveal on where the man is. He's going to dive and dart his way across, and no dice. Secret get their first round.
Yeah, easy for Noah. Great angle. Look at where it was planted. Perfect for that outside rappel. So Secret able to stabilize. It's not going to be the coveted Frio start that you love to see on a border if you're on the defense. Instead, Secret get themselves back in. So I think for Twister, he's just going to hold on to that timeout a little bit longer as we head into now our next stage of bans for the operators. I mean, I wonder for wildcards what they're going to maybe try and go for. I'm trying to think what has really gave them a bit of a headache, and there hasn't been really too much, I think, that has been an issue for wildcard. No real operator that is, you kind of look at and think, yeah, they need to get rid of this operator, so we'll see.
The limitation on towards the defenders. For what we can sort of talk about is the loose play, the Valkyrie scene. A lot of positioning, a lot of performance. The cams are... There we go, playing up the reactions.
That guy's tongue is going crazy.
He's losing it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
2-1. No, man, no control of those flanks unless you're sort of running the gridlock. And, well, to be fair, gridlock's seen quite a lot of play throughout this tournament so far. Hasn't opted for the full shield ban, but Savage, I mean, if he's got a preference, Blitz is usually behind the other two.
10 seconds to search.
Like I said, though, with the Blitz, if you're playing it as Savage, you're gonna have to go fast.
Yep.
Yeah. As soon as you know where a Blitz is and he's not taking you by surprise, pretty manageable because the flashbang, believe it or not, you have to get to a certain range. It's not just like an infinite beam that you just spray to your opponent. It's not like the back signal. So certainly for Savage, he needs to try and get up close and personal. And sometimes finding those engagements is difficult to come by. But for Wildcard, trying to hold the majority of the map, you look at the position that Baby Shark's in, aggressive in towards Catwalk. Just looking for, I think, any drones that might be dropping in towards them. Right now, Noah's in the drone inside a break room, and they should be able to pick him up. I think you can hear him rustling around in there, maybe looking for a midnight snack.
Well, a midnight snack is unfortunately not to be feasted upon. Instead, the swing round on the square and the drop out of there. Not gonna see what comes next, but that's the danger, right? You can already see the pings are coming through. Secret's aware that he's dropped down. It's always this sort of back and forth of the intel, back and forth of the knowledge. And a back and forth of bullets on the side of the AC window. The bees will reveal his position, so he has to send it aggressively. Can he get this cement? No, he can't quite finish it. He's hoping.
Get him.
He's praying, but he's about to be pinched. So instead he swings on the lion, but look on the bottom left. Everybody else has fallen from the side of Secret. Great motion there by Wildcard. They sort of sent themselves out at the same second, but Tube and Noah make connections of their own. The balance flipped back on its head, and Adrian recollected. Kansan and Baby Shark left alone in a minute 20 demo.
Oh, the Dokkaebi call, very important here for Noah. Kansan is in a great position to try and flank on these attackers, but the Dokkaebi call doesn't even matter. The pre-fire is strong enough for Kansan to get another down that has happened for Team Secret. And now he repositions into that danger zone, holding on to that double door. Now for Secret, do they go for the revive? Do they go for the kill? That is the question.
You can see Baby Shark wants to finish the fight. They've doubled up, but now there's pressure on the window. He can't entirely lock himself in. Instead, it's a surround, and Baby Shark gets one. It's a 1 versus 1, and they know where each other is. 50 seconds, and they're sort of baiting the revive. It's the swing with the pre-fire. Baby Shark swims through the challenge. What a circus of a round. Everything was happening all over the shop. Too many exciting things to see. People down outside the building. People just trying to tiptoe their way to success. And Secret take a timeout.
Guys, you guys are playing good. The only thing that I feel it's still missing, it's that reset Savage just spoke about into the mid-round, you know? You guys know that they are powering you guys into some position, so we need to be reactive to that. So for example, if you guys are roaming into the other side of the map, I need you guys to be reactive as fast as you can about that. And the people that are being played on, you guys need to buy time. Don't try to be using resources or anything. Just
double up, guys, okay?
Fights,
Like, just double up, because like we're doing too much. Like, for example, we're rotating main door there instead of just staying at cars close out to you guys. 3 seconds. Just play close to each other, okay? Double up, reset the rounds, and try to make time as well. Isolate, make sure like the guys have to like really try to go deep on you to kill you.
And watch out these picks again, okay? They will keep doing it.
Yep. Just
your takeaway?
well, playing more together. I think that is the general consensus from Team Secret that timeout, where they feel as though they're inviting on a lot of pressure about backing each other up. I mean, perfect replay to show it. Savage in by himself. You know, they need to try and help each other as best as they can, because Wildcard going really aggressive. I mean, we even seen that in that 3v2 in that last round. Baby Shark coming up to support Kansan. And that's what it's all about. It's helping each other, and Wildcard doing a great job at that. And it's up to Secret to obviously adapt and change their playstyle, because at the moment, what they're doing currently is not good enough.
Well, we saw a timeout around a similar time on the first map, and it didn't quite net any real success, unfortunately, for Wildcard. And now's their chance to get a bit of revenge. Right now, it's their chance to sort of lock it in. They've been able to pull this side off before, and this one was one that was very aggressive externally. It felt like, of all the rounds, this was the least of a handle Secret had on how everything came together. They were sort of shut down externally. They were forced up on the peaks. This early removal of the utility, great. Get the Twitch drone in, get rid of those sort of Goyos, get yourself a bit more control. We've obviously seen a lot of Fenrirs as well, a lot of these sort of swing operators. Oh, and a Mozzie that doesn't quite want to pass that way just yet. Here, eyes on CC, eyes on that swing player towards the rotate, see if you can force them back down short, back towards the rest of his team, and just sort of slowly encircle and shepherd. But play together was the MO, and play together is what we sort of have to see happen here.
Much slower approach from Secret compared to the past entries that we've had from them. A lot of util. Lion scan goes off, and finally we see players in the building. Jum has made a bit of a hole in towards detention. It picks up an opening on the Baby Shark. Gets caught lacking, and that's the power of using the global operators, using the Lion, using the Dokkaebi to assist with that roam hunt and kind of control that space and border. I mean, usually a lot of the time for defenders, you will be spread pretty thin. You know, you have to try and control a lot of the map, and sometimes it's just really difficult. If you lose that one player and there's nobody there for the trade, then it just makes that map a bit claustrophobic.
Narrow fights on the quad wall, and then it's just swung round on Mowgli. On the back, gets the pinch. There's about to be another fight here, and a great surround again. Secret, they flood their way in through the top floor. And what a difference that has been after that timeout. Every single avenue seemed to have another Secret player, and there it is, proven in the final.
Timeout, good for Team Secret, much better. Look at the way they collapsed on that player inside a fountain. One person coming in from the double door office, the other player pushing up in through metal, the other player coming from 90, in through the rotate. They had everything covered. Oh. One side, all for the claps, the other side not so much.
Slightly quieter side.
Red v blue, I think red's winning.
Well, I guess that's building pace here. I mean, it was everything you wanted from them, right? It was everything they talked about. As I said, like this swing.
Great collapse.
They had somebody watching beepers, so that player could move freely. They had the pressure on. They knew where they wanted to do it, and they did it all together. Wildcard, they're still in a chance here to get themselves a fourth defense. Must be cold. I'm cold, and I'm in a wonderful blue dress.
I've spotted the usual suspects. There they are.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
The thing is, obviously, the audio in the arena is in French. Our wonderful French casters, our wonderful French broadcast team. So we can't call out people like that right now, which is a shame.
Well, we could call them out.
We could call them out.
And they wouldn't know. We could say anything and they wouldn't know. It'd be great.
Have to go and watch the pod back. So you talked about the sort of prep windows here. It looks like Dash is potentially prepped and just gets caught by the first drone. Isn't going to stick around to see what happens next. I'm wondering if there'll be a bit of a pace close down here. Get in break, get your way swung around on top east. You can see again, Wildcard, they're still trying to be aggressive outside, right? They're just trying to sort of keep the pressure on like a hot pot. But the recipe is one that's maybe not as delicious as they'd hoped. Mowgli does find Baby Shark.
Reloading,
Kansan gets Mowgli back though from underneath, and Bay finds onto Savage, but it's this traded back and forth. He's down and almost out. Spiker tried to offer a little bit more sort of release of the pressure. Got a 3 versus 3 and a kit recollected, but a lot of blood shed around East.
Yeah, big trade game happening towards East Stairs. That is where Secret have wanted to enter in from. Sets you up nicely for that kind of office archives take that we see teams go for. I think maybe the only thing that Secret may struggle with is they don't have any way of getting in through those reinforced walls. They don't have any hard breach with them. So they have to try and force their way in through doorways and in through rotates that have been made by defenders. So for Secret, have to try and find that next pick and try and weight it into your advantage. Look at this from Adrian, just slips on in. Is anyone here? Anyone? No! Dash gets caught out in a second for Adrian. Yes, it will be. The crouch walk in through the backstab has worked out so well for Adrian.
They can cover the plant, the audio and the position with Lion's gadget, and now Bay. He's had many big moments before, but he's got to have the biggest yet, gets the first. But it takes pretty much everything out of him, and they can watch this from far. They can sort of tuck themselves in on the crossfight tune. Levels things up, and there he is, the support there towards Adrian. Crouch walked in, took opportunity, and something Secret have done brilliantly so many times. They'll find that gap, they'll find that loose thread and pull.
In these games, you need to make plays like that whenever there's not a lot going on for your team, and we knew Secret were in a pretty bad position. Like I said, they didn't have anything to open up walls. And already going for the archives, we know that'll be difficult. And somehow Adrian has just timed it oh so well. Nothing to alert Wildcard that was happening to them, that backstab. And then, yeah, once he gets one and then the second, the bomb site is so open. And Secret take that opportunity. They've stabilized really well. That timeout helped out massively. And we sit at an even half.
Obviously, Wildcard, they still have their timeout. They've still got that as a sort of option in the back. There's a prediction.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I mean, there's still a couple of games left to go before we get there. There's obviously still... I mean, it was a conversation that we had the other day, right? Is this our most stacked final set of teams for an SI live stage ever?
I mean, 5 out of the 6 teams have won trophies in the past.
Yep.
And already, that sets the tone. You know, we're dealing with champions all up against each other for the name of saying that we are the champion.
Secret, with the year that they've had and with the sort of, as you said, history of not quite making their mark in SIs before, not even really winning a
Attackers
match.
are heading out to defuse a
Certain
bomb.
iterations. Them being able to rally on towards this, them being able to get themselves locked in with always this sort of calm and cool air. It's almost the same of, to be fair, their opponents, Wildcard. I think there was always that element, right, of that team that could just keep going, that team that could just keep finding new avenues. They've never really been shut out. They have that NA fighting spirit that we've been missing from some of the other North American teams. And here, Bay and Kansan getting themselves off to a decent start. Baby Shark as well. Again, names that we've already sort of pointed towards. Got to try and get this first growth in. Now, where is the Blackbeard going to find the way? Obviously, a single shield ban and the Grim means that they have a little bit more to work with. But it wasn't always the biggest sort of tell for Wildcard when their previous approach on the previous map.
Savage in the catwalk position, close with the shotgun. It is going to be that Blackbeard that he's up against. Big old util dump, I think, is incoming towards Mowgli, playing aggressive over towards East, perhaps. Still nothing, here we go. Noah able to pick up Bay, but I think Savage maybe had that covered. A double for Noah, playing that long angle. Free for Noah! Wow, 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 making a fourth! Oh my God! Somebody stop this man!
The only one who can is outside! The only one who can is cowering! But Noah is having none of it. Adrian's going to be the bait. Lead him in and find the engagement. They want to end this. They want to move it on, but, well, it's an unofficial timeout. And he's not getting the ace. But he's done more than enough. And now it's time for Spiker and the team to talk. I mean, we've seen rounds end from this perspective for the lone player if mistakes are made, but Secret, look at the positions, ready at the top of the stairs, ready on the side itself. There's a second. They have a minute now. As soon as that Banshee goes, you've got to swing on Beeper's door, you've got to swing on Fountain as well. And then you've got the third player with the cross, Savage. He's watching off towards the right-hand side. He's holding on, and there he is. Perfect cross angle set up, and really nowhere to go.
Yeah, Secret, so good in those positions where they could just support one another and close out those rounds. But Noah, my word, what a play to get the free lined up outside a break, and then just a wide swing with a pistol and metal. Gotta be kidding me.
They get themselves the first defense. They get themselves that first little mark of success. But it is Border. It is a map that plays well to aggression. I think it was, whether it still is statistically, the only map in our pool over this tournament that has a positive attacker delta. I mean, just 2, 3, just fed for the 4th. I mean, wow. Everyone would do the same.
And they let him as well, and he was joined. There was multiple running around outside.
Why not?
But really, the momentum has shifted dramatically from where we were. That timeout now it's been good for 3 rounds in a row. I mean, don't forget, Lagonis, he can call it at any time to stop the momentum, and really, if they lose this round, that has to come in.
I mean, it's been a flawless, obviously, since the other timeout, right? You've just had that sort of lockdown in. The conversation has worked wonders. Now they've got this energy, now they've got this momentum, and they've also got the first map, right? They've got that in the bag with a pretty handy score, and at this point, if this keeps going to a 5-3, then suddenly you're almost in exactly the same place. And last time, as I said before, the wildcard timeout didn't quite have the results that they probably wanted. Secret have shown up very sharp and still wanting to opt in for their own pressure. But I think he's realized that one's a little bit of a dead man's throw. Flash comes out, maybe he hasn't. Thought he was going to swing blind there, but instead he falls back.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Savage is placed down the mute jammer just to maybe try and stop that ease of drones coming up through metal, and maybe if he was Dokkaebi called, could have stood on it too, but just about got out of metal. But for wildcard, nobody has really made the entrance in. Noah could just not be stopped right now. Mowgli jumps over for kill. Don't forget about him. A plan is going down. Baby Shark has somehow got himself into the bomb site. Oh no, Secret have let this slip.
A little bit too late, and it's just tucked on the side itself, but caught out on the door at 4 versus 2. And they don't have that verticality, really. They've got to sort of play it from a bit of space. As the cross has a couple. Spiker and Bay want a piece, and now a 2 versus 2. And the timer keeps ticking. They'll play with the keepers on the roof. They're covering the verticality, but it's not quite good enough. Either side, and somehow Baby Shark swims and slips through the net. Cements a plant, and then the hold, the coverage, the collapse.
Now that has really put a wrench into the works. Was not expecting that. Came out of nowhere. You think, okay, same again for Secret upstairs. They're holding, they're picking up their kills. Noah on one again. And then I see the diffuser being planted. You think, how is that going on? No information, no sound cues, no nothing for Secret. Nobody in the site to stop that from happening. And then once that diffuser goes down, Secret are playing catch up all the way through. Perfect positioning, by the way, from Bay. Picks up the one and then rotates down to detention. Catches Mowgli out, and yeah, never in doubt for the positions that both of the attackers were in. What a round, and that has really flipped it on his head. That's a well-needed attack that Wildcard needed to get over the line.
Size of relief, size of...
5 seconds.
Well, maybe we need to keep this fighting. I mean, they need to try and tip this balance in towards their favor, right? Because there's always that element of sight. There's the element if they lose 2 on their defense, well then Secret, just on that alone, can sort of push themselves in towards the end of this. Wildcard have to keep that pressure hot. And the more that they can do before they need to call their timeout, because I think however we hit that 5th round of Secret, we're getting a timeout. We're getting a conversation from Wildcard, because it could be the last they have in the tournament. If they want to save it for the 6th, that's their choice. It's risky, but it really depends on how far they can get in. Has the Blackbeard, has the shields, the chance of driving this pressure, and has a pretty spread out Secret. Now, Secret were pretty good at not handing that opening engagement to them. They made sure that there was always a little bit of a distance, a little bit of a difference away. They kept themselves almost clearer of the external threats. Here, the momentum is being driven. Look at that. Secret instantly give up the territory. They're not going to see what happens in the tension. They don't want to sit in jail. Instead, they almost get dashed from above.
Savage just causing problems alongside Noah upstairs, making a lot of potholes in the ceiling. And Dash just has to be really careful. Look at his HP and for his shield. It's not a lot. Whenever Mowgli is also in the Legion, that's just another issue that Dash has to go up against. The pre-fire almost successful for Savage, but it's been batted back. Baby Shark has used both of his calls right now, and Bay finds Noah. Wildcard, they've got their entrance now kind of stabilized inside of customs. It only leaves Savage upstairs in towards CC, and you see Wildcard just slowly edging their way further in towards the bomb site.
I mean, they've been able to make it work before, and this is a very awkward retake because, well, this is the position that matters, Jim! Gets the knife, but that locks them down from the hatch, Adrian! It's a 3 versus 2, they still have, oh no, they don't have the man advantage. The Solace can watch it, can read the plant attempt, and at this point, no diffuser, no vertical, and a minute. Will they try and double up? Will they try and retake that verticality, go for a pinch? They've entered real wide. But the worry is, as soon as they go for anything to interact with that, the Solace will know. The Solace will call it. There's still a C4 in the pocket of Adrian as well. If he can get himself a little bit closer, then he can get all the devastation done. There's the slip through. Rotten timing to look away from that, but that's only something that we know, and instead, on towards this, the plant spot. They'll hear it, they'll call it, they'll go for the drop on the hatch itself. There's the flash on towards the position of the player. This one is a little bit harder to watch, and a little bit harder to escape from as Savage gets the opener. Oh! What a hop shot that can be avoided over the top rope. Pure filth, but what a fight back from a man disadvantage.
Oh, Adrian, I thought you were dead, but he's not. He's kicked the coffin wide open and stood up. How has he hit that shot? I really hope we get the replay off it, because it must have been a beauty. Secret playing the 2v2, using the Solace. They can see exactly where that diffuser was being planted. Really well played by them. I want this replay, please. I need to see this shot.
5-4 though, and I said it before, you know, if we get here, are we gonna get the timeout? The other buns will come through. Bit of, and I was right.
Always something, bro.
User disconnected from your channel.
So unfortunately, I don't think we can get a proper clear listening on towards this. Maybe that's what the ref's talking about, so hopefully we will afterwards. But we'll be able to get that proper timeout in just a second. For now, it's still a break in the momentum. It's the break, it's the chance for them to have to pull things together, because this is it. Potentially, this is the 2 rounds. This is that separation now. Yep. Your first game on this big SI stage. You want to bring it to a 3rd map, and there, just a beautiful slide through. And oh, I mean, that take on towards a shield, a knife in the back of a shield. Couldn't ask for a better one.
This is the shot. Wow, look at that from Adrian. Fantastic. Straight onto the head as he jumps on through. Big round for Secret, and that 2v2. They lead 5-4, 2 more rounds, and they move on into the next round. Send Wildcard packing. Oh, this is a close one, because still for Wildcard, I mean, this timeout that Lagonis, hopefully eventually he will get. should be massive.
We'll let the crowd play that. What's to the up? That's ooh.
Look at
ow!
Look at the drip.
Ow.
Look at the drip.
Yo!
Wow.
Gorgeous. Still held. And obviously the players are right to yammer and yap all they like.
He's on stage, mate.
It's over there.
He's there. You can see him.
Yeah, there he is.
Well, why has he got the muscles out? Hang on a minute.
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought that was his bicep, the way that was viewed. I was like, why has he got his guns out? But no, he's got a really flexible elbow.
I know we've already talked about how gorgeous the stage is, but shout out to the chairs as well.
Yeah, really nice looking chairs for the, I believe it's 10 year, isn't it? 10 year anniversary. Look at that. Have you noticed the pirate in the front row?
Is that a cosplay, or do you think he is just a pirate that
Skull and Bones fan?
We love Skull and Bones. I mean, the crowd, obviously, you know, it's a Friday. People are still at work, but they always talk a lot about how great a French crowd is, and you can feel it. You get the experience. I can imagine over the weekend, especially, even actually later today, when you get that Falcons roster. Even the start of the show, when we were still filtering things in, there was just a picture of Shaiko, and people went a bit crazy.
They do like him. He's pretty good at the game.
I've heard this. I've seen this as well. Actually.
Yeah, you have covered him sometimes.
Oh, the city of love.
Somebody tired?
The city of love.
Here we go.
Think like focus a little bit more on direct bomb sites plays. So the same thing that I taught in the other match for Vents, do the Penta, but let's put Demos on our compositions. Armor, if they don't have Goyo, Shark play Demos below with Kenza. Remember that I'm gonna hold the bathroom drop, right? Why Demos, guys? So we can keep playing the big rounds, 2v2s, etc. We can still have a little bit of information for the late round, okay? So with Armory, we can do the Archive Spend for bathroom. We can go direct east with Shark on Demos, playing outside Hyper with Shark, with Spiker. And for Vents, same thing. Instead of playing the Ace, Kenza, just play the Demos Hard Breacher. Open the garage and then we can play outside CC. But keep doing. I think they have a lot of traps, a lot of spreads. So if you guys go direct, it's fine. It can be a good answer. I think how to clear east, like go for courtyard, normal. For the right east,
which operator?
Again, Legonis kind of hones in on one operator. It was the Dokkaebi call on Cafe, and it's the Deimos for this side now on border. And I think that the idea for Legonis is his team are getting into these rounds, you know, late on, like that 2v2, and they just need that little bit of extra information. So that's why they want that Deimos on board, is to give them, if whoever's playing it can stay alive. And well, it's Baby Shark, who, I mean, he's been picked off quite a few times early on in this series, so it is a little bit of risk putting him on that operator, but if he can make it into those 2v2s, into that kind of late stage, that's where the Deimos track will be so important to give them that advantage.
5 seconds left.
So we said it before. The wildcard timeout on the first map didn't quite net the results that, well, they probably would have hoped for.
I told you.
Will this one be different? Will this one have a little bit more of an X factor? And the Secret get the chance to talk as well, and their one has been pretty dang good so far. Sort of wrested a lot of the control, only a single round lost over about the 5 or 6 that we've otherwise seen since. See if they've got eyes on. It's obviously the Armory site. They get the bucket, shepherd people away from the breach if they want to try and control potential C4s from underneath. We've seen play with a Solace before, so it wouldn't be unknown for them to bring a Solace, to put pressure on from that verticality, but it seems like they might try and stack themselves up. Now, what they do have here, Demo, is that Ossa and that Thatcher, and I think they're going to try and sneak that plant in and use the Ossa to stop C4s.
Yeah, great combination. We've seen Thatcher be used in this kind of gameplay now, where it's all about shooting the C4s out of midair. And that definitely, I mean, could be something that they're after. You can see the position right now of the Ossa, which leads us to believe that, but he has to cover above and below. I mean, that's the issue. The Thatcher either has to look up or down. He can't do both, so it could be quite tricky for him.
There's the C4, there's the plant, there's the hold, here's the toss. And no, not in time. Adrian, he went high, and that's your Ossa gone. That's no shield gone, that's no cover, but Dash has a violent cover of his own, pops one. a 4 versus 4, but the problem is an execute like this is very driven, very utility based, and that utility is the first thing removed.
And now the jig is up. You know, wildcard, if you're going for that Archives take, you've revealed your hand. Secret know what they're up against. The diffuser is still going to be placed in the bomb site, so they're going to have to try and flood through Archives. Eventually, Noah, though, he will get picked up. Mowgli trying to go aggro. No, misses out on the opportunity. Kansan had that covered. And now it's going to be the 2v3 that Secret need to try and have. And this is what comes back to Lagonis' timeout. What have they still got alive? They still have that Deimos that he mentioned. We need that information for that late stage. Savage, though, doing a really good job on the mute, though, to use his jammers to play around that.
They've been able to pull back from man disadvantages before. That's the problem with this Secret. Oh, and the Secret is Adrian is going to do it again, maybe. Gets the first, drops Kansan, drops the buck. The kit, it's so problematic to try and get. It's isolated, it's well known, and it's very audible. As soon as they go for the plant, they know it's going to be a 1 versus 2. They know somebody's going to have their head down for 7 seconds. So instead, slips their way past the first body on Reapers. There's the Deimos trying to offer some support, but it's scrappy. And it's still not recollected. They've still got themselves in a bit of an awkward position, and now 10 seconds left for them to try and get it. Sure, you got the pings on the player, but they can't quite cement anything because they're keeping themselves just a bit too far away. Bay is down, all down to Baby Shark. He's driving either side, but he can't get anywhere. Secret. Oh, they sit on map, they sit on series point.
Another nail-biting round. What a border it has been. Wildcard in the 3v2 and just could not get it over the line. The Deimos obviously was there. That was the game plan that they've kind of brought in with that timeout, but the mute jammers really shut that down. And you can see Secret knew. They, like I said, once you go for that attack, once you go for that reveal, that we're just going direct Archives. Once you eliminate the big kind of roadblock, which in that element would be the Ossa, once that's gone, the pushing power is null and void. It's out of there for Wildcard, and then Secret can just sit back. They know where the diffuser is the whole time. Savage can play deep in sight, do things like this, make it really easy for himself. I mean, Secret, I just feel, are playing these late rounds so well today.
One round is that separation. One round pushes Secret further along that bracket. One round could send Wildcard home. After an unbeaten run throughout this Six Invitational, the only team to get in towards the playoff stage, the first seed of their group, and then 2 back-to-back losses against 2 of the best teams in the world right now. That's the story of SI sometimes. But we've also had stories of comebacks. We've had stories of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in this game on the biggest stage in the final. They've just got to try and rally those players, those 5 wildcard players with everything everyone else has ever given them, with no more timeouts. The action will start here. Dash gets himself a read-through. They're off, they're clearing their way towards the tension. They have the pinch, and well, Noah's flirting with the danger above, but the problem is the verticality.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last time, wasn't it? They had a lot of pressure in towards CC. It pressures these players inside of customs. The impact's being used to make these openings. Noah can't see anyone from at the moment, but still kind of makes that divide. It kind of alerts Wildcard saying, well, we can't cross into that side of customs. We're kind of stuck on where we are, but Baby Shark comes up. He eliminates Noah now, so potentially could try and push deep in towards customs, knowing that that player's got a big old C4 to maybe hit the multi, but no, the shield comes back up in time for Dash, and Jum is in a whole world of hurt. Deimos track, pinched by the Monty. Bay picks up the kill. 3v5 with the Monty still alive. Wildcard in the best shape they've been in all the game. Like, it's incredible for them.
Oh, the Monty maybe got a little bit too big for his boots there. Tried to drop Mowgli, but he can always still fight a 4 versus 2. But they have this watch on towards it, and now they've got to make sure that they clear these players, because you could try and tuck a plant, right? You could try and get yourself in on those 4 smokes, those blinds, but it only takes a sort of second and a spray, and it's all a lot of softs and still pings. The players below hoping to make a connection, but one not to be found. At this point, Wildcard, they have to make sure that their next steps are perfect. Door on the back end. In case of a rotate, get themselves in, coverage of the smoke, some blinds above. Force these vertical players to have to make a big motion, and there's the swing round. Does get one, can't get the second, but still, this plant, well, it won't get cemented. They've pulled off Demo. Instead, they want to play the firefight. They're peeling away. It gives Adrian a chance. But you worry it's maybe giving him a little bit too much of it. There was still a distraction. There was still a fear. And that's the kick called, Demo. 15 seconds, bottom of the stairs. They've grabbed it. They've slipped on by. Baby Shark, he's going to hold on with Spiker on the cover. But it can be watched from above. Goes for the other man. Makes the connection. 5 seconds. Adrian, can he do it all? With the road this team has gone on. With the performances and the connection, he can't quite get it. He does a bite. But Spiker gets the plant. Gets an escape. Somehow a single bit of grace has been blessed upon Wildcard. And Spiker holds on as tightly as possible.
Oh my. What? What have I just witnessed? I thought Adrian had that. Hook, line, and sinker, but no! Somehow, the one bit of sight that is not opened up from above, he plants in. And Adrian just could not connect the final kill. I thought that was it. I was ready. Okay, yeah, secret. Well played, but no! Another twist in the tail. Oh, that's what it's all about. 6-5. Wildcard nearing overtime. My word, and look at the HP, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well,
what?
One of the bullets from the spray through the soft hit him as he was planting. If it hadn't have gone through the soft, it would have killed him. If a second had hit him, it would have killed him. Couldn't have been closer.
I'm just thinking is at the moment. That's now where my head's at. Is that the moment? Does that leave the door open for Wildcard where it should have been slammed shut? Oh my.
Still, unfortunately for Wildcard, we are still 1 round left. We are still floating.
No time to waste.
And where are we going? Going to the moon.
Spike with the sense. On bathroom window. Try and get some attention drawn early, but Kansan doesn't want to entirely get caught out here. This first engagement could be very decisive. We can see Baby Sharks being sort of tracked on the other side of the map as well. There's almost a little isolation of multiple different 1 versus 1s. In secret, they're opting for it. They're angling for it. They're hoping. As the cross angle, aggressive positions inside the site too. Still with awareness, Wildcard, they're, as I said, trying to just find that one body. That one little piece of the puzzle that they can place in towards their final approach and make sure it lands. They were graded it the last round. It was the strongest they've looked. And then it was almost all lost. But if it is anything to rally them, may it be now.
So they've set up the sensors in the bomb site. They've got the shields ready to go for this East take, so it looks to be just direct from Wildcard. They're going to try and clear out the site, clear out East stairs, and then see if they can maybe try and slip in for the plant. And almost nowhere. Finds the cutoff. Is anyone here down in the Blackbeard? Hello! Dash has to do himself. Maybe another, but no Mowgli. Reloads in time, picks up the kill. Savage able to connect the C4 on the Baby Shark. And no, Kansan somehow jumps in too. Again, this back and forth is incredible.
They keep threading, they keep trading, and they keep dropping bodies. A 3 versus 2, Savage and Doom. All that's left, but they still have eyes on the site. And they've actually have the site under their control, lock and key. There's not a rotate really. Back in, bathroom is locked. Instead playing just on the window, so Doom is maybe in some ways a bit isolated, but we know what he can do. Here, otherwise, the kit's still in their control. They've obviously got more of the sense gadget to roll out if they want to block some of these lines. The problem is, Doom, he will swing. He will take the fight, and if they go for the window, well, Savage won't because he's gone upstairs. Oh, and he's missed his opportunity, big risk. No reward, and now got a 3 versus 1, so June, he does the same. Proposes himself as a more relevant problem, and the plant is being covered. They've got the watch on the window, but June, they move away from the fight. Another 1 versus 1. Kansan against June. He's going to hold the door side itself. Not sure if the wall gives him a rotate out, but pops it. He's patient. He knows the fight needs to come his way, June. Oh, we saw it, Shakespearean. We don't quite get to know whether it's a tragedy just yet. Another performance, 20 seconds, he's hopped around, he's seen him, and Kansan clutches it 2 in a row for this team, the wild card. Their deck is looking stronger.
Overtime. They've been able to drag themselves from the brink of elimination to make it into OT. Wildcard, the little team that could, and they keep it going. Secret looks stunned, 2 opportunities, 2 1v1s to finish it out, and they have not taken their chances. As said, did Secret leave the door open? Wildcard have smashed it in.
A 3rd and 4th finish for Wildcard at Reload. A 4th finish in Munich. And here, they want to see if they can try and replicate that record. They want to see if they can move in towards that top 4 of teams. And that will only happen if they can push this map to our 3rd. I mean, all the way from where it was, Secret, that thing slipped through their fingers. It wouldn't be the first time. It's a team in EML often where we sort of talk about who is the top team, who can get themselves in positions. It was an unknown sort of, or sadly known, if anything, the fact that often these advantages would slip away from them. Often they would be in a 5-1 position and suddenly it's a tied game. And those were the questions that we've often had from watching them in league play, from watching them in other tournaments, of how that would grow, how that would sort of blossom into a wonderful tree and all the floral sort of design we've got here, or if it would wilt away and be another missed opportunity for their mental. They got to see if they can try and lock this one out in 2. Don't give Wildcard that option.
Here we go. 6-6, all square. Wildcard will remain on the attack.
Exit time!
Direct East has been the kind of go-to for them. That's where they've wanted to do the majority of their clear out. They're actually going to rotate. They're going to try and target Jum. It's a position we've seen him play before this event. Downstairs in towards East. He's supported by the players above him. But anyone coming frontal towards him, this is what Jum has to be aware of. The util dump comes in, the nades are barely going to miss, and Jum just keeps himself alive. But here comes the shield.
Oh, from the top row, Mosley had the cover. And Kansan can only watch as the Blackbeard is blown away from the seeding. Now, without that front foot forward, with that utility already gone, and with that player still in this position, Jum can sit, he can wait, he knows he has support, he knows he's being watched, and now he knows that Bay might be under pressure of his own elsewhere. Wildcard, they got to try and find their own route through, but they haven't moved this position. This is where the battle is happening. Bay's trying to just go for the little Jill peeks round, but June gets Spiker. June gets the second fed towards him. Zafir won't get it, but now it's just Kansan left. He's sat in Passport, and he's watched everybody else board a flight and fly away into the next round, and here are 5 versus 1. Secret have remembered how to lock out rounds.
Yeah, Jum, he was the target man, but they just could not get a grasp on it whatsoever. And they're gonna take their time. Wildcard's just gonna chill. Take the extra 40, 50 seconds here. Talk about what they want to do next. The boos echo out. They don't want to see this. Kansan, I mean, 5 to find. I mean, I don't blame him for taking the timeout here. And there we go, finally Pepper, the flawless, never in doubt. I mean, just to break it down, just that position that Jum's in, he's covered from every angle. You've got Mowgli playing aggressive on the east. He can swing down towards Catwalk. That's how he killed the Blackbeard. Tellers is obviously another area you can move in and try and kill Jim from. No, covered from the hatch. Inside of office, Savage was there. They set themselves up to support Jim as best as you can. And really, I think for Wildcard, they've almost taken the bait. I think there's a world where you can maybe try and ignore Jim. Leave him down there in towards East. He doesn't have a C4. He's just a Wamai. There is that element to it. Go very direct in towards CC. Take that side of the map. But they fell into that chasm that Secret had built. Secret back on top. They've had 2 chances before where they could have closed it out. They get another here.
One round.
Look at Twister. He knows it's not up to him. This is all on his boys to make it happen.
1 round at a time. And we will potentially get a max OT.
10 seconds remaining.
Obviously, it was a sort of long series earlier on in the day until it suddenly wasn't in that final
5
map.
seconds remaining.
And here, Wildcard, they couldn't quite get themselves stuck in properly on Cafe Dostoevsky. It looked like it was going to get away from them here in a similar sort of fashion, but then they found something.
Connection made.
What they found was the reason they're here. What they found is the reason any team is here. The reason that a team can make themselves known on this stage, on the biggest, the grandest of Six Invitational, is having that little bit extra, having that belief you will win. And they got to try and lock down on that right now, too. Try and get this opening engagement. Cross down from below. In the meantime, pressure on towards break. It's been a long time since we've had Secret on their approach, and it started a bit rocky, right? And then it was a timeout. And since then, they remembered how to sort of get themselves stuck in.
Drone activated.
They can find some of that early round energy. Wildcard might be able to push us to max OT.
Will Bay with that boss G in hand, looking for that opening fight. In goes the Bees. Don't forget he's immune to them. The only operators who are. Just look at this opportunity spot, and I think again for Secret, it's this kind of slower play style. They start utilizing the drones. I mean, Jim has been able to move in and clear away a lot of the Goyo canisters. So perhaps it's this backstab opportunity, and here comes Jim right into the heart of this map, in towards blue. Should pick up one. Shirley's gonna pick up one.
All he does, Jim gets Baby Shark, and he has the pings on the next, but instead, eyes on elsewhere. Cut him at the pass, go wider. He knows he's got support coming from Passport side. They push their way across, and he don't quite get there quick enough. Bogey finds Kansan, and that pressure, it's rising steadily here, Demo. 3 versus 5. Bay still in position, but Secret crouching, moving, opting to another pinch. Mowgli positioned at the bottom of the metal stairs. They've isolated these players. They've got one in Armory, got one in CC and one in Fountain. All of them cut off from each other. It's a scrappy first fight here for Bay, but he doesn't really have the best gun for this direct engagement. Oh! Prove me wrong. Pull the head off of Noah and buy yourself a place you can put a backline on. The plant is going down. Savage has security for one, but the rotate attempted to come through. They can't quite get the lock in. Head of dash to 2 versus 3 post plant, and Jim lucky to escape with a sliver of health. It's the everything that's slowing him down. Jim is speeding them up. Spiker, all that is left, but no more! The wild card, not enough to upset the game Secret have played, because the secret seems to be continual, and it's something getting louder and louder, and it's making people start to think that the secret to this tournament is them taking that hammer.
Team Secret progress through this lower bracket. NA's final team is gone. Team Secret, your victors here today. They will move on to play Fluxo W7M tomorrow in what will be, I'm sure, one heck of a fight as well.
For everything that they've sort of given themselves, Wildcard, as you said, what a brilliant year. This team has had what brilliant expectations they've set themselves for going forward. Massive, massive positions in all the international tournaments.
One thing about Wildcard, if you're listening to this, fellas, keep your heads high.
Oh,
what
definitely.
you guys have achieved in the span of a year is absolutely phenomenal. And I'll tell you this right now, they'll be back.
Oh, I think it would be a surprise if anything were else to happen. They've been absolutely brilliant, but every team is at this stage, right? Every single team is sort of a difference maker. Every single team is that bit further, that bit better, and bites that bit harder. And Secret, for brilliant years, they've had a brilliant one of their own. They've made sure that they're always sort of developing. You can see it on the coach there. He's heads down, locked in. Job's not done. Still games to have, but with that, they secure themselves that top 4. And with that, that's you and I done, Demo. We'll throw it over to an interview with Noah.
It only took 2 maps, and Libash! Team Secret continue their journey here in the Six Invitational, sending home NA's last hope in Wildcard. I'm here with Noah. Now, Noah, you had a crazy run out there. You've had a phenomenal performance on a personal level, but as a unit, you've been so consistent. We've spoken in the past about you guys being the potential underdogs, as Mowgli comes up here as well. Come here, Mowgli. Just a quick one. Any fans here?
No prime, guys. No prime.
Listen, I feel like there's no more talk of you guys being the underdogs. Do you, inside the camp, feel like potential favorites here?
I think so. Now with Mowgli playing as well as he did, as an amazing crowd as you guys are, thank you guys so much for all the cheering. You guys are amazing. I love it.
Bien sûr, on joue tous comme une équipe. On n'est plus les underdogs, on joue comme une équipe sur les grandes scènes, tous. Et bien sûr, Mowgli qui joue aujourd'hui sur scène. Et quel jeu qu'il fait, bien sûr. C'est Team Secret. Et autour de vous, ici à Paris, ça donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, à toute l'équipe. Speaking of which, you have this crowd now. Noah, I've noticed that you're someone who loves the camera. I'm a person that loves the theater as well. What is it for you to be in front of a crowd to hype you up?
It's the most special feeling ever. Like playing from my own room and to playing here is just such a crazy difference. I just love you guys so much for all the energy you guys are bringing. So keep going, support Mowgli. He's the best French player here. Keep going and let's finish it.
There you go. Lots of... What do you want? What do you want, Mowgli? Yeah, go ahead.
Les gars, faites un maximum de bruit pour Baby Shark. Parce que le gars, c'est sa première année. Il a déjà fait 2 scènes. C'est un monstre, les gars, c'est un monstre. Mais j'étais obligé de gagner contre lui, désolé.
Big cheers to Baby Shark, who's played an incredible event. That is from Mowgli. There's a lot of love and respect between all of our French players, but to recap real quick, you know what? Noah loves to say, il adore tout ce qui est scène, mais en même temps, quand il y a tout Paris qui est là autour de lui, ça lui donne de l'énergie. Et il est content de continuer le parcours de son équipe et de Team Secret et de Mowgli pour demain.
All right, Paris, one more time for Noah and Team Secret!
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
fascinating 2-0 from Secret to move themselves one step further in this lower bracket. And this second map, it was really close, but unfortunately at the end, NA do get sent near the airport.
They do get sent home, unfortunately, but it was really off the back, and Wildcard just having a poor understanding from the mid to late round. I mean, I think Demo talked about it pretty heavily, and we were seeing it time and time again. Wildcard would have everything to win these rounds, and then they would just slowly, just one domino right after the other, that then would just ultimately leave them losing round after round and just not being able to have momentum. It just wasn't on their side.
It was the decision-making at the end of the day for Wildcard. We saw it all throughout the series, but more specifically, you know, the last few rounds on Border that got very close and hairy, where Wildcard had everything that they could have possibly wanted. They ended up winning those rounds, but that's the biggest issue with Wildcard, is when you have such a huge advantage and you're able to push it to overtime. Why make it so hard on yourselves? You have such a man advantage. You have everything you might need. Great shots from the start, but then when it goes for the execute, the decision-making to go for gunfights, to give players like Adrian, players like Noah, an opportunity back into the series, back to just win it, to send you home. Why make it that much harder on yourselves? And it's not just those rounds. They didn't end up winning those rounds. They pushed it to overtime, but that's the story for their whole series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Decision-making was very questionable in general.
It's going to be rough because the players will be looking back at that later, of course, and think like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. It's always woulda, coulda, shoulda in these situations, but I feel like back in map 1, we saw a great performance from Noah, and he was just keeping that up going into map 2.
Of course, I mean, Noah's play was huge throughout the whole series. I mean, this 4K on Border was disgusting with Ella's Scorpion from this position to be tapping heads, 3 people individually peeking. Again, same questionable decision-making, and then beautiful pistol to get the 4th one. But Noah, the whole series, everybody on Secret, especially on the map of Border, they had the momentum in their favor. They knew that they could just farm kills, do the basics, let Wildcard make the mistakes, and they were going to be able to capitalize and get those kills to win the series.
Yeah, they were all under one ideology. They knew how to execute onto these rounds, and even when they were in the man deficit, they understood they had the position. They would let Wildcard ultimately make those mistakes, and they only needed to aggress when they needed to, when the diffuser was planted, when they needed to double up on a player. They understood what the win conditions were every single round, and it's a big reason as to why what got them over this hurdle was ending this in a 2-0 series. And then you just look across the board at the stats from everyone across side of Secret, everyone showing up, understanding their role, understanding the position, and understanding what needed to win these rounds.
I feel like Adrian is one of those unsung heroes as well. I mean, we talked about the support stuff on the side of Wildcard. It's time we give Adrian his flowers as well. Was some of the highest rated players on the side of Secret for this event.
Everybody deserves a credit on Secret, but Adrian specifically on Border, I mean, he had 15 kills, I believe, 16 kills.
Yeah.
He almost had that 1v5 to be able to clutch up and send Wildcard home a little bit early. 3-0 in the entry. I think that's so important from a support player to even be getting opening kills, to put yourself in the position to get opening kills and not die, not risk your life. He was on another level today, especially the rest of Secret. It just goes without saying. They seemed all the way through that they were the better team.
Yes, and with our 2 elimination matches now out of the way, we can have a look at our updated bracket to see where we find ourselves so far with our remaining teams. Because if you're an NA enjoyer, it's looking a little bit rough. I mean, we just sent the last NA team home. If you're a Brazil enjoyer, you know, you've got some options to pick from as well. Same goes for Europe. But looking in this bracket and just thinking about that last game as well, just want to reference the interview. Speaking or hearing Noah and Mowgli speak to the crowd about how much it means to play in front of their home crowd, in front of a crowd in general. The emotions that happen with these players as well, I feel like it just shows us how much this game means to all of us.
Yeah, it absolutely showcases, and I think, you know, obviously for players like these, and Noah touched up on it, having that crowd be at your backing after every single kill, after every single clutch moment, you use that momentum to shape your play, to shape what you're trying to replicate. And then on the side of also just giving the respect over to Baby Shark, what Mowgli said, I think that's more important. It really showcases what our community is about, regardless whether it's the community, regardless whether it's the pro players, that everyone is family at the end of the day, regardless of if they're going against each other. And I think that's something to really showcase and how true our community is down to its core.
I mean, speaking from being a previous player, there's no feeling like playing on a main stage in front of a crowd, let alone your home crowd, a crowd that wants you to win, wants you to succeed. There's nothing as electrifying like that. No matter how many times you do it, it'll always be one of the best feelings you could experience.
And this is exactly what I love about Asai, right? It's a special time of the year where we really get to celebrate the people that mean so much to this game as well. We do our accommodations. We have the first one ready for you.
We're live at the Adidas Arena in Paris, the city of love for the Six Invitational 2026. So much happens over the next 3 days. And as Anne and the team on the desk just alluded to, a big part of it is celebrating all of the people, both in front of camera, behind the scenes, and the entire community that make this scene so magnificent, Milos.
Bien sûr, à chaque SI, c'est pas juste l'e-sport, c'est pas juste le tournoi, mais c'est pour dire merci à toutes les gens qui travaillent sur le jeu, même qui font partie de notre communauté, et ben, beaucoup plus que ça. Il y a toujours des commendations qu'on en parle, et cette fois, c'est pour les développeurs, pour qu'on commence ici au SI.
It's certainly one of my favorite parts of a Six Invitational. And now it is time for our dev commendation.
I always like video games. They are my greatest passion. Working in a game that it's relevant for people, that it's making them connect with their friends, that they're so passionate about. It's not something that can happen twice in your life. I'm Kilian Calo. I'm associate producer. I work at Ubisoft Barcelona on Rainbow Six Siege. So I manage the playlist team who's responsible for handling all the game modes in Siege and all the ways to interact with the game in public playlists, private playlists, like custom game and so. We try to offer an experience for everyone because there's all type of players in Siege. If you want to play like a fast-paced match, a chaotic arcade, or a competitive mode, that's part of what we do. And we do as well take care of the planning phase things, the map ban, operator ban, and everything that is related the flow of the game up until you start the action phase.
Kilian brings a lot of passion to everything that he does. He does a great job of playing the game, understanding how the game works, but then also how can his team execute a vision to help the game grow.
He's a natural leader. He's very committed with all the team.
You can feel when he's around, he just has an impact on the team, on the mindset.
And I think he's one of the main pillars of the success of what we do.
He really cares about the game.
Siege is a dream game for me. It's a dream project. I always like this type of games, this competitive tactical shooter, adrenaline. It's one of my biggest passions for sure. I'm definitely a competitive player, and to be competitive to me means that you are trying to improve and to push yourself into be better and to stay sharp and to look for that next objective that you are seeking for. And that's something that can coexist with teamwork. And I try to reinforce it to my team. I think it's good for them that they remain competitive, because being competitive, it's about the drive that push you to try to be the best team. But also to focus first on the shared goal. For me, it's important. It's kind of my mindset. I played more than 20 years in basketball, and it's a sport about consistency and about team collaboration because everyone has a role. So if everyone is doing what they need to do, they can win. In Siege, you need to be consistent to win rounds, and in basketball, you need to be consistent to score. There are so many similarities, like the competition, the adrenaline, and in the team aspect, it's the same. So everyone needs to do a part to execute the whole plan of the team, and committing to it, that's where the magic happens, and it's where all the puzzle works alone.
On Siege, one of the big things is that regardless of where we are in the world, we're all working together as one team. And I think that's a really important thing. And with Kilian and the work he does, that is so much more true because he's allowed us to be more united on the way we work. We got time zone differences, we got different priorities going on, but the reality is we're one team and he brings us together.
When we were speaking about teamwork, community is also part of that puzzle. At the end, everyone is playing a role here, and in this role that the community has, like it's about to express, it's about to enjoy and to be vocal when they do not like things, and everyone needs to be able to interact with the game in the way that they want, no? Like it's something that we try to provide, and we always think on everyone. It's like our main mantra in the team, actually.
It's important to make the community feel that we listen to them.
And having somebody like Killian that can understand their feedback, ensuring that everyone understands what was that feedback, it's essential.
What we care is what the user receives and how they receive what we are developing.
And I do think that right now we have a pretty good thing going on. So they've done a great job, I think, at just giving something for everyone to enjoy, and still to this day, they're trying to make it better and better.
The people is actually enjoying so much what we are doing. That's the purpose of everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for our Dev Commendation recipients, Killian.
Paris, notre commandite développeur, Killian.
As we give him the award that he gets to keep forever, and it has been well and truly well earned and well deserved, Killian. We learned a lot about you in that awesome video package just now. But now standing here on the stage, after being a part of the game that you love, what does this moment mean to you?
So it means a lot. Like everyone who I work with in the project like knows how genuinely I care about the game, like how fantastic is this game. Like I play very often, every time that I can, and working in it, like seeing it evolve, like it's fantastic. It means a lot. Like it's real purpose, man.
C'est un moment très important pour moi, pour ma carrière, mais aussi mon équipe me connaît, je travaille avec eux, je joue le jeu personnellement et avec tout le monde. Et ce moment-là, c'est un moment d'honneur pour moi et pour toute l'équipe que je travaille avec. Killian, I want to thank you very much for all the work that you're doing in the background. And speaking of which, because it's a lot of background work, how is it for you to come to events like the Invitational and see your work and your team's work manifest here in front of a global audience?
So it's precisely what I was speaking at the last part of the video. Like we are there behind the curtains, working tirelessly to improve the game, to make it evolve. Sometimes like over months, over years, sometimes. And when we see actually the features being released and players connecting with it, engaging, enjoying them, like it's the purpose. Like it's everything. Because without players, without community, there's no game. So it's key.
En fait, c'est un peu hallucinant parce que des fois, on travaille des semaines, des mois, peut-être des années aussi à préparer tous les features qu'on a dans le jeu même. Et puis, on arrive à l'événement, on voit que tout le monde, que ce soit l'audience ici ou les joueurs qui apprécient tout le travail qu'on fait. Et bien sûr, quand on travaille tous en équipe et qu'on voit cette œuvre-là créée dans le jeu même, ça nous donne un grand esprit de coéquipage et bien sûr de travail fantastique. Thank you very much, Killian.
Killian, it's a rare occasion that you get to stand in front of, I guess, the consumers of your product. Is there any, I don't know, hint you can give us at what's to come in Rainbow Six Siege?
So you can be sure that I won't be spoiling anything because like I want you to save the surprise for Sunday. Like there's a lot of things coming up that are exciting, not even as a dev, but also as a player. Like I'm genuinely excited about some things, like big stuff. So make sure you tune in Sunday. Like it will be amazing, like a moment to celebrate.
Bien sûr, je travaille dans le backstage un petit peu, mais je peux juste vous dire, vous teaser qu'il faut regarder le show, le panel, le dimanche, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'affaires qui vont être montrées pour ici et pour le futur qui arrive. C'est pas juste incroyable pour moi comme développeur, mais comme personne qui joue ce jeu régulièrement et tout le temps.
Finally, Killian, look, you've worked tirelessly over the years to be awarded and rewarded with this spotlight in front of not only this crowd here in the Adidas Arena in Paris, but to everybody watching at home and your colleagues up in the stands. I'm going to give you the microphone. Anything that you want to say, this is your chance.
Yes, so I want to take a moment to be to actually express how grateful I am to work in this project. So a moment to thanks to the community for sticking with us, for letting us evolve the game, for to improve it over the years. It's fantastic. Also to the dev team, most of them are there. So also shout out to them. It's so cool to work with you all. It's an amazing team. Everyone is so passionate and talented. It's an amazing feeling. And most importantly, to my family, to the ones that were there since the beginning, that always supported me, my mother, my father. I love you so much. Also my wife, Alba, she's the most resilient and caring person in the world. I love you so much. And also my baby daughter, Gina, 6 months old. She won't be watching this anytime soon because no screens, but I hope that when she does it, eventually she will be proud of me. Thanks.
Je suis remerciant à vous, la communauté, qui nous donne toujours de la place pour expérimenter et pour améliorer le jeu au fur et à mesure du temps, mais aussi à toute mon équipe qui me supporte depuis tout le début et qu'on travaille tous en équipe chaque jour pendant des années pour créer ce jeu fantastique. Bien sûr, à ma famille, mes parents et ma femme, et bien sûr, ma petite fille qui vient d'avoir ses 6 mois, qui ne va pas nous regarder pour l'instant, mais peut-être dans le futur. Merci beaucoup à toi, Kylian.
Paris, one more time for our first commandee of SI 2026, our magnificent dev, Killian.
It is time for our upper bracket final, our match of the day. Falcons versus FaZe for a spot in the grand final. My name is Anne, I'll be your host, and joining me in the studio are lovely EU folks. We have Fresh and Alfama. Now, Fresh, I want to get to you first. I mean, you've worked so many main stages at this point. I can probably understand how you're feeling, but how are you?
Do you know what? I'm a little bit nervous. This is a big game. I'm really excited for it. Seeing friends, family, community members, you know, in the crowd, in the audience, SI in Europe. It's amazing.
This gives it an extra little bit of feeling, that extra bit of tingles. But for you as well, Leo, I mean, it is an SI in your home country.
I mean, and it feels truly, truly special to be here in Paris, in the heart of France, to celebrate Siege, and especially for Six Invitational. Paris, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? See what I mean? The French crowd will always answer.
I know you were waiting for this, and I love to hear the response from the crowd as well. But we have to talk about our matchup of the day here. Falcons going up against FaZe, which essentially is a rematch of last year's SI Grand Final. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, if we look at this, at every single moment in a recent timeline of Siege history, there is always that matchup. Ever since W7N dominated for 1.5 years, Siege Esports, who took over? Falcons and FaZe, always facing each other. And in fact, I will say this, Falcons have been winning it. It's been 3-1. But
apart from the big one, Leo, apart from the big one last year in Boston where they lost 3-1 space, I will say we've called it the Duel of Destiny, but really they've been the deniers of each other's destiny. Both of these teams have been so exceptional in that kind of post-W7M Furia era that if the other team wasn't there, they'd have probably gone on to have started a dynasty, but they've just been a thorn in each other's side the whole time.
Now I want to start looking at Falcons as the first team here in our matchup, because before we were on, I was already hearing chants from the crowds supporting Falcons. They'll be looking for that support as well. I mean, winning this matchup would bring them one step closer to that big goal of lifting the hammer in Paris.
They are the big favorites coming here, obviously, 3 of them being hometown heroes. They are the ones that have attended so many grand finals. They're also a major hope for France, obviously taking away a hammer. If we look at these guys, obviously, Jack, pressure is on them, but also, what a stage to begin with.
Yeah, pressure is on them. I feel like they've been thriving inside of that pressure. Certainly when we saw them back in Munich, now we're seeing them here. They know that they've leveled up from the team that had those so many consecutive second places. They've worked on that, they've gone away, and they look invigorated. They're still laughing, they're joking, they're having a lot of fun. They know the pressure's on them, but they back themselves.
I had a chat with Liquefact this morning at the hotel, and he was saying, you know what, whatever happens, we'll be cursed anyway. Either we win, and it's another grand final for us from the upper bracket. Either we lose and we go through the loser bracket. Either way, he said, there's no winning here.
I mean, they're going to have fun. We've seen that from this team before inside this tournament. But there's one player I feel like we have to talk about. The hometown hero. We're going to take a look at the Shaiko's mic.
Yeah, Shaiko has been absolutely exceptional throughout this whole tournament. I think, you know, we've seen him. The crowd here absolutely loves him. They adore him. He is, you know, the favorite of French Rainbow Six. He's been so good across this tournament. But it's not just this tournament. If we take a look into Shaiko's mind, you can see that he is a member of the 1,000 Kill Club at the Six Invitational. He's had 10 tournament MVPs. Now, so many players would be lucky to play in just 10 tournaments. He's MVP'd in 10 of them. His stats for the year is 110 on EPS. He is 10% higher than any average player across the whole year since the 1st of March last year, including crazy KD, crazy entry, basically 0.9 kills per round. And the honors that he's had. Of course, he's won a major. He's won 2 Gamers 8s. He's won an Esports World Cup. And of course, he is the hometown hero. We know Shaiko as a fragger, but really, he is the facilitator.
To show this, that to take an example of the last time Shaiko has played, it was against Furia, and they actually battered them. It was on Clubhouse, and look at this round, we're on the Gym Bomb side, and Furia, they've got a defense that's extended. We know that, right? Construction setup with Azami, at the same time, a Goyo playing cash, and at the same time, all the way in red stairs, they see a clash. The first thing they will do is Usus will breach that soul wall towards construction. Now that creates pressure. Look at Azami, she's focused on it, and she calls Fenrir. Fenrir has come to help. The sole duty of Fenrir now is making sure no one goes through that breach. That is all a trap, because if you look upstairs, who is upstairs? Usus. Going on the vents boost, he's gonna have an angle through the hatch, and he's calling Shaiko over. Shaiko will send the Lion scan, making sure the Fenrir does not move. And that is all a trap, because look at Usus, he calls for Shaiko to open the hatch, and that's a free kill. Beautiful play here. Look, Breda is on the windows. Who is here to cover him? Once again, that's Shaiko up on the windows, getting the free pick. And look here, Hibana is taking a gunfight here towards Azami, and she's scared. And when you're scared and you're Falcons, and you've got Shaiko on your team, you call him over. Shaiko is looking at me right now, and he's acknowledging that. Look, the Lion scan, he comes in, takes the 2v1, making sure he's helping them, and boom, that's another kill for Shaiko. We've said it again and again, Shaiko is an amazing fragger, but he's also, and foremost, he's an amazing teammate. Et pour tous mes fans français, on le sait depuis le début, Shaiko, il est extraordinaire, non?
I mean, we have to say as well, these clips are so well put together. Big props to our observers for putting and stringing that all together and giving us a feast for our eyes.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. You know, he is clairvoyant. Shaiko is, you know, he's had to grow so much in his role as well, but he's done it so well. And this tournament, it really does feel like the one that everything's been building up to.
We talked about it. These two always face each other in important matchups. We have to talk about FaZe as well, because if anything, this team might look like they will go back-to-back on Hammer, and that's the first time they could be doing it since that Penta G2 era.
I don't think the crowd in the arena want them to do it, but we do have to acknowledge FaZe are our reigning world champions. They are, of course, one of the most lethal teams in all of Rainbow Six Siege, and they are chasing that back-to-back Hammer, Leo.
And I just feel like they always flew under the radar. It's always the same thing with FaZe. They get here, they get victories, they make it through the group stage. Sometimes they look perfect, sometimes they don't, but still, they always make it. That's the beauty about FaZe, and they're always so consistent.
They are, but the funny thing is, when we look at their stats, and how far they've made it inside the tournaments, the stats don't really reflect the FaZe we see on stage.
And that's something that I don't understand. They feel like a sleeping giant. If you look at FaZe, still in the competition right now, they're the worst defensive team, the worst team at entry, the slowest team in entry, and none of their players are in the top 10 rated of the events. And you might wonder, how is FaZe still making it to the upper bracket final?
Well, based on those stats, you do really wonder, but what I will say is its strategic depth and its communication and coordination. Yes, those stats don't make a great deal of sense, but when I've actually got a clip to show you, when you roll it, they're playing Chalet, and they've noticed on a drone from Cyber that it's the basement bomb site. They've seen a Cade on site. They've seen a Maestro on site, so they're thinking, okay, we know for certain there will be 2 anchors on site. Cyber actually gets a really, really nice drone here. Gets it up on the plant pot, up into the rafters. This is one for anybody watching. You can take this to ranked. Leo, I know you need help with that department. Yeah. What Cyber sees here actually is a Fenrir. So he knows there's an extension up on the top floor as well, and therefore FaZe look to go and clear it. However, they come a little bit unstuck. Cyber dies and he's sitting on this camp. He sees the defenders completely trying to retake into FaZe.
And look at that extension. As soon as they know there is a rogue, boom, Blackbeard is already on site. Boom, Nomad has dropped. They're here on the bomb site before the thermite exploded. And look, they're gonna get aggressive towards the anchor, and the thermite will go for the plant. They take the site because they know it's the opportunity to take. Handy gets aggressive, he gets the pick that he needs. And even though it was a 4v5 at the beginning, look at this. They seize the right opportunity. That is the beauty of FaZe. Even when they're in back foot, even when they're struggling, even when they don't have the map advantage, they will find that gap and they will execute it flawlessly because they're a team that has the best cohesion I've ever seen.
Those quick reactions, that coordination, communication, that's what makes them a world champion team.
Now I feel like we've been talking about the team so much. I want to get to the map, Veto. I want to get to start this match as quickly as we possibly can. Falcons have the first pick here. It's taking us to bank.
Yeah, they only ever lose it to G2 in secret. They will play it against anybody, so no surprise to see them pick it against FaZe, but the FaZe pick, bit of a surprise, Leo.
Yeah, Border is a big surprise to me. It's not necessarily a fan favorite for FaZe, and if you look about it, Falcons, they've got some of the best gunners in the world. What is the map that focuses the most on gunfights? Border. It's a weird one for me.
Lair feels a little bit 50-50 for me. Both teams can play it. I think FaZe's strategical depth, but also there's a variation in ways that you can play it. We've seen Falcons be very strong on it.
All right, given this first map here, Bank, I feel like that's a big talking point. Who's taking that first map?
I mean, you know me, it's gonna be Falcons. They're the ones that have been dominating that map. Outside of Europe, I will say, Europe is the best, I guess, region at this map, and they're one of the best in the region, so they had to take it.
Yeah, I think so. I do see a world where we go all 3 maps. That Border pick for me is a little bit unconventional. It doesn't fit what we've just said in terms of FaZe being a slow team. You know, they're not particularly great at the entries. That map doesn't suit their style at all, especially against Falcons where it should. However, they must have something up their sleeve.
And I just want to hear from our lovely crowd here in Paris. Are we ready to start this upper bracket final? All right, let's go to the stage to get this upper bracket final started.
Oh man, I got a feeling that this is going to be good. We are back here on stage at the Adidas Arena in Paris for one more best of three on this SI Friday. This one, the stakes could not be higher. The winner books their spot in the grand final on Sunday to fight for that hammer. I've got a feeling the crowd are supporting one team in particular, Milos.
Je le pense aussi, Ian. Now, bien sûr, on arrive maintenant à l'upper bracket. C'est Falcons, c'est FaZe Clan, les deux meilleures équipes du monde pour beaucoup d'entre vous. Ça, j'en suis vraiment sûr. Mais en même temps, je pense que Paris, on aime un peu Falcons un peu plus tôt, plus que FaZe Clan. Je sais pas, il faut voir avec. Je vous entends un peu bien là, c'est bien, c'est bien, c'est bien. Mais c'est un match, un rematch des finales à Boston l'année passée. Et peut-être, ce sera les deux meilleures équipes du monde qui vont arriver. Une seule équipe dans la finale aujourd'hui. On le saura bien sûr pour ce marteau. Se lèvera le dimanche soir. Ian, we got a hell of a game on our hands.
You're right, and you said it. It's a rematch of the SI 25 Grand Final. Let's bring out our first team onto the stage.
Les Kefak et Chaiko sont là à Paris. Les Verts, partout deuxième à Paris. Ils foncent pour un seul but. Les finalistes, les premiers du monde. Et ça passe par ce soir.
It just got loud in here. However, let's welcome their opponents. They are looking to be put amongst the elite. The team to become second ever back-to-back world champions. They want that on their record. And they are looking to do it here in Paris. KDS, coming up here, Liquifac. Familiar foes join us here on the main stage. You can feel the rumble, you can feel the tension from this crowd here. It's the first time it's ever been palpable here today. KDS, we'll start with you. Any last words for your opponent here?
Good luck and we have a great game today. Bonne chance, bonne game. Les Kefak, c'est pas la première fois que vous jouez contre FaZe, not the first time you play against them. Anything like to say to KDS?
Have fun, but I don't think he will have fun with this crowd, so...
Said you worried about the crowd?
No. We always are the team they boo, so we're fine. Ça n'affecte pas FaZe, hein?
Tant mieux pour eux, alors.
It's not impacting FaZe, but Liquifac when he says, like, you know what? Doesn't matter, it's on them. It's on them.
Can we get a handshake? Oh man, this is good. Can I just ask something really quick, Milos?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Any fans of Chaiko?
So like 4 of them.
Yeah. Should we get them rocking one time?
Yeah.
What's that thing you say? How do you say make some noise in French?
Fly with me. Faites du bruit!
Can I try?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me try. Paris, veto, please! That's fun. All right, the time has come. The upper bracket final starts right now.
So, from Boston to Paris, it's the same old dance. The two best teams over the last 12 months, I guess you could say, maybe even longer than that, guys, meet once again, this time in the upper bracket final, to determine which will book their place in Sunday's grand final.
Well, I think it's pretty crystal clear who the favorites are in this arena, in Paris. Psycho, the fans are multituding in their thousands, cheering their boy on and their team. But this might be Falcons' biggest test since that Boston Grand Final.
They've got a very solid record over FaZe. We saw that on the desk presented with a wonderful graphic. 3-1 head-to-head over the last few events. Of course, in Munich, Falcons got the better of FaZe. Prior to that, long time ago, Montreal, EWC 24, all going the way of that Falcons roster. But the one that mattered the most, it was the SI Grand Final last year. FaZe took it out 3-1, a second place finish once again for Falcons, and that's been their shortfalling. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But in the City of Love, in their own home territory, surely on this occasion, as they look to book their place in the grand final, it's destined in the stars.
And a win here for Falcons will, of course, get them one step closer. A team has not lost the upper bracket final here at a Six Invitational and gone on to lift the hammer since way back in 2022 when TSM were able to achieve that feat. So do not underestimate just how important this match will be.
We've got a little bit of time to let the tension just simmer heading into this upper bracket final. The crowd reaching fever pitch, all starting to pack inside of the Adidas Arena. You look at this record, though, for Falcons. Second at Manchester, second in Montreal, second at the Six Invitational in 2025, and second recently at the Munich Major. Is it second again? Is it the hammer? Well, the upper bracket final will give us a glimpse.
I really love the way that the desk has framed this matchup, especially from the perspective of FaZe. They are the sleeping giants heading into this matchup. The numbers, the statistics, their ranking of the remaining teams who are at the event on so many key metrics is rather weak, but they have this innate ability in 4v5s, 3v4s, 2v3s, when they're a player down, when their back's against the wall, when they've got a disadvantage. They are the best team at the event for finding win conditions, and Falcons will be doing everything they can to shut those down throughout these potential next 3 maps.
We saw Furia fall earlier today. We saw Wildcard get displaced by Secret. That means heading into this match and tomorrow and the following days, it's all down to Brazil and Europe, the last 2 regions standing. And how fitting for this upper bracket final to feature arguably the 2 best teams from those respective regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, amazing arena, the atmosphere is great, very much a party vibe here in Paris, and Falcons will be looking to keep those good times rolling. But with that, it has to have an element of pressure. They want to perform well in front of their home crowd. They want to do them proud. And of course, again, as you mentioned, they can't go to another big event and finish second. They need to go all the way.
Well, the problem is the upper bracket final's not quite the grand final, though. It's the entree, it's not the main course.
Could be potentially the grand final once more, depending on how the loser shapes up. It's definitely a possibility.
And that's something as well, by the way, that in recent years, and I don't know how long it's been now, but the lower bracket teams seem to find a way to go and capture that hammer. Those from the upper bracket haven't necessarily been able to have the success that maybe you would attach to a team coming in through the upper bracket. Now, I'm not putting a notion on this to suggest that you should lose this game. You certainly want to win it, but it is something to be mindful of.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, just waiting for all the players to get set. We did just have one dash off stage, so hopefully be back in a moment's time. I believe it was Handy.
Well, speaking of Handy, good little segue. 15th rated player at the tournament. He's their best player right now for FaZe. So far at this Six Invitational, plus 33 kill differential. He's got 10 multi-kills. He's won 2 1vx's, 62% cost. All these numbers are great. The one number, though, that eludes him is the opening kill metric, -6. Now, he's not the only one, though, for FaZe that struggles in that department. In fact, fun fact, not so much for FaZe, every single teammate of FaZe is negative on opening kills. They are 15th rated for opening kills, and it goes back to what you were saying before. They are great at playing from behind, but it's also because they're forced to play behind so often in their rounds.
I just saw on our screens a moment ago, Shaiko, arguably the main character of this matchup. He's number 2 at the event so
Well, he's
far.
really number 1. We can't count Woogie Man.
Well, number 1 of those remaining for sure. 113 EPS. But one point that you brought up as we were discussing this matchup, he has a 60% cost, which is on the lower range of those remaining at the event. So Shaiko is almost seen as an all-in or nothing type of player. If he can get in and have impact, he will absolutely shred inside of the server. But if FaZe can invest in shutting him down, if Shaiko goes quiet, can the rest of Falcons step it up?
Yeah, 17 multi-kills for Shaiko, plus 12 in the entry battle. So again, as you're sort of reiterating here, he will go big in a lot of rounds, but then he can go quiet for a lot of rounds, and that's where FaZe will need to strike. When Shaiko is quiet, isn't quite having that impact in those rounds, which has been the case so far at this event, that's when they've got to strike. That's the rounds that they need to win. And don't get it twisted, Solotov has been really good this event as well. Just a standout, solid player, ultra consistent. He's top 20 rated at the event, plus on KD, plus on entry kill, 10 multi-kills. He's won a 1vx, he's got a high cost. He has been really a solid Robin to the Batman of Shaiko, whereas you would maybe naturally think of someone like Likifac, but he's been slightly towards the middle average, 100 EPS on the dot, but get him on that stage and you know he can certainly make an impact.
Now, if you are just joining us, the maps for this best of 3, Bank up first, the selection of Falcons, Border second from FaZe is an intriguing decision, and Lair if needed. Now, FaZe have only picked Border once.
In the last 3 years.
One time in 3 years.
And they lost it.
Now, they have played it a couple of times, but they were never the team to select it. But still, to pick Border, a map which, again, so heavily reliant on fragging capability, for finding entries, etc., etc., some of the weaknesses of FaZe at this event so far, I cannot wait to see Border play out. It's going to be absolutely insane inside of the server. We're going to have to see some new ideas, I feel, from FaZe on that second map, if they are to win it out. And to be fair, we'd probably go into that series expecting Falcons to have the lead. They are one of the best teams in the world on Bank, much like some of their EU counterparts.
Well, you say expect. I don't know. You look at the numbers on Bank over the last year. 8-4 for FaZe, 7-3 for Falcons. They actually both last played Furia on that very map with a 7-5 win for FaZe and a 7-4 win for Falcons. So when you kind of look at the numbers for Bank opening map, it's not as if it's a pick for Falcons that's just so extremely in their favor. So I do think there is probably a world in which it might determine the series, but one way or the other. If FaZe win it, yeah, maybe they drop Border, but they selected it for a reason. I can't help but think arguably the best team in the world should have all the right reasons in selecting a map that is primarily not one that they do select, haven't got a good rec on it, and have not won on the map in 3 years when selecting it. Like, everything's against the selection.
Yep.
But this is the time of a tournament. It's Six Invitational, upper bracket final, you go into your workshop, and I think that's what FaZe are doing.
Absolutely, and again, as mentioned, Lair, the deciding map. It's the second preference map for FaZe. For Falcons, it's 5 out of 9. Despite that, both teams with a fairly strong record, although some mixed results. FaZe, for example, a 6-4 record on Lair in their 10 appearances, and Falcons, on the other side, an equal number of appearances at 10, but a 7-3 record. And in terms of the attack and defense split on that particular map, certainly favoring Falcons. So this match for me really comes down to, can FaZe translate a lot of prep work that has arguably gone into this matchup and actually implement it on gameplay, under pressure, against a crowd that doesn't like them very much.
I still want to apologize for those watching along at home. We have been running into some tech issues, hence the, well, prolonged nature of this introduction of the upper bracket final. So much so that the crowd is even, I don't know, getting their lights out, trying to bypass the time, if you will. But what about the crowd in a match like this? Because FaZe are an experienced team. They won a hammer last year. They played in front of 10,000 in Sao Paulo 2 years ago. They are not foreign to this stage, and they certainly would not be foreign to being the villains. I don't think the crowd element will have as much of a factor on FaZe as I actually think it will on Falcons, but on a positive note. I think the way the crowd is going to be shaped up is they'll give a boost to Falcons. I don't think they will give any kind of detriment to FaZe though.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree. Yes, it's hostile. Yes, it's noisy. And of course, the crowd is going to be fully favoring Falcons. Every time a player from Falcons gets shown up on that big screen, the crowd goes up, but I agree. I think FaZe are way too disciplined, way too experienced. They've been in similar situations in the past where maybe they've had a crowd against them. It's not going to deter them all too much. I think for me, it more so comes down to all the action inside of the server. And if they start to feel like maybe on Border, for example, right, they go in and they have this game plan. If Falcons disrupt that and they start to unsteady them, that's when maybe we could see some weakness.
Now, the good news, of course, loser of this will drop down to the lower bracket final. They would await the winner of Secret, Fluxo W7M. Guys, is there a world in which one of those two teams that currently reside in tomorrow's lower bracket semi-final, could they beat either a FaZe or a Falcons? Or does this match almost feel destined to be repeated in the grand final?
That is a really good question, because I think my first instinct is looking at how Secret played today, dominant over Wildcard, and then Fluxo W7M basically wiping the floor, especially on that final map against Furia. It was really astounding to watch. I wouldn't be completely shocked if either Team Secret or Fluxo W7M take on the winner of this match in the grand final, and critically look competitive as well.
Absolutely. We know Team Secret have the capabilities of going to the very end of a tournament. We saw that at EWC. We've seen that from Fluxo W7M as well at a major. So really, the 4 teams that we have left, genuinely, you could make arguments that they can win it all here in Paris. But I would also say, if you were to seed them, it's FaZe and Falcons probably splitting 1, and then there's 3 and 4 between Secret and Fluxo. We just saw Shaiko and Julio come back to the stage. We do have all 10 players in the lobby. My hope is we're not too far away from beginning this upper bracket final. Now we've got a Leaky Fact making his way to the stage. I think they just wanted to leave, come back, get the crowd noise. I think it's all part of the plan.
Trying to throw off their opponents, build a bit of energy. As the tension rises between these two and a single shot yet to be fired. What's your prediction for this? For me, this is such a very difficult series to call, especially that Border pick. It's throwing me off. I don't know what to feel.
It's good. We haven't spoken about predictions. I'm glad you brought that up. Coming into Six Invitational this year, certainly I had Falcons at the top of my tier list. Before we even played a single match, I just felt it was just too much in the script. This team always second, but coming back home to finally finish first. I think they take this series 2-1 or 2-0. For FaZe, if they're to get over the line, they're going to have to really surprise me. And that's no discredit to FaZe, and certainly they can still win this. My prediction of Falcons is, you know, like a 55-45 kind of split, or 60-40. It's close, but it just almost feels like surely Falcons can't bottle this.
I think I largely agree. Either way,
despite the history of either doing it quite often.
Either way, I'm expecting magic in this matchup. Border for me is going to be incredible to watch, regardless of which way it tilts.
Well, then that way, do you feel like whoever wins Bank goes into Border?
I don't think it's super relevant. I don't think FaZe play out this veto expecting to be super competitive on Bank. Falcons are so challenging to take down, and that's likely a decision that they have consciously made heading into this veto. We'll give away Bank. Obviously, don't give up on it. They'll throw everything they have at it and see if they can pluck the map. But I wouldn't be, you know, sitting here concerned necessarily for FaZe if they are unable to win out map number 1. All 10 players back at their stations, and so the hope will be that we can get this match underway in a moment's time. And again, maybe again, just joining to reiterate, Bank, Border, and then Lair, if required, the upper bracket final winner through to the grand final, and just one best of 5 away from lifting that beautiful hammer.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, FaZe back-to-back, does that cement them above other teams, the G2 Penta era? Furia, previously W7M, back-to-back majors into Sao Paulo, one of the greatest matches of all time. Does it put them above them to go back-to-back SIs? The main thing really missing from their trophy captain are majors.
I think they slowly entered the discussion, but probably still on the fringe. But it's a good storyline to bring up. Being consistent at the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege is so challenging. We haven't had a team go back-to-back since that Penta G2 era. It's a testament to how difficult it is to remain consistent at the highest level with a game that is constantly evolving. And so it would be incredible for, honestly, either of these two teams to make the grand final, which of course they will, but to go on and win it twice for the side of FaZe would be remarkable. And even for Falcons on the opposing side to remain competitive in a top 2 position, to make these opportunities consistently. You know, they didn't convert them, of course, but to still make it is incredibly impressive.
Again, apologies for the delays as well, this has become quite extended, unfortunately, and it really has now meant this upper bracket final is as high tension as it could be, let alone before the delays. I already felt like roaring to go. I'm itching to get this started, but unfortunately we are running into issues here. FaZe Falcons sitting on that stage, though, it means what's going through their minds. Like, you're just sitting there, you're waiting to start, you're ready to go, you've got the pre-planned strategies employed, but you just sit there with your thoughts. For Falcons, maybe stewing on their thoughts wouldn't be the best thing. We know how good they've been this event, but you stew on those thoughts, you think about all those second places, very easily you could see them maybe going into the wrong space in their minds, coming into this series, thinking all the pressure. You're at home. We haven't spoken about that. There is pressure as much as there is the joy of playing in front of friends and family, the home crowd, but it also comes with the pressure that you don't disappoint them.
Yeah, you're right. It's not often that we will have players sit here for such a prolonged period of time. Of course, technical pauses can happen at any point of time, but the ability to sit there, remain focused, not get too distracted, it's really being tested for both teams right now as they look to remain locked in, remember their game plan for this matchup, but they're going to be eager to jump into it just as much as we are.
The beautiful flowers, by the way, I saw when the tweet went out. I didn't have the benefit of being able to actually come to the arena yesterday beforehand, get a little bit of a glimpse. So that was actually the first time I saw it. I think did they say on the tweet it's like the first live esports event with real flowers on a stage? I mean, that in itself is quite nice, and it just looks absolutely beautiful. It's one of the better stages that I think that we've had. The crowd is definitely starting to get hyped up for Falcons, especially being the hometown favorites. It's all starting to come together. We just kind of need this game to get started. Hopefully not too much longer, and certainly for these players, they've been ready to go. I mean, it's just about 7:30 local time, so we're almost right on where we were probably scheduled to be for today, but they would have been waiting all day for this match, for their moments. And so difficult as well to understand for these two teams. They would both be feeling confident going into this, right? But one is going to walk away disappointed and has to then bounce back tomorrow.
Certainly some impressive cosplays that we have seen in the crowd so far, and I'm sure that will multiply as the weekend continues.
Well, I have had word. I don't think we're too much longer away from getting into this upper bracket final. It's all been said, it's all been written. We all understand what's on the line here, the stakes. FaZe Clan looking for back-to-back hammers. Falcons looking very much for their first in the City of Love. In their home country and city, they certainly are the favorites. 60-40 split. Funny. I said that about myself, guys, and we get that as well on the social predictions. It's been a wait. We've certainly been teased, but soon the upper bracket final is about to begin.
Finally, we can jump into this series. Can Falcons make it to another grand final? Can FaZe Clan potentially set themselves up for the back-to-back?
It's the best two teams in the world from the best two regions in the best tournament that this game has to offer. Let's get it started! So the moment has arrived, finally, because we certainly have been waiting. The upper bracket final, Falcons, FaZe Clan. The repeat rematch of the Six Invitational 25 Grand Final arrives in Paris, and we head to Bank, Falcons map pick, to get it all underway.
So we'll see the operator bands roll through. FaZe, of course, as expected, they will start out on defense. Bands are as follows: Mirror, Kaid on defense, and the side of the attack, Monty and Grim off the board. All four of these operators rather common on Bank. Mirror popular up above in Jan and down in Red Corridor. Kaid for the hatch-heavy play, especially basement. Monty's great for creating space, and Grim equally has been a high operator ban rate at this event so far, given his strengths.
Listen to that noise. Well, certainly no confusion as to which team this crowd will be cheering for. Undoubtedly, they want Falcons to win, to do so in a dominant fashion. FaZe will begin on the defense of Bank. Again, to reiterate, this is the map pick of Falcons. They begin on the attack. You mentioned the bans, but I'm just drawn. Chaiko gets Deimos, and with that comes a lot of power for Falcons.
Absolutely. Will be very useful in any potential map clear required in this opening round. KDS, open area, Handy, Tellers, Cyber, Archives. Now, typically you anticipate the defense to peel rather early, but sometimes they commit. Sometimes they try and catch a timing or trying to bring a higher tempo on the side of defense. Falcons will be clued into that, however, good yellow pings and 5 targets available to Chaiko already.
A big watch here as well from FaZe's perspective as to how aggressive they want to play in this opening round. They do have a somewhat roam-capable lineup, especially with the Soulless. Souls over towards Blue Stairs can hold for, well, at the time being until others rotate. Ideally, you would want Veto King or Cyber to play that position, but Cyber currently in Archives. Has already blown up his Nitrocell, which is, funnily enough, the only one that FaZe brought into this round. It does remove a little bit of late round denial later on, as we see the death mark for the first time from Chaiko.
Cyber, though, able to deploy that new gem, a good counterplay onto the death mark. Handy also not far away to offer support. The third play here, though, from Falcons could be impactful.
Shot again through the floorboard. Liquifac unable to find the opening kill. Not even any damage as well. But FaZe are very much committing as Cyber falls by holding an Archive at Chaiko. Of course it is that finds the opening kill of the upper bracket final. Back to basement for FaZe, now down a player.
Yeah, Handy was able to rotate back over towards main stairs, so he retained life for the late round. But it is, of course, now a 4 versus 5. FaZe to deploy their final reinforcements, and they have a decent amount of utility that they can still lay, but a lack of nitros could prove costly.
Soul's gonna be careful because Liquifac is hunting. Straight down Blue Stairs, he finds his target and hits the mark. And they clear the way now towards the site. Falcons with the early advantage to begin this upper bracket final. KDS, Veto King, and Handy, though, solid players, especially when Handy's still alive, FaZe is still a chance. And we spoke about how this team has the capabilities of bringing back any man deficit.
Cascade deployed by Veto King. 1 remains. Secondary hard breach opens route now towards default, but there's cringe pressure garage. That's shut down. Main stairs up next.
Well, if this one loses the Liquifac, that's going to bring it back to a 3v3. By the way, flooding into sight right now. Falcons are making their push. Brede will stick the plan. Oh, Veto King! Users got the team kill though onto Brede. Kid's still knocked down. Hitting headshots for fun as Handy by himself doesn't have the chance to deny this kid. He's towards Towers, and it's shaping up to be in the opening round.
Falcons ticking all the right boxes there in round number 1. A great clear over towards Archives and Tellers initially. Shaiko getting good value from the Deimos and drop Cyber at the midpoint of the round to give Falcons the advantage. They cleared blue nicely. They had route towards default. They identified that a flood was the most optimal win condition for them. And sure, Vidaking with a nice denial, but they swept into action. The backline from Falcons was really clean, and I think they'll be quite pleased with how this opening round has concluded.
I mean, I thought that was such a solid play from Vidaking to just disrupt that plant from going down. But Falcons had the numbers, they had the prio positions. So from basement to top floor, no repeat for FaZe. Instead of opting to go for lockers and CCTV again, we head to CEO Executive for the second round.
Top floor is going to be rather challenging for defense in this first half. At least that's the expectation. Mira is banned out. The Capital selected by Bride is available. And so this should facilitate and allow for more direct hits from attack, more repel-centric play focused in on CEO itself, on that A objective, as opposed to, needing to manufacture players over towards lobby, banana, Kanto, etc. Now they have the tools to do that as well. And so that's going to enclose this defense, and there should be a lot of perceived pressure on FaZe if Falcons deploy this utility correctly. And don't forget Shaiko as well. He'll also be able to clear a lot of this utility and at least give Falcons a couple of backup options if required.
Very much should be able to get Kanto opened up with the X-Kairos. Oh, Handy. Well, he finds a Nitro Salve. That was front desk over towards Solitov playing Repel. Opening kill goes the way of FaZe. We've spoken about this, Gus. They don't get that often. 15th ranked at SI out of 20 teams. That's on the very low end for such a high-quality team. And they have an 80% round conversion rate. Without Solitov, this seems now a little bit more difficult for Falcons. Oh, and a chance almost there for Leaky Fack as he watched Sniper run into Janitor. Bride then captures him. So one back pretty quickly in the round for Falcons. Heading into the final 90 seconds, still pretty even.
Yeah, very repel heavy still for Falcons. Bride still has quite a bit of utility at his disposal on the Capital, so they may still think about shaping up for a CEO window plant. That being said, strong positions held defensively from FaZe. Vidaking as well, be able to sweep around. He has 3 gas babes available.
Oh, Leaky Fack's
going in.
Through the smoke, blocks off towards front desk. Leaky Fack is in. Gas babe actually thrown into airlock, so that's not going to connect. A misthrow from Vidaking. Leaky Fack has snuck in behind the bomb chassis really early into the round. And honestly, FaZe might not be aware of this at all. Leaky Fack goes wandering. No! Oh, Handy though! Headshot from front desk. Connects onto Leaky Fack. And with users on the repel, and they've just lost Shaiko, FaZe looks solid in this second round.
Looking really, really good. Bride still stranded on repel site. Users still on the opposing side over towards lobby. He'll go upside down and does plump, but traded by Handy.
Handy, 3 big kills. Bride still alive, 30 seconds in the 1v2. And he's going for the repel in towards top square. Handy's moves over to airlock. KDS by himself on the other side of Janitor. Bride will get the 1v1 against Handy. But with 15 seconds left, he needs to make his move. Needs to push in. 4K, 4 huge kills from Handy. Gets FaZe on the board. The villains has struck.
Really good response there from FaZe. Again, top floor without the mirror. We are anticipating it to be challenging. We saw the groundwork laid down by Falcons, range hard breach over towards Kanto. We saw Roteros flying all over the place from Shaiko. The castle barricades were dealt with by the attack. And even in that final portion, we saw Bride get a bit of a foothold in sight, which FaZe weren't immediately aware of, or at least in an action. Bride had good repel position. He had utility that he could deploy, but FaZe just disrupted that push. Really good work from Handy. Some really sharp shots landed from the rest of the FaZe roster. And that's the line now, one piece.
Some really solid shooting on display in that round from Handy. One of the game's best as we head, I think, into a technical pause. A couple of teammates for FaZe did unfortunately leave the lobby, but slowly 2 have made their way back in. 1 we still wait for. 1-1, perfect start really after 2 rounds. A glimpse of Falcons and a glimpse of FaZe, both at their best. And funnily enough, in the 2 rounds, guys, it's kind of to script as to what we expected win conditions to be for both teams. In the opening round, Shaiko finds the entry, he gets a couple of kills, and he has an impact. In the second round, it's FaZe's best player. It's Handy, one of the game's overall best players. As we head into the third round, it is Staff and open area as we get back underway.
Yeah, Handy, certainly the unsung hero for FaZe, probably doesn't get the same level of plaudits as some of the bigger, more popular names in the scene. He is currently top rated for FaZe at the event. He's 15th overall for all players at SI 26, a 108 EPS, and the amount of big impact moments that he has had and could continue to have throughout the rest of this tournament may well be a difference maker. As we jump in, prep phase round 3, open area selected by FaZe.
Staff and open area sits at a 53% defensive win rate throughout Six Invitational 26, so slightly favoring the defense. But interestingly enough, with the map veto selections that we have, guys, Border and Bank are the two best maps in the pool for attackers. It means we should be set, at least for this final, to have a lot of fun, especially for both of these two teams being such strong attackers.
So the ram in play from Falcons. And as expected, Solotov to drone early over towards CEO. Falcons want to contest up above, get control, and then work to flush that defense back into a corner, back towards side. Flash is deployed. Ooh, and there's a contest. Handy's looking so good right now.
Users gets a trade onto Cyber. Handy, a second opening kill in a row for him. It's not his strength. -6 over throughout the tournament, but he's found too quickly. Might take on the battle against Likifac as well, and he does. Finds that kill. That was airlock swinging repelled from Handy. Pistol shot out from Brede. They're starting to lose some members, and they've certainly lost ground as Shaiko pushes in behind, playing off the shield, but KDS hits the shot anyway. Brede at least gets a response, but it certainly feels like FaZe in the best position. Handy's still towards airlock, needs to be cleared.
Vida King and Handy both low on HP, but Brede now low also. He'll need to play so safe behind the shield and try to get users involved here.
Vida King's pushing up square. Vida King's looking to try and find an angle on Brede, pushes up square, can then play that hallway position. If Brede pushes back, he could very much die to Vida King, who's now gone back down bot square. Oh, and Handy gets caught though by users. 2v2 couldn't be any more equal considering the health margins of Brede and Vida King. But information here for Souls. Unfortunately, shots not connecting though from that angle from below. 60 seconds left.
Brede with a couple of smokes that he can layer, but Souls likely to be the one at least for FaZe here to try and step up and play the anchor role. Vida King is so low on HP that it's difficult to be reliant on him to have impact later in this round. Falcons have a bit of time. They can work that. Oh, great drone as well here over towards lobby. Brede has one square as well. So Falcons, users and Brede specifically, should be able to ascertain a good read here as to where these anchors for FaZe are positioned.
And on the flip side, Souls can get information himself as the Solus in terms of where that's kick coming from. Double push from Beepers. Users knows he needs to try and win these shots. Brede cannot be overly aggressive. With how low he is on health, even a shoulder shot will see him go down. Users has gone admin side, runs into Vida King. Brede gets caught by Souls. FaZe take the round. Despite a solid effort from Users and Brede, FaZe hold on and they've taken the lead.
Very nice back-to-back rounds there from FaZe. And it's back-to-back entry duels in favor of Handy on to Solotov. And so now the onus is on Falcons to try and step it up here and respond on a map that for them has been also strong in the past. Of course, as we conclude round 3 and prepare for the 4th, an additional ban for each team per side. Azami taken out for defense and the Capital critically taken out for the attack. And that may have impact. We saw it selected on basement, top floor, etc. Flush out when you think about Red Hall. We'll head to basement next. Can that maybe play further into the hands of FaZe?
So we look back at the highlights from the previous round. Handy again just having such an influence to begin on Bank. He has begun this match 6-2, 2-0 on the entry as well with a 195 EPS. FaZe responding after losing the opening round, of which was on basement, and now where we return to.
10 seconds to go.
A change in lineup for FaZe on the defense. Saw the Azami band away from FaZe guards, but they actually haven't played the operator even once in the first 3 rounds. As for the Capitao, 2 from 3 rounds, and a very vital attacking operator for Lockers and CCTV. Handy over towards Lone.
He wants to jump out.
He might find success as LickyFac makes his way as Handy's looking for his 3rd straight opening kill. LickyFac not aware, not ready for the power play from Handy. That's 3 straight from one of our game's best as he's making his impact known for FaZe. He's one of their win conditions and he is showing up.
That entry battle continues to trend in favor of FaZe. And they very infrequently will throw advantages such as this. Falcons do have time on their side, but for a basement hit, you need tradability.
There's
you
no
need to
one
be able
close.
to throw bodies.
You're just clearing out an Archives Teller's position where there's no one holding. Already FaZe with that opening kill means that most KDS can stay open area, get rid of a few drones. Doesn't get rid of that drone from users, but drops anyway. 5 in sight now for FaZe. It's the perfect way that you want to start Lockers and CCTV.
Yep. FaZe will be feeling very comfortable. They have double Nitro for denial. They also have Souls on the smoke. 3 gas babes remain. FaZe will forfeit blue control, but with a player up, that's okay. Falcons, midpoint of the round, will start to encroach on site, can begin to open up default with the secondary hard breach from Brede, and then they have a big, tough decision to make. Do we try and tease the default? Do we attempt to go deep early? What will be the plan here for Falcons?
3 gas babes. You've got the Nitrosol from Cyber. Brede going for the plant with users in front. This might be successful. Oh! Nitro shot out! The second one does connect, and while the plant does go down, Falcons have lost too many members now, surely, for this post-plant retake. Solotov has got to connect with this DMR.
Shaiko, open area. He will need to cut off this flank.
3 pushing his way. Can Shaiko make this his moment? He spots one. Headshot. Didn't spot the left, though. There's a chance that Handy had caught him off guard. Cyber getting on for the kit. They combine together. FaZe are going to make it 3 straight here on Bank. Falcons map pick. And they're 3-1 down.
Beautiful from FaZe. Sure, you can maybe make the argument that letting the plant go down was a mistake. They didn't layer the utility early enough in that round. But as we've seen from them and plenty of teams at the event, retake has been strong.
In full aggro now, what we can do is just, for example, for CO, we bring full execute to just 3-1 and push, you know, like with Brede, Blitz trading or rush, okay? Or we just be more annoying. For example, open area as well, we go side, we smoke, we bait that we have glass, we have anything inside, and then we rotate, you know. Now we're just like trying to do the default, and they're just like in our face, you know. So let's just be more annoying, like more baiting, 3-2, 4-1, less obvious, okay? Big side executes and we just rush them. I think the operators they are playing are not good against executes, you know.
C'est que sûr, in fact, you're gonna go to blast flash effect. Yeah, I would. You just need to be careful about the.
Well, Julia doesn't seem too distressed, too worried. It's only 3-1 down. We had a couple of strategies regarding the next site that's coming our way. CEO executive and a chance for Falcons to respawn. Then they will need to. But so far, where they're losing the battle, and this is where it's interesting from a strategical depth analysis, is it's everything we didn't expect. We expected Falcons to get opening kills. We expected Falcons to do well early on, FaZe to be at the deficit, bring the rounds back. On the flip side, guys, what's happening is it's 3 opening kills straight for Handy. FaZe is starting the round strong, and they're following through.
Great retake there from FaZe, and as I was kind of finishing my point, retaking has certainly entered the meta a lot more. I've felt it particularly at this event. Teams, especially if they have a strong advantage, which FaZe clearly did in that situation, aren't too worried about denying the plant when they can flood numbers, get position, and retake site in the fashion in which they did. That was really clean siege from FaZe. And yet, you're right, credit goes to Handy. He continues to limit test Falcons. He's doing it again. This man has absolutely no fear in this upper bracket final right now.
Surely it's not a way he can get a fourth straight, right? Falls away from that one, back towards front desk. He's also picked up his pacing in the opening kills for Handy. 207, 218, 236, and now it will be lower. He tried, to be fair.
He did.
With that early positioning. So top floor, CEO executive. Handy's fallen back towards the side after that initial peak, and so far then back to default positions outside of KDS, who is in towers right now. And those are the small opportunities for Falcons that they need to try and be either aware of or take an aggressive stance against. If KDS gets droned out, we need to try and kill him.
Lickafak will lurk. Can he find the kill for Falcons?
He's got the ping, he's got the information. Grismont Mine, though, delays, disorientates. And making his way down main stairs is Vidiking, feeling like KDS might just be starting to get overwhelmed. A chance again for Lickafak. Vidiking just holding from main stairs. Flash off the wall. KDS, though, he outswings Lickafak. Another opening kill for FaZe. And Cyber, though, gives a freebie. What was that?
That was ambitious. That was very ambitious. And it equalizes the man count. Candela's to be cooked by Bride. The Falcons now see this as an opportunity to start exploiting the site. Janitor is clear.
Not yet, though. Usis is only just getting into repel position for Kanto and open that up, especially with both Souls, Vidiking playing that hallway position. There's still more work to be done. You send it in right now, you're probably going to lose this. You want to keep those backside players towards main stairs, towards the elevator. Not so much then having the ease ability to slip in through long desk and Janitor and then get better lines of sight. Still over a minute left. Neither team has to panic. And Souls is trapped right now. Vidiking makes the cross. He actually just didn't even get shot by Usis. Must have unpeaked at the wrong time. Shaiko droning his way through top square. And Bride might go for a top square repel in as well. It seems like maybe Falcons will abandon the more so repel-centric strategy, although Bride has now shuffled back over, and he's the one with the kit.
Structurally, it looks so similar to the last round out. Solotov
got him.
the fight.
And they might go off that. Bride might go into airlock, and then they probably need to. Just lost Solotov. Bride still on the repel, can't find an angle. And he's kept his position in a really good spot. Shaiko gets rid of Vidiking. 1v1 against KDS in the hallway. Shaiko gets him with the headshot. Bride wins from the repel. There are Falcons.
There we go. High fives all around for Falcons as they respond in round number 5. A 2-3 scoreline and an opportunity here on Attack Bank to equalize that scoreline. Structurally, the late round there from both teams positionally, especially from the defensive phase, was rather similar. But that timeout, great disrupt over towards lobby stairs. We saw Solotov finally get in on the action and have impact in this match. He gets 2 in the round, nets a key one over towards elevator, and then Handy, critically, was ultimately shut down as well. Questions to be asked of Cyber. That jump out attempt is highly, highly ambitious. But when Falcons found that trigger point with about 30 to 40 seconds on the clock, they made it count. And Shaiko looks very, very sharp so far today as well.
So 2-3, just like that. And honestly, if this gets to a 3-3 half, it's probably par for the course for both teams. On a map that's pretty close to that 50-50 metric. It's, I believe, well, looking at the stats, it's 52-48 in favor of defense. But at that point, it's really difficult to split hairs. For all intents and purposes, a 3-3 half sounds about right. Staff and open area is where we go for the final round of this opening half. 4 rounds straight that FaZe have gotten the opening kill. 2 onto Lickafak and 2 onto Solotov. If Falcons flip that, they'll be in a position they haven't been in since the opening round, of which they converted. 8-3 start for Handy, but interestingly enough, it's only Vidiking that also finds himself as the only other one positive for FaZe. Cyber 1-4, Souls 1-3, KDS 3-4. It's all on Handy to perform right now for FaZe.
So once again then, early drone work, top floor here from Falcons. A bit of utility clearance as well with the explosives that they have on offer, chipping away at these castle barricades that Handy has deployed to try and stall out this push, to try and dissuade the top floor clear. No ram this time out for Falcons, and that may be indicative of a slightly different game plan from them, but it's Lickafak elsewhere to find Handy, who finally will fall on entry.
Yeah, that's a ATM's peak towards front desk. Good angle. DMR for Liquifact gives him the advantage. Poor old Handy just trying to, of course, be the one to make something happen, but then that comes with the risk-reward factor. In this case, the risk. Now he's the opening death. The star play for FaZe down. Finally an opening kill for Falcons. They got 90 seconds to take advantage of the situation they find themselves in as we see a pre-placed Nitrocell by Cyber.
Vidiking as well will make a final stand over towards Jan. Is this a position that Falcons are ready to clear? Are they aware of this position? Because Vidiking from here can have big impact. He's not necessarily forced to drop. Also presence inside of stock mine. Nitrocell shot out. Nice from Solotov. And there's the drop. Vidiking also did get caught in the meantime.
KDS is in a position that he has to drop. Liquifact was pushing top main stairs. He couldn't even opt to take the battle with Solotov, even if he wanted to. Forced into the drop. Good positioning by Falcons. They've got the two-player advantage now. Cyber's position also, well, was about to be known. Over towards bot main. He could push up blue stairs. Shaiko just sits prone towards top square. Keeps that position on the lock and key for Falcons. It leaves then poor old KDS and Souls as the only two on site for FaZe, and Souls has been obliterated. KDS the only one on site. Cyber can push out a blue. Should have gotten that kill. He does. Converts. Finally makes amends. But up close towards Beepers. Here comes Solotov and Liquifact. 2 in a row for Falcons. And we are tied at the end of the opening half.
Better signs from Falcons to conclude the half. That's the kind of Falcons that we expected to see more of here on Bank. But they've given themselves a strong foundation, a 3-3 half as they now prepare for defense. Really like their ability in that last round to finally shut down Handy, who has been a menace so far in this series. That was facilitated by really good utility clearance on the top floor in the preset position on Repel from Liquifact, who lands his shot. Flood elsewhere was really, really clean. Falcons playing as one in that final attack.
So all tied at the half. It's been a roller coaster of a first half. Falcons came out of the gates, got the crowd on their feet, then 3 straight to FaZe before FaZe gave up 2 rounds straight to Falcons, leaving us tied right where we began at the start of this upper bracket final. Falcons now go defense. The bands Monty, Grim, Mira, and Kaid, as Lockers and CCTV will be the site choice to begin the second half.
So it'll be a mirror of that first half in terms of the bands. They are all but identical as it stands from here. Neither team wanting to throw anything too wild into the mix for the next 6 rounds. As you mentioned, it's basement for the opening site, again anticipated on Bank. The question will be, though, for Falcons is how aggressive do they wish to play offsite? You do have the potential to do that with the Mozzie in play. You have some trap utility as well that you could disperse quite far from the objective as well. This doesn't necessarily for Falcons need to be, and we've seen this at the events about, it doesn't have to be an instant drop over towards Red Hatch. They could look to take at least a couple of fights and be quite aggressive in targeting the drone economy here of FaZe.
You say that, but I just can't help but get the feeling it'll be pretty default. A little bit of pressure, staff open area. Not quite the overextension where you're very much wanting to stay and risk a fight, an opening death. Take a freebie if you can get it, sure, if it's presented, but don't need to go searching. You have enough denial. Double Nitro, 3 gas babes, goo mines, F-not mines, there's enough there in terms of utility for later in the round. As the goo mine stepped on by Vidiking, does seem to take 2 ticks of damage. Opens up electrical. It's Liquifact towards Archives and Solotov towards Talus. If you're playing that sort of position though, guys, that says to me you want to bring aggression in the round for the defense.
Yeah, the positions that Falcons are playing right now, not the easiest in the world to peel from, especially.
Liquifact's top square. Like, this is so aggressive.
Yeah. This is a long way away from sight. Will it work though? For Falcons, early fight from Solotov, both players survive.
There is no one outside Terrace pushing into square, so despite Liquifact's position, no one coming his way. Souls towards first floor elevator, has the kit, but he does opt for the drop. You can see the blue outline. That's users sitting below. Free kill for users. That's kit down. Bottom elevator. Second as well from users. They went for a drop, double drop pinch from Vault and elevator. Users though, so well placed. Amazing reaction. Solitar wins his battle against Andy. This is going to be a case of Trey again later phase as Falcons are making a mockery of this attack. So well played, flawless from Falcons. They retake the lead for the first time since the opening round.
Well, we saw the game plan there from FaZe. They wanted to avoid the roam at all costs. Was there maybe, though, a lack of intel actually down towards the objective? It didn't seem like they were fully aware exactly what they were pushing into. Their timing wasn't awful. Users, though, was able to deny and hit a really key double in that round. Here is a highlight of that. Bang with the first. He'll call the diffuser, likely spotted it. There's the follow-up from KDS. Just maybe a little bit out of sync, but really difficult to fault him.
Oh my.
Sharp shots across the board as Falcons ramp up here on Bank.
I guess the crowd ramped up as well, doesn't it? 3 rounds straight for Falcons. While they certainly didn't look out of it, guys, they were 3-1 down to FaZe, and FaZe looked incredible. Handy was just doing what he wanted. There was no one that could stop him. But he's 8-5 now. He has been stopped. He has been slowed down. He's not quite rampaging around the map as he was to begin in that opening half. Suddenly looking a little bit more human. Attackers are moving, needing others on FaZe to stand up as Falcons have refound their mojo. And it's an even spread. 6 for Shaiko, Licky and Users, 5 for Solotov. Burrito's got 4 of his own. It's Falcons as a team right now. That is seeing them get through this opening map. Their map pick of Bank.
And that was really the storyline for FaZe heading into this matchup. Their highest rated player at the event overall, 15th. We expected to see really strong team play from FaZe, and we've seen glimpses of it, but Falcons have brought it to a next level so far. As we head to top floor, and it's the sense to be selected by FaZe. So the anticipation in this round is for the sense with those ROUs to facilitate a plant CEO. Now that's the typical game plan, but we're in an upper bracket final in SI. Wouldn't be shocked if we see some variant to that.
I mean, you're already seeing variants in small doses, just even in the way that Falcons played that last round with Lorca CCTV. Licky pushing top square. You don't see that all that often. It's an ultra-aggressive play. Playing even Tellers and Archives instead of Staff and Open. So on a very micro scale, you see, oh my goodness, 3s off screen. Make it the round's basically done. We saw 1 kill. FaZe just completely destroyed Falcons in that round. Where did that come from? A solid 3-2-1 go hit into the map has seen this all tied up 4-4 in the blink of an eye.
Very unusual that you will see a trigger point in a round so early, like we did there from FaZe. They established good information and they were able to action it so quickly, not giving Falcons any opportunity to respond. Didn't allow them to play around some of the wing cons that they did have available. Strong repel from Jane. I mean, it was just ultra aggression from FaZe. They send up Banana, repel down Skylight. Didn't give up an opportunity, like I mentioned, for Falcons to be able to respond, lay a utility, find trades.
Handy again though, isn't it?
Yeah.
He gets the opening pick, he got a second follow-up as well, but it's also the fact that they're playing off him. We're going to push up, Nana. We're going to try and take space. We're going to create these fights. You're in a great position. Upside down repel. They might not be wary for that. And also, from the defender's angle, it's like, who do you take the fight against? The guy pushing up Banana Stairs or the guy who's down on the Skylight? You can't really get both. It's a difficult trade. So you kind of then sometimes even get caught in the middle. Very quick aggression from FaZe. And for what it's worth, guys, we've now played 8 rounds. Only 1, the opening kill was not converted. That was back in round 5. Otherwise, it's a very strong conversion rate heading into the second half of this opening map. These opening kills are mattering.
Yeah. Open area for round 9. Handy, given the license on the Nook.
playing outstanding right now. You've just got to give him his flowers. He's been a difference maker.
Absolutely.
He doesn't perform like this. FaZe are probably down 6-2 or something. Like, it's that much of an impact. Nitro's Solotov. A decent effort through the floorboard, but it doesn't hit KDS. He survives.
KDS on the ramp this round. And so FaZe will be rather eager to contest this upstairs extension from the defense, facilitated by users primarily on the castle and those in support, like Solotov, for instance. Oh, below with Nitro.
Oh, it's Handy again! Oh, he's making such a big statement. The trade from users, it's there, sure. But Handy again does his job, gets rid of a roaming Solotov on the Mozzie. 11-6 now. For FaZe a superstar. But fortunately with users getting that trade, it does limit his damage. Now, no longer being able to lurk on that Nook. FaZe lose a lot of aggression from here for the rest of their attack in this round.
Oh, look at that.
Where's he going?
That was not the play. Caught by Cyber, and FaZe now with the advantage. And they have a lot of time. They have a decent pocket of view till Falcons find them very quickly, already on the back foot.
Users also getting tagged up, a combination of KDS and Vidiking. Users, I don't know if staying around here is the right option. He keeps peppering, wanting to take this battle against Cyber. They lose Shaiko, unable to make an impact. Users, well, you kept on trying, sure, but you were low health, and FaZe have been able to take the lead once again here on Bank. The boos do nothing against these Titans. 5-4 up for FaZe on Falcons map pick.
Another great round from FaZe. Able to leverage Handy again. ATMs, gets the opening kill. And through that defense into disarray, Liquefact gets caught. Users get stranded mainstairs. He can't get anywhere close to the objective to be impactful. He gets pinched. So that's 3 key moments in the round, heavily tilted towards FaZe. Now, can Falcons dig deep here? We return to basement and an opportunity for them to resettle themselves.
And again, the operator bands here, the Capitao, the Valkyrie, we haven't seen those selected, but it's a case of just not wanting them to be able to be selected within the next 3 rounds. They're strong operators on this map especially, so don't give the opposition a chance. Maybe they were just keeping them hidden for the first 3 rounds. Solid bands, despite not either of those operators being picked.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So you look at the lineup here then from Falcons, and in contrast to last time, where they played very roam heavy, offside, trap util, etc., etc.
This is bunker.
They've gone complete opposite. They've got the Echo for info and plant denial. They've got Brida. He can play a deep pocket and look to use his Shamika over towards default. You have Solotov as well, which will be aiding in the drop and can disrupt with his Zoto canisters, of course with Nitro and Classic. We have Smoke in play for Bank Basement, and you think about combining all of that utility together. It could be either layered one-dimensionally over towards default and suck up a lot of time from the attack, or it can be dispersed. It can be used for the back hit, maybe even Garage. So there's options available here for Falcons, and FaZe will really want to be quite quick in the early portion of this round.
Handy's going to go Garage. Handy has to go Garage here on a Nook lurk.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be a big factor in this round, because I don't know if anyone's going to be necessarily playing Garage for Falcons at this point. Usus is on the Echo. He's not going to be the one that wants to swing this, check this. Like, Handy can take a lot of space here. There's no one here defending this Garage lurk on the Nook. Handy could push so deep.
Users has a camera, but has he spotted the Nook? Exactly.
He has.
I think.
Or maybe, I would imagine he has. Yeah, he's absolutely spotted this. Handy's position is known. There's the drop down. They're going to try and get him pinched. Oh, Handy headshot onto Solotov. That is a huge kill. And the second, make it 3, Handy. Why not? Just go for it, son. But Liquefact shuts him down. He had every single right to attempt that against Liquefact. 2 down. Most importantly, now there's no Echo.
Well, Handy's dead, but at what cost for Falcons? A marvelous solo play there from Handy, and now the onus on the rest of FaZe to convert this advantage. An advantage that they have found themselves in on a couple of occasions at this event so far, but typically do a really, really good job at converting. It's full basement for Falcons. They'll play side. But this is tough. There's so much time on the board here for FaZe to go for any style of push they like. They can go default, they can go drop, they can send someone gold, they could even lurk garage. There's so many options available. As you're pointing out though, to me in person, there's also equally a lot of denial utility for Falcons. So this isn't 100% FaZe's round to lose. Falcons could bite back here, but they need to be super efficient in how they deploy this utility. They have to get maximum value from Liquefact, from Brede, and then allow Shaiko to do the shooting.
Can Shaiko do said shooting? That's got to be his sole focus here. It's all handy on one side. Falcons have been team-orientated, sure, and that's great. But Shaiko falls to Cyber. He's now going negative here at the live stage in front of his crowd, in front of his people. Leaves it now down to Brede and Liquefact with 25 seconds. This seems shambolic now for Falcons, but Liquefact gets another crucial kill trade. FaZe have just got the numbers. They've got everything. The site, the round, and soon to be, maybe the map.
They did such a good job to convert that advantage. They did a phenomenal job up above to shut down Shaiko, and then the late pivot main to prevent any form of plant denial in the dying seconds as well. Beautiful to watch from FaZe, and they are now on map point here on Bank, and critically, the selection of Falcons as we start thinking about Border, a map which we didn't even expect to see in this series. It feels like FaZe are in a really good spot right now.
Very good spot indeed. Well, who's going to be the one to stand up for Falcons? 2 rounds needed straight. Shaiko going negative. Solotov is going negative. Those 2 players have been the highest rated players for Falcons throughout this Six Invitational. Shaiko had a plus 47 kill differential, plus 12 opening kills, and 17 multi-kill rounds coming into today. But he's 6 with 7 deaths. I had to pause there. There's no world in which we can say those numbers combined ever again. 2 rounds straight for Falcons. Who's going to be the one to stand up? Right now it's Liquefact leading the way. But Handy's the one that you've got to shut down. He's just doing whatever he wants. Plays the hard breach ace. Here for the first of 2 match point rounds for FaZe.
Yeah, double ranged hard breach in combination with Cyber on the Habana for this round. And so there should be a lot of repel play here from FaZe in this round. They'll create long lines of sight, especially if and when they can disrupt the band of batteries over towards Kanto. They'll look to repel lobby, site itself, and try to cut off this Falcons defense. They can then lay a utility and try to catch a misstep. This info from Vidaking really helps in aiding this play style from FaZe. That's a great drone. That will feed really good info
they can,
to the rest of this attack.
Someone has to sit this cam and see this front desk player and whether or not they've got the ability to peek if they want to push up upstairs. Cyber, well, gets Liquefact down on 1 HP. He can't make the cross. We saw him try and place that Kiba barrier, but it wasn't enough. The angle was still there for Cyber. Liquefact will go down. It's another opening kill for FaZe. They have dominated in this department, despite us not feeling that would be the case coming into this match. Now they look for the flush onto users.
Here's a utility layering from FaZe to deal with the bandit batteries and to try and displace users who cannot return to maintain control of that Kanto wall. He is now trapped for the remainder of the round.
But he's got help from Solotov. Still in a good position. So if they make their way up, FaZe are not aware of Solotov's
good
spot
grenade
playing towards front desk, but they are aware. The nade does connect, they clear them both out, it's as simple as that. And with those 2 kills, it's suddenly down to Shaiko and Brede. Gets one, traded though, it's not been his map. 9-4 Falcons as a team, because the reigning champions have arrived in Paris as they take the opening map of this upper bracket final. Falcons map belongs to FaZe.
Wow, what a performance from FaZe on Bank. Really clean work across the board. They have manipulated Falcons exactly how they wanted to. It's 14 kills for Handy, and it's back to the drawing board for Falcons in preparation for a border that should be very, very intriguing.
FaZe have not won the map of border when they pick it, and they did. We go to the break with FaZe
one map away from the Six Invitational Grand Final.
Bank was Falcons map pick. What part of the plan went wrong?
I think we had the plan at the start, it was good. And I think FaZe adapted really well at the end. And with just some small mistakes, like doing early kills and stuff, like giving early kills. So I think it's mainly this, and I think we'll try to fix it for the next map.
We spoke about some negative stats, important stats from FaZe Clan, but you still managed to win in SI. You're here fighting for another hammer. You just won a map. What is so special about FaZe Clan?
Acho que o nosso diferencial maior é realmente o coletivo. Acho que a gente joga pelo outro e isso transforma a gente numa grande equipe.
Thank you. I think what makes us special is that we play like a team. We play for each other, and that makes us a great team.
FaZe have absolutely shown us amazing teamwork. They snatched this first map out of the hands of Falcons, and I thought Bank was Falcons or Europe's domain.
It was Europe's domain. In fact, Falcons have not slot that map against any other regions than Europe since the Jönköping Major in 2022. That's how long it's taken for them to fall to a Brazilian team on Bank. That's how big the miracle from FaZe was.
And how did they do it? It was mainly Handy on the entry. And it's not just the fact that he was getting so many entry kills. In fact, I looked at FaZe's record over the last year on Bank. Their average entry time was 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Today, against Falcons, it was over 2 minutes. They were more than 20% faster than they normally are on this map, Leo.
And the main reason for that, you have it on your screen, Handy. Absolutely insane, both in the defense and the attacks, finding the opening kills. Really said it best. We're giving way too many opening kills, well, that's the truth. 8 out of 11, 6 of them were Handys. Handy right now is the one dominating the server. And that is a big problem because he said it best. The best quality of FaZe is their team play. So what is happening right now? Falcons are on the nerves. They're losing their entry kill. Then what happens afterwards? They give more and more space. And what happens when you give space to a team like FaZe? They will take it and they will crush you flawlessly, not leaving a single gap. Handy right now is the one-man army, the one guy to shut down.
And FaZe are that team that if you let them set up, they don't make silly mistakes. They don't give away man advantages generally. So the fact that Handy, and he is the one that's forcing the pace. Of course, it's a whole team effort, but he's the one that was so good on the entry. He's forcing the pace. He's winning those entry engagements. He's the one single-handedly putting Falcons under pressure.
There was no sugarcoating in those interviews because I feel like what the players said really reflects what we're seeing inside of the match as well, with Handy and FaZe playing for each other, getting those entries, playing off amazing teamwork that we're seeing as well. I mean, the crowd here, they're back in Falcons, but so far it seems like they might be on the losing hand.
It's fine. I would say this, it's the first map of a BO3. We're looking at a team that has been consistently reaching grand finals. No, this is not only copium, I think it's experience. And I will say this, Border is the perfect map to reset. It plays out entirely different from Bank. It's all about the gunfights. They need to start winning those opening engagements.
I was about to say, who's been winning the gunfights, Leo? It's been Handy.
So far, it's been Handy.
It's been Handy.
From one map to another, everything can change.
I didn't quite get the Border pick. I really wasn't quite sure on the Border pick, but then seeing FaZe that are a much faster FaZe than we've seen in the group stage, that are really taking the fight to Falcons, it does make me wonder. I think they've got a few tricks up their sleeve come Border.
We're looking at the Xbox fan cam, of course, showing our fans in the arena so far, where we talked about, the majority is favoring Falcons here, of course, with their hometown heroes. But I want to talk about Border a little bit more. It's a very frag-heavy map, right? It's all about taking space, something you'll be seeing Falcons do a lot. What is it, FaZe do a lot. What is it that Falcons need to do to get back ground?
Be disruptive. That's the main thing, right? Because right now they're so afraid of taking the gunfights, they keep on giving space to Falcons to set up. Most of it, honestly, from outside as well. And so if you give that space, FaZe is just taking it and just executing things step by step, methodically, and there's nothing you can do. I think for me it starts by being aggressive on Border, trying to bring the pace back to you. In the end, who has the fragging power in this matchup? If you think about the two quality of these two teams, FaZe, they have the team play and the adaptation. Falcons, they should have the best gunners. They should go onto Border and be happy about just bringing it to a gunfight. Because if in the end it's all about the team play, FaZe will win at that game.
It's that crazy P word, right? Pressure. Falcons seemed like they were under pressure because of what FaZe were doing on Bank. You don't let that happen on Border, like you say. I think just be a little bit more dynamic from the Falcons' point of view. Take some risk, have a little bit of fun. That's when we've seen them play their best Siege. When they've got that energy, they're having a little bit of fun, and they're not letting the pressure affect them.
They're so used to winning that grand final or that upper final. They're so used to it. It's fine. Use that life. You have one. You can go to the lower bracket. Maybe it will break the curves. It's fine. Just have fun and play with your gunfights because it is the one thing that they have, that mechanical skill that can put them on the edge.
So fight fire with fire is what I'm hearing here. But we have Maria speak to our players. We also want to check in with the coaches.
What is your expectation for the map water? They usually don't pick that map. They might have an ace up on their sleeve. Who knows?
I think it's a map we like. Props to them for Bank. They play really well. And now we go for border. And I think we got a lot of understanding on how they're playing now. And they're gonna fix for border.
Border doesn't suit that well FaZe Clan playstyle, so just tell me, what was the plan behind that pick?
Border é um mapa que a gente tá gostando de jogar agora, né? A gente não tinha ele, mas agora a gente passou a gostar. Então, eu acredito que a escolha foi porque a gente achou que eles eram piores nesse mapa e a gente resolveu escolher.
Okay, we kind of started to like this map now, so we want to play that, and we think they are worse than us, so that's why we are choose that map also.
We already talked about it. Fight fire with fire. I want to talk about specific players maybe on the side of Falcons as well. Is there anybody that really needs to step it up going into the second map?
I mean, there's a clear candidate here. I think the real thing is Solotov. For me. I mean, he's been losing almost all the entries. He's 0-4 right now.
Yeah.
He used to be the one that carried Falcons all the way to that main stage tag. I don't know what you think. But for me, Solotov is the one that needs to step up in the entry department.
I was thinking that man on your screen, Leaky Fact. I think when you're in a bit of a hole, when they were on bank, when they were clearly doing their defaults, Falcons were not doing anything different from their default, and FaZe have come with a very clear game plan. You look to your IGL to think his way out of it. I think maybe they dropped a little bit on bank. Coming to border, Julio actually said something in that interview just then. We know how they play now. And that was key for me. FaZe have turned up with a different game plan to what Falcons are expecting, so Falcons now need to think their way out of this problem.
I see one key weakness in the game plan from FaZe right now. Pretty much everything we've seen is all 5 players committing to step 1, then all 5 players to step 2, then again the same thing. Which means that most of the time, there is no backstab, there is no back pressure. Use that to your advantage. Double up on every gunfight. Because you know there is no backstab coming, you can abuse that.
Now, there's one more question I have before we dive into the second map here. If you win today, that means you do have a day off tomorrow and you go direct into the finals. Is that an advantage, or do you feel like you might be a little bit cool going into?
Well, let's check the math, Jack.
Yeah, I know. I mean, history does tell us the team that wins Six Invitational comes from the lower bracket, so maybe. I don't know.
May as well lose it. Just break the curse.
Oh,
I don't care. Everything it takes.
Be careful. FaZe is one map away from making it to the grand final. Can Falcons bounce back and get a serious match going on here? Map 2 is upon us.
Well, Helfama says just lose it. I don't think that's on the game plan for FaZe. They want to win it as they took bank. They now go to their map pick on border, and we are split 50-50 heading into this second map. The reigning SI champions, because they're only one map away from another grand final. It would be 3 straight.
I wouldn't put it past Falcons, though, to respond. Bank wasn't their best performance, but here on border, if they can get those fraggers activated, I reckon they can still send us to a 3rd.
Who for Falcons will be the one to rise to this occasion on this stage in front of their fans in their home arena, the Adidas Arena? Falcons must respond here on border. It is the map pick of FaZe, but it's Falcons to take. So we head into the second map of the upper bracket final, and it is now FaZe, one map away from repeating yet another SI Grand Final appearance. As they did in Sao Paulo, as they did in Boston, now so close to doing the same here in Paris.
Let's see these operator bands roll out then. First wave, Azami Deimos, followed up by the Smoke and the Grim. We saw quite a bit of Deimos gameplay back on bank. It's one of the favored tools from Shaiko. We also saw Cyber dabble in that as well, but it's taken off border, and understandably so, given just how much vert potential this map has to offer.
Well, the desk was talking about who are the ones to stand up for Falcons. Licky Fact from an IGL perspective, maybe Solotov from an entry perspective, Shaiko, just from a Shaiko perspective, the #1 rated player at this point in the tournament that's still remaining. This is his map, surely, a map like Border. But for FaZe, handy. What if he stays at that level of form? at peak of his power on Bank. If that returns on a map like Border, that's a huge positive for FaZe. But if he does call off, who then can step up to take his place on this map?
So Armory Archives then the opening site choice here from FaZe, who have brought double Nitro, the Goyo as well. So they have a lot of toolage to counteract a plant over towards default position, over towards carpet in Archives. I like the addition of the mirror here as well. That may allow Handy and FaZe to gain more information, take more contact battles. We'll see where the mirror windows themselves are established, but they can be so powerful on Border, being such a compact map. You can get some really good vertical control with those windows. Oddly enough, he actually did place one outside Armory lockers, and so that makes the balcony push a little bit trickier. But on the opposing side of the map currently, it's Breeday on the Monty, looking to take ground over towards East Stairs, but Souls is lurking down below.
Breeday has drone information, by the way, from Shaiko. Means that he's able to push in top East Stairs a little bit more comfortably. Momentarily has been forced back. Air jab going out from Shaiko. Just to make sure that Vidican can't go for a swing. The flash, well, that's unsuccessful. Not quite down bottom of East Stairs, which would have affected Souls, who sits down in that position. KDS over towards security. Holds around that banana desk. And so far, for FaZe, nothing out of the ordinary on this opening defense. They're keeping as much map control as possible. They're trying to deny Falcons the ability to get into this map freely. So they're bringing aggression on the defense, but it's not over-aggression. Great Nitro Cell gets Breeday down to half health. Vulcan canister popped. So FaZe right now in their time management, in their map space management, they're doing everything right.
And with the mirror window, it makes this push forward so challenging. FaZe dumping utility onto Falcons. But there's the response, the flash, and KDS forced back.
Another flash as well, connects, full white for KDS. No follow-up though from Falcons. Leaky Fact, the entry goes down as he made his first step into the building. Cyber was waiting on the vigil. Solotov up close, trade though from Breeday. Sorry, there was KDS. Breeday needs to get involved and push into the site. There's under 50 seconds remaining as Shaiko takes space inside security.
Does he have a read onto KDS? That's the question.
Breeday's by himself. He's in Armory. He's in the site. KDS can't hit the shots, though, onto Shaiko. Again, Breeday is just playing by himself up close against Handy.
Shaiko's trapped. Can he fight himself out of this position?
Oh, he can! Step up shot from Shaiko, but still low on health. What they need, though, is users to get involved, still outside of the map.
20 seconds, Handy misses an opportunity. Can they isolate the Monty? 15 seconds, flank from Souls.
Staying prone, Shaiko low, caught, Souls wins that battle. Breeday might have to get aggressive, gets hold, pistol, does it himself, down to Souls. Breeday will have to plant, can Souls win the battle against users, getting light pinged, but no, it doesn't help. Falcons take the opening round on Border.
Super high intensity in that opening round, but that is the expectation when you go to Border. Intensity will be high in every single round, but Falcons were able to extract value from key players. Breeday on the Monty, he stays alive, allows the push into sight, buys time for users, and don't forget Shaiko in that round either. Sure, you could credit him as being a little bit lucky in not dying over towards Banana Desk, but he made sure FaZe were punished for that error.
This is the moment, up, bang, and he had to be quick with those shots. Breeday as well held so much position for Falcons in that round towards the site of Armory. Didn't panic. He knew, yes, I'm low on health, but I'm still the Monty. Shield up, not much Andy can do. Opening round to Falcons, but that was the same case back on Bank. Ben Workshop.
Yeah. And the Clash in combination with the Pulse as well. But we expected this from FaZe. Well, we didn't expect Border, but now that we're here, the expectation is for them to maybe throw the rules of a classic Border out the window a little bit and show us what they have prepared here, what pocket strats are available for them to dip into to try and find an advantage over Falcons.
If there's a map where you can throw the rulebook out and have some fun, create the chaos, it's got to be Border. Yeah. The most attack-sided map, although it only sits at roughly 50-50 anyway, with how defender side of the vast majority of the map pool is. Now, Vidiking and Handy, I mean, so much information that those two can actually gain in this round. Playing the Solus, playing the Pulse, and then you have the Clash as well for late round. Can sit around the site, can help others out if they're taking contact fights. The nice swings towards 90 like that. Now, like the lineup here for FaZe, it means for Falcons, they're going to have to deconstruct it.
Cyber goes investigating, and he finds detention opened up. Some good perceived pressure then on offer from Falcons to try and keep this FaZe defense honest here in round number 2. The drone work as well here from Falcons has been phenomenal. They've cleared Customs, they've cleared waiting, they've got Shaco established on East Stairs. And so they can start to encroach the lobby side of the map and maybe consider more of a focus horizontally. And that may take the Pulse, for instance, out of play a little bit more. But if they don't contest the Vert, that may enable Handy, for instance. So a lot of chess games taking place at the moment.
Tap, 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 not connecting though. Solotov, the one that's come off worse from those attempts. Vidiking inside office. Of course, he'd have the information from the cardiac sensor. Shaiko goes down towards the main hallway. He will fall. Oh, not yet eliminated. DB&O. KDS that finds the opening kill, eventually finishing off the star fragger for Falcons.
This gunfight continues to rage. KDS alive, Liquefact will bite back.
And just before Souls as well could get into a good position, block off the doorway from Break. Under a minute, 4v4. Both teams capable in this second round.
Oh, but here's the lurk through lobby from Falcons as Solotov nets a kill. It's advantage Falcons.
Bride and Liquefact together. Smoke goes out. Bride will go for the plant inside of the smoke. Throw the flash from Liquefact to deny anyone up close. Bride gets off.
Handy saw it.
And Salt goes down though. Handy does a good job of putting pressure onto Bride. They've still got Vidiking on the Pulse, who does a little Nitrocell as well. Solotov knows he needs to win this battle. But Bride should be able to get the plant down despite getting taken very low. It's only Vidiking that's left alive. And here comes Liquefact. 2-0 start for Falcons here on Border. And they're working for it. FaZe are making them work for it.
Falcons are digging deep here on Border, and it's only 2 rounds in. I think you have summarized it perfectly. FaZe are really making them work for it, keeping them honest. We saw the Solace play there in the last round from Handy, enough to deter the plant. Ultimately, though, wasn't quite enough to flip the man count advantage that Falcons had rightly earned themselves in that round.
And funnily enough, you look at the opening map, only 1 round opening kill wasn't converted. To start Border, it's 2 rounds straight. Completely goes against what we saw on Bank. The fact that we played 11 rounds on Bank and only 1 of those was not converted, but to begin a map like Border, so frag heavy, so many opportunities, especially when you go 5-4 up in the round. And so far it hasn't faced Falcons now actually playing from behind. What it does though mean is storyline-wise, it's still more of the same from FaZe. They've found a way to take what is their weakness and turn it into a strength, but they just haven't converted to start in the opening half.
So we head over to the bathroom then. The final round before the additional operator bans will be introduced. And for Falcons this time out, it is double specialist drone operators. Users on the Brava and Shaiko on the shot drones of Twitch. Both of those particular operators will counteract the mirror really nicely, especially Shaiko. And of course, the Banshees as well. Users can hack those and claim them for his team.
And for FaZe, 5 new operators, so really showing what their operator pool looks like. They haven't played any of these ops except the mirror in the opening round. The other 4 completely new. First time seeing this composition going into bathroom towers. On the flip side for Falcons, yeah, Doc could be 3 rounds straight.
Ooh,
montage-wise, Shaiko. It's just his shot drone that does get shot out.
He had a very, very small window to hit that shot.
Sends the next one in.
Can he hit it?
Oh, the lineup, I don't know if that's connected.
No, he's missed.
It has not connected from range. In fairness, from that distance, it's a tough shot. It's a very tough shot.
If Shaiko's struggling with that shot, you know it's tricky.
Liquefact lurk entry through passports, got eyes towards body stairs. Speaking of that position, it's Souls that's very close by, just underneath. If he were to make his way up, it should be a free kill for Lickifak. But Souls is actually pushing towards Lickifak. He's right on the other side of this reinforced wall. Zeus, that finds the opening kill. That might get Souls to move. Lickifak couldn't hit the headshot, but I don't think he was ready for Souls to be that close at the wall.
It's hard to blame him from that particular position. 5-4 though in favor of Falcons. Minute on the clock. Bride has diffuser. He'll look to carry that across. FaZe in the meantime have ultimately forfeited second floor with that drop down from KDS. Double nitro though available.
They're swept through, cleared out security. They got top east stairs control. Hatch opened up above side. Nitro from Souls pre-plays, rips it, finds nothing. Caught at the bottom of east stairs as Shaiko can now push through, create the chaos for Falcons. Wants to get into the site. KDS bathroom. Vidiking is still close by inside a workshop, but Handy a distance away in customs.
Oh, Bride isolated 1 versus 1 against
Pistol!
Yes!
Hits a headshot! And gets Vidiking very, very low, but they combine the duo. Do for FaZe. And now, with only Solitov Bride left, FaZe are right back in this round with just 14 seconds left. They go the plant as Solitov will cover, looking to deny the entry, hits the headshot. It's only Handy left now in a post plant, but he hits the headshot onto Solitov, and Bride though, the balls of this man to pull the pistol out against Handy of all players and hit his shot. 3-0 Falcons.
Bride cold in the clutch, as he's so often known for. He takes the initiative to take the early duel, potentially catching Handy off guard. And in doing so, Falcons now 3-0 up on the map selection of FaZe.
Quer usar a Lash, só que eu preciso que o PC e o Acidal fiquem um pouco melhores, tá ligado?
Eu vou ela agora.
É, pode pegar um míssil também, cadê? Pra dificultar, que tipo, o auxílio dos caras é chegar de shield lá e conseguir avançar pela janela, tá ligado? Então, tipo, pega alguma coisa lá pra tu ficar dando trap na janela lá. Pô, pegar nada, então. Certo, o bombo da Acidal é isso. No bombo do banheiro, cara, a nossa play foi boa. A gente vai fazer a play da PC ali e tal, só que eu preciso que vocês se relembrem, tipo, dos conceitos. A gente não vai equivar Lash. Eu não posso fazer que tu saia do arsenal, então, tipo, quando o cara começar a girar PC para assim, você vai ter que entrar mureta, vai ter que se esconder ali e vai ter que jogar. Tá. Certo? Cara, o oficial ele pode repetir. O banheiro é isso que eu falei com o Randy. É só, a gente não vai guivando arsenal. A gente precisa de...
And there's the mic cut for Rafael at the end of his tactical timeout. It's, well, not a lot of stress, not a lot of panic stations. FaZe, of course, have already got 1 map in the pocket. I cannot imagine that they'd be too worried at this point, guys. Yes, it's their map pick, but yet still it's a map that they've not really had the most experience on. So they're kind of just got to work their way through. It was a very winnable 3rd round. The first 2 rounds they got opening kills. Yes, it's 3-0, but it hasn't really felt like that inside the server.
Yeah, I would largely agree. I think for Falcons, it's about refinement now for the remainder of this half. They want to extract value from this defensive side of Border and at least give themselves a bit of confidence heading into attack. You need that, especially on Border when you're contesting map entry. So we'll see what they can produce here. 3 more opportunities. Start biting back against Falcons. Of course, additional bans now in play. So the mirror has been taken off the board, has been quite influential, although Falcons, to their credit, did a good job rerouting their attacks. And the Monty as well, also out, which has been a key tool, especially for Bride, to again, reroute a lot of these attacks, gain information, scout ahead for Falcons. So I'm now intrigued on the Blackbeard, which is now switched off to, if that can produce similar results.
For what it's worth as well, Falcons, of the teams remaining at Six Invitational, they are the best at getting plants down. They did get 2 down on Bank, and they've gotten 2 down here on Border. FaZe, on the other hand, none, 0, no plants so far, and they're the 2nd best team at it. So there's a bit of a discrepancy in that area as well. 3-0 lead, and it just gives a bit of breathing room now for Falcons, especially on what is a very chaotic map. We've seen so much energy that has now been exerted in the opening few rounds, no more importantly than that previous one. Handy's somewhat been tamed. He's performing well, 3-3, but not to his Bank levels.
So Logic Bomb rains out from Falcons. FaZe, again, trying to garner information on the fringe of the map, and Falcons not really giving them a whole lot.
Oh, do it.
Very patient lurk play. They're trying to isolate Cyber over towards Customs.
Veto just getting pressured off, though, by Souls towards these stairs. Shaiko wants to try and obviously make his entry into the building. No one yet in for Falcons, by the way, minute 20 on the clock. Now, that's the concern here as the attacking team. Now, FaZe are meeting them head on, so it takes this utility. Flame bolts that have to go out. Flashes, try and clear these positions. Oh, my word! Headshot from Leaky Fack, and it deals with the Solus.
Minute on the board for Falcons. They invested a lot of utility though, and Souls remains inside, waiting.
He's got a ping. He's got the light ping. They know exactly where Souls is. And he's trapped in towards the corner as well. But as Leaky Fack was making his move, caught by Handy. Trade elsewhere. Shaiko gets involved. That's his third kill. Advantage stays with Falcons as Solitaire doubles down on that. It's only Handy and Vidiking.
Oh, Handy finds the kill though, and Shaiko is low on HP, but Handy traded out. And now it's Vidiking in a difficult 1v3.
On the verge of 4 straight, and indeed confirmed for Falcons. They can smell those roses, and maybe that third map still a ways to go, but a 4-0 lead puts them in a very solid position here on Border.
And a tricky position for FaZe. They've used that tactical timeout, and it hasn't resulted in a round win. So they can't look to rely on that for the remainder of Border, and it's up to these 5 inside of the server to try and formulate a plan to shut down a Falcons team that are doing a really, really solid job in investing utility early to flush out positions and then backing themselves into convert these plays.
I've got the translation from Rafadel's tactical timeout that was just prior to that previous round. He was talking about needing CCTV and Arsenal to be played a little bit better. Cyber said he's going to pick the Ella and also picking Legion for KDS to make it hard for them because they use Shield to move forward and around the map. Playing the Denari, using more traps at the windows, and then the bathroom bomb site. They need to remember the basics. They're not going to give up East. They're not going to give up Arsenal. And Workshop can be repeated the same place, same style. So that was the translation for the FaZe tactical timeout. Didn't work though, unfortunately.
No, because Falcons are playing so damn well. I mean, even with the Monty taken out, we saw, oh.
Chance, Cyber though. Oh, Solitaire gets him.
And that should be a free camera for Falcons as well.
It's a third opening kill straight as well for Falcons, so they've flipped that metric now. It started with 2 straight to FaZe off the back of dominating in that area. Back on bank, Breeday. You can just feel like Falcons are starting to get really comfortable inside of the server. Nitrocell, KDS, it does land, but only a small amount of damage onto Shaiko. FaZe know, though, they cannot go into their shells on a site like Vent Workshop. They need to stay aggressive.
Falcons are really unsettling this defense at the moment, trying to force aggressive playmaking and then catching them out. 2 minutes on the clock for Falcons. Massive belt of utility. Lion scan deployed. Candela's cooked. Handy looks to aggress, but doesn't find much. KDS, however, finds his mark.
They can't lose Handy. He's the only one that's positive for FaZe. They've just lost Vidiking. Solitaire cleans to KDS. Security is theirs. And with that top floor as well. Handy's low. Souls hasn't found a kill. It's falling apart for FaZe on Border. But Handy, a fallback headshot onto users keeps it alive. Even if hope is low for FaZe, if Handy's up, even on 1 HP, there's still a chance for FaZe.
Handy drops for Plantanol. Souls has retreated over towards Office. This is very passive from FaZe. We'll see if it works. Lots of time for Falcons to try and break this down.
Souls has got to find a way to have an impact. He has to find his first kill here on Border. Back to Tal as he goes. He can come across as Breeday's looking for the plant inside a vent. Can Handy find the angle? He did, but didn't convert, but also didn't get traded, but overswung
Left side, Souls finally off that donut. Should know where Bride's trying to plant, but doesn't know where Solotov is. Now he does, and it's a straight beeline 1v1 in the post plant. Souls must win this, or FaZe will be staring down the barrel of 5-0.
Bride playing close, he's not backing away.
Down the shots, now Souls knows, but he runs outside. Bride's out the map, and as that time starts to expire, more pressure on Souls. Has to make the decision.
Long arm.
Do you go the long arm, do you bait him out, or do you hunt him down? And with the clock where it is now, your decision be made! Souls has connected! Bride is down! Souls clutches the FaZe! They find their first round on border!
Oh my God, what a clutch in the 1v1. It got really awkward for Bride. He backs himself in with that frag grenade utility, but as he deploys it, gets caught down on the ground, and Souls doing a phenomenal job to compose himself, to play patient, and to get the result for FaZe.
And for someone who was 0-4 going into that round, this is always a good lesson. You could be 0-4, 4 rounds down. You can still be the one, though, to make the impact to win a round. The previous rounds are gone. They're irrelevant. You cannot change history, but you can still have impact in those future rounds. And we just saw that from Souls. 2 critical kills, no more important than in the 1v1 post plant. And again, Handy with impact. Still the only one that is going positive for FaZe. Now, 6 and 5. They're on the board. There's one. They need more. And to add further reference, Handy's now crossed over to 20 kills. The first player to do so across both teams. The next highest is Solotov and legacies at 14. He's so far in ahead of the rest of the server.
To the credit though of Falcons, they've done a better job in lowering his impact here on border map 2. Handy certainly has had decent moments, but certainly not at the same level of intensity and consistency as we saw back on Bank, a testament to the teamwork on offer from Falcons on this attacking half so far. Still though, 1 to go. One more opportunity for Falcons to either extend their lead or for FaZe to play catch up. We go up above, archives for the final round of the half, and the Capital here from Falcons. Maybe suggesting that that will be deployed for a more direct approach, but could also be crowd control tooling over towards a break play, for instance. I mean, there's options available here for that utility to be deployed and have impact in this round. It's all about the communication here for Falcons and just being aligned on the same game plan.
And don't forget, FaZe is the best team remaining in attacker win rate. In fact, for the entire tournament, there was only one team that was higher rated than them, which was Weibo Gaming. So for FaZe going into attacking half, if it's a 4-2 scoreline, yeah, they're certainly not out of it. No. This is still a really important round for Falcons to get over the line, being one map down in the series.
Recharge set. Triple wall opened up here from Falcons in towards Office. That now exposes the position of Souls, who instead of retreating, has now looked to fortify his position. It was a phenomenal clutch from him back in the previous round, but he needs to step it up again here to try and contest this Office entry from Falcons if it is to follow.
They have the drone on KDS. As long as that's watched, they know his position, and legacies pushing throughout the flash, wants to go in, take the battle up close. legacies lost it though, despite knowing exactly where KDS was. Had the drone as Solotov falls. FaZe have now got themselves into a very winnable position, and doubling down, it's KDS who makes his mark. Vetiking closes, and the villains make it 2 straight to close the half after a 4-0 lead for Falcons.
As you mentioned, FaZe are one of, if not the best, attacking teams remaining at the event. I think for many, we'd look at a 4-2 and say, Falcons, they're in a pretty dominant position.
They are.
But this is FaZe. I don't think it's quite as dominant in the context of this matchup.
As we head into the bands to begin the second half, 4-2 doesn't feel like a safe scoreline if you are a Falcons fan. It feels closer to 3-3 sort of territory in what would be maybe a more neutral matchup. But one thing I will say for Falcons, they were able to find their strength once again. Opening kills 4 rounds straight. Now, didn't convert in the last 2 rounds, sure, but they also started to get the plants down, 3.5. That's another good sign. Compared to Bank, which they lost 7-4, they started to dominate. They started to get their game going, their play style going, and that's the positive sign. They keep that up now on defense, still within a very good position to go and take this map, despite FaZe being FaZe. The Bands, Monty Ying, Smoke, and Clash.
I'm very eager from a tactical perspective what kind of tempo FaZe want to bring into Border. It's well known, and the stats back it up. They are the 16th team overall at the event for entry time, whether that be either a successful or an unsuccessful entry battle. They play slow, they play patient, they find an opportunity to make a play when they feel settled, when they have the correct information, when they layer the appropriate utility. That's not exclusive to attack, but that's going to be under the microscope here for the second half. And on a map like Border, where it can be tough to fight your way through the trenches of that map entry, I think Falcons are going to throw everything they have at FaZe here to prevent boots on the ground, where FaZe can look to then unlock the map.
But that's where they've really switched it up, guys, though. Back on Bank, 8 opening kills. The slowest was a minute 40.
Yeah.
The average was around the 2:10 minute mark. And again, I think that's where it's the sign of a great side. You know that you're relatively slow compared to your opposition. You know that they will know that. Let's pick up the pace. And they did that on Bank. Border's a whole different beast, though. You're going to get far more of a contest at these windows and doorway positions. If we look at the average time of the opening kills so far here on this map, it's actually closer to a minute 12.
Yeah. So we see the castle in play for Falcons in this particular round, deployed in the long haul. And so with that, Falcons are a little more willing to forfeit control over towards top east stairs, but they then have the utility in position to help on the break contest.
Now, double shield glass here, Armory Archives can very much indicate they could go for the Archives door plant. Don't have to put all of your eggs in that basket, of course, but it is certainly viable for FaZe in this 7th round. But the biggest detriment here for what would be a FaZe attack in that way, 3 Nitro Cells. Like, there is enough counter pressure there from Falcons for a play like that from the attack of FaZe. They've got a very good lockdown defense in terms of their utility. Any kind of fast rush, even with smokes, there's plenty of Nitros that can find it. But Shaco caught towards 90. That was easy swing clear for Cyber.
Really great utility layering. The Gon 6 effective for FaZe, and they catch Shaco off guard.
Not going for an Archives hit, though, because that diffuser is towards break. Bitter King has made his way in, so they're going for a sweep across here, FaZe. They found the opening kill. They know that defense can no longer be extended towards security. They've taken this space, and they've pushed all the members of Falcons back to the site, keeping them trapped.
What will be the finishing point, though, for this FaZe attack? They have a couple of options available. Could spearhead over towards Armory, can rotate Office as well, and Vidiking is teasing that at the moment. Uses to play the next big contact fight, but he dies.
Solotov gets a trade at least onto KDS, keeps it back to a 1-player deficit if you are Falcons. On the defense, but LickyFak on a flank, coming up these stairs to maybe save the day. Relay falls, LickyFak getting tagged up from Vidiking. And then the over swing, Souls found the shoulder angle, gets the kill. As Solotov by himself, Nitro doesn't do anything. 20 seconds left, needs to find the next down very quickly, but it's a Blackbeard shield up. He did get a kill onto Handy, but it didn't matter as FaZe will make it 3 straight. It's only now 4-3. FaZe are 4 rounds away from booking their place in their 3rd consecutive SI Grand Final. They are storming home here on Border.
The game plan there from Falcons was quite obvious. Let's deploy reinforcements break. Let's deploy castle barricades along hallway. Let's force a slow, methodical clear from FaZe. But FaZe are the kind of team that really love that. They thrive in that. We saw the combination with the Gon 6 that catches Shaco off guard, and then FaZe immediately spring into action. They know how to exploit these advantages. They are arguably the best team here in Paris at doing that. They teased over towards Armory, then ultimately swept over towards Office. They kept the Falcons' defense honest. They kept them on their toes. That play there was absolutely spot on from FaZe. Users gets caught, he's trying to defend off us. The shields, the double shields start to get into play there for Falcons. There's nothing Solotov can do. FaZe with an ultra suffocating attack to kick off round number 7.
So into the 8th round, Vent Workshop we go. And FaZe are going to bring an intriguing little combination here. Fuse and the Blitz. Now it says to me there's, again, a couple of options here for FaZe, and you can really start to see that they've workshopped this map. It's not one of their more played maps, but they've got the strategies. They're ready to go. They go for a fast hit. Inside a vent, through the window, with a Fuse that's taken space up above, you can easily get that plant down successfully if Falcons aren't ready. But again, they've brought Nitrocells. Falcons did it in the previous round, expecting maybe that fast hit from FaZe. Ooh, and Solotov gets rid of Souls, no Thatcher. And that's actually very important. The Thatcher's so good at countering the Nitrocells that can get thrown for one of those quick plant attempts. That's no longer available now for FaZe.
Very aggressive run out from that pillar position. Great work there from Falcons to give themselves in an advantageous position for the remainder of the round. And as you mentioned, bolsters a lot of the late round win conditions on offer for them with triple nitro, with information. Shaiko almost getting caught out, but he'll be okay for now. He's safe over towards supply. FaZe are currently doing a massive
rotate. Yeah, they've gone basically the other side of the map. Loop re-entry towards break. Solotov's gonna be careful. Oh, Solotov's so careful! Headshot Vitter. The feet shots land onto Handy, and he gets back safely. No, Handy, pistol out. Aggressive again from the star of FaZe. Now pushing towards Users, who's got that mirror shield set up. They want to go for a top-down clear, but Handy's by himself towards 90.
Surely we don't see yet another 3 versus 4 on the side of FaZe.
Force the drop. It's somewhat of a win for FaZe. Yes, they're down a player, but they've forced the drop, so that's full top floor control. The downside though, guys, you no longer have the Fuse. The Fuse would have been so good in this situation with this control towards Armory Archives. Falcons know this. They got the extra player. They don't want to take any risks. They force the drop. And Shaiko's in a well-placed position, ready. KDS was not. And Falcons looking to finally break this streak of FaZe. 3 straight for FaZe. Falcons now look placed to get their 5th round.
Double nitro still up. Shaiko firing and Handy's dead. Falcons looking really good right now.
Well, swings and roundabouts here on Border. From 4 straight for Falcons, then 3 straight for FaZe. Finally, Falcons break that streak and put themselves that little bit closer to taking this second map. Is Lair required? The crowd certainly wants it to be. But you just get the feeling FaZe will not go quietly into that night here on Border, that they've got more tricks up their sleeves.
Highlight from that previous round, Handy put his best foot forward, but there's only so much he could do. Shaiko poised and well positioned. FaZe having to pivot multiple times that round. They've run out of options, and Falcons were able to land the shots required. Over to Bathroom for round number 9. Again, the final round before the additional bans are introduced. We see the Deimos. Now, Deimos was a talking point back in the first half. It did get stripped away. It was banned out. Given the horizontal and vertical nature of Border, KDS should have a lot of playmaking potential in this round. You combine that with the Lion that can lock down positions, Vidiking who can create space on the blitz.
How quick do they go here as well? I mean,
does it? Yeah. I hesitate to say it will be super direct. I don't think that will be the game plan here from FaZe, but they can definitely utilize the Glaz to apply pressure and again, try to keep some perceived pressure on site.
Oh, Burrito's going to go for the early Nitro Cell. That's nicely forced out by Vidiking.
Throwing up smoke.
Just, I mean, perceived pressure, if you will, from the Blitz. Yeah. Vidiking probably never had any intention of actually going for the quick vault in. He doesn't even have the kit.
But what he does do is he says to Breeder, you need to respond to me. And he forces out a Nitro Cell. Really good early positioning from King. Well, there's another one. He gets very low off that from users. What that means is, though, no more Nitro Cells available for the defensive Falcons. And Souls, interesting, trying to play through the smoke from the full-board. Cyber catches LegacyFact. The Soulless Court looking above, and through the horizontal, it's Cyber that gets the kill. Turns his attention towards top middle.
This is a very awkward round for FaZe, but they're making it work.
Clean headshot for Cyber. Solitar's been so instrumental on border. At 12 though, now 7. He falls. Breeder can't win either towards main, but uses there to help out. He gets 2 critical kills and potentially a chance to get Breeder back into this round, but more pressing matters because here comes Handy.
And here comes Shaiko, a 1 versus 3.
He couldn't, could he? On the main stage, in front of his home crowd, with a death mark on his location. It's never been more difficult for Shaiko. And he cannot handle the pressure. FaZe bite back immediately. They take the 9th round. It's 5-4.
And there's the power of the Deimos on display when you find yourself in an advantageous position. If you're the solo in the clutch, and especially if there isn't a mute for protection, or you can't find a mute jammer, you find yourself in a world of hurt pretty quickly, and even the best in the world find that a very difficult position. The groundwork before that from FaZe was phenomenal. The cutoff of Breeder, again, when they had the advantage, FaZe made it count.
Ooh, Glassband. We saw it used twice, and it can certainly have effect as we go into a timeout from Julio.
On this map, so you're just gonna keep playing crazy like this, push from everywhere. So yeah, I think we just bring traps. I feel like pressure them on their first step is good as well. They don't like this that much because they're not comfortable like step by step, you know. Only if you do far back. We did far back is good, but I feel like now we put a little bit more pressure. And with traps, you can bring even like info for side for guys that are afraid that you just like push side or shit like this. But I think we can take the control of the map, you know? Just traps everywhere, you just play on the communication, you know? We help each other. Okay, they're going for the gap, but we have trap. Just retake stuff together, okay? You're just smoking stuff and making us move and please. Let's play like classic.
Well, you heard it there from Julio. The messaging is quite clear for the remainder of Border. Try to play a more deathmatch style. Sure, sometimes the peel is appropriate, but if they can try and meet FaZe head on and interrupt their checklist attacking mentality, that could be a win condition. If we look back at that previous round, great lurk from Cyber, and used with a decent fight back, but he had to try and combine with Shaiko. Unfortunately, he falls. Doesn't give an opportunity with Vidiking low, maybe for a clutch, and again, with that Deimos still up, there is very little Shaiko could do. 5-4 the scoreline. Falcons retain the lead.
And it's still crazy considering this scoreline that Handy's the only one still positive right now for FaZe. 10-7, Cyber 7-8, Vidiking's 5-6, and KDS 5-7 obviously aren't playing poor by any means and have very decent games so far. But none of them are positive. It's still Handy that's putting in such a large emphasis. He's got a 78% cost. The only player that's matching that right now is Solitov.
Uses tempting fate, maybe with a jump out archives. Handy is outside.
I mean, if you can find an opening kill on the Handy, your win rate just skyrockets. And playing the Capitao too, an important operator for FaZe in this round.
I tell you what though, the read from Handy was absolutely spot on. He actually almost got the kill. He's red hot this afternoon. 3 deathmark targets available here for Cyber. So with the guys banned out, it does leave the Deimos up.
Well, how much influence can LegacyFact have? He's playing the Vigil Roam. Boss G in hand, over towards Supply. He's on that first floor. He might not be the main factor in this round for Falcons, but he needs to have influence when he's playing a role such as that. The Lurk Roamer for Falcons at some point needs to be impactful.
Meanwhile, it's a lurk over towards the east stairs here for FaZe, so they're chipping away at territory, getting ground rather uncontested. They'll like this. This is the kind of position in which FaZe will typically thrive.
At what point does legacies go for something like an E-stairs push? No, he makes his way up main stairs, so he goes away from the roam game. Never mind, back down. legacies not quite sure how he wants to play this, and now pushes through server. Emphasis on him because everyone else in the server is essentially playing kind of default Armory archives. Here he is from below.
Can contest Vert. Might be able to take some attention away from this office-centric push that FaZe are posturing for at the moment. Cyber falls.
It's Solotov onto the Deimos. So no Deimos available for FaZe. Lower end information. 3 rounds straight, the opening kills have been converted. Will that trend continue? Advantage heading into the final minute. Shaiko tagged up towards the top metal stairs position. Souls is going to go towards top waiting, try and push through break. And Solotov needs to be aware of this. Over towards security. If he peeks this, Souls is in a great position. But it's legacies from below with the impact. Gets rid of the Blackbeard. He makes that impact from the Vigil. The peek towards security. Souls, is he ready for this? As Shaiko lands his shot, here come Falcons on the verge of securing 2 map points, and they do so flawlessly.
Falcons have come to play here on Border. 6-4 map point. And I think to highlight one individual from Falcons that's done really well to bounce back from Bank, it was mentioned on the desk that he had a below standard performance on map 1. It's Solotov. 3-0 entry, 14-7 overall KD spread. He has been a big difference maker, facilitated of course by his team, but he's been capitalizing on those opportunities.
And again, while we kind of touched on it, the desk also reiterated on the point being that FaZe, the way they played on Bank, they took a lot of that attacking strength from Falcons and used it as their own, almost absorbing that ability. That's not actually been the case here on Border. If we go from round 3 to round number 10, there's only been 2 opening kills for FaZe. Falcons have got their game going. They're playing into their strengths, their win conditions, and hence now a big reason they find themselves 2 map point advantages up over FaZe as we start to turn our attention potentially to Lair. But the job's not done yet. Tech pause, by the way, as there was a mouse bug for users. He's currently out of the lobby. We wait for him to return. So far, guys, it's lived up to the billing. The grand final rematch in the upper bracket final. First punch went the way of FaZe. Falcons are punching back. And there's Tom J. Sherlock, shirtless.
What a sight that is. Is that the Breeday chant?
That is the Breeday chant.
Classic.
Well, we take a breather here, we take a rest. Vent Workshop coming up next. 2 opportunities for Falcons. And these will be 2 very stressful rounds. They need to get this done. Get to Lair. Have the break in between the maps. For FaZe, everything's still to play for here on Border. And looking back on their Border guys, again, they've not won this map when picking it in the last 3 years. They're on the verge of losing again, but they have been ultra competitive.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that the best team in the world has the best map pool in the world. But they can even bring a map out that they just simply do not play in an upper bracket final. From one Michael to another. Of course, kicks will always be part of Siege and this family.
And in case you missed it, we are unfortunately in a technical pause. Falcons currently leading 6-4. The pause was called by users reporting a mouse issue. So he is unfortunately still out of the lobby. Maybe we're waiting for the backup mouse to get delivered.
It's simply delicious.
Well, Breeday's been pretty good today. Here on board specifically, 5-4. Hasn't been involved in any entry duels, but that's the expectation.
Well, in the end, it's been Solotov.
Yeah, the plant metric though for Breeday's been absolutely outstanding. He's #1 at the event so far. What are your plans for him on board?
There is Solotov with yet another opening kill. 3-0 on the entry for Solotov, so he has been able to step up on board. And this has been his fun house. 14-7, 3-0 entry, 80% cost. Coming into today, top 20 rated player at Six Invitational, or playing like a top 10 player on buildup. And Handy, to his credit, has kept his form here on board. Obviously, not as dominant as Bank on a team that's losing a lot more than on Bank, but 10-8, 70% cost. He just hasn't been able to get an entry battle. In fact, 0-0. So Handy has not been able to get into those entry battles to give FaZe those head starts.
Attackers activating diffuser.
I don't know what we're hearing in our ears, by the way, but we can hear like replay audio or something, like gunfights constantly during this tech pause, so just an FYI. Oh, there is the hammer.
As the wave goes by.
Yep. FaZe eager to go back to back. Falcons still looking to snatch it for the very first time. The winner of this match, they get one step closer.
Well, that's going to be the storyline, isn't it, guys? Because it was spoken again on the desk. We heard from Jack and Alfama where, do you want to win the upper bracket final? Ever since any kind of advantage was taken away from being the upper bracket final winner, it's all been lower bracket. But is that a curse? Is it a coincidence? At some point, that has to change, surely. Could it be here in Paris as we are back underway? 2 map points for Falcons. We head to first floor, vent, workshop. It's time to lock in, says LickyFac.
Let's jump in then. Will this be the final round of Border? Falcons head us over to workshop for round number 11. And the lineup is very, very intriguing. Brede will bring the mute, likely in anticipation for the Deimos. That may even be enough to deter FaZe from bringing it in this round, as they will look to pivot this attack significantly. They bring the Bravo, that of course to counter users and LickyFac.
A sweet noise, isn't it? A live arena. The Six Invitational. It gets better and better every... Grow old. As they stand for Falcons. 2 opportunities, 2 chances. But FaZe are not a team that will quit.
Falcons currently searching for a lot of information around the map at the moment. FaZe dedicated with their drone work though, and Cyber's been able to hack quite a bit of utility. Dodges the burst as well.
It's been very, very good from Cyber.
Yeah, that is fruitful over towards front door. That could definitely come into play later in this round if we see FaZe pivot and try and spearhead attack from that particular position.
Looking for the sweep across on the top floor as Vidiking, while he does have the kit on the Blackbeard, pushing through east stairs, wants to try and get in towards office. He will do just that. Brede sits below in bathroom, has a Nitro available. Vidiking just keeps on searching. LickyFac over towards Fountain, now pushed back, top metal. Solotov taken low towards security. FaZe are just slowly bringing across this wave of momentum. There's 2 quickly from Vidiking and Handy. Pressure back on you, Falcons. Who will respond? It's users. Big kill onto Vidiking. That's the Blackbeard down. That's a big entry positional player for FaZe off the board.
What can Solotov do? Backed into a corner, low on HP. Can he push forward and find this kill?
Oh no! Handy! The ever-present star for FaZe. When needed most, you call upon your star and he delivers. 2 crucial kills from Handy. Gives them a 4 versus 2 advantage, as it's all now down to users and Brede.
We know how good this dynamic duo can be, but this is a tall task for users and Brede to close out the map for Falcons. So much pressure above here from FaZe and so much time to prepare themselves for this final push.
Oh, down bottom middle stairs. They fall together, users and Brede. And a hush over the Adidas Arena as Falcons lose one of their two opportunities. One more available. It's 6-5, final round of regulation on border required. Bathroom Tellers, the site selected from Falcons.
And so the tension builds up once more. Only one opportunity remains for Falcons to close out this map and send it to Lair in regulation. The side of choice will be Tellers and Bathroom. Here's a look back at that previous round. Veto King marching forward on the Blackbeard. Handy got a pick as well. So much presence and pressure around the map that there was nothing Brede or users could do, locked down in that objective.
And if FaZe want, they could go quick. I mean, are Falcons really expecting a quick rush plan from FaZe? 6-5 at the Six Invitational upper bracket final. It's the kind of play you would maybe see them pull out. Maybe start a group stage, certainly maybe back at SAL. But would they do it here, at this moment, right now? You're still gonna have someone ready for it. If you're Falcons, you cannot let that be overseen. In fairness though, FaZe switch it up. They do drop the blitz. And typically you would see the blitz for that sort of play. Leads me to believe that FaZe probably won't go for the quick hit. And Handy goes on to the Deimos. With the way he's been playing today, he gets ownership over such an aggressive operator. And it's Shaiko. Oh, he stares. An early push in from the Blackbeard. KDS goes down and it's advantage Falcons off the back of the hometown hero.
Beautiful angle found there by Shaiko. But can Falcons consolidate this advantage and make it count? Shaiko will push back up. He wants to contest these stairs. He wants to make this entry as difficult as possible for FaZe, but they do bring the Rayora to maybe alleviate some of that pressure and direct the attack over towards Break.
It's like four corners right now though for FaZe. They're all around the map. Oh, Shaiko! Souls goes peeking! And you go teaching! Clean headshot! And this seems like it's done! Headshot after headshot! But while Handy's still alive, FaZe still have a chance. It's small, it's marginal, but you don't give up on a star like Handy. Veto King needs to help him out, but he just pushes in, willingly, on his own accord. As good as Handy is, and he so very much is, even this seems beyond him. 1v5, not happening, it's map 3 that is required in this upper bracket final.
Falcons have done it on border. It was a big call for FaZe to head us to this map. But the game plan from Falcons was absolutely spot on. They got off to an amazing start, 4 rounds straight, and then were able to grind out the rest of that map in regulation. Lair required, and that one is even harder to call.
15 kills from Solotov. Here they come. Falcons make their return on border. It's all tied up in the upper bracket final. We go to the break, and on the other side, Lair to decide it all.
said, now we know how they play. So what specifically did you understand about their play style that made it easier to close this map?
I think FaZe play really aggro and really on our face. They literally want to destroy us. So I think Border was a good map. So we know they will play like this. It's kind of default on Border, and we just adapt between the map to play more against this kind of play style.
In what way do you think they surprised you in a map that you were so sure you were better than them?
Bom, eles baitaram o que a gente ia fazer ali, algumas coisas, a gente estava preparando o counter, mas eles fizeram outras coisas, então a gente caiu um pouco no counter deles ali.
We were prepared to counter them, but instead they countered us. They baited us in doing a play that we were prepared to that. So that's why.
Bonsoir à tous and welcome back to a breakdown as to how Falcons is able to come back in this matchup. And Liquefact stayed it best here. He understood the weak point. FaZe is trying to play too aggressive. Let's punish that. Let's take an example, round 2 on Border. And look at this. There is something very interesting about this defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players of FaZe are upstairs. But wait, is the bomb site upstairs? And that's the beauty of it. No, the bomb site is downstairs, and Shaiko drones it. No vertical play, everyone is off, trying to play too aggressive. Let's abuse this. And Solotov, he calls here with Tokaibi, creating some sound cue, so that Liquefact starts lurking here towards the bomb site. He drones onto the bomb site to find an opportunity, and he finds that by picking towards Goyo. Boom, free kill, amazing. Look at Solotov here. Boom, another one tap, that's enough. 2 kills, that gives them the edge. A big enough edge for Liquefact and Bride to start going towards the plant. And this is why they're one step ahead. It's not a real plant, it's a fake. Enough of a fake for Clash to feel the pressure to come down into straight a trap from Liquefact. Once again, that gets the backstab. And at this point, it's a 4v2. It's beautiful. Liquefact can now cover the real plant and starts looking at this, and boom, the kill on the hatch. And looking towards server, and boom, he's gonna get another kill. That's the beauty of it. They find the weakness in the game plan from FaZe. They adapt from it. If Solotov is fragging, if Shaiko is fragging, one player is thinking, and that player is Liquefact.
We heard from Liquefact, we saw his excellence there as an IGL. He was one of the players that we really asked to step it up in between these 2 maps here, but he wasn't the only player that we asked to step it up and actually ended up delivering to.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Liquefact stepped it up, as we've just seen in the thinking, but it was Solotov for me that stepped it up in terms of that fragging department. It goes without saying. I mean, look at those stats. Look at that scoreline on Bank. He did not have his best day, and I think realistically, you put an unbelievable fragger on a frag-heavy map, he will be incredible, and that's what we saw out of Solotov on Border.
I feel like that's a night and day difference looking at the stats on those 2 different maps here. Of course, the fans must be happy with that as well. Falcons keep themselves in a fight for a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, we can hear the crowd literally cheering for the French. And I will say this, it's beautiful to see a match that close. It's also beautiful to see them bounce back. I love the composure we're seeing from Falcons. It was a difficult first map, but they understood the game plan and they came back exactly with the right execution.
That big thing, I'll keep saying it, Julio said, we understand how they play now. And that was the big turning point for me, is that Falcons really now have read into it. They read into the Border, they knew it was going to be different maybe from what they prepared, and they're kind of thinking on the fly, and that's where that big performance came out of.
And now it's 1 point each. FaZe at the upper edge, right? They understood the game plan on the first map. Then you have Falcons that's coming back. And at this point, there is Lair. Who's the one that's the smartest? Who's able to adapt? That's the one thing.
That's the main question, right? Because we heard Cyber talk about, well, they countered us in a way that we didn't really expect it to. We now look at the FaZe players in between map 2 and 3, discussing on what they need to be doing for this final one here. How are they going to make sure Falcons don't find them out?
You need a change of pacing. Here's the problem. They've been forcing the same solution at Falcons the entire time. Bring pace, be aggressive, try to be there early. The thing is, when that doesn't work, it's just, you need to change something, right? So maybe go slower, maybe go more methodical, maybe bring some cheesy ups, maybe go execution heavy. That's the things that they need to change.
And Lair's quite good for that, actually. Think about the top floor. You can attack it from each side. You can go slow, you can use a shield, you can try and set up and execute and really bring it into that last 20, 30 seconds. Same for the basement. You can do the full clear, you can do something cheesy. And then obviously the armory side where you do, those sense takes and roll it in. Do you go direct or do you go above? The benefit that FaZe will have is they've got a plethora of different attacks that they can do and different paces, and that's what they need to pull on now.
Many different avenues. You can do limited takes, only take one area of the map and then have a backstab. You can do a full clear like you said, or you can do a rush on almost all of the bomb sites. And they both know, Vitaking and Liquefact, exactly how to play this. So whatever happens, we're in for a banger of a map.
And this is why I like these best of 3 so much, right? We talk about it, it shows the strongest team inside of these two, but I feel like for this one, final map, it'll show who has the best adaptability going into those. So it's a major subject that we've been talking about in this best of 3 so far, but it will really be tested on the final map.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that we're still lacking the depth and diversity that I know these two IGLs are capable of. I'm not seeing all of the abuse of all the cheesy ups. I'm not seeing all of the rushes. I'm not seeing them throw it all in there. And to be honest, they shouldn't. They should save a little bit for the grand finals should they reach it.
Yeah,
the reality is they both have lives to save right now. It's fine. They can drop in the lower bracket. So they should win, but also keep the best edge possible for the grand final.
And it's not just that. There's a very real reality that this is a repeat of the grand final come Sunday, no matter who wins or loses this map. So I agree with Leo. I think maybe something slightly is being saved. But what I will say is that I think momentum's a huge thing. I think the momentum for Falcons is massive in terms of rounds and in terms of map. When they get on a roll, they're very, very hard to stop. But then add in the arena, add in the support.
Yes.
When they really start feeling it and get on that roll, that's a very, very hard train to stop.
Now, I asked you this question before map 2 about the Falcons players who needed to step up. Is there anybody, and we can keep this short because the map is almost ready, on the side of FaZe that needs to step it up?
I don't think that anyone should be called. I think that Andy is doing a tremendous job. I think that everyone else is helping there. I think they don't have the pressure. The mental game is with them. I think everyone then, as a team, is to step up.
I would agree so. I would agree. I think, we've seen Souls. We saw a huge clutch come out from him in the last map, but it shouldn't be getting to the point of needing that clutch. When they were interviewed, FaZe said our biggest strength is our team play. So I suppose that's what needs to improve.
It comes down to just one map to decide who makes it straight to the grand final. Lair is our decider.
So it comes down to Lair, single map, the third map off this upper bracket final. The two best teams putting on a grand show. FaZe through the first punch. Falcons then responded. And now we head to the third and final map to determine which of these two juggernauts will book their place in the Six Invitational Grand Final.
Well, Falcons have had their number against FaZe on so many occasions. Will they add a fourth to that tally?
Their opportunity is now here, in their arena, in front of their crowd. After responding on the second map, Lair now awaits for Falcons inside Paris. They have the crowd at their back, heading into the third map. And the last chance to breathe, the last chance to collect our thoughts as we head into this map. One of these two will book their place in the Six Invitational Grand Final. Falcons looking for their second straight Grand Final appearance. For FaZe, they're looking for number 3.
Oh, so eager to jump into this third and final map. It feels so fitting for these two juggernauts. FaZe looking for the back-to-back, and they will want to book that ticket in the grand final tomorrow. And Falcons, well, they've fallen short so many times, and they want to get the job done again. I hold the belief personally that winning this matchup does give you a big advantage for that best of 5, regardless of what others may think. As we see the bands play out for this first half. Montang, Grim, Kaid, Bandit.
And Falcons on the defense.
Top floor we go for Falcons. As we heard on the desk, this is the kind of map that on a fundamental level, FaZe will likely look very comfortable on. Top floor, a good example. You have options on both sides of the map. You can slow wind and attack. You can slowly layer that utility, push the defense back, and then try to pounce on them deep into the round. See if that's the game plan, or if FaZe maybe try and switch something up here.
And top floor, 65% defensive win rate. That's the one you really want to be, need to be winning with your Falcons in this first half. But when you look at Bunk's briefing, it's 49-51. It's a 50-50 side. And Shaiko, oh, you scared me. I was reading the Knights.
Yeah, he's got it.
And on Lab, on basement, it's 55% in favor of attack. Lair is multifaceted. You got a super defensive side, you got an attacker-sided side, and then there's the neutral side. It shapes up to be one of the best maps we could have to close out this upper bracket final. Handy, through the opening 2 maps, has been the star for FaZe. 26-16. Let's be honest, they need him to hit the mark once again. Positioned over towards the mezzanine stairs. Users, if he goes for this peak, Handy is pre-placed.
Well, Users does have double ADS devices, so we'll surely wait for some kind of utility burn. Mild swing with the shotgun in hand, but patient for now. Oh, down below, Liquefac.
Liquefac, it's your left. Handy, it's your right. Oh, and Handy gets away. Liquefac cannot connect in total. Gives a chance for Handy, and you do not want to give him any second opportunity, any second chance to make amends. Deathmark immediately activated. Users been pressured towards mezzanine as well, but this time, Liquefac does connect. Headshot shuts down the Deimos, but traded immediately by Souls.
Yeah, nice trade, but it does mean that this lobby control will still be a challenge. Couple of nades taken off the board here for FaZe. This is favorable for Users, who's now able to stall out time with that utility, but FaZe have a pinch opportunity as KDS has been able to sneak forward into bathroom.
This is where Shaiko is going to need to help out and deny any kind of chance, maybe for Vidiking to cross towards mezzanine, block off Users from being able to push back up. As you said, a pinch potential because of KDS, but Bride over towards Display has cut that off. In fact, he's even just landed a wonderful Shamika launcher onto KDS, has dislodged air jab onto Users, but with the gas babe, no one can push up mezzanine. There's no positional space taken from FaZe throughout all of this.
Users is really valuing his life at the moment, and it could pay dividends for Falcons. 45 seconds on the board for FaZe.
Souls is still blocked off from pushing up main. Headshot KDS though, and the mezzanine is now open. It can be taken by FaZe. They can put direct pressure straight into the site. So Vidiking and Souls can push in, push through mezzanine.
Shaiko goes searching forward. He got flushed out of the desk position. Will tuck on the breach.
Souls was able to get another one. Now at the front doorstep. Shaiko has to hold on, but Vidiking finds the angle. FaZe have broken through the defensive lines of Falcons. Big shot from Solotov. Creates a 1v3. Vidiking on plant, and he hits the shot. So ballsy. Instead of sticking the plant, he goes gun up, finds the kill. FaZe will take top floor on the attack to kickstart Lair.
And it's another really good display of grit and determination from FaZe on the side of attack. Able to grind that round out. And it got so awkward at the beginning. Liquefac shutting down Handy, taking the Deimos and the frag grenades off the board. They were still able to layer pressure onto Users. They were able to get some value from the likes of KDS and trapping him.
But they had mezzanine trapped off. Great use from the smoke, and they had KDS trapped in bathroom. What changes the round is KDS hitting that shot in bathroom.
That he was the man to be able to flip it around. We saw Shaiko pressured. He got pressured from Vert off camera. He was forced forward. He gets caught.
No repeat. You go from the best defensive site on this map to the worst. Falcons, not the way they would have wanted to start this third map, but a dream start for FaZe. Great teamwork. Handy kind of teased out the Jackal, which is a very low peak operator, but attacker picks off. Falcons know, though, on this site, on basement, you're gonna have to play the roam. You're gonna have to play aggressive. And with no shield ops for FaZe, they too need to be careful on their entries.
Liquefac continues this lurk over towards the lobby.
And there's no one there, though.
No. That in itself can feed some information as to what kind of push FaZe may be formulating. So Liquefac hasn't gained nothing from that.
By gaining nothing, he's actually gained information.
Yeah. And then on cue, opposing corner of the map, top floor, R6, Cyber taking space on the buck.
Super important as well because there's no one top floor for Falcons. A lot of first floor presence though. So by opening up these top floorboards, you can get that information, force them back to site, put pressure on. There's a drop from Users. Bride's gone back as well. He's in lab. So Falcons are being somewhat conservative with their roam. It's not a full roam commit. They're more than happy to go back, play basement.
Yeah, it's a 3-2 split currently, but they will likely drop down here, trying to soak up a bit of time, a bit of drone economy. Some contest though. Cyber a little bit low, but Shaiko wins his duel.
Takes out Handy. Well, the start for FaZe, 0-2 to start. Falcons are going to make the most of it. They couldn't capitalize in the opening round. Despite Handy now 2 opening deaths straight, FaZe still lead. And we know, and we spoke about it, they're very, very good at bringing back these 4v5 differentials throughout the SI.
It's a matter of conversion for Falcons. They can bunker down on objective, play into the utility that they have on offer. 3 gas babes available for Brede and Nitro for users who've got Goyo canisters still established from Solotov. This is good positioning for Falcons. That being said, there are vert options for FaZe. And if Cyber can open up some nice angles, maybe create a bit of space for his team, it could be a difference maker.
4 bullets left though in the skeleton key, so limited now, and he has to really make sure he makes the most of this. And he does get the kill onto Solotov. So there has now been enough space opened up to make the most of it. Big kill back for FaZe heading into execute.
45 seconds on the board. 3 Candelas up for Vidaking. Can FaZe somehow wrangle back this round?
Cyber lurks reception. Has one coming towards him in Lickifak. Just around the door. Hasn't moved just yet. Flash though. That kind of lets Lickifak know that his position is under threat.
Lickifak goes directly back there though. He wants to commit to the play.
Cyber pushing up. They take contact. Cyber just holding this space, denying Lickifak. He just sprints into him. FaZe have opened up the site again. 8 seconds and Brede shut down by KDS. It's a 2-0 start for FaZe on Lair. The home crowd is so disappointed.
Very quiet. But it finally feels in a weird way that we have returned to a sense of normality in this series. We are finally seeing a map where at least so far in the opening 2 rounds, FaZe have struggled. Falcons have gathered the advantage onto Handy, who, mind you, has been the best player for FaZe in the series so far, but then unable to convert. FaZe having a phenomenal read, able to lay a util site, making it work. That is why FaZe are so deadly at this event.
Unfortunately,
Someone get this man a new mouse.
another issue with the mouse, it seems, as we head into the tech pause. For what's shaping up to be a pretty long best of 3 series, going the distance, all 3 maps. A couple of issues along the way as well. Of course, it was users that had the mouse bug issue. I think it was map number 2 from memory. A chance, though, for Falcons to mentally reset. They cannot talk, they cannot strategize, but internally, individually, they just kind of think their way through. It's only 2 rounds. They'll go back top 4. Master and R6 need to win that site. Never has there been as much pressure to win a round 3 site.
Yeah.
Is that Rob Monday in the crowd on the right?
Again, we apologize for the technical pause, and hopefully users is able to resolve that mouse issue promptly. You're right though, this next round, it feels very impactful. Even just from the mental standpoint for Falcons, just having a bit of confidence to then carry forward across the rest of this half can be impactful. They are a team that can really hit that flow state and be difficult to take down, but if it starts to be disrupted, regathering that form and rekindling that spark can sometimes be a problem for them.
I mean, that's a factor, but it's more important for me from a site perspective.
Yeah.
65% defensive win rate on Master R6. You've lost it once, you cannot afford to lose it a second time.
The old blow into it strat.
I mean, I
do wonder, is this the backup mouse? And in which case, is there a backup for the backup? Probably not.
You certainly wouldn't want to be playing with, a default mouse that's kind of there as the backup for the backup. At this point, 2-0 down in an upper bracket final at the Six Invitational. So far, the crowd has been fantastic here in Paris. Cheering on Falcons, but so far not a lot to cheer about on the 3rd map. Loud in voice, of course, on border. Users has now dropped out of the lobby. Hopefully the next time we see him join back in, the mouse is fine.
But a great start for FaZe. And I think what you pointed out is perfect. Back to normality. We were speaking through a lot of the statistics, not just us, but also on the desk pre-series. A lot of the win cons for this FaZe roster throughout Six Invitational so far, 15th for opening kills. They just usually don't get them. We go to Bank, and they just dominated on opening kills. Second best attacking team, but had struggles. Most importantly, to start on Lair, 2 opening deaths, 2 round wins. That's the FaZe that we're used to seeing. They are able to bring rounds back from deficits. And that's the worry then for Falcons, because if FaZe are getting their win conditions back, and Falcons have got their win conditions, they're the 3rd best team at opening kills at the event overall. They have a 78% conversion rate. You go bang, bang, but you also go lose, lose. That's a concern. And it's almost like this tug of war between trying to get each other's strengths to overwhelm the other. And right now, FaZe are winning that tug of war. Heading into this 3rd site, if FaZe win Master R6 again, it puts Falcons in a horrible position.
That does seem to be the objective of choice for Falcons.
Well, Tachanka's locked in, by the way, so...
So yeah, I don't anticipate that to shift. Top floor is certainly the expectation. I mean, in terms of just a bit of a snapshot, I suppose, for the stats so far here on Lair.
Oh no, there's more people there. That's never a good sign.
Not a good sign.
Not a good sign.
KDS leading the lobby at the moment, a 179 EPS, 3-0 for him so far. Veto King as well, trailing not too far behind, 176, again, 3-0. Those two also with a 100% survival rate, alongside Souls, who has stayed alive at the conclusion of both rounds so far, netting a total of 2 kills.
Well, the crowd doing their best to keep spirits up during this technical pause. Again, apologies for the delay, pretty evident. Little mouse issue for users. Well, I say little mouse issue, but it's turning into a pretty big mouse issue. And when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 admins standing around, they're struggling to figure out what is going on.
Of course, we will relay any updates as we get them, but as it stands, Users is still no longer in the lobby as they look to diagnose this problem and hopefully find a solution. Users himself, funnily enough, going 15-16 in the series so far, 2-1 on entry, 64% cost, actually leading the way for Falcons, so he's had rather consistent impact over the course of this match so far.
Overall summary for the series, 2 rounds into the 3rd map. Handy stuck on 26 kills, of course, the opening death through the previous 2 rounds. He had a 6-1 entry start, by the way, guys. Now make that 6-3, of course, with the 2 opening deaths. And his cost has actually now dropped to 64% behind KDS and Veto King, who have got 68% apiece, and both now going positive. For the side of Falcons, Solotov's been their best, 22 and 18, but 3-4 on the entry. Their best entry player has been Shaiko at 4-2. He's going 17-17. But like I pointed out, pre-match, he only has a 60% cost overall at the event, and that's maintained here as well, 60% cost. But he's tied with Solotop, he's tied with Bride, and Liquifax down at 52%, tied with Cyber and Souls. And also 3-6 on the entry for poor old Liquifax.
Well, a positive
back
update.
on the way.
Yeah, Users back in the lobby. The timer has ticked down, and we've loaded in to top floor. The site of choice for Falcons and a repeat for them.
Must win.
After round 1. And it's teetering on that territory, right? If Falcons lose this reattempt, the path forward for them in this series looks very, very tumultuous.
Let's see what they've got in the 3rd round. Lost it in the opening. To be completely honest, they lost it to a FaZe round where they played so well.
10 seconds to insertion.
Opening kill went the way of Liquifax onto Handy.
5 seconds left.
But KDS got himself out of trouble in bathroom. With that, they took mezzanine control, went direct, and just cleaned up the defense of Falcons. Falcons need to be wary of that. And the crowd get behind them.
All eyes on Handy. 0-2 on entry so far. very, very limited impact on the Deimos here on Lair, an operator who can be so powerful with those death marks. Don't discount the impact of the frag grenades as well. It's a similar standoff to last time. Uses main stairs,
but he doesn't have smokes this time.
Lurk.
He doesn't have smokes. He's playing the Denari. He does have tripwire connectors.
Doesn't have the catch. No double ADS device set up this time around.
Now, the barbed wire stops Handy from being able to just kind of lurk push up, but if that gets stopped,
which it does,
and which it has, Useless is going to start to feel a little bit not scared, but certainly more concerned.
Potentially,
It does have Shaiko on the other side of Mezzanine, which he has been droned out, so Shaiko's position is known. Handy will know. There is a double stack at Mezzanine.
Shaiko targeted, he falls back. Will Handy now look to make a play and create space? Again, he has the double frag grenades to try and flush Users out.
Users now knows that Handy's there. It would have got called out because of the death mark on Shaiko. Now giving away his own position means 100% Users knows he's under the pump here. 9 seconds left though, FaZe have taken their time. Users gonna get flushed out. That's gonna be the fire from Souls. As Users gets caught over towards the Mezzanine, Shaiko couldn't get back over to help. Legacies is also down, and once again, Falcons falling on this top floor. FaZe just keep finding these avenues, and it's down to Shaiko, Brita, and Solotov.
And that's the beauty of still having the Deimos available. FaZe are looking to crush Falcons.
Push forward now from Handy. Shaiko, is he aware of this? Solotov got his one. Users now finished off. Oh, Shaiko swung! But Handy puts him to bed. Solotov finds his second and keeps the round alive. 50 seconds. Have they got the ability to fall back, play sight, and use that Shamika launcher on Bride?
Bride is dumping utility towards default. That's an unlikely win condition now for FaZe, but they have the man count to counteract that. They can maybe frag out, they can look to go deep. There's options available still to FaZe, and they will look to pivot accordingly.
Solotov's the front man, though. To get to Bride, you almost have to go through. Oh, Solotov swung! He catches KDS at the window! Souls can get the trade, needs to get the trade. But Solotov is going to be wary of this as Vidiking is now deep sight inside of Master. He's dropped the kit temporarily into the final 20 seconds.
Now it's a standoff, 2 versus 2, 15 seconds for FaZe.
They've got the smokes from the Capital if required, but Souls will go for the plant. Holding, watching, is Vidiking. Solotov's got 4. The plant will go down, but 2v1. Souls is already clutched though. From a position similar to this, they both find themselves low. Need to push together. Can Souls find the 1v1s up close? That's one. One more left. Solotov, he needs the ace clutch, or they find themselves 3-0 down. He has to clutch this. 4 Falcons at the door. He can't. Souls has done it again. It's 3-0 to FaZe.
Massive round for FaZe. It felt like a must-win for Falcons, and to lose it in that fashion is really going to test their mental. Do they have it within them now to dig deep, bounce back, and get at least 2 rounds in this half? That is the bare minimum now for Falcons.
Deimos and Miro the bands. It's timeout. The last time they'll hear from Julio.
And play aggro, okay? Or like mid-round retake. Because we are playing fallback and then you guys are saying, oh, let's aggro, and we are not aggro, and then the guy aggro is dying alone. Like, just fucking put the ball on the table. They were using a lot of demos to first kill the guy, and now I think they're gonna full use Tokabi. So, like, for example, for basement, just flood everywhere above, okay, guys? I don't want to play fallback, pussy, and then they open everything and we die like inside, you know? Let's just play full, like,
I'll let you play going inside, brother. Just play inside.
What's the visual? Remember the flash, okay?
To do? We do Furia? You should do Furia, we should just retake whatever inside with
flash to retake shit.
For me, but they should play Goyo, so I can play Ella whatever, I can just run around.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go, guys. I'm putting...
Well then, the messaging sounding very similar to Border.
Sounds very chaotic.
Chaotic, sure. But the messaging is clear. Let's not fall back. Let's continue to aggress and contest. Yes, we banned out the Deimos. Let's now anticipate the Dokkaebi. I like it's a fighting mentality from Julio. Now it's up to Falcons to translate that into the server.
Big round from Solotov, collecting 4 kills. Had the chance in the 1v1 against Souls, who was low on health. As soon as he stepped in front of that doorway, Souls was able to do it once again. Another clutch from Souls, as he did back on Border. 3-0 lead for FaZe. Twice taking top floor. It's all set up for them. Let's be real, 4 rounds away now from booking their place in a 3rd consecutive SI Grand Final. Falcons will have to dig deep, deeper than maybe they've ever been before. They have to dig deeper than they've ever done before. They are so down bad here right now. No round wins from 2 attempts on the top floor.
It would certainly go down as one of the better comebacks from this roster if they can get the job done.
They're going to have to emulate it in the second half.
Yeah. It's a tall mountain to climb for Falcons. We return to basement and FaZe already with good lurk pressure. Over towards barrels and warehouse, spearheaded by Cyber, who's had some good lurk plays so far in this series.
And they need a round win for the mental. You heard the communications during that timeout. A little panicky, very nervous, chaotic. I feel like you lose this, you almost start to go on tilt. And it's very difficult to then play from against FaZe.
Some vert pressure here, deploying users, briefing. Has line of sight down below. Spots some information. How do Falcons look to react on a bit of a peel back towards sight, but it's Solus to find the first. Look at Facts down.
That's a Solus as well. So now a lack of information. You don't have that Solus anymore. Over towards Missile. It's FaZe that are putting direct pressure towards basement. They want to force Falcons back to sight. Or at least put pressure on those that are still there. They're not worried at all about this first floor, except for Handy. Push in for KDS, gets rid of the F not mine. They've lost Shaiko, he's 1-4. He hasn't made a dent into FaZe here on lair. The star for Falcons is shining in users and Solotov, but not Shaiko and Leaky back. It's others that are standing up. Solotov now 6-3 in a 3v3. But they lose Breeder. KDS gets rid of Solotov up close. FaZe just keep on bringing that pressure.
And Falcons can't withstand it. Users falls 1v3.
Has to hit that one. Cannot. Swinging KDS. And dare I say, this one is looking very likely now for FaZe.
They are looking red hot.
Do Falcons have the mental game? That's the big test. And in these big games, to be the best, you need a strong mental. And maybe there's a reason why this team keeps finishing second.
Well, the crowd has not given up. Now it's up to Falcons to return the favor. 0-4 down, defense on lair. It doesn't get much more grim than that. Sharp shot from Souls. Credit goes to Solotov and users. They were impactful on that first floor. But as FaZe so often do, they found that pocket of space, they took it, they exploited it, and they cut them off.
So when it gets to 3v3, little response from Falcons. FaZe don't just go, oh, let's sit back. No, they double down.
Yeah, exactly. They shovel in. Classic FaZe in that round. And it's why it works so well.
10 seconds.
So consistent at it, always in sync.
Located by attackers.
A 4-round lead. Red hot. Falcons, I'm not sure they can do it. Let's find out.
It's such a long way back. We go bunks briefing for the first time in the 5th round. Maybe this will be the site where Falcons can find success. 2 attempts on basement, fail. 2 attempts on the top floor, fail. At minimum, they really need to win these next 2 rounds if they're going to have any hope going into the second half. They're so far behind the 8 ball now. They're getting nothing out of Brede, Shaiko, and Licky Fact. FaZe all over them. And guess what? It's without Handy. Only 1 kill. Who had 26 coming into this, averaging 13 a map. He's got 1, and they're 4-0 up.
Their top-rated player, 15th at the event. Reflective of just how much of a true team effort it is for FaZe and why they are so threatening. In the biggest games, in the biggest moments, they know how to deliver. And they're doing here on lair.
We heard Julio in the tactical timeout. You've got to stay on that front foot. Why are we falling back? Be more aggressive. This is the round to do it, to show that there's still hope, still belief. Users trying to get information on the Solus. Handy, again, so patient, but finally success. And it seems to be Solotov the one that is answering the call. He has 7 kills, the rest have 3 combined.
A shining light for Falcons, but it's a FaZe 4v5. We've seen it time and time again.
That's the problem.
They'll fight back.
Handy Top of green stairs. As Vidaking makes his way through ops, they've got mezzanine control with Souls.
Site completely vacant, mind you.
Yeah,
as is typical on this side.
But you want the top floor control. Hence now the push coming from FaZe. Again, a response. They got rid of Solotov. Users as well will fall. Handy just went direct towards Bugs, catches him off guard as LickyFat can make nothing work. Handy falls, so does Shaiko. It's down to Bride. FaZe just sliced their way through this defense again. A 1v3 opportunity for Bride. But let's be real, on this map, nothing is working for Falcons as FaZe have just been so dominant.
He at least has top control, a Nitro cell, but that doesn't land. Vidaking plant.
And the plant will be safe. It will not be denied. Drop down, desperate times, Bride, turnaround shot, doesn't matter. Headshot from Cyber. The Brazilians are flexing their muscles in Paris against the Parisians. 5 straight on map 3. Julia cannot believe it. This crowd cannot believe it.
Oh, he looks shattered. Julio looks absolutely shattered.
This crowd's gone silent.
Wow.
On another big stage game, these Falcons cannot escape the pressure, even in front of their home crowd. And while this upper bracket final comes with redemption in the lower bracket final, you can't help but feel the scars of this Falcon roster continue to surface when we get to these big games.
Add that one to the show reel. It's another FaZe 4v5. Unbelievable just how strong they are at the disadvantage time and time again. Phenomenal work.
All the stats coming into this game. Falcons, better defense. Falcons, better opening kills. Falcons, better multi-kills. Falcons, better plans. Better death trade percentage. Equal tied on 1vx's. Only 2 stats that they were lower than FaZe. Opening kill conversion by 2%. Nothing. 80% to 78%. And attacker win rate, 2% as well. All the other categories, Falcons have been better. These big moments, that's where FaZe are at their best, and that's where Falcons continue to shrink.
Well, it was Leo that said it on the desk. FaZe are the sleeping giants, and they are now hurtling themselves towards that hammer. If they play like this, it's difficult to foresee any team in a best of 5 being able to take down these guys. We return to top floor. There's one more opportunity for Falcons to get a buffer.
And they've just said, you know what, screw it, bring the clash, put him over towards ops, keep mezzanine control for as long as possible. Users with the catch as well, helping the fact that he can't be cleared as easily. So they've really changed up their mindset. But users caught at mezzanine from Handy below. But Handy might not be aware of this, so LickyFat will sprint on over immediately. He will go for the revive. But Cyber finds Shaiko, 1 and 6. Shaiko cannot get anything to work on Lair.
So much time for FaZe, and now they have the advantage. They have control over towards ops. They have route now towards a default finish in this round. Falcons now need to get active on defense.
But they just look like they're scrambling. They look like they're panicking. LickyFat with the shield up means he can no longer be as aggressive. You've got Bride that's going to be with the Shamika launcher. So how many guns are realistically up right now for FaZe? It's Solotov and a low health users.
Solotov goes and plays Skybridge. That could be an ace up the sleeve here for Falcons. Don't discount this impact.
And look at the utility for FaZe. So many flashes. Bolts available for Capitao. You've still got a frag grenade from KDS. And air jab as well.
Solotov will have line of sight onto the default plan here. If played correctly, he's the one to win the round for Falcons. There's so much pressure on Solotov in this moment if FaZe ultimately do shape up for that plan.
FaZe, of course, have got mezzanine control. They've been able to do it every single time on this top floor. Solotov, can he find a kill? It's necessary. It needs to be now. It has to be now. He's right there. Doesn't swing right. Sees him. Shoots him. Vidaking dead. There's the response, but no. The
doesn't land onto Solotov. As we head into the final 30 seconds, Liquifak also with SMG up, finds a crucial kill.
Handy goes deep. Can FaZe hold the cross for the plan?
Handy though, his position not aware, not known. Solotov sprints on in, dies, goes too easily down into the final 10 seconds. It's must-win territory for Falcons. Liquifak trying to be the nuisance. Cyber though, he gets a quad. It's all too easy for the reigning champions. 6 straight rounds, and this crowd at the Adidas Arena is dead quiet. 6-match series, grand final appearance points. FaZe on the verge of 3 straight grand final appearances.
Another deadly attack from FaZe to cap off a perfect half. They look amazing right now. And you're right, you could hear a pin drop in this arena. It's 1-6 for Shaiko. The whole team struggling to have impact. I cannot fathom just how one-sided this map is playing out.
You know, the last time that FaZe played this map, you want to know, guys? It was back in groups against G2. They lost it. 7-0. What a turnaround to then go upper bracket final against Falcons, and now 6-0 up. The last time Falcons played this, it was 7-1 over Elevate. Admittedly, was the worst team at the event, but still dominated on Lair. 1 for Brede, 1 for Shaiko, 1 for users in an upper bracket final map 3. FaZe have just been too good. They've been far too good, and it's been that team effort that we spoke about pre-match. While the first 2 maps was the Handy show, everyone else has now risen. 6-2 for KDS. Cyber's 8-2, Souls is 9-1, Bitter King's positive. The irony is Handy, the star on the first 2, is the only one negative. And they go straight to top floor, the best defensive site. This has 7-0 all over it, and what does that then do to the mental of Falcons going down to the lower bracket?
Does it start to plant the seed of doubt as to whether or not Falcons can even make the grand final on home
Fluxo
soil?
and Secret are sitting back thinking we can probably get them. The crowd goes quiet if they don't get rounds. They go quiet if they don't have success. They're vulnerable in the big games.
Loading new mag.
And FaZe now, provided they close this out, are the dead set, overwhelming favorites to claim a 2nd straight hammer. Let's be honest. The way they've been playing, straight through the upper bracket.
So an aggressive ops extension here from FaZe with the keeper barriers and the mirror window. The Shamika launcher as well, layering so much utility to try and stall out the push from Falcons, to stall out the push forward from Shaiko, trying to make his life as difficult as possible down below.
Okay, that's 1, and pretty early in the round. There's 2 minutes left, so you get rid of Cyber, you can start to put pressure onto Mezzanine through the skeleton key of Liquifak. He does still need to be careful. Now, Veto King and Souls can certainly shoot back from above. Drone comes through. There's got to be always that little doubt in your mind if you're facing it. Okay, well, let's make sure we lock this up as quick as possible. They more than anyone know about what comebacks can look like in this game.
So here comes the ops control, finally, from Falcons at the midpoint of the round. They can push forward and start thinking about hard breach in towards that default position. Liquifak as well is still lurking below, and that can come into play later in the round.
They've given up
Souls Master off.
They've given up Mez. It's a right play for FaZe. They say, okay, there's just about a minute left. They're gonna overnumber us in that position. Let's fall back. KDS will go display, Handy will play server, and they'll kind of play as a 2-2 split towards the side, but KDS caught by Shaiko. Well, the pressure's off now, Falcons, isn't it? Because you're 6-0 down, you have to go for it. It might have been a little too late, and still not done just yet. Big kill for Souls. He maintains his position in sight, and Liquifak is still below. So it's only technically a 3v3 directly on this top floor.
Shamika Launcher is breaking up this attack. Handy elsewhere with the Nitro in hand, looking to have impact himself. 40 seconds on the clock and a clean shot from Brede.
Time will become a factor for sure, though. If they leave this too late, need to push in. 30 seconds, go, go, go. You've got to try and make sure you push past the Shamika launcher. Here comes Handy. Push up, close, headshot onto Shaiko. Gets rid of the Grim. 3v2. Falcons still have the extra player, but Handy is just so good. It's going to be down to the 1v1. Brede
going for the plant inside of Mask as Vidiking makes his move. The Shamika launcher couldn't end it. It pushes him off, and indeed 7-0. FaZe are into their third straight SI Grand Final, and it's so well deserved for the best team in Rainbow Six Siege as Falcons get taught a lesson and are sent to the lower bracket.
Absolutely no doubt that FaZe well and truly deserve that series win, and that will be a shattering result for Falcons.
7-0?
How do they rebound in the lower bracket?
In their home arena, in their home country. What is going on? That shouldn't happen. They go lower bracket now. And with it all to prove, all to respond to, everyone after today will be saying and continue to say that Falcons cannot get it done in the big matches, guys. That is their concern to deal with moving forward. But for FaZe, they're the best. They have now got a third straight SI Grand Final position locked up, and so deserved.
And the back-to-back for FaZe. Oh, it looks so tantalizing. The way they have been playing at this event and their ability to win so many rounds from uncomfortable positions will serve them so well in a best of 5, in high-pressure moments. They go in, for me, as the favorite to lift that hammer.
It doesn't matter who they play for me. Going into that grand final now, doesn't matter if it's Fluxo, doesn't matter if it's Secret, certainly doesn't matter if it's Falcons. FaZe are the dead set favorites. It's on them to make it now 2 straight in a row from Boston to Paris, looking to do it again after what felt like maybe should have been a win in Sao Paulo, but that fueled them to greater and greater heights as we go to Ian with an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. The Brazilians looking as dominant and as dangerous as ever. FaZe Clan officially the villains here in Paris, silencing the majority of this crowd, sending Falcons into the lower bracket. They have got some work to do coming into tomorrow, that is for sure. I'm standing by with KDS. KDS, you said before this matchup that you were not concerned about an away crowd. You've been here before, you know what it takes to distance yourself from the noise. How do you manage to do it?
I think we just focus on our play, and I think we just focus on us. We know we are a great team, so I think this is the main focus for us. Is just.
Well, we're celebrating 10 years of Six Invitationals here, and look, chances to make true history in this scene are few and far between, and you've got a real chance to make some true history on Sunday. In the grand final, of course, you have booked your spot. A chance to raise that hammer and become the second team to ever do it back to back. Can you do it, and why?
I think we can do it because we are the best team like in the last year. We have the best players, and we're going to win Sunday.
Who will be your opponents in the grand final?
Falcons, for sure. I think they are the second best team in the world right now. I don't know in Sunday, but I think Falcons we are going to finals.
All right, congratulations to KDS and to FaZe Clan for booking their spot in the grand finals.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, congratulations to FaZe. They are the first team to lock in that grand final spot. They take the day off tomorrow, and on Sunday they have a chance to lift that hammer yet again.
That map was a statement.
Yes.
They needed one.
7-0.
7-0 to finish it, and the way they did it as well. The attacks absolutely flawless. The way they were doing it, the pacing, the diversity, everything we were wishing to see. We saw it from FaZe, and we did not see it from Falcons.
They're no mugs, are they? They've got the composure, they've got the diversity, like you say, in their strat pool, in their operator pool, in the way that they approach the game, and they do everything as a team. I think that's the biggest strength that they've got. And we end up saying this at the end of every tournament. The team that comes out on top in these big tournaments, it's team play. It's not about individualism. It's not about one entry popping off. It's about the team dynamic and trusting each other in the process. That's exactly what FaZe did, even after they lost their own map pick.
And on one side, you see a team, and then on the other one, you look at those highlights, and how many 1v1s do you see taken by Falcons?
Yeah.
It's been a consistent issue, no trades, and that team play that used to be such a big strong suit that we saw on Border just disappeared in that game. It was the life that they had. They've lost it now. They're still in the tournament, they can still make it. But FaZe, what a statement. What a consistency.
That's the third grand final of a Six Invitational in a row for this roster, which is an unbelievable achievement. But for a mad comeback 2 years ago, we could be talking about, you know, potentially come Sunday, a free time in a row. I think maybe this team doesn't get as much respect as they deserve. I think maybe they're not the flashiest team. They don't play as FPS siege as, you know, some of the other Brazilian teams, but fundamentally they are sound.
And very similar to that, flying under the radar, is Handy.
Yeah.
Handy with 32 kills. Handy's so consistent, especially on the first 2 maps. And just like FaZe, no one really mentioned that guy as being one of the best, if not the best Brazilian player. Yeah, he's the most consistent day after day at this event and all the way here to the first day of the finals.
Well, we highlighted him at the beginning with those entries, so he's kept consistent throughout this whole match, but it's a big celebration for FaZe. You already talked about it, 3 SI finals in a row. That is absolutely incredible. I mean, we talk about making history at the 10th Six Invitational. That is for sure a way to make history without even having lifted the hammer yet this
That's the thing. If they lift the hammer, they will break basically the dynasty that G2 and Penta had. They will be the first team to do it under the same name, twice as FaZe. But most importantly, already here, like you said, they make history. 3 Six Invitational finals, just let that sink in. Who can say the same exact 5 players have the consistency and the hunger to be driven all the way to an SI Grand Final 3 years in a row? That's completely insane.
It's an incredible amount of longevity, isn't it, that we see in today's Siege. We see teams chopping and changing styles, and the meta has evolved over that 3-year period. But this team has stayed the same, stayed consistent and true to their beliefs, their way of playing Siege. And, you know, they deserve it. Of course, they will get that map advantage in the upper bracket as well. You know, we'll go into it on Sunday, how effective maybe that's been, but they will get that all the same.
Now, as the day is concluding, we can have a look at our bracket and see where we find ourselves today, because we started the competition today with 6 teams. We have 4 left. A lot of housekeeping today. We said goodbye to the only remaining team of NA in wildcard. We sent Furia home as well, which, by the way, I don't think we've realized that yet, or we've stopped to think about.
I mean, that was a monumental victory for Fluxo W7M to beat that team that we've said they've been the little brother of for so long. They get over the line, they finally do it. You know, there's maybe a fairy tale story for Palu coming. Would have to play through 2 European teams, so, you know, a little bit of European bias. Don't hope they do it, but yeah. Of course, Falcons, they do now get the opportunity to make that lower bracket run.
Yeah. It will be a crazy matchup, I will say. This W7M Fluxo and also Secret, 2 teams that are probably some of the fastest paced, the more aggressive, incredible fragger on both sides, all the way to a lower bracket final. I'm excited for tomorrow, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams, potentially 6 map for 1 team tomorrow going into our schedule for the matches. But today really is our longest day, right? We've had those 3 best of 3s, 2 of them also going the full distance. We're not 100% done yet. I mean, we've had 1 late show earlier at this event with our beloved Miloš. We'll have another one here, so if you can't get enough of any Siege, you don't want to miss this before we do come back tomorrow, make sure to stick around. Very soon we'll have the late show with Miloš, and it's going to talk to some developers, and I won't spoil too much. Some of your favorite content creators might be there as well. For now, we say thank you for watching, and we hope to see you again tomorrow here from the Adidas Arena. Good night.
Bonsoir, hello, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the SI Late Show. We're live in Paris, and of course, this is our pop-up store. We kind of set up an entire studio in the background of this wonderful space where there's a lot of great merch. If you're here with us in Paris, you have to go and take a look. And if not, maybe in the next event, you can go and check it out. We want to have more of those in the future. But thank you so much for joining us this evening. I know we had some great matches today. Sorry, Team Falcons fans out there. Sorry, Adrien Rousseau. I know you're watching right now. Heartbreak, but they'll play in the lower bracket. It's okay. We love you. Anyways, I'm not alone, as with every late show, because tonight is a special one, just like all three of them are. I'm Milos, your host. By my side, the wonderful Foxy. Look at him. He's a pretty boy. He came in right from the arena. Love to see you. Titanium Rolo. Miss Pigeon herself is joining us on the show this evening. And then the one and only, the Invitational 2017 Grand Champion, King George. George Cass, how are you tonight?
Good, man. Good. So all the way back in the 1700s, I won. 2017, 1700s, same thing.
Might as well been. What was the meta like back then?
Pretty much NVK, go kill everybody.
Recruit Shield?
Yeah.
He used to play Recruit.
No. Well, that was Young. Young played Recruit Shield. Yeah. Remember that?
God,
that was the best.
Yeah,
Recruit.
remember something that Laxing said on the broadcast, and then you reacted to. 6-7, Fox does the thing. Why did you do that?
He said 6-7. It was just instinct to do this. That being said, I think it's worse that you thought of 6-7 off of me saying 5-7, the gun in the game.
Yeah. And now, look, this is my show, so I can always redirect the anger another way.
Right.
Remember Pistol Recoil? That was awful.
Yeah, that was interesting. If you took it out, you were just praying you'd hit something.
You had players that legitimately in every region were known for their pistol play. It's crazy. We're going off topic for a second here in our nostalgia because we're old. At least I am, and George is as well. My friends, before we start off, what is essentially the first segment of our show tonight, it's all about kind of going through the memories. It's also Friday the 13th, so that we're going to do something special about that. We're going to rate the esports skins from the very beginning, really, of the share program here in Siege. But first, a little introduction anecdote from your experience in Siege. Fox, would you like to do us the honors?
Again, not sure what anecdote means.
It is a personal story relating to a certain topic.
Right.
Topic being Siege.
I think just the story of playing Siege and just starting out into it and then essentially just being so good at it in regular rank games that someone was like, hey, you should try competitive, and going from there. And my career as a pro player to now, essentially my life was made because of Siege. So
how many events did you win?
One DreamHack Montreal. Well, I won a bunch of Canadian ones. I was the best Canadian player besides Canadian, but he won real tournaments.
You're not even the top in Canada.
I'm the top in Canada.
Top in the
Canada.
Greater Montreal, Quebec area.
No, top in Canada, but Canadian is the best Canadian player. I mean, he's the best player, I'd say.
Yeah.
Of Siege. So
fair enough. You teamed with Canadian. Actually, yeah, that's the anecdote I'll pull towards.
Okay.
For you, George, I was mentioning that you won the very first Invitational on PC. You were teaming up with Canadian in the day. You got a lot of anecdotes, though. Now you're streaming. You're retired. Man's got 3 kids.
Yep.
Wonderful family. Great food that gets delivered. You got the life done.
It's true. Yeah. So, and it's funny. So we were talking about him earlier, but I'll mention Adam. So Adam is actually the reason. I don't think I ever told the story a few times why I actually started playing Siege. So funny enough, I actually walked into a Best Buy and got a physical card code with a copy of Rainbow Six when it was in beta. So I scratched off the code, installed the game, and I played a little bit. I'm like, this is one of the best games I've ever played. And I tried to get other people to play with me when it got into a more open beta, and pretty much nobody would want to play with me, right? And Adam, in his typical fashion, didn't want to play the beta, but bought the game right when it came out. So it forced me to also buy the game. And that is the reason that I actually ended up playing. He quit after a week. I obviously came back, but
yes.
I literally just kept playing it. We used to play Counter-Strike before that.
That's
now
cool.
that Adam is the reason that I played Rainbow Six and why I'm here today.
That's wonderful. Adam, I mean, in terms of old school viewers and esports people within Siege, there's a lot of memories around Adam. There's, of course, literally a spot that was called Adam, and that was in Clubhouse. And guess what? Literally the next season, Clubhouse got remade into 2.0, so sorry, Adam. But we still call that spot basically blue stairs and the walkway down into the generator. Entire stairs did not exist, so that entire area was just the window and then the door and a storage zone. And that part you can kind of really sneak your way in. He loved the rat plays when it was possible. And now basically under that shelving unit, we still call that Adam as a honorary to our wonderful Adam. Hope he's doing well out there. We love you, Adam. It's been a while. Ms. Rollo.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Could you have any cool stories to tell when it comes to your relationship with Siege?
I guess, sure. So mine is kind of similar to yours in the sense of I literally just make videos in my bedroom about a game that I really love. And my friend used to be like, oh, you're so knowledgeable at the game, so maybe share this knowledge with people. So I was like, okay. So I started posting a video literally one a day back in 2023. I like kind of dabbled in videos before then, but mainly like streaming. And I literally just make these videos in my bedroom, and now it's my job. And there was a moment in 2024 when I went to the SI in Brazil, and it was in Sao Paulo, and we went to like this massive skyscraper. I went up in a lift, and as the doors open, I was just like, holy shit. Like, I can't believe I am here because of Rainbow Six Siege making some random videos in my room about like a passion. And I think that burnt in my brain, and I'll remember that forever because I'm from a very, very small town. Like I grew up in a very small place. Hardly anyone lives there. And the fact I've gone from there to Sao Paulo of all places is my first ever event just from making some videos. That's wild. And I don't think I'll ever take that for granted. So all thanks to Siege.
All thanks to Siege. I think all of our lives have changed because of this game. I've found my wonderful wife through this game, through our experience in it. You know, I've got to meet Fox. I got to meet all of you through it. I made some great friends for life. And Intero. It kind of happens. But thank you for that, Rollo, because this game really has changed lives in many, many ways. And we really have to appreciate sometimes, really take that distance from it for a moment and realize all that it has changed. You know, from one lore master to another, you are, in my mind, a great lore master for the game itself and how it functions. I call myself that for the history of the game and esports. Would you concur? Come on, you can toot my horn here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've been doing the broadcast side of things since like the start of it. So
since
I'd say you're very
1992.
very knowledgeable about the game.
Well, thank you, Fox. At least about its history.
About its history, for sure.
Yeah.
Now the game knowledge,
awful. Completely different thing. What's your favorite kind of lore bit about Siege?
So there's often like the whole like debate like, oh, Siege doesn't have any lore, but actually it has a really in-depth lore. And obviously I've learned so much of this thanks to Kudos and his whole lore videos. But every operator has a lore, and it actually goes quite deep, and some of it's based on, well, loosely based on real events or can be related to real events. And I think learning the lore of the different people, but knowing that could actually be someone's real life and how they all work together and stuff like that. I love that about Siege. Like, Siege is so diverse, but so is the community, so are the events, and so is the community. Like, each one of us builds as well. Like, it's super diverse. So the kind of lore of the people is my favorite part.
One of my favorite pieces of content videos ever made around Siege, I think it was like the first, I guess, very much dedicated piece of video that was made was Hammer and Scalpel. You remember? That was a piece with Dokabi and was it with Sledge? Or was it Thatcher? Yes. So it's Thatcher and Dokabi, and the whole idea is she's the scalpel where she measures 1,000,000 times and then does the one cut, and then on the other side, Thatcher is kind of the old man that bashes through things in his own way, and that was a great cinematic that ended up only being a few minutes long.
Since we're talking about lore, I actually have a question because I feel like no one really has a good answer. I always thought at the start of the game that Pulse and Hibana were dating.
Well,
I'm so glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I figured this would be the right crowd to ask.
So Pulse and Hibana were dating.
Right.
There was actually an Easter egg on Fortress. It's still there in the remaster. It's just harder to get to. But there's a piano, and if you break it, there's a photograph of Pulse and Hibana, and also Thermite. And they used to do like birthday challenges, and they had a Valentine's challenge for Pulse and Hibana, but they broke up. Now, some people think that they had a child together, but they did not. That was in Extraction, and that is not the canon to Siege. But they have now broken up, and that's why he kind of like joined Nighthaven, as he didn't know how to express himself, so he joined
Wow.
Nighthaven. Yeah.
Scandalous.
Men will join Nighthaven and not go to therapy. What's going on in there? We gotta look through that. Anyways, there's a lot of stuff that I want to look through also tonight with you because it is Friday the 13th, and so we're gonna have to take a look at some of the worst pro plays ever. I promise you're not in them, George. However, before we kick off with that, I wanted to look back at the R6 share program and some of the skins that came out in there, kind of rate them all in between us and really focus on you guys when it comes to rating them. So I want you to be very honest. I want you to go through things one by one, and we're going to just put them up on the screen for you. I believe this is from the latest video that came out last September. I think we're looking at, the FaZe Lion set.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's pretty cool.
What do we think? Rating out of 10 for all of them.
Oh, we think this is tough.
I think this is a 9.
What's the character's name from Watch Dogs 2?
I don't
Great
play Watch Dogs.
question.
It's great game, by the way.
my God.
You can also
Liam?
invade other players online. I promise you, I don't work for Ubisoft personally, but it's a great game. I'm telling you.
I don't like this one.
Really?
I like the headgear with the red eyes, like the red
Yeah.
X's, but it's just a bit basic.
I love when orgs are able to take a headgear and change it than the default headgear, add little things like this. The X's for me is something that sells it.
Mhm.
I like the almost like spaceman look, and then it's a little bit of like a chromatic pattern
Mhm.
on his body and his gun.
The
I don't know.
headgear definitely like saves it from being
Yes, you're right,
super
you're
low,
right.
but it's a 5 for me. It's mid.
You're right. The body's kind of like, it's not crazy. That being said, the headgear does save it. You're
Yeah.
right. I will lower mine. I'll say a 6 or a 7.
Oh, no!
You're such a troll. Friday the 13th and all that, you know.
Yeah, let's do 6.5.
6.5.
You went for a 5.
5.
George.
I'd go 6, I think. I do like it, but there's some that I'm waiting for. I hope they pop up.
Okay. All right. So
Like the OXG bulldozer skin.
That's a 10.
why specifically OXG that you mentioned?
It was just it was the org I was on, and
Yeah.
also that skin is just hideous.
I literally only bought that skin to support you guys, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. We
I
didn't see
never
a
used
dollar.
it.
Well, let's move on to our next piece in the video. Then we're kicking off with the Valkyrie. Now, Valkyrie has some insane skins. It's very difficult to kind of hang with this. I believe this is the Dark Zero one.
Wait, yeah, what
No,
org is
liquid.
this?
This is liquid.
Oh,
Liquid.
Yeah.
Is it liquid?
Yep.
Not their best.
Oh yeah,
org.
there's the liquid. Okay. What do we say?
2.
Damn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not a
That's a
fan of
tough
when
rating.
I like skins either to be very cool or very flashy. I'm not a fan of when skins are just very basic and meant to be also competitive in a way.
I'm giving this a 9.
Really?
Yeah, I love it. I love them. I
Is
mean,
it the scales?
I do like the scales, do like some reptiles, but I like how, like you said, her headgear is very different to her default headgear. I like the makeup on her eyes. I like the tattoos are also glistening. Like they've actually really, because obviously really gone into details because Valkyrie has all the tattoo sleeves, but I've actually like changed the colors of those as well. So the intricate details on this is what sells it to me. Maybe like visually it's a 7, but with the details for me it's a 9.
So she's serving, at least to Rolo. George.
I'm going with like maybe a 5 because like there's some pretty crazy skins for Valkyrie, especially that I look at and compare, and there are some really nice ones for Lion too. But man, I just, it's so funny. If I did use the skin, I also have it when it first came out. I do like it, but it's just like compared to what else is there for a skin to be like maybe like a 8, 9, 10 for me. It has to be something that I would wear over anything else. Pretty much.
I agree.
Just out of curiosity for both of you, because obviously the Paragon Elite is Valkyrie's. If she didn't have the Paragon Elite, would you wear it? Just more curious.
No, I agree with your comment on the details being very cool. That being said, the skin itself just looks very. I don't want to hate on the skin.
It's
Very,
honest,
very
be honest.
basic, very basic, very bland. Because maybe it's just the colors of the organization. Not to hate on Liquid as a whole, but the blue, it doesn't look like it stands out. That being said, the detail is nice, but you also don't notice the details too much when you do play the game.
All right, let's keep it going then. Next, after all Valkyrie, there's a hot pink ash. I believe that was W7M's entire setup. Is now Fluxo W7M. Okay, Rolo, I see you're looking at me.
That's so quiet. I love it. This is an 8 for me. I think it's a car. Yeah, it must be because ball. Yeah, W7M. Would I ever wear it in ranked? No, because I go for sneaky, and that is not sneaky. But do I love it with all of my heart? Yes.
By sneaky, you say Wind Bastion?
Rise, perhaps?
Right, yeah. There's
Rise,
a few. There's a few very cheesy skins. I'm so glad I'm really a part of things anymore.
For sneaky, I mean more. I ran a corner, and I don't think I could rat in a corner with that. But because I love the design, I love the colors, and so that's an 8 for me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now, some pink skins, like I love the smoked teddy bear skin.
Yes.
But for this, I think it's very. I like the color scheme. Me personally, I probably wouldn't use it.
There's a detail on the gun.
I'd say 3.
All right.
I like remember when there's like the Siege Axe Ash skin that came when you bought like that pack? That's the one that I actually use and I like. I don't know. This one to me is probably like a 4. I don't know. It's just not really my thing. I do like the Rainbow's Magic skins though, which are kind of similar, but it just doesn't work on Ash for me.
I might be biased because I love animals and it's literally a bull. So if it wasn't a bull, I probably would have given it like a 2, but she has a bull face, so I love it.
There's the old BNK Fear X one that's just a cat. That's the background. That is an S tier one. It's not my favorite kind of cat. Sorry, I love cats. But
I think if you go gimmicky, like if you're going for something that's like a hot pink or cute or something, it's very hard to hit the nail on the head. You have to be very precise on the audience that you're trying to hit. I think this is just...
You're not the
like,
target.
Yeah, they were just like, hey, let's just make a pink skin, put some cats on it or something, and it'll be good.
Well, there will be some hot ones, at least ones that I prefer as we go on. So let's move to our next one. That's Ash and this.
This is a 10 for me.
Yeah.
The sleeves on it. This is the Scars Wamai skin. And that sleeve is so sick.
That is pretty cool.
I love the color play. I love his face. Like the details on this, it's so sick.
Yeah. Again, I love the fact that I'm assuming it's face paint and like all of the details on everything. Just being able to take something that's generally like I guess it's a default skin and being able to change it in little ways and add detail to it. I love when they do that. And so that being said, I don't think Wamai has any other really good skins.
That's the thing. Wamai literally has like no skins either. This I was hoping this one would be in here because it would be an instant 10. And I don't know if anything will beat it.
So for me, I have to disagree. Okay, not that it's bad. I do actually like it, but you're saying there's no good skins for Wamai, and I love. There was an event back in what was it, year 4, Grand Larceny.
Oh, yes, yeah,
that is my favorite skin. He's looking dapper and fit. That's the skin I rock.
That's fair. Valid. So. Grand Larceny, best event ever.
Yeah, so I would say this is a 9 for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably say like a 7. I actually do like it a lot. Just it doesn't hit Grand Larceny levels for me.
Rolo?
10.
For a 10. Very good. So pretty high marks, I would say, for Scars in this case. All right, let's move on to our next one. This is the Dark Zero one, I believe. It's the beautiful Azami one. I love the shifts a bit on her fit. I know you might be a big fan of the operator as well.
I adore Azami.
Yeah, she is a great operator as well.
This is a 1.
Wow.
Really?
Roll back the tape. Why? Say it.
Azami has... I think picking Azami as your operator choice is a bold decision when Azami has, in my opinion, the best skins in the game. And she has the sickest skins. She's such a fashionable operator. It's really hard to do Azami well. And she has so many sick skins. And this doesn't come close to pretty much all of them. So for me, it's a 1. Sorry.
Yeah. That's fair. I would not use this over the G2 Azami or some of the other Azamis. Yeah.
That one's so good.
I do agree. I do like the color aspect, them taking... Also, shout out Dark Zero for not doing something that's Hyper Beast, because that was the same thing that they did, the monster, the purple monster that they did for everything. So, but that being said, yeah, I guess you're right. I'd say maybe like a 3.
So I'm going to have the complete opposite opinion, on this one. I like how this one looks, and it's like the Bolo DZ one. That's my boy. I gotta give it a 10. It's a 10. It's a 10 for me.
That's a very biased one. Well, one day we'll have a King George skin in that way. And
we'll see. Maybe one day.
Well, okay. I like the disagreements. I like that you guys are explaining a bit why the reasoning is so. And that's great. It means that we're kind of doing a bit of, how do you say, a marketing sit down, basically. We're going through everything.
Right.
Let's move on to our next piece then for it. And seeing, I believe it'll be IQ right after. As she's coming in. There we go.
0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
okay.
honest,
Anime
That's,
skin.
that sealed it for me.
Wee. Anime skin. It's BNK for your X.
Love the org, but that skin is a 1.
It just
0.
not only am I not a fan
Negative
of the whole
10.
Guy Fieri aesthetic
Negative.
and the fires, I'm not a fan of it. But it also just it kind of looks a little cheap, like
What changed compared to the base skin? Not much.
Not much. But even like the fire, like the flames, like the art style that they went with in the gun skin, it looks very cheap.
Yeah.
I have no
it's not,
reason
like,
to buy
detailed.
this skin. Like,
No.
there's not a single thing that I'm just like, yeah, I'll buy
They
that.
couldn't even
You can
change the
support the
headgear
team.
at all. Like, no.
I mean,
That's about it.
yeah, that would be the only reason why I would buy it. But then
That's
I'd have to buy every skin every time to
should.
support all of the teams.
You should.
I mean,
do that.
it's
Should
a
do that.
slap on the
Support.
wrist for me.
No. You would-
Yeah.
Well, give me a rating. You get 0.
1.
Negative 10.
Negative 10. Thank you. Do our numbers in the Excel sheet go down to negative?
I think they have negative 1,000. Close enough. We'll round down.
They're negative 1,000. Thank you very much. Our production team is absolutely on top of it. What a great team.
10
we
out of
have.
10 for production.
Moving on.
Ooh.
Okay. This, I am going to be very biased. This I adore. I am a goth enjoyer. And this screams like Rocky Horror Picture Show, but taken to the next level kind of thing.
I like it. I like the design of like the face mask, the horns on the helmet. That being said, not entirely a fan of the color palette that they chose. I feel like if they definitely stuck to the more like gothic and made it try to be a little bit more scary or
He's got
gloomy in a way.
pauldrons.
Yeah, but he's got pink knees. So it's like the colors don't necessarily add up. Like he looks like he's not a fan of the color palette itself.
Rating?
Oh, 2.
Number. 2 out of 10.
2,
All right.
yeah.
Mine's the opposite. I give this like an 8.5. I love the color palette. It's like a gradient. So I really like the gradient. I like the black and white accents as well.
You know what he looks like? He looks like one of those Barbies that you put under hot water and changes colors.
Like the mugs as well.
Yeah, like the color changing temperature like stuff. So yeah, not a fan.
I like the face, but
the face part
this
is-
wouldn't have been as high. But the weapon skin is one of my favorites. It's really sick. So I feel the synergy between the weapon skin and this, like the one we just had, the IQ, she looked like fire and then had anime on her gun skin. No correlation whatsoever. They correlate, like they set a theme. So 8.5 for that for me.
All right, George?
For me, like I said, it looks cool, but it's not something I would use. Maybe like a 6.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
wild card. Nice try.
Get the
Nice
Rick and
try.
Right one instead.
Right.
That
Wild
one's
card,
cool.
unfortunately, got
Cannot
eliminated
beat
today.
I know. And eliminated from our skit. No, I'm kidding.
Let's move on then to our next one. We go in, and this, okay. Anne.
Negative 20,000.
You say that. Our wonderful host, Anne, that said something that I fully agree with. Is that, let's move on. So, okay, so far, and then you'll see when the entire shield, it says, wait, let's roll it back just a milliseconds. Sorry, Bruno, we're really annoying you tonight. It says, ooh, onslaught at the top of the skin. If you get rushed by a Monty.
Oh, negative 30,000 now.
You got ooh, onslaught in there. That's an immediate alt F4.
The one thing that I want to I think with this, I'm sorry if my knowledge is wrong, but I'm pretty sure Elevate were the first org to ever do an anime skin.
Yes. Yeah, they
and
were.
that has been their trend since. Like they set that trend, and for that reason, I don't give them negative points for the anime.
I give them
Sorry.
extra negative points because they started a horrible trend.
Hey, it sells apparently, which is why they're
yeah.
going with it. Hey, for all you weebs out there, it's doing well.
I remember when it came out though, and like everybody got it. Everybody was excited. So
At first,
7
yeah.
for this for me.
Sticking to it makes sense. I think this is a rage bait skin. Just if you like, you're right. If you get rushed and it's saying ooh ooh on the top of your shield when you're getting shoved to the floor, I think I'd be pretty frustrated than if it was just a regular montage shield.
Fair enough.
So
rating numbers?
I'd say for a 5.
7.
Negative 30,000. It's Montaigne anime skin, creators of the anime skin, just the lowest rating possible.
Thank you, George. I love the honesty. It's exactly what I want. Let's move on then to our next one in our market research. Our wonderful evening together as we go through all of the skins. This is a cool one. I like the Team Secret Legion one because it kind of fits the like toxic style. It's hot.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
You didn't have to dislike the skin that much.
I hate it. Flipping the table.
Flipping the table is awful. Well, secrets aside, like this is a pretty good Legion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I like the Venom style of it. I do like the watermelon combo, like the pink and green aesthetic to it. So in my opinion, I also like the face mask to him. I wish they would have like. I wish there was like a skin that could give him like pants and a shirt to make the skin like longer. You know, it would be really cool.
You got a number?
Oh yeah, I'll probably go like a.
Like unpleasant for me, so -2.
-2. All right.
I have the opposite. I like the skin. I'd give it like a 9. I actually really like it. I think it looks cool. I think it looks cool and like
it has to compete with Legion Elite, which is one of the earliest. I think it was released 2019. That's very good. This is very good. You have a good reason to run.
It just really reminds me of the Zombie Legion. And a lot of people like that one. Yeah,
that's
with
my
the green in
actual
his
favorite
head.
one. Yeah,
but that little green tube on his head is like a headshot magnet, so that's why I think this one is like a better alternative.
Here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, very good. Then let's move on to our next one, and I think this is the Falcons set for Ace. Call me Arab. Gold, green, black. It just does it for me.
I agree. As a fellow Middle Easterner,
yes,
it's a
my
10
Chaldean
for me.
friend.
It's a 10 for me. It really
There you
is.
go.
Like this one is the only one that like it's tied. I rock this one or the Homelander one. Those are my two favorite skins to rock for Ace.
I think the gun skin is a 10. I think his uniform, the green to me is like maybe if it was like a little bit darker of a green or more like of like a matted look, like something to make it
Scales?
look
Gold scales on it?
gold scale. I mean anything. I just think like a lot of the body uniform wasn't as detailed as the gun was. The gun itself though, 10.
Zorello.
I think for me, I'll give this a 7.5 for the same reason. The gun skin is like a 10, but the body is like a 5. So the average 7.5.
So far, a very well-rated skin, I have to say. Between this, I think they had their Thorn set the season prior.
They had Bandit, I think.
Bandit,
if I'm not mistaken.
Who had Thorn?
PSG Talon.
Yeah, that was a sick one too. Well, no, because they also had the Deimos set.
So good.
Yeah, that one was really good.
Just because No Limit got to cosplay it. All right, let's move to our next one then. High marks for Team Falcons and Ace, and that is our entire set. Yeah, there's some old ones. There's some old Fnatic Kiana. What's going on?
It's hideous.
Some of the old skins were very different back in 2019. Let's
think
move
about
these.
it. You got to think about it back in the day. This was fire when it first came
Pioneer.
out. It was
That
one of the
was
first
so
mask ones to
Was
come
it?
out.
They did have
Yeah.
a Thatcher skin in the day. Is the Fnatic Thatcher set, and that was the first time you could see Thatcher's full face, if I'm not mistaken. That was
I actually didn't know that.
A different kind of set. Let's move on real quick to the next. This is back in your day.
Yep.
What do you think?
Cool. I always
Did you
thought it
make
was
money
cool.
off of this?
Nope. But I do think it was very cool. I loved when the charms were glowy like that.
Yes, I
that's something
agree.
that I miss, like the org charms that would be glowing. And then the blue and black, I mean, it's very practical. Like you can use it in competitive and you'll be hidden. You can rat in a corner with it, essentially.
Okay.
But at the same time, there's a little bit of flair to it with the blue.
I really like the weapon skin on this one as well. Like it's more of a basic design, but it's clean. Like compared to the one before, this one's fire.
The logo's just classic.
I'll leave it at the last one because I want to go and rate other stuff together. This is the Navi P10
Zero.
Roni.
That's mid.
3.
Yeah, it's trash.
It's kind of basic,
3.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that was a while ago.
Not as
so.
bad as the Ana one for me though. This one's better than that one.
All right, that's
love that
that's
one.
a cool Tachanka. You know what? One of my favorite skins, and it's still to this day, and I think it came out in 2018. Rogue Buckskin.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good one.
So
I
good.
still
classic.
rock
I do
it
like
to
that
this
one.
day. I have the Rogue Buckskin with the Kicksturm on the C8.
That's a
Been running
classic.
that since day one.
This was also
Love it.
very innovative for the time.
Yeah,
You know,
It was.
covering the mask with the face paint and everything. So
this is before the anime hype beast takeover.
right.
Crazy how times
Yeah.
change.
This one I saw. Oh my god! I used to scrim
to
these
get
guys
dumped.
all the time. You just see the blue Jaeger. You just
Is-
nightmare.
This is old Norengo one. This is when they got it right after SI19.
This one's really clean.
Very
I
cool.
still
Yeah, it's
have
pretty clean.
The weapon skin is really good. I love the headgear. The logo could be better.
Now, if they could have added a mask at the time to this
Yeah.
skin, it
Would've
would have been
sick.
easily top 2.
I don't know what the limitations are. It is a
Trash.
vitality.
That one is so bad. It looks like the really annoying Battle Pass skin you'd get that
That one's
nobody
cool.
wants.
Yeah, this one's good.
alright.
Especially for the time. That's 2020.
I remember when that came out
Also
and
with
people
the
were gassed
helmet,
about that.
with the helmet, I think they were one of the first teams to do the smaller helmet to not have
The
Jaeger's
earmuffs.
earmuffs.
Because they also started doing ads afterwards for G2. Like they would like shoot actual ads. Turns out Doki is a great actor. All right. Okay.
Mid.
Very mid.
Hideous.
Yeah, it's not like it's like.
All right. Well, we can leave it at Mid-Station Gaming for the evening. Thank you very much, SSG. Sorry, you're out of SI. Even though very much love the boys. I hope to see them in the next set, and maybe they can qualify for our next tournament. Though I have to say, SSG's jerseys at SI this year were probably the best out of any other team. They had, like,
Oh
this
yeah, the
knitted
white,
stuff.
the knitted,
Yeah.
the white.
Those were clean.
Newcastle United. That's all I saw when I looked at
Yes.
it was
It's
Newcastle
like
United.
Newcastle, West Ham into like one.
Yeah.
If
They-
only
they
their
were sick.
old
What are
skins were
those?
as nice as their new jerseys now.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
that's fair.
they're selling both.
Yeah.
So give
love,
it up to them.
Love the SSG guys, but
Yeah.
Not
those-
winning tournaments though. Unfortunate.
Hey man, every single team already has a Brazilian on it in one way, shape, or form. Okay, let's move on to our next bit here. Today, as you noticed, it is Friday the 13th of February. I just have to double check to make sure that I'm not lying to anybody. Which means in our second quick segment, we're going to go through some of the most cursed and awful pro plays ever.
Are your
So-
rank clips in here?
Pro plays.
Oh.
So it's going to be your gameplay instead.
Has Intero played on stage in a
Careful,
Creator
sorry.
Cup? Is
Let's
that
hope
in there?
not.
What?
Has Intero played on stage in a Creator Cup or something? Are we gonna get any
Yeah,
of those?
he played in Raleigh.
Oh,
And
that is
he
probably
was-
a
Isn't
lot
Isn't that where
of.
he
You
fed
probably could have.
Bolo a banana?
No,
That was Atlanta.
that was Atlanta. and I
Ah.
cannot believe
That was.
that was a thing.
Parker made that experience like so much harder than it had to be because he was like teasing him with the banana. He could have just.
I was trying not to jump out of my seat the entire time watching it live on stream. You know, sometimes the co-streamer experience is not something that you expect. You're not expecting Intero to walk out with a huge banana and a hat on.
Well, the funny enough, the script said Intero feeds someone a banana, and he literally picked Bolo, and then whatever that was happened.
Yeah. Let's move on to some actual cursed gameplay clips, which is what we're talking about today. We're going to go through them one by one. This is Bride being on Vitality in the day, and we're going to watch some of those. Oh, no, actually, we're doing another one. All right.
Oxygen. Wait, what is that
Oh.
team?
Okay, let's roll back. Let's roll it back for a second here, one by one. One by one. Let's take it easy. We're going to take it. So this is Invictus Elevate, but we're going to roll to the clip just before it.
Can't
There
see
you
that
go.
far.
So that's Volps, and he's going up. It's against Revan.
Oh, Revan.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
Wow.
Have you ever impacted or nitroed yourself whilst forgetting that when your throwables actually just have the same momentum that you do when you're throwing them?
Yeah, no, this has happened to me before.
This has happened, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Unfortunately.
100%.
Yeah.
You're a bit silent there, Rolo. That's happened many times to you.
Seems like my average stream, to be honest.
Well, there you go. You're on the same level as a professional player. Volps has done quite a bit in his career.
You feel you feel like when you throw, when you're in a situation like that, like you're not thinking, you think it's gonna go around the door and then you die and then you're like,
it's not wanted, it isn't curve.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what I thought about.
Our next one, what do we got? Yeah, this is Elevate Invictus. What a take. The sprays. What does he go after? Where are we going? Onigiri. Oh my god, that is a wild.
Oh, the glass.
Oh. Is when you can cook nades?
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
no.
That's happened a lot.
This is why they removed nade cooking.
Which I don't know why. I thought, pro players can't even do it consistently. Yeah. So that being said, I think it was one of the greatest things. Also, just like to mention, I was like the best nade killer in NA. So
I actually had a tutorial on my channel on how to cook a nade correctly before it was taken out. So maybe he should have just followed me and he could have won.
Do people go back and watch that video and comment on it nowadays and say, "Oh, I didn't know that was a thing"?
Yeah, sometimes. Like this video is one of the first ones I ever posted on how to cook a nade from below and guarantee like an elim if someone's there. And occasionally, clearly a new player be like, "You can do this." I'm like, it's from 2023. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think that legally I'm not allowed to talk poorly about anybody blowing themselves up with nades as an X Continuum / EG roster player. So yeah, I'll just it happens to everybody. It happens to everyone.
It happened to pros a lot on bank. I think Doki also had a double kill. I think he took himself and Alamau out with one cook grenade on bank.
Oh, that's happened. Yeah, that's happened.
It seems like G2 set a trend and continued to follow it.
And they did it at this event again.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that G2 game.
I miss it so much. I miss the cooking nades, especially on border. You could throw from the skylight. Dude, I had so many nade lineups. Like that's why we were so good at border. We 7-0 W7M on it. It's not a brag.
He just wanted to say that.
That's all it was.
Just throwing out
the
there.
wildcard event, though, they brought back nade cooking. By the way, I blew myself up, I think, every single time I tried to do it again because it's been so long.
No, it has been a while. It'd probably be so tough now.
I was fine with okay, it's the skill that it takes the timing for it, but if you unpin a grenade, so animation is just you pull out the grenade. If you unpin it, you're done. You cannot pin it back. So you got to be sure that you're making the decision in that moment. But that was just like my idea. Somebody take notes.
Did you know that was actually like a secret trick that not many people knew with cooking a nade? Obviously, like people used to count the flashes and go by the flashes. But if you look at their hand, they lift their finger once. And as they lift their finger again, it's about to explode. So if they lift the finger again is when you let go.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wish I knew that 3 years ago.
I used to just time it. Like I could just tell when it was beeping. I'm like, all right, I got to throw it.
I just had it mentally locked.
Yep.
Good.
That's
Let's
a good
move
tip,
on.
though, if they
Our
bring
next,
it back.
Our next clip, what do we got? That was this is the unlucky bit, I guess, that we'll see. Invictus Elevate. Is he going to get domed? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that was a grenade. Moving on. W7M versus Koi. Oh my God, was that Berlin?
Wow.
That's what Rogue became as Koi, right?
Oh,
yeah. For that, remember that period of time?
Oh my God, you got TK'd by your own teammate Amonte. Have you ever team killed your Monty? And I will add an extra bit, not on purpose. I know people are shaking their head around here.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
This happened before.
This happens.
Oh, you picked Monty?
This happens. Sometimes it's intentionally, sure, here and there, but unintentionally too. Sometimes, hey, these Monties, they don't know how to stand still. They don't know how to stand still. It's this younger generation, these TikTok kids, they just stand still.
Okay, let's keep it going.
opt to not play behind Monty for this reason. I'm just like, you go do you, and I'll just go the other way.
Okay, let's keep it going. This was at an invitational. All right, okay.
Mirage Beast.
Oh my God, not this game.
Oh
wow.
What do we got after here? Thank you very much for the sub button, I guess.
Does he nade everybody?
Oh no.
It's like a homing grenade, dude.
Oh my gosh.
What a moment. Have you ever naded your teammates?
Absolutely.
Yes.
A lot.
There's a lot of nading.
Even now, you can't cook them. I still do it.
Is it crazy? All these bad clips are just Beast Coast and XSET and like bottom NA teams.
This is not the same Beast
This is
Coast,
NA
obviously.
hate.
That
No, I
one.
know. Yeah.
Oh my God, the old plays on.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh
I
yeah,
forgot
this
that
was
wall.
ridiculous.
Please.
I remember this. I
How do
watched
you
this live.
lose that, bro? Losing your mind.
I watched this live.
And
oh, these two teams were going at it. The things they were saying to each other was
that was in Vegas, wasn't it?
insane. Yes.
So far, I haven't seen like some super, I guess, awful plays.
Wild ends.
This is one also just came.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this
no, brother.
I've seen that. Oh. Okay. To be fair,
I know this. I remember this.
To be fair, that's not as bad as it looks. Like he was trigger disciplining, but it just didn't work out in his favor. But that looks really bad. Like he doesn't notice him. The casters are freaking out. Like he doesn't notice him. He noticed him.
No,
he
no,
was trigger disciplining.
No, okay, roll it back for a sec.
Did he not just try to go for the knife instead?
Yes, he was trying to find more than one person.
All right, let's play it from the start.
Look,
he knows what's up, so he sees. I think Mint sees what's going on.
Yeah, he definitely sees him. But he's like, I'm gonna look and see
He's
if there's
checking,
somebody else.
Yeah, is there anybody else?
Yeah,
All right,
look, he's
now I
already
can
looking
go.
down. Like
But
he
he
knew.
doesn't finish the kill.
Hey, we've all been there.
It's just interesting because obviously he decides to take the gunfight, but he doesn't ADS. He hip fires.
Yeah, he was gonna try to. He was gonna
To
try
the
to
head.
get close up. Yeah, I've had a situation like that against G2 back in like 2021. So everyone's been there.
There was one with Mouse Sports, I believe, that was like a nitro cell that never went. Oh, this is
Wow.
yeah. Never do that. This
What are you
is
looking for?
Yeah,
That was LNG
always
that time,
ADS.
too.
Yeah, good times.
Was it though?
It's good times for my team.
Yeah, good back then.
Right.
Oh, the worst is when you're
Forest.
upside down and you throw a ram drone, you just like whiff the window completely. That happens to me all the time.
And the instant replay of him missing.
That's just cruel.
Our observers at SI24 were on top of it all. All right, moving on. As you can see, many of the clips were featured on multiple YouTube channels. Of course, there's a lot of great
Beast
clips.
Coast again. Carnage.
Where is it?
Okay, this is like a qualifier. Come on.
Koya Stralis.
Yeah.
Is this Raleigh?
No, this was spoiled. Oh my!
Oh,
iconic! Yeah, this is SI. This is SI23.
Yeah.
SI23. This was a great run by Astralis.
Right. Yeah. You're right.
Astralis as an
the
exit.
bank
Exet
roof.
Rowe was getting 5-1 by Exet?
That's crazy.
Oh, this was the better
Gomez.
Exet, though. Never mind. My bad.
I mean, there was the Astralis exit era.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a great one.
Astralis DZ.
Oh no! Shuttles.
How were they outside for that long?
Nothing worse than that.
Timer was different.
With the SMG, like, listen, the SMG-11 happens all the time.
my God.
Yeah,
Oh my God!
Sometimes the SMG-11 just takes you for a ride. You know, there's nothing you can do but
Oh
try to
my.
hang on.
Wow.
Oh, this looks like my duos when they do the Matrix.
Oh, no.
Oh, oxygen.
Oh, no.
Wait, Fox is on here.
Oh,
no!
Okay.
Fox!
First of all, I wasn't trying to go
Pause
for the
it.
kill.
Pause it. Pause it. That's
First
a
of
post
all,
champ moment.
We can watch it back. I wasn't trying to go for the kill. I saw the thermite charge, and if you look at the time, if I shoot that thermite charge, it's their last charge. We win the round because they have to funnel through piano. So I was like, oh, charge, I'm going to shoot it. And I magged up into it, and I'm like, the charge isn't dying. Like, what is going on? And then I double backed.
Oh, this is another oxygen clip.
Wow. This is another. I'm dead.
You're already down.
Never
It's just
even more
verting
thankful to be
your-
dead.
Oh, this is SI23.
Yeah, they just jump into it. This is Julio's last match that he played competitively as a
I'm
player.
pretty sure we went up 4-1.
Oh, you guys are about to lose this round.
No, I don't think so.
No? Oh, and why are you running into him?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Bio, why are you sprinting kind of moment. All right?
Yeah. No.
Oh, my God.
I'm pretty sure this was crazy.
Yeah.
He lets him get the
runs.
full plant down.
Julio, this is why.
they trade.
Julio was forcibly
Right.
retired
Oh
after
my
that game.
God, look at me.
Wait, is that you?
Yeah.
A young fox.
How is Redeemer doing?
The Young Fox, that was 2 years ago.
Still younger.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah, listen,
How's
you're-
Redeem doing? He's great. On baby number 2.
Shoot.
Damn, bro.
Congrats to
You
him,
guys-
man.
He's doing
guys go
great.
Fast. Secret outsiders. All right.
Dude, some of these names are like blasts from the past.
Yeah, it is, dude.
Oh, the
The
mat.
double mats,
Frost
yeah.
mats.
I gotta say, I am a big fan of Frost Mat.
I miss Old Frost.
Yeah.
I will say, one time I played this map and it was ranked, but we jumped through the window with like 3 shields.